Chapter 1. Journey to the West. North Sea County, Black Cloud Mining District. Name: Qing Hongshang. Lifespan: 1,657 years. Identity: refugee, miner. Wives: 0. Points: 17. Shop. Click to view. It has been 2 months since I arrived in this world. Gazing at the information displayed on his status panel, Qing Hongshang revealed a hint of helplessness. Qing Hongshang was not originally from this world. He was once a laborer from Blue Star. During a late-night overtime session, he closed his eyes for a moment and found himself transported to this realm. To this day, he remains oblivious to the nature of this world and the name of the country. He only knows that the nearby county town is called North Sea County. Over the past 2 months, although he has been studying the system, he has yet to comprehend its purpose. Aside from his identity, wives, and lifespan, the points displayed on the panel refuse to increase. The shop is even more disheartening for Qing Hongshang, as it is entirely devoid of any offerings. He has discerned a pattern regarding the accumulation of points. Before he became a miner, his points increased by 1 every 10 days. After acquiring the identity of a miner, the rate changed to 1 point every 5 days. However, Qing Hongshang is not overly concerned about this. What troubles him most is the blood-red mark on his chest. This mark is the reason behind the death of his predecessor 2 months ago. In Qing Hongshang's memories, there is no information regarding this blood-red mark. If it were not for the pain it inflicts on the night of every full moon, he might have already forgotten about it. Hongshang, breakfast is ready. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a young girl dressed in simple clothing, her beauty reminiscent of a delicate flower, no more than 17 or 18 years old. "We'll be right there," Qing Hongshang replied. This girl is Chen Yining, who fled with Qing Hongshang to the Black Cloud Mine and is considered his nominal wife. Ordinarily, a man of humble origins would not be able to marry such a stunning woman. But during their escape, Qing Hongshang had assisted Chen Yining and her father. Over 20 days ago, Chen Yining's father sustained severe injuries when struck by a rock while mining. He passed away shortly after returning home and entrusted Chen Yining to Qing Hongshang's care. Breakfast was meager, consisting of 2 corn cakes and 2 bowls of porridge that resembled thin soup. "Hurry up and eat. Why are you just staring at me?" Chen Yining's face flushed with embarrassment. "How much food do we have left?" Qing Hongshang inquired, glancing at the porridge on the table. "It will last for another 2 days." Chen Yining lowered her head, unable to meet Qing Hongshang's gaze. "Why so little?" A look of confusion appeared in Qing Hongshang's eyes. "Wu Yong claimed that my father died due to his own negligence and offered no compensation." Chen Yining added, "Yesterday, the officials came to press for this year's autumn harvest." Upon hearing Chen Yining's words, Qing Hongshang's expression darkened considerably. Wu Yong is a foreman at the Black Cloud Mine, notorious for regularly withholding wages from the miners. Since Chen Yining's father's death, he has frequently harassed her and devised various means to reduce Qing Hongshang's pay. The autumn harvest is supposed to have nothing to do with the miners. Yet the officials have found ways to impose taxes on them for some uncultivated land, requiring each of them to pay 100 when annually. Failing to pay would result in exile to Lingnan. "Yining, I will think of a solution," Qing Hongshang declared, rising from the breakfast table. Entering the forest, he spotted a middle-aged man in a long robe seated before a stove, with dozens of others standing around, including Wu Yong. On the stove sat a thick iron pot, emanating the aroma of savory pickled vegetables and tofu. This man in the robe is Chun Hu, the overseer here. Chun Hu first served himself some hot tofu and pickled vegetables before standing up to address the miners. "You are all miners of the Black Cloud Mine, and it is the benevolence of the Peacock Princess that allows you to work here and avoid starvation. You should express your gratitude to the Peacock Princess every day when you start work." Listening to Chen Hu's lecture, Qing Hongshang rolled his eyes. He realized that aside from exploiting the miners, Chen Hu also knew how to flatter the higher-ups, which explained his position as overseer. In the near future, representatives of the Peacock Princess will visit, so be on your toes. If anyone speaks out of turn, do not blame Chen for being unkind. After intimidating the crowd, Chen Hu allowed them to gather their tools and head toward the mine. Qing Hongshang's mind began to race from Chen Hu's words. He deduced that the Black Cloud Mine must be situated relatively close to the capital. Otherwise, the representatives of the Peacock Princess would not come here. It is likely that this Black Cloud Mine is owned by the Peacock Princess. As he stepped into the mine, a middle-aged man appeared at Qing Hongshang's side. This man, Uncle Hu, had also fled alongside Qing Hongshang. During their escape, Chen Yining's father had once shared half a biscuit with Uncle Hu. "Brother Sheng, are you running low on food?" Uncle Hu asked in a hushed tone. "Uncle Hu, are you considering lending me some food?" Qing Hongshang inquired. Uncle who doesn't have much food either. He shook his head vigorously. But I can point you towards a bright path. What kind of path do you mean? Qin Chongqing asked, intrigued. Wu the foreman has a fondness for Yearning. If you offer her to him, he will surely reward you handsomely. Uncle Hu suggested with a grin. Qin Chongqing felt a profound sense of dismay. Throughout their trials, they had supported one another. In Qin Changsheng's heart, Uncle Hu was someone he could trust. Yet he never expected that his most trusted ally would act as a mouthpiece for Wu Yong, even suggesting he offer up Chen Yearning. Seeing Qin Chongsheng remain silent, Uncle Hu continued, Yearning will only starve by sticking with you. It's better to let her go to Wu the foreman. Uncle Hu, let me think it over, Qin Chongsheng said, though in his heart, he had already rejected the idea. His words were merely a delay. Otherwise, if he continued to be targeted by Wu the foreman, both he and Chen Yearning would have a hard time. At the same time, Qin Chongsheng cursed Uncle Hu's ancestors in his heart. This is certainly something worth considering. With that, Uncle Hu chuckled and walked further into the mine. Qin Chongsheng followed behind him. Inside the mine, numerous miners toiled, bare-chested, wielding pickaxes to extract ore. Due to his limited strength, Qin Chongsheng could only manage to unearth over 20 pounds of ore each day. These miners relied on the ore they extracted to exchange for food. 10 pounds of ore could be traded for 1 pound of food. However, Wu the foreman would also withhold a portion of the food, leaving the miners with no more than 6 taels at most. Though mining was arduous, he had gradually grown accustomed to the work over the past month. After several hours, Qin Chongsheng emerged with over 30 pounds of ore on his back. Qin Chongsheng, 3 pounds of food. Wu Yong handed Qin Chongsheng a bag containing 3 pounds of grain. Surprised by the amount Wu Yong offered, Qin Chongsheng raised an eyebrow. Brother Sheng, if you send Yearning over soon, I assure you, I won't shortchange you. Wu the foreman said with a grin. In an instant, Qin Chongsheng comprehended that Uncle Hu had already relayed their earlier conversation to Wu Yong. Qin Chongsheng said nothing in response, taking the grain and heading home. Chongsheng, why are you back so late? Chen Yearning asked, closing the door behind him. The overseer lectured us. Qin Chongsheng replied, producing the bag from his shoulder. Here is some food. Chen Yearning took the bag he handed her, initially indifferent. However, upon feeling its weight, she realized there was more grain than she expected. Chapter 2. First encounter with the peacock princess. Chongsheng, how do we end up with so much food? A glimmer of joy flashed across Chen Yinyan's face. With his 3 pounds of grain, their family could endure for several days. Today, Wu the foreman didn't withhold any food. Qin Chongsheng explained, not elaborating further. Chongsheng, you should rest or go prepare dinner right away. Chen Yearning said, taking the coarse grain toward the kitchen. After dinner, Chen Yearning poured the remaining coarse grain into the rice jar and counted the grain at the bottom, finally breaking into a smile. Qin Chongsheng gazed at Chen Yearning with fervent admiration. She was incredibly beautiful, with a lovely figure that captivated him deeply. Chongsheng, it's getting late, we have work tomorrow. Chen Yinyan's cheeks flushed as she hurried to her room. Qin Chongsheng quickly averted his gaze and closed the door behind him. The following morning, Qin Chongsheng, along with many other miners, entered the mine. Points 18. Casting a glance at the increment points, Qin Chongsheng shook his head slightly. He still did not understand the significance of these points. Someone's been killed. At that moment, a terrified scream echoed from afar. Qin Chongsheng was bewildered. Who would dare to commit murder within the mine? The next instant, he heard a series of strange roars. Not good, demons are coming. Immediately, many miners began to flee toward the exit. Demons. A chill coursed through Qin Changsheng's body, as if he had plunged into an ice cave. He had heard many miners discuss demons before. However, at that time, Qin Chongsheng had dismissed it as mere folklore. Little did he expect that today they would manifest within the very mine. Regaining his composure, Qin Chongsheng joined the throng of miners rushing toward the exit. Though being a miner is exceedingly arduous at present, it is better to endure a miserable existence than to perish. The resounding clamor drew ever closer, prompting Qin Chongsheng to quicken his pace. One by one, the miners were overtaken by him. Although he could not outrun the demon within, he certainly surpassed these laborious miners by a considerable margin. Yet, Qin Chongsheng still miscalculated. The demon's speed was alarmingly swift. As Qin Chongsheng and his companions burst from the mine, the demon appeared at the cave's mouth. This demon stood nearly 4 meters tall, clutching a miner's lifeless body in its maw. Disposing of the corpse with a casual toss, the demon slowly advanced toward Qin Chongsheng and his group. With each step it took, a miner fell victim to its vicious onslaught. Some unfortunate miners had their heads bitten off. Is it truly my fate to die at the hands of this demon mere moments after my arrival? A chill coursed through Qin Changsheng's veins. If they were confronted by a bandit, perhaps these miners might muster a semblance of resistance. However, faced with such a formidable demon, they stood no chance whatsoever. At that moment, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and a woman materialized before them. This stunning woman displayed no hint of fear upon seeing the demon. Instead, her eyes blazed with fury. Draped in resplendent garments that exuded nobility and grace, her exquisite makeup and hairstyle lent her an air of irresistible charm. In her hand, she wielded a cerulean fan. Upon catching sight of this enchanting figure, even Qing Hongshang, who had encountered numerous beautiful celebrities, was momentarily awestruck. Beast, seeking your own demise. The exquisite woman flicked her fan forward with a delicate gesture. A brilliant beam of golden light surged toward the demon. In an instant, the once mighty demon disintegrated upon contact with the golden radiance, akin to spring snow melting under the sun. It emitted not a single scream before vanishing without a trace. Qin Chongsheng was filled with astonishment. Could this be a celestial being from his realm? Had he truly traversed into a world of immortals? As Qin Chongsheng stood in bewilderment, the exquisite woman appeared before him. To encounter a demon and still stand firm, your courage is commendable. I possess a tome of blood cultivation techniques. Should you master it within 5 years, I shall bestow upon you a great fortune. As she spoke, the exquisite woman vanished from his sight, leaving behind a thin booklet in his hands. Gazing at the booklet, joy filled Qin Changsheng's eyes. He had not truly been standing resolutely, rather, he had been rendered numb with terror by the demon's presence, unsure of how to react. I wonder what manner of being that exquisite woman is, to possess such formidable power. He mused cautiously as he examined the tome in his grasp. Before he could delve further, the sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears. Chun-Hu, accompanied by a throng of overseers and guards, hurriedly approached. Qin Chongsheng tucked the tome into his bosom and staggered to the side. Chun-Hu and the multitude of overseers paid no mind to Qin Chongsheng or the terrified miners. Instead, they began to incinerate the bodies of the fallen miners on the spot. How is it that demons continue to manifest within our mind? This marks the 5th occurrence this year. Fortuitously, Princess Peacock arrived in time, otherwise all these miners would have perished. The overseers whispered among themselves as they burned the miners' corpses. Princess Peacock? Does she possess celestial powers? Could this be the world of Journey to the West? Upon hearing their discourse, Qin Changsheng's thoughts immediately turned to the journey to the West. After all, with celestial powers, demons, and the mention of Princess Peacock, it could only pertain to that realm. Yet, soon his spirits sank. For Princess Peacock had always resided in Lion Camel Ridge. Now that she appeared here, it could only mean he was within the borders of Lion Camel Kingdom. And all the citizens of Lion Camel Kingdom were but the sustenance for the golden-winged great punk. Fortunately, he had encountered Princess Peacock and had been gifted a tome. If he could cultivate the blood cultivation techniques to perfection, he might find an opportunity to escape Lion Camel Kingdom. Once Chun, who had disposed of the miners' remains, he led his group away. They showed no concern for the injured miners. After a brief moment of panic, the miners returned to the depths of the mine. Qin Chongsheng, too, re-entered the mine. These miners relied on the extraction of, or to secure their sustenance. If they did not mine today, they would surely face starvation. Finding a secluded spot, Qin Chongsheng carefully examined the tome. This booklet, titled Blood Cultivation Techniques, appeared aged, with slightly curled edges, containing 7 pages, along with numerous annotations in small script. By following the methods outlined within, even an ordinary person could attain mastery within a year, achieving minor success within 2. The practice of blood cultivation techniques would not only significantly extend one's lifespan, but also enhance strength and physical constitution. After a single glance, Qin Chongsheng quietly stored away. For now, he remained within the mine, surrounded by fellow miners, with overseers occasionally making their rounds. Only after returning home could he safely cultivate the blood cultivation techniques. More than 2 hours later, a series of urgent bells rang out, signaling the end of the workday. Chapter 3. Blood Cultivation Techniques. Upon arriving at the front courtyard, Qin Chongsheng beheld a horse-drawn carriage stationed there. The normally haughty Chun, who was now bowing his head, standing deferentially beside the vehicle. From the carriage emerged a young woman clad in a green cloak, her visage strikingly beautiful, appearing to be around 20 years of age. "Miss Ruping, what brings you here?" Chun-Hu inquired, his expression one of ingratiation. "Today, a demon appeared. The princess commanded me to come." "Why the lack of a warm welcome?" Ruping's voice was melodious. "How could that be?" "Miss Ruping." Chun-Hu was visibly sweating. Ruping ventured into a nearby building on her own. Chun Hu exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Yong below before hastily following her. Wu Yong promptly fetched provisions, beginning the exchange for food among the crowd. This time, the provisions were ample, with no deductions whatsoever. Every 10 pounds of ore was exchanged for 1 pound of food, with an additional pound as a bonus. Even Qing Hongshang received 4 pounds of coarse grain. Before long, Chun Hu emerged from within, calling for the miners to enter for questioning. Qing Hongshang, Miss Ru Ping requests your presence. Chun Hu approached Qing Hongshang again, whispering, you understand what should and should not be said, correct? Qing Hongshang nodded and was subsequently allowed entry. Inside the grand hall, Miss Ru Ping sat poised in a chair, flanked by 2 handmaidens. Yet, Qing Hongshang found her posture rather peculiar, resembling a fox perched upon a seat. What is your name, and how long have you been the mine? Ru Ping inquired, lifting her gaze. I am Qing Hongshang. I became a miner a month ago. He replied. The primary essence can be summarized as follows. Wielding consciousness as a hammer, with the spirit as iron, undergoing relentless forging to envision the divine hammer. Subsequently, one cultivates a small hammer of 40 and a large hammer of 80. Was that strike just now delivered by this very hammer? Alas, is there truly a need for such arduous training? Dear adoptive father, are there any alternative methods of cultivation available, preferably painless, or at least minimally invasive? Su Qing wept in the realm of consciousness, but alas, the orb paid him no heed. Su Qing found himself at an impasse. However, it was nonetheless a technique worth practicing. He immersed his mind into the realm of consciousness, envisioning the divine suppression hammer, an earth scorched by fierce flames. Wielding an immensely formidable hammer that violently shattered the ground into countless fragments. After an hour had elapsed, Su Qing finally succeeded in manifesting the image of the divine suppression hammer. Though it appeared merely as a nebulous silhouette, it was nonetheless functional. Su Qing took a deep breath, raised the divine hammer slowly, and then brought it down with great force. 80. Su Qing succeeded, yet felt dizzy. After half an hour, he gradually awakened. After a moment of bewilderment and contemplating the 3 fundamental philosophical questions, Su Qing realized that the intensity of 80 was overwhelming and beyond his capacity. He settled himself once more and envisioned the divine hammer again. 40. Su Qing fainted once more, yet fortunately, he regained consciousness shortly thereafter. By heavens, does this flawed cultivation technique render one unconscious at the mere age of 40? Must it be reduced to 20? Do they perceive me as an easy target merely because I am a laborer? Su Qing once again settled into a meditative position, envisioning the divine hammer in a seamless flow. 20. No, not at all. This time, the intensity was just right. His consciousness could be refined without excessive discomfort, remaining well within Su Qing's limits. Chapter 3. When Ruyan, the following day, Su Qing practiced the divine forging technique until the 3rd watch of the night. Eventually, he could no longer withstand the exertion and succumbed to a deep slumber that lasted until dawn. However, his efforts were not in vain, as his spiritual consciousness had indeed become more solidified compared to when he initially established his foundation. Su Qing savored the noodles prepared by his junior sister, while in his hands lay the latest issue of the Windazong newsletter. As a vital force of the new generation within the sect, Su Qing firmly believed that becoming a spokesperson for the sect necessitated an attentive focus on the minutiae of Windazong. In the recent issue concerning the relationship enhancement class for partners, during the 3rd observation and discussion summary meeting, Elder Mai Shuang, the head of the Affinity Hall, pointed out that certain partnerships were at risk of fracturing, attributing this to a lack of mutual respect. This disrespect manifested not only in words, but even escalated to physical altercations. Elder Mai emphasized that relationships should be founded on mutual respect and care, fostering a bond that endures, and suggested that remarks such as "Do I deserve to possess a cup of celestial brew?" should be avoided to maintain harmony. Recently, a special envoy from the Daxia court visited Windazong, where Elder Zhao Dizhus warmly welcomed them. Both parties exchanged invaluable insights regarding the security matters of Daxia. Elder Zhao asserted that Windazong, as the foremost among the 5 great sects of Daxia, ought to shoulder greater responsibilities. The Daxiao envoy expressed high regard for the significant contributions made by Windazong and assured that the court would extend additional support to the sect's disciples venturing beyond its confines. Furthermore, Master Wu Chunyu, head of the Array Development Hall, announced the successful development of the new generation of spirit-gathering arrays, which boast superior performance and prolonged durability compared to their predecessors. Mass production has commenced at a favorable price, and fellow cultivators in need are invited to visit the array peak. Qing. Last month, Qing replaced the spirit gathering array, costing 200 spirit stones each, and now there are rumors of an upgrade? Oh well, considering the proclivities of those at the array peak. Even the slightest enhancement would surely be broadcasted to the world. As for superior performance, I fear it may be limited. I shall not replace it. Recently, the Literary and Cultural Association of the Taoist sect successfully convened at the Book Forest. The conference focused on enhancing the cultural literacy of the sect's disciples, outlining clear directions and proposing specific methods. The meeting conveyed the latest spirit of the great Xia literature and resolved to classify the book The Immortal Adventures of the Young Hero A Bin as a prohibited work, mandating its complete destruction within the Great Xia territory. The author, Lu Huangshu, was subjected to severe condemnation, deemed a disgrace to the literary heritage of Great Xia. Snap. After Qing finished the soup in his bowl, he bid farewell to his junior sister and summoned a spirit crane, offering it a piece of spirit stone before soaring towards the scripture pavilion. The Tao sect has always adhered to the principle of granting concessions to the cultivation of its direct disciples during the Qi refinement period, striving for an early entry into the foundation establishment stage. Consequently, direct disciples typically remain within the sect during their Qi refinement phase, receiving 500 spirit stones and various elixirs each month, thus rendering the study of offensive spells unnecessary. After nearly a year of immersing himself in the teachings of his sect, Qing dedicated the majority of his time to the enhancement of his cultivation. He acquired only the basic spells from the comprehensive compendium of everyday incantations, such as cleansing technique, dust purification, object dispelling, and sound transmission. In terms of offensive capabilities, he had mastered merely a single sword technique. Qing felt it was imperative to learn some spectacular and explosive spells to elevate his prowess. Qing entered the scripture pavilion, making his way directly to the second floor, designated for the foundation establishment stage. As one of the iconic edifices of the sect of inquiry, the scripture pavilion is a significant stronghold, housing an astonishing collection of texts, from the most exalted spells and divine abilities to the folk tales and romantic novels. One can find an extensive array of works within its walls. Even the volumes that Qing had copied, such as the West Chamber and the Peony Pavilion, are included in its vast repository, and even the shattering of the heavens is present. Qing took a thorough turn, deliberately inspecting the corners of the room. Suddenly, he spotted a book in the dusty recess beneath a bookshelf, shrouded in a thick layer of dust, as if it had been forsaken here for an eternity. He brushed away the dust with his hand, revealing a few prominent characters, the supreme skill of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Qing's breath quickened, and indeed, it was this sensation, an unparalleled opportunity. Such a formidable name, an extraordinary technique. Qing glanced around to ensure no one was watching before eagerly turning to the first page. A blinding golden light burst forth from the pages, and suddenly, a melody resonated in the air. Qing seemed to behold a majestic figure striding across the realms. With golden lotuses erupting from the earth, thunder manifesting in the void, and heavenly nectar descending, an array of wondrous phenomena. With a clap, a figure emerged, closing the book, causing the marvels to vanish. Qing was infuriated. How dare a mere junior usurp the opportunity of an old foundation establishment cultivator like me? Senior brother Qing, where did you acquire this book? Qing turned to glance back, astonished to find such a graceful and exquisite beauty engaged in such antics. It turned out that junior sister one was nestled in that corner, and she was eager to see it, so she could take it without hesitation. How absurd! What a sycophant! When Ruyan, a direct disciple of the 5th elder of the Shulin, hailed from a prestigious family, her mother was of noble lineage, and her father was a powerful governor of a state, a formidable cultivator endowed with both wealth and authority. With her exceptional talents and ethereal beauty, what harm was there in Qing expressing his admiration? After all, junior sister was still young, yet to mature and break through, and their master was nearly absent. Qing considered his own efforts inconsequential. Once successful, it would yield at least 2 centuries of benefit. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Ruyan's eyes as her ruby lips parted slightly. She never imagined it would be the legendary tomes spoken of in myths. Could it be the ancient cultivation method of your? Qing inquired. Sister one seems to possess knowledge regarding the origins of this book? The younger sister replied, I have heard tales of this book from my father. It is said to have been authored by the sect leader. As when Rian spoke, she performed a purification technique. Beside the original title of the book, there were several small characters inscribed, stating it was penned by Hongshang. Indeed, it was truly the work of the sect leader. Su Qing felt a surge of joy in his heart. Could this possibly be the unparalleled technique created by the master? When Ruyan remained silent for a moment before speaking, to call it an unparalleled technique would not be an exaggeration. Once cultivated to perfection, it can manifest various extraordinary phenomena and celestial melodies. Su Qing was once again filled with excitement, undoubtedly due to the formidable power of an extraordinary technique. When Ruyan offered a slight smile and remarked, "Brother Su, you have misunderstood. This technique merely manifests these extraordinary phenomena and possesses no offensive capabilities. It is said that the sect leader created it years ago to enhance the aesthetics of his breakthroughs, primarily intended for the purpose of showcasing one's prowess before others." Su Qing, to hell with your arrogant supremacy over the realms. After bidding farewell to Wen Ruyan, Su Qing diligently sought out a comprehensive tome on the 5-element spells of the Sect of Inquiry and an encyclopedia detailing the geography of the Xianyuan realm. The territory of the Sect of Inquiry lies within the Great Xia dynasty of the Central Continent, a principal hub for humanity. Over the course of its development, 3 great dynasties have emerged: the Great Xia, the Great Qian, and the Great Qing, each proclaiming itself as the rightful heir of humanity. The Xianyuan realm is generally divided into several regions: the Central Continent, the Southern region, the Eastern Sea, the Western region, and the far north, all of which are populated by humans, though they are also home to various non-human races, such as demons and aquatic beings. Nevertheless, the greatest concentration of humanity resides in the Central Continent, particularly within the Great Xia dynasty, an ancient dynasty with a legacy spanning 100,000 years. Its vast territory surpasses that of the other 2 nations, boasting a well-established system, comprehensive laws, and a thriving society. The Great Qin dynasty, having endured 3 millennia of chaos, has been rife with wars and suffering. The inaugural Emperor Qian rose amidst the turmoil, unifying the fractured realm and establishing the dynasty, which has now persisted for 10,000 years. Its populace is dedicated to cultivation, exhibiting a fierce spirit, while cultivators pursue the path of immortality. Ordinary individuals engage in martial training. The Great Qin lacks sects, instead favoring academies, with the 3 most renowned institutions located in Qian capital. Conversely, the Great Qing dynasty suffers from a weakened imperial power, with numerous sects vying for dominance, serving as a stark testament to the brutal realities of the cultivation world. It is rumored that among the 3 prominent cultivators of the Great Qing, 2 are tribulation cultivators, with the remaining 1 being a prime target. In terms of imperial authority and control over the state, the Great Qian reigns supreme, followed by the Great Xia, while the Great Qing stands at the weakest. During his year in the Sect of Inquiry, Su Qing had his first profound exploration of this enchanting world, absorbing the knowledge from the pages like a sponge, until he was contacted by Lu Lingsha. Su Qing took out the jade talisman, which contained a message woven with willow silk. "Senior brother, I am not at home with Xiao due to some matters, and I am unable to prepare dinner today. What could a little girl possibly have to attend to? It is a pity she does not devote herself to her cultivation. Alas, children grow up and no longer heed their mothers." What a poor analogy. He picked up the comprehensive explanation of the 5 elemental spells from the Sect of Inquiry and flipped through it, feeling a sense of anticipation for the Earth Dragon technique within. When casting the spell, he could utter, "Qin character, Earth River Cart." How utterly embarrassing. Chapter 4 Position. After Su Qing emerged from the Sutra Pavilion, he made another visit to the Book Forest. The Book Forest primarily serves as a place for disciples of the Windu School to cultivate their spiritual practice, and it has become one of Su Qing's frequent haunts over the past year, as it is the literary publishing center of the Windu School. In the Great Xia, there exists a comprehensive intellectual property protection law, ensuring that not only Confucian scholars, but also those from disciplines such as the Array Peak, Artifact Peak, and Alchemy Peak can publish their research findings in the form of papers and even apply for patents. The books Su Qing has copied are also published and sold through the Book Forest. Su Qing skillfully located a young scholar clad in a Confucian robe, Lu Gillen, who was his partner in the book-selling venture. Upon seeing Su Qing, Lu Gillen was equally exhilarated. He grasped Su Qing's hand and exclaimed loudly, "Your Highness, a splendid success. A splendid success." Su Qing's expression shifted instantly as he hurriedly covered his mouth, whispering, "Are you trying to get us killed? Call me Su Qing. I have no connection with Lu Huangshu." Lu Gillen blinked a few times, signaling that he understood. Upon noticing this, Su Qing released his grip and quickly inquired, "Why did you summon me in such a mysterious manner, and without clearly articulating your message?" Lu Gillen pulled a chair and sat opposite Su Qing. Young hero Abin's extraordinary journey in cultivating immortality has become a phenomenal success. Su Qing momentarily paused while holding the cup. "Hasn't this been designated as a banned book? How is it still being sold?" Lu Gillen smacked his thigh, a lewd expression crossing his face as he replied, "Precisely because it has been banned. It is selling like hotcakes. In fact, many were aware beforehand that this book would be prohibited. Numerous unscrupulous merchants hoarded it in abundance. After all, banned books are quite valuable, and even in other dynasties or the eastern seas, the reputation of banned books from the Great Xia holds considerable worth." Su Qing, books gilded abroad. Lu Gillen waved his hand dismissively. Whether gilded or undergoing tribulation, it matters not. He produced a storage bag and placed it before Su Qing, grinning broadly as he said, "This one is for you. Take a look." Su Qing took the storage bag and probed inside with his consciousness, unable to contain his astonishment. Is there truly this much? Su Qing was astonished. 100,000 spirit stones was an amount that exceeded his total earnings from manuscripts over the past year. "Junior Su," Lu Gillen exclaimed with increasing fervor, gesticulating animatedly. "The books you have penned this year have all been sensational. You are a rising star in the literary realm of the Great Xia, the very future of its literary scene." Had Su Qing not poured himself a cup of tea, one might have thought Lu Gillen had indulged a bit too liberally. "The future of the Great Xia literary world? I feel as though I have become its disgrace," Su Qing lamented. "Junior Su, I believe you ought to join our literary circle and become a scholar. With your talent, I am confident you will cultivate a profound presence within a year." Su Qing nearly spat out his drink. While others exuded a grand and righteous aura, his own was tinged with a hue of embarrassment. The mere thought filled him with shame. Su Qing hastily intervened, fearing that he might continue to speak as if a sage had descended upon the world. "Enough. This time was merely an accident. I am well aware of the weight of my own work. Junior brother Su, many fans have been inquiring about when you will release a new book. What are your thoughts? Do you have plans for your next publication?" Su Qing shot him a glance, responding with irritation. "Have you not seen the report from the Windazong? I have been labeled as the disgrace of Daxia literature. What more can I write? I now wish to sever all ties with Lu Huangshu." It seems that not only Windazong but the entire Daxia is aware of Lu Huangshu's association with this literary disgrace. I have no strong objections to prohibited books, but to be branded as the disgrace of Daxia literature, how utterly absurd. It is merely a book. Must it be treated with such gravity? If I ever make a name for myself, the fact that Su Qing, the representative of Windazong, was once deemed the disgrace of Daxia literature will undoubtedly serve as a scandalous blemish on my reputation. Lu Gillen, however, dismissed his concerns nonchalantly, saying, "Su Shidi, the disgrace of Daxia literature pertains to Lu Huangshu. It has nothing to do with you. Simply change your name and continue writing. You could easily call yourself Su Huangshu instead." Su Qing took a sip of tea, acknowledging that Lu Gillen's words held some validity. After all, how many individuals had not engaged in the practice of switching identities with alternate accounts? As for writing, that could wait. I have only just begun to establish my foundation and must prioritize my cultivation. Lu Gillen, however, was suddenly agitated. "Su Shidi, do you believe the royalties are insufficient? I can certainly increase the payment. Moreover, I possess considerable skill in the arts and can contribute exquisite illustrations to your new work. Writing about the emperor's uncle is not enough. You also wish to depict risque imagery. It seems to me, Lu Shixiang, that you are the true disgrace of Daxia literature." Su Qing shook his head and said, "Brother Lu, please do not persuade me any further." Noticing Su Qing's resolute determination, Lu Gillen ceased his attempts at persuasion. However, he remained steadfast in his belief that Uncle Lu would one day be reborn. Before departing, he gifted Su Qing a basket of spiritual fruits, claiming it to be a congratulatory present for his foundation establishment phase. Su Qing. Shortly after Su Qing departed, a figure clad in black robes entered Lu Gillen's shop. "Is there a new book by Lu Huangshu?" The shopkeeper, upon noticing the stranger's dark attire, felt a surge of apprehension. Could this be an inspector of banned literature? He quickly composed himself and replied, "Friend, do not tarnish my reputation. This is a legitimate bookstore, and I would never engage in the illicit trade of forbidden texts. It would be prudent for you to leave at once. The figure in black responded, I am inquiring about a new book. Lu Gillen, with a grand gesture, summoned his righteous aura, transforming his demeanor into one of unwavering integrity, his voice deepening significantly. Surely, you are not unaware that Lu Huangshu is a disgrace to the literature of the great Xia. We, as scholars, cannot associate with him. Although my cultivation is merely at the half-step yearning stage, I am well-versed in literature and exude a noble spirit. I would never forsake the literary integrity of great Xia for trivial gains. I advise you. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Lu Gillen ceased his speech. Casting a glance at his storage pouch, he retracted his noble aura, replacing it with a sycophantic smile. Ah, esteemed friend, to speak candidly, Lu Huangshu has been preoccupied with his cultivation and has no time to spare. However, rest assured, he is in the process of conceptualizing his next work. Seeing no new book, the figure in black began to withdraw his storage pouch. Wait, dear friend, I have a deluxe edition of The Adventures of the Young Hero A. Bin. Might you be interested? The figure waved his hand, stowing away his pouch, and departed without a backward glance. Friend, I also possess a collector's edition. Do not be in such haste to leave. Watching the retreating figure, Lu Gillen covered his face with his hand and sighed deeply. My junior brother has led me astray. Meanwhile, Su Qing returned to Qingzhou Peak from the book forest. Although Qingzhou Peak was vast, it housed but 2 individuals and a dog, resulting in an expansive living space per person. Near a small stream not far behind their bamboo cottage, Su Qing consumed the last morsel of the bun, his gaze sharp as lightning, the magical energy within him swirling. With a soft sound, he conjured a fireball the size of a basketball in his hand. Su Qing shouted loudly as he hurled the fireball into the water. Bang! Several fish leapt out as a result. Upon closer inspection, he found them cooked and quite fragrant. It appeared that the fireball had evaporated the water before roasting the fish to perfection. He chuckled to himself, clearly pleased with its efficacy, and decided to experiment further. Su Qing raised his hand and invoked the water manipulation technique. A column of water surged upward, and as a thought crossed his mind, he altered the hand seal. Transform into a dragon. Yet, nothing transpired. Understandable. Having just learned, it is quite normal not to succeed. Transform into a flood dragon. Still, no event unfolded. Su Qing, the seal in his hand, transformed once more. Transform into a serpent. After a swift change, the column of water morphed into a colossal water serpent. Su Qingfei stood atop the serpent of water, deftly guiding it as it wove gracefully around the babbling brook. Su Qing practiced several spells of the 5 elements and returned to the bamboo cottage only in the evening. Senior brother, where did the fish in the kitchen come from? Asked Lu Lingsha, holding a plate of roasted fish, her little face filled with confusion. Oh, the roasted fish? I made it myself, he replied. Senior brother, you didn't even scale the fish before roasting it. Oh, ha, it's just a trivial matter. Take it to the breakthrough for them to enjoy. Woof, woof, woof. The little dog barked quite harshly. Chapter 5. The selection of the Windasong in the following days. Su Qing immersed himself in the cultivation of spells while the Windasong was fervently preparing for the selection conference. According to Lu Lingsha, the inns in the Windaoxian city were fully booked, with many people resorting to sleeping on the ground. Time passed swiftly, and the selection conference of the Windasong arrived as scheduled. Su Qing also rose early, donning the new attire purchased last time by Lu Lingsha, adorned with a silver crown that elegantly held back her hair, and a jade pendant gracing her waist, exuding an air of flamboyance. She spread her arms wide and twirled around. How do I look? Su Qing gazed at Lu Lingsha with palpable anticipation. Oh, how strikingly handsome his senior brother is, dashing and elegant, like a jade tree in the wind, a paragon of charm and grace, truly a rare beauty in this world. Su Qing looked at his junior sister with a sense of satisfaction, feeling that the cultural lessons he imparted were not in vain. It would have been even better if she had sparkled with excitement. Woof woof. Su Qing excitedly glanced at the little white dog. Breakthrough. You must think I look quite handsome today, don't you? Lu Lingsha softly murmured, turning to Su Qing. Senior brother, the little white one mentioned that someone left a bag of items at our doorstep. At this moment, Su Qing noticed a burlap sack that the little white dog had brought over. What could be contained within? Su Qing opened the box and discovered it contained several elongated strips of gleaming silver metal, approximately the width of half a palm, exceedingly thin and appearing remarkably sharp. Su Qing meticulously pinched a blade between his fingers, examining it closely. Is this truly a razor blade? Surely, even in the realm of cultivation, there are those who send blades. No, it cannot be. Could it be that someone is aware of my identity as Lu Huangshu? Lu Lingsha leaned in and inquired, Brother, do you know who sent this? It must be from the readers of my writings, he replied. Oh, now I understand, Lu Lingsha exclaimed, raising her small hand like a diligent student eager to share her insights. This must be a gift for you, brother. Su Qing, who sends a blade as a gift to a good person? This is a prompt for an update. Su Qing spoke with irritation, then exerted all his strength in an attempt to snap the blade. To his dismay, it would not yield. How infuriating. The blade remained unscathed even under the full force of a foundation-building cultivator, its body shimmering with an eerie blue glow. This was an affront, without a doubt. It seemed this fan of literature had anticipated my inability to break these blades. Brother, I have come to understand once again. As an exemplary mentor, Su Qing would never stifle a child's desire for expression. Junior sister, please elaborate. These blades are remarkably resilient. It is evident that they are forged from spirit ore. Why does senior brother not consider reforging these blades into spiritual instruments? Su Qing cast a profound glance at his junior sister. Indeed, there is merit in that. Su Qing carefully placed the sack, bid farewell to his junior sister, and soared towards the sect on his flying sword. The entrance of the Windazong is flanked by two towering peaks, with a magnificent portal crafted from white jade standing proudly between them, gazing distantly at the ethereal Windaoxian city. Following the path paved with white jade stones, one can behold a vast square known as the Qiudao Square, which marks the outermost boundary of the Windazong. Where the selection competition is held, countless youths eagerly await outside the mountain gate. As long as one is under the age of 16 and a citizen of the Great Xia, regardless of their background, they may attend the selection event at the 5 great immortal sects and partake in a complementary aptitude test. This initiative can be regarded as a boon from the 5 great immortal sects to the citizens of Great Xia. For the cost of such a test is often beyond the means of many common folk. Thus, each time the 5 great immortal sects seek new disciples, throngs of people journey from afar to partake. Old Su over here, Zhu Xiuwen, adorned in resplendent attire, stood amidst the crowd, resembling a flamboyant peacock in a display of ostentation, leaving one to wonder if he had come merely to court attention. Su Qing approached with a smile and remarked, Brother Zhu, today you truly resemble a sparrow that has devoured a cricket, looking splendid indeed. Zhu Xiuwen laughed heartily. Ah, Old Su, you are not lacking either. One of these days, I shall introduce you to a suitable companion. Su Qing. Zhu Xiuwen presented a formation disc to Su Qing. Take this. You will need it shortly. What is this? Ah, this is a formation disc used for assessing one's bone structure. Su Qing gazed at the bustling crowd in the square of Seeking Dao, sensing that today's events were far from straightforward. Are we not here to maintain order on site? No, we are the bone measurement team. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You never inquired, did you? Su Qing. Su Qing followed Zhu Xiuwen to a table. This is our designated spot. Let us prepare. For the bone testing is about to commence. Observing Zhu Xiuwen seated before the table, Su Qing was reminded of the venerable physician presiding over a worldly medical establishment. At that moment, Elder Wang from the Zhongwu Hall summoned his formidable powers, ascending slowly into the air as he proclaimed, the selection of disciples for the Windazong begins now. The crowd swiftly organized into dozens of lines, forming under the guidance of the Windazong disciples. Su Qing activated the array, and as the patterns flickered momentarily, a small-scale bone testing formation enveloped both Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen. Ahem. Su Qing lightly coughed and announced, next patient, tester. At that moment, in the team under Su Qing's supervision, a young lad clad in a black robe stood out with a prominent great sword on his back. The boy, with a hoarse voice, inquired of the remnant soul within him, Master, will I truly be able to join the Windazong? Rest assured, my disciple. The remnant soul replied with a raspy chuckle, you possess an exceptional spiritual root. The Windazong, a mere sect of the later generations, could never refuse someone of your caliber. Hearing the remnant soul's assurance, the boy felt a wave of relief wash over him. Master, do not worry. Once I enter the Windazong, I will find a way to restore your physical form. The remnant soul expressed its satisfaction. Ah, my disciple, your intentions are commendable. Once you enter the Windazong, with their resources and my unwavering support, coupled with your own diligence, It will be a mere trifling matter for you to achieve foundation establishment within 3 years. A resolute expression appeared on the boy's otherwise ordinary face, unaware that the 3 raspy chuckles of the remnant soul hinted at something ominous. Low-grade spiritual root, not approved. Medium-grade spiritual root, congratulations on advancing to the next stage. No spiritual root, not approved. No. Immortal, my family possesses vast wealth. I cannot possibly lack a spiritual root. I implore you, try once more. My father claims I am a peerless genius. With an impassive expression, Su Qing pushed aside his hand. Lao Zhu, take him away. Zhu Xiaowen stepped forward, delivering a physical stun, and tossed the individual to the side, where fellow disciples were maintaining order. Su Qing's forehead was adorned with dark lines as he transmitted his thoughts. Is this what you refer to as an easy task? Most of the assessments reveal a lack of spiritual roots. Su Qing could not comprehend why Zhu Xiaowen still bore an expression of excitement after such a long time. How could one ascertain the absence of spiritual roots without thorough examination? Su Qing. Zhu Xiaowen suddenly spotted something. Old Su. Look at that girl in the white dress behind us. Su Qing cast a glance. Among the multitude of white dresses, which one are you referring to? It is the one resembling that of junior sister Lu. Su Qing was taken aback, fearing that there was some misunderstanding regarding Lu Lingsha. Zhu Xiaowen grew even more agitated. Old Su, I desire this junior sister. What use is it for you to speak? Suddenly, the raspy voice of the youth in the black robe interrupted Su Qing and Zhu Xiaowen's conversation. May I inquire if the test can commence? Su Qing scrutinized the youth enveloped in a black cloak. Dear friend, you ought to remove your hood. Otherwise, I find it rather difficult to believe you are indeed a 16-year-old boy. Although there were individuals at the entrance verifying identification, Su Qing deemed it wise to exercise caution. The cloaked youth lifted his hood, revealing an unremarkable visage. What on earth was I expecting? Su Qing silently lamented. Zhu Xiaowen, wearing an expression of disappointment, remarked, a young man should exude vigor. Even if your features are not striking, there is no need to conceal them beneath a hat. Ah, by the way, is that voice of yours natural? Su Qing was at a loss for words. Where did your curiosity come from? The boy in the black robe fell silent for a moment before responding. No, it's just that my voice is hoarse. So that was it. Observing Zhu Xiaowen, who seemed eager to continue chatting, Su Qing hurriedly interjected, are we still going to do this job or not? Place your hand here, he instructed. The boy extended a hand from within his robe, took a deep breath, and his eyes reflected determination as he placed his hand down. The formation began to operate, enveloping the boy in a radiant glow. After a brief interval, Su Qing glanced at him and slowly spoke. Inferior spirit root, it does not pass. The boy's countenance changed drastically, and he exclaimed anxiously, impossible. I clearly measured it as a top-grade spirit root at home. It must be an error. Please, senior, grant me another chance. Here we go again. As Su Qing was about to cast a stunning spell, he heard Zhu Xiaowen speak. Old Su, I perceive that this young man possesses an extraordinary demeanor and speaks with such certainty. I suggest we grant him an opportunity. Su Qing pondered for a moment and resolved to grant him another opportunity. The boy in the black robe loudly questioned the lingering soul within his heart. Master, did you not assure me of an infallible outcome? Why am I still burdened with a low-grade spiritual root? It was indeed perplexing. Perhaps it was due to my recent awakening and the significant depletion of my powers. My disciple, do not fret. I shall cast the spell several more times, and this time it will surely succeed. After the lingering soul had enhanced him with additional buffs, the black-robed youth placed his hand upon the artifact once more. 15 breaths later, Su Qing spoke. It is with great regret that I must inform you of your inferior spiritual root. You have not passed. The young man in the black robe appeared as though struck by lightning, staggering backwards several steps, his expression increasingly contorted with rage. In disbelief, he exclaimed, impossible. You must be mistaken. I see now, it must be the fault of the artifact. I am undoubtedly of the finest spiritual root. It is you indeed. It is you, who harbor envy towards my innate talent, fearing that I might ascend within the sect and usurp your positions. How shocking it is that a disciple of the esteemed sect of inquiry could possess such a narrow mind. Su Qing rose abruptly, his voice booming as he reprimanded. Ignorant child, your reckless words are unwelcome here. The Tao Inquiry sect is not a place for your folly. The young man in the black robe, seemingly deranged, shouted. One of the 5 great sects of the Tao Inquiry, and yet it harbors such petty individuals. Very well, if I am not welcomed here, there are other places that will embrace me. With fury, The young man pointed at Su Qing, enunciating each word with emphasis. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth who is impoverished. Su Qing, at long last, I comprehend the reason behind your hoarse voice. The lingering spirit within the black-robed youth was equally astounded, secretly exclaiming, Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could my ancient secret technique be discerned? In truth, the lingering spirit lacked the capability to transform a low-grade spiritual root into a top-grade one. It merely manifested as a top-grade spiritual root to deceive the detection. Just as Zhu Xiuwen was about to take action to subdue him, the array plate suddenly emitted a blinding red light. Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment that resided in the other's heart. Clearly, they both understood the significance of the crimson light. Chapter 6. The Old Man. The young man in the black robe also beheld it and immediately rejoiced, proclaiming, Ha ha ha! I told you I possess extraordinary spiritual roots. Yet you did not believe me. The remnant soul secretly delighted. Ha ha ha! I knew that a sect from a later era, such as the Tao sect, would be incapable of unraveling my secret techniques. Su Qing felt that this matter was too significant. It had surpassed the level he could manage. Su Qing looked at Zhu Xiuwen and said, I shall take him to meet the elder. The matter here is entrusted to you. Ha ha ha! I possess exceptional spiritual roots. I am a genius, and you all envy me, envy my brilliance. With a swift motion, Su Qing roused the bewildered youth in black robes from his stupor, using a single hand to lift him as they soared through the winds. How could you treat me this way? I am a genius, a prodigy with exceptional spiritual roots. The lingering soul, equally perplexed, mused to itself. Could it be that such extraordinary spiritual roots have become so rare in this era? Su Qing, carrying the young man in the black robe, arrived at the grand hall adjacent to the Tao-seeking square. Upon entering, he was greeted by the esteemed Elder Zhao Des and Elder Wang from the Sect Affairs Hall. Su Qing approached respectfully, performing the customary greeting of a disciple. After acknowledging Elder Zhao and Elder Wang, he was met with a warm smile from Elder Zhao, whose youthful visage belied his white hair. Ah, it is young Master Su. What brings you here? He inquired with a hearty laugh. Su Qing truthfully reported the sequence of events. Oh, such an occurrence indeed. It seems today was fortuitous. Elder Wang wore an expression of excitement, gazing at Su Qing with quiet admiration. Truly a formidable figure. The youth in the black robe, witnessing the presence of someone of such extraordinary stature for the first time, stammered, Elder, I truly possess a supreme spiritual root. What is the name of this young friend? Asked the elder. Esteemed elder, my name is Xiao Yan, and I assure you, I possess a supreme spiritual root. Do not be hasty, young Xiao. I shall discern the nature of your spiritual root with a mere glance, the elder replied. He stepped forward, his magic swirling around his hand, and gently pressed it upon Xiao Yan's forehead. Before long, dark smoke enveloped Xiao Yan, accompanied by the sound of desperate, anguished cries. A beam of black light erupted from him, prompting Elder Wang to swiftly restrain it. The dark radiance soon coalesced into a translucent shadow. By the heavens, is that you, old man? Xiao Yan, the son of a family leader from a small county in the Great Xia, was not particularly gifted. Yet he had a fiancée of considerable talent. A few months prior, his fiancée was accepted as a direct disciple by a prominent sect in the region, only to return the next day with her master to annul their engagement. In a moment of despair, Xiao Yan tore the marriage contract and established a 3-year pact. In his desperate plight, he encountered a remnant soul, which revealed itself to be a powerful being from ancient times. This remnant took him as a disciple and promised to transform his spiritual root into a supreme one, enabling him to join a powerful sect. Aware that the most formidable sect in Great Xia was the 5 great immortal sects, Xiao Yan and the remnant soul dedicated several months to reach the Wendazong. The elder stroked his hairless chin, scrutinizing the dark figure. It turned out to be the remnant soul of a demonic cultivator, one from the nascent soul stage, seemingly of considerable antiquity. Elder Wang interjected with a comment. Su Qing nodded in agreement, sensing the essence of the situation. A powerful soul, liberated from its confinement, seeks to guide a seemingly insignificant disciple, all in hopes of restoring its corporeal form. The lingering spirit, bewildered, reflects on its past as a peak stage yearning demon cultivator. Taking on a disciple was merely a means to regain its physical body. Unbeknownst to it, the chance encounter with a transcendent being of the tribulation stage was beyond its wildest imaginations. Had it foreseen such an opportunity, It would have seized the moment to usurp Xiaoyan's body without hesitation. Great Elder, spare me. I did not act with malice. It was he who insisted on approaching the Dao sect. Su Qing wore a look of disappointment. Was this the lofty demeanor of the ring's elder? Fortunately, my golden finger is not the elder. From where do you hail, you sorcerer? Inquired the grand elder. The remnant soul, daunted and unable to fabricate lies, recounted everything. It turned out that Xiaoyan genuinely believed he had transformed into a supreme spiritual root. No wonder he was so audacious. He was merely an ancient remnant soul. Elder Wang, I shall take this sorcerer away for interrogation at the prison peak. As for this Xiaoyan, although he conspired with the sorcerer, he was also deceived. Su Shizizi, your master is nominally the head of the law enforcement hall. How do you propose to handle this matter? In the realm of cultivation, the younger generation most dreaded the sudden inquiries of their elders, and Su Qing was no exception. He was unaware that his master held the title of head of the law enforcement hall. Fortunately, Su Qing had a solid grasp of the laws of the Great Xia. Article 1389 of the Great Xia Penal Code stipulates that if a cultivator colludes with a sorcerer without subjective intent, the penalty may reach the death sentence, depending on the severity of the circumstances. Furthermore, subsection 35 specifies that for qi refinement cultivators who do not act with subjective intent and have not caused harm to others or the natural environment, a sentence of 2 to 10 years of imprisonment may be imposed. Su Qing paused momentarily before continuing. In light of Xiao Yi's derogatory remarks towards the Windazong and its esteemed disciples, I believe a confinement of 10 to 8 years would not be excessive. Thankfully, the Grand Elder is devoid of a beard. Otherwise, I would surely have plucked a few strands from him. Xiao Yi, in a state of panic, exclaimed, I did not. Elder, I did not insult the Windazong. Elder Wang inquired, Su Shizi, how did he insult the Windazong? Su Qing's expression was grave, and his tone was stern as he remarked that the sect of inquiry was one of the 5 great sections. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the truth of his statement, he indeed had insulted the sect of inquiry. Elder Wang interjected, suggesting that it would be best to leave the decision to the provincial government to which he belonged. Ultimately, Elder Wang made the final decision. Upon resolving the matter, Su Qing took his leave from the 2 elders and returned to the Dao-seeking square. There, Zhu Xiaowen was shamelessly caressing the hand of a young woman, a lewd expression adorning his face. Ah, my dear sister, your palmistry is quite impressive, indicating a life of wealth and fortune. Look here. The lines of your cultivation are quite promising, suggesting that your path in cultivation is unobstructed, he leered. The young woman, with a coy demeanor, replied, Brother, you are truly insufferable. Does this mean I can pass? Zhu Xiaowen, with a forceful grip, said, regrettably, no. Bah, what a scoundrel. Su Qing. Upon seeing Su Qing's return, Zhu Xiao broke into a wide grin and exclaimed, Ha ha ha, old Su, you have finally returned. Su Qing picked up the list of successful candidates from the table and frowned, saying, Why are there so few who have passed? Zhu Xiaowen shook his head and replied, While palmistry is easy to interpret, destiny is hard to alter. This is all fate. Looking up at the line, which was longer than those of the other groups, Su Qing couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Zhu Xiaowen, you rascal. Su Qing delivered a forceful kick to Zhu Xiaowen, seizing the chair and bellowing, Next. Top-tier spiritual root, pass. Next. Zhu Xiaowen slapped Su Qing, saying, Old Su, wake up. It's over. The assessment has concluded. Su Qing lifted his gaze and stretched leisurely, inquiring, Is that all? Does this mean we shall have no further involvement? He continued, The next challenge is the hard inquiry array, and it seems we are not needed for this one. Zhu Xiaowen chuckled in response. Ah, but this trial is quite entertaining. We cannot afford to miss it. Let us proceed and escort those who have passed to the hard inquiry array. The hard inquiry array is an essential trial for disciples entering the sect of inquiry, renowned as the foremost scene of social embarrassment for its initiates. Su Qing himself had undergone this experience during his own initiation into the sect years ago. At that moment, Su Qing found himself ensnared in an illusory realm of inner turmoil, having revisited the examination site countless times. Upon realizing the absurdity of his situation, he exclaimed, Who on earth still studies linear algebra? With that, he shattered the illusion. The hard examination array not only tests one's mental fortitude, but also their moral character. As one of the 5 great sects, the Windazong absolutely forbids disciples of questionable integrity. In its early days, when Windazong was merely a small sect, it accepted a prodigious yet morally deficient disciple nearly leading to the sect's demise. Consequently, Windazong established a rule prioritizing character over talent. This has resulted in a significant increase in the number of individuals eliminated during the hard examination array. Yet, why do so many still traverse great distances to participate in the assessments at Windazong? Zhu Xiuan chuckled, explaining, Windazong is indeed one of the 5 great sects. Even within the central continent, it stands as a premier sect. Merely passing the initial assessment would be a remarkable highlight in one's life resume, worthy of boasting about. Moreover, it facilitates easier entry into other smaller sections. Su Qing nodded and remarked that the sect was akin to a major internet corporation, where smaller companies favored hiring individuals with experience from prestigious firms, even if it was merely internship experience. Chapter 7. The Heart Query Array. As Su Qing and Zhu Xiuan arrived at the testing site of the Heart Questioning Array, the Array Masters had just completed its construction. Which junior brother will step forward to test this formation? Inquired an elder Array Master. Senior brother, another spoke. For years ago, it was a newly initiated disciple who entered for the test. To ensure fairness, I propose we select a more seasoned disciple from the Array Peak to serve as a model for our juniors. The senior brother pondered for a moment and replied, What you say has merit. Let us allow junior brother Li to enter the array for testing. Junior brother Li widened his eyes in protest. But it was I who entered for the test 4 years ago. Surely we should change it up this time. For years prior, Li had just transitioned from the outer sect to become an inner disciple at the Array Peak. Shortly thereafter, when his senior brothers were preparing to set up the Heart Questioning Array, he volunteered to enter the array, eager to foster good relations. Ultimately, he faced social embarrassment, and for the past 4 years, his sole wish had been to send his senior brother into the Heart Questioning Array. The senior brother waved his hand dismissively. In that case, junior brother Li, your experience is indeed extensive. It appears you are the only suitable candidate. The other Array Masters, adhering to the principle of a friend's demise is not the concern of the self, clasped their fists and urged, Please, junior brother Li, enter the Heart Questioning Array. Reluctantly, junior brother Li was thrust into the array before he could voice his objections. Upon entering, he was ensnared in an illusion of inner demons, initially struggling fiercely. His expression contorted and beads of sweat forming on his brow. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, Senior brother, I have finally sent you into the Heart Questioning Array. Do you know how I have spent these past 4 years? I have constantly envisioned what you would experience within the array. What a thrill this is. I must capture this moment with a memory stone. His laughter abruptly ceased as his expression shifted. He quickly opened his eyes and hastily retreated from the array. The surrounding silence was palpable, and Li gazed at his fellow juniors, thinking that had he not been wearing shoes, he might have been reduced to a mere 3-bedroom apartment. His face flushed crimson, and with a shout, he fled the scene. The senior brother cleared his throat, maintaining an unruffled demeanor. The Heart Questioning Array has been successfully set up. We may commence the testing. As his words fell, they resonated like a stone dropped into a tranquil lake, causing a ripple of astonishment among the onlookers. Su Qing and Zhu Xiuan exchanged a glance. Su Qing murmured, I would like to bestow upon this senior brother the title of the foremost warrior of the Windazong. He was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the Heart Questioning Array. This senior brother had astonishingly entered it 3 times, making him perhaps the sole disciple of the Windazong to have done so. Following a farcical episode, the testing of the Heart Questioning Array commenced. Under the guidance of the Windazong disciples, the evaluators for the first round began to enter the array in batches. Old Su, look, it's about to begin, he exclaimed. This is a cherished segment of the Windazong's examination, held once every 4 years. Su Qing was immensely eager about this. An elder stepped forward, surveying the surroundings, and spoke. The Heart Warding Array assessment will be the crucial test determining whether you may become disciples of the Wei sect. Those who succeed will ascend to the status of outer disciples. I hereby declare the assessment to commence. As the candidates entered the array's domain, the Array Master activated the Heart Warding Array. It's done. I have succeeded. This heavenly tribulation is merely trivial. A single golden elixir consumed, and my fate rests solely in my hands. GGG, my lady, you wouldn't wish for any misfortune to befall your husband, would you? If you agree to my terms, I can guarantee your husband a promotion and a raise. GGG. Preposterous. Who claims this being is inferior? This being is simply extraordinary. I am utterly enamored with it. In an instant, the Heart Warding Array erupted into chaos, filled with howls and wails. Wow, That man is astonishingly fierce, unleashing his strength with reckless abandon. Perhaps his love for this land runs profoundly deep. Su Qing, while munching on sunflower seeds, made a precise evaluation. Suddenly, Zhu Xiuwen's eyes brightened, his lips still adorned with fragments of the seeds, as he fixated intently on a certain spot, murmuring, "Off, off, off." At that moment, a woman within the Heart's Inquiry formation was about to disrobe when a senior sister, with a single graceful gesture, sent her out of the formation. Observing that the benefits had been obscured, the male disciples of the Inquiry sect cast glances of lingering resentment towards the senior sister. Humph. Unfazed, the senior sister let out a cold snort and slowly drew her sword. The male disciples felt a chill run through them, pretending to be exceptionally busy. Ahem. The senior sister is immensely powerful, strikingly beautiful, and possesses a kind disposition. Moreover, the weather today is delightful. Zhu Xiuwen, feeling somewhat guilty, decided to lavish praise first, regardless of whether she had heard him. Indeed, Su Qing wholeheartedly agreed, albeit with a tinge of regret. Just as Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen were engaged in their verbal sparring, the heart-seeking array suddenly trembled, expelling those candidates ensnared in the illusion. The two passed through, ushering in a new group. This clearly illustrated the rigorous nature of the assessment by the Tao-seeking sect, where even individuals possessing superior spiritual roots were not spared from elimination. After a considerable passage of time, the countless groups that had come and gone, Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen had finished their sunflower seeds. Yet another batch of individuals was brought forth. Zhu Xiuwen took a bite of watermelon and suddenly pointed in a direction, exclaiming, "Old Su, look quickly at that young lady in the white dress." Recently, Su Qing has encountered an overwhelming number of white dresses and truly cannot distinguish which one it is. Which one, you ask? It is the one belonging to the junior sister I have already chosen. Su Qing cast a glance at him and remarked, "The sect holds high expectations for its direct disciples. Individuals like Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen, who are brought directly into the sect, either possess a celestial root or exhibit a unique physique." Zhu Xiuwen produced an orange, broke it in half, and offered a piece to Su Qing, who says it must be a direct disciple. The inner sect suffices as long as she enters the body refinement peak. Su Qing silently complained, "What kind of devil are you to deceive such a delicate female disciple into the training peak? Let's see if she can overcome this trial first." Su Qing envisioned the picturesque scene of Zhu Xiuwen and his junior sister training their physiques against the majestic mountains. The image was nothing short of breathtaking. Zhu Xiuwen, now fraught with tension, had abandoned his fruit, no longer eating melons or peeling oranges, as he fixated on his future junior sister. Su Qing shook his head, perplexed as to why he had provoked Zhu Xiuwen to such a degree. What qualities did his younger sister possess that could elicit such a response? Was it merely her cooking and the occasional massages she offered to her elder brother? Alas, what a misfortune this was. Su Qing took a hearty bite of the pear. The young girl in the white dress entered the heart-questioning array, not succumbing to its influence as swiftly as others. Her crimson lips pressed tightly together, and beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. However, it was not long before she succumbed to the illusion. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face. "Father, mother, I have finally avenged you." The girl oscillated between fury and joy, crying uncontrollably. Ultimately, as she became deeply ensnared in the illusion, she let out a piercing scream, blood trickling from her lips, before abruptly opening her eyes wide. Taking a few deep breaths to compose herself, she stepped out of the heart-questioning array. Zhu Xiuwen clapped his thigh, rising to his feet, and exclaimed loudly, "Excellent." Su Qing was taken aback, feeling numerous gazes directed towards him. He hastily grabbed an orange and stuffed it into Zhu Xiuwen's mouth, pulling him down. "Zhu Xiuwen, calm down a bit." With a bite of the orange peel, Zhu Xiuwen, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Old Su, my junior sister has succeeded." Su Qing took a step back in disdain to avoid being splattered. Chapter 8. The Secret Realm Assessment. At this moment, in the grand hall of the Tao-seeking square, Elder One of the Sect Affairs Hall looked on with satisfaction at the 53 young men and women who had successfully passed the heart examination array. Esteemed candidates, from this moment forth, you shall officially become outer disciples of the Tao-seeking sect. While your talents may vary, the fact that you stand here today is a testament to your equal worth among all. You must have faith in yourselves and in the Tao-seeking sect. One day, you too shall ascend to become true great cultivators and formidable forces. Elder Wang paused, and the disciples of the Tao-seeking sect erupted into applause at the opportune moment, while the young men and women, having just savored a bite of the large pancake, joined in enthusiastically clapping. As a seasoned veteran of the demanding 996 work culture and an esteemed connoisseur of the grand feast, Su Qing could not help but express his admiration for the elder. Zhu Xiuan, having savored a hearty bite, exhibited a glimmer of enlightenment in his gaze. Elder Wang's words resonate profoundly. A fellow disciple murmured nearby. Indeed, these lines penned by Elder Shulin have become a perennial refrain, echoing through each generation. How could one not be invigorated? Su Qing. Elder Wang continued. Next is the third trial, which will determine your eligibility to become inner disciples of the Windazong. The third trial carries a certain degree of peril. Tell me, are you afraid? Not afraid, not afraid. Not afraid, the disciples replied fervently. Elder Wu raised his hand to silence them immediately. Su Qing felt as though he had arrived at the sales department of the sect of inquiry. However, the sect of inquiry is fundamentally human-centric, allowing individuals to determine their own course of action. Following Elder Wang's words, not a single person chose to withdraw. At this moment, within the trial's secret realm, a small white puppy stood before a group of spirit beasts much larger than itself, presenting a rather comical sight. Bark, bark, bark. We have 3 purposes for coming here. Meow, meow, meow. What are they? Bark, bark, bark. To seize everything, seize everything, seize everything. Growl, seize everything. Bleat, seize everything. Moo, seize everything. The little white puppy nodded in satisfaction. Bark, bark, bark. Form pairs of 2 beasts. Those who cannot handle it should call for me. A cacophony of voices erupted. Bark, bark, bark. Let us set off. A throng of over 50 individuals marched towards the entrance of the secret realm. This is the entry point to the secret realm you will soon enter, where spiritual herbs flourish. Your task is to gather as many spiritual herbs as possible within 1 day. The top 5 will have the opportunity to become inner disciples. Of course, the secret realm is inhabited by numerous spirit beasts, and you must remain inside for the entire day unless faced with a life-threatening crisis, in which your senior brothers will intervene, or if you request assistance, though that would mean your elimination. Do you understand? Understood. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw now? With over 50 individuals energized and fervent, naturally, none chose to step back. Now, please leave your personal belongings behind. You may only take 1 package with you. Very well. Let us enter the secret realm. Without hesitation, the group of over 50 rushed eagerly towards the entrance of the secret realm. Having conversed with his senior brother, Su Qing learned that this secret realm possessed a thin aura of spiritual energy, yielding only some spiritual herbs suitable for disciples in the Qi refinement stage. Though deemed unworthy of discarding, an assessment is organized every 4 years for disciples to gather herbs through the heart query array and select a few inner disciples, thus achieving 2 objectives simultaneously. Elder Wang addressed Su Qing and several other foundation-building disciples. You shall also enter the secret realm to ensure their safety. Do not intervene unless it is a life-threatening crisis, which, of course, implies their disqualification. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Wang added, it would be prudent to protect those spirit beasts as well. After all, they are the companions of the disciples. Su Qing, in previous trials, the spirit beasts were directly transported to the sect's slaughterhouse upon their demise, as these creatures were bred for the sustenance of the sect members and for trade in the city of enlightenment. As for the unusual circumstances this year, it all began with the 9-colored immortal deer couple, guardians of the Windus sect, who, a few years ago, gave birth to a male fawn. This situation proved exceedingly vexatious for them, leading them to desire a little cotton-padded jacket to warm their hearts. Thus, they entrusted the 4th elder of the Pill Refining Peak with concocting a spirit elixir capable of enhancing the male fawn's combat prowess. The 4th elder, with a sense of responsibility, invested heavily in crafting an extraordinary spring elixir. On a sudden whim, he decided to conduct an experiment, sprinkling a small amount of powder into the drinking water of the spirit beasts in the breeding grounds. To his astonishment, all the Qi refining stage spirit beasts became exhilarated for an entire 3 days, losing several pounds in the process, and have yet to recuperate. As the assessment approached, the 4th elder was left with no choice but to personally finance the assistance of the sect's disciple spirit beasts. Meanwhile, the disciples within the secret realm were also in high spirits, as they could freely harvest spirit herbs, with no spirit beasts in sight. Yi Chun, a prodigious spirit root and the young master of the Yi family from Jizhou, began his cultivation journey at the tender age of 13. After 2.5 years of Qi refinement, he had already achieved a formidable cultivation level of the third layer of Qi refinement. At this moment, he was fervently gathering spirit herbs, while Su Qing stood silently nearby atop a grand tree. Surely, Elder Wang would not deceive. How could there be no spirit beast here? As the hours passed, Su Qing continuously soared through the secret realm, yet he witnessed no clashes between humans and beasts. Su Qing almost believed Elder Wang's actions were superfluous. At that moment, Yichen was plucking a spiritual herb when a snow-white goose appeared behind him, flapping its large wings and extending its neck to launch an attack. Yichen suddenly turned around and grasped the goose by its neck. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth. A mere goose dares to ambush me? What audacity! Ah! A dark shadow shot out from the grass, pouncing onto Yichen's back, scratching wildly. Yichen winced in pain and spun around to shake off the black cat, seizing the opportunity. The goose wriggled free from Yichen's grasp and bit down hard on his rear. Ah! A flock of startled birds took flight. Yichen broke free and quickly distanced himself from the two beasts. He sensed that their cultivation levels were roughly on par with his own, although he was outnumbered. As a genius with exceptional spiritual roots, he felt no fear. The goose spat out Yichen's bloodied clothing while the black cat licked its paw. With a cold glint in his eyes, Yichen focused on the goose, his sole thought being to feast on a hearty dish of goose stew. His lips moved slightly as he conjured a fireball the size of a fist and hurled it at the black cat, then charged towards the goose, enveloping his fist in magical energy to strike. However, the goose's wings intercepted his blow. Meow! The black cat transformed into a shadow, evading the fireball, and unleashed a dark claw mark that hurtled toward Yichen. He attempted to dodge but was caught by the goose's beak, forcing him to hastily conjure a protective shield in front of him. Seeing this, the black cat launched another claw mark, shattering Yichen's shield and sending him crashing away. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest bearing a gruesome mark. What on earth? Is this the ferocity of a Qi refining stage spirit beast from the Dao sect? Yichen had fought numerous Qi refining stage monsters before but had never encountered one so formidable. The goose was able to block his full-powered strike with its wings, while the black cat's claw marks were devastating, showcasing their teamwork. The disciples of the spirit beast peak, when not cultivating, were engrossed in studying various spirit beast fodder, meticulously detailing what each tier of Qi refining spirit beast should be fed. The expense of several hundred spirit stones for fodder each month was not to be taken lightly. This simply would not do. He could not continue fighting. Yichen staunched his bleeding and prepared to employ a technique to escape. Yet, the cat-goose duo would not allow him to flee so easily. The goose flapped its wings, conjuring a gust of wind that lifted Yichen into the air before crashing him down violently. After another bout of blood spitting, he lost consciousness. The black cat approached and snatched away Yichen's bag containing the spiritual herbs. After a while, Su Qing flew in from a distance and spotted the unconscious Yichen. It appeared he had been attacked by spirit beasts and sustained serious injuries. After Su Qing administered a healing elixir to Yichen, he guided him out of the secret realm. Chapter 9. Chaos in the Secret Realm. Behold, this man, known as Xiao Shui, is by no means handsome. He hails from an ordinary family, yet fortune has smiled upon him with the possession of a mid-grade spiritual root. His family has sacrificed everything to support his cultivation, though he has only attained the first layer of Qi refinement. Gazing at the spiritual herb before him, he recognizes this as his chance to alter his destiny, and excitement courses through him, as if he can already envision himself reaching the pinnacle of life. However, life often brings one down before it even begins. At that moment, a reckless charge sent him flying, marking his first experience of bodily flight. He imagined the proud expression of his great-grandmother. A small monkey landed beside him and, upon realizing he had merely fainted, breathed a sigh of relief. Chirp! Humph! The little monkey scolded the wild boar spirit beast nearby, then picked up its belongings and departed with the boar in tow. A youth strolled leisurely along a forest path, humming a cheerful tune while feeling the bulge of a hefty package at his waist, oblivious to the impending peril. Suddenly, a vibrant giant tiger leaped from the thicket, pouncing on him in an instant. Roar! The stench of the beast's maw was a mere 34 inches from his face. Yet his suffering was short-lived as he soon succumbed to unconsciousness. From atop the giant tiger, a small white puppy descended. Casting a glance at the youth's drenched trousers, it displayed a flicker of disdain. Woof woof! Novice! At that moment, various spirit beasts emerged from the surroundings, respectfully placing the stolen package before the little white dog. The puppy nodded in approval, subsequently stowing the package into the small bell around its neck. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the secret realm, with assessors and spirit beasts clashing everywhere. Disciples of the Wudao sect were frantically occupied, tasked not only with rescuing individuals but also with escorting them out of the realm. Yet, there were exceptions. Upon entering the secret realm, Zhu Xiuwen transformed into a lovesick follower, trailing the white-clad maiden from a distance. However, he found himself in a quandary. The maiden had narrowly escaped the onslaught of spirit beasts, only to soon face another attack. She struggled valiantly against two spirit beasts, her blood staining her white dress crimson. Zhu Xiuwen yearned to intervene, yet doing so would signify his own elimination. He understood that the white-clad maiden harbored a vendetta. If she could become an inner sect disciple, it would undoubtedly aid her greatly. Just as Zhu Xiuwen hesitated, the maiden suddenly hurled her package far away, causing the two spirit beasts to abandon her in pursuit of the item. Seizing the opportunity, she fled. Indeed, those beasts were after the spiritual herbs. The maiden mused with relief. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Elder Wang remarked, "Isn't the number of individuals being brought out a bit excessive? And none of them possess any spiritual herbs?" A male disciple approached, saluting respectfully. "Elder Wang, I have inquired thoroughly. They have all been attacked by spirit beasts and have even had their spiritual herbs snatched away. However, it appears that the target of the spiritual beasts is the spiritual herbs, rather than us." Elder Wang stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, "What compels these spiritual beasts to seize the herbs? Is the food provided to the sect's beasts unsatisfactory?" A male disciple remained silent. Elder Wang shook his head and continued, "Never mind. The purpose of introducing the spiritual beasts was to assess their capabilities. In this light, it seems reasonable. As for the lower-grade herbs, if they are taken, so be it." Within the secret realm, the remaining trial disciples gathered together. A seemingly mature youth spoke up loudly, "Friends, the spiritual beasts are rampant at present. If we do not unite, we shall undoubtedly be defeated one by one, leading to our elimination. Indeed, we must band together. Only then do we possess the capability to confront the spiritual beasts," another added. "But how shall we distribute the herbs we find? Yes, how shall we allocate the herbs? There are only 5 spots for inner sect disciples," many echoed in agreement. "What is there to fear? They are merely a group of spiritual beasts. We can eliminate them first, and then seek out the herbs." A robust youth stepped forward. His youthful face, combined with his towering stature, created a striking contrast, further accentuated by his childish voice, as if Niuhua had inadvertently shaped him while under the influence of intoxication. The scene fell into silence for a moment. The mature youth cleared his throat and spoke, "Ahem, I trust you all have realized that the spiritual beasts are after the herbs we carry. Even if we do not seek them out, they will inevitably come after us. Only by uniting can we defeat these spiritual beasts and secure a safe opportunity to gather the herbs." In the distance, disciples of the Windazong also convened beneath a great tree. Su Qing turned to the other Foundation establishment disciples and inquired, "Dear senior brothers, was your assessment conducted in a similar manner back in your day?" The response was a contemplative, well, yes and no. Su Qing raised an eyebrow, displaying a keen interest. "Oh, I would like to hear more." A senior disciple then explained, "In previous years, the areas abundant in spiritual herbs were guarded by spirit beasts. These creatures do not attack us unless provoked, and the sect prohibits any form of plunder. Ultimately, the quantity of spiritual herbs one can obtain depends solely on one's abilities. And notably, those spirit beasts are not particularly formidable. Thus, it became evident that the greatest variable lay within the spirit beasts of the disciples." Meanwhile, a small white dog stood atop the head of a resplendent giant tiger, observing 4 injured spirit beasts. "Woof woof woof. Are you saying they all gathered together?" "Moo. Indeed. Boss, they have been excessively bullying us. Cluck cluck. They singed the fur on my backside. Meow meow. We must seek revenge. Squeak squeak squeak. Revenge. Humph. Revenge. Quack quack quack. Revenge." The small white dog raised its right paw, and the spirit beasts fell silent. "Woof woof woof. They have struck our brother, which is akin to striking our own faces. Woof woof woof. They must understand who reigns supreme in this secret realm. Summon all brothers and sisters to confront them." The assembly of beasts cheered in unison, praising their leader's wisdom. At this moment, perched upon a great tree, several disciples from the Taoist sect, having concealed their presence, stood nearby the examination area. Su Qing pondered for a moment before speaking. "Perhaps lowering our heads allows us to perceive more." Zhu Xiuwen nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, Su Qing's expression changed. This is bad. Numerous spirit beasts are approaching. Where? How did I not sense them? Zhu Xiuwen also released his spiritual awareness to investigate, but found nothing. They are here. With a series of tremors, some of the examiners began to realize that something was amiss. This is bad. Spirit beasts are coming. The scene began to descend into chaos. Everyone, do not panic. With so many of us, it is they who should be afraid. No sooner had the words left their lips than they found themselves encircled by the spirit beasts. The foundation-building disciples were also taken aback, clustering together. Goodness! Old Su, this situation is quite dire. What shall we do? Su Qing sighed. Pondering the situation, what else can be done? The assessment continues, so let them fight. Junior brother Su, with so many spirit beasts, they are unlikely to prevail, are they? Let them engage in battle. Our responsibility is to ensure their survival. And let's not forget the spirit beasts. Su Qing's tone betrayed a hint of helplessness. The disciples present were equally speechless. What were they? Mere pawns in this intricate game. Chapter 10. The Maiden in White Skirts Suddenly. The surrounding spirit beast parted to reveal a path, and a magnificent striped giant tiger emerged, accompanied by a low growl. Su Qing's eyes glimmered as he spoke. I have always suspected that there is a leader among the spirit beasts, and it appears that the giant tiger is indeed that leader. No, Old Su. Look atop the giant tiger's head. A small white dog stood proudly on the tiger's crown. Woof, woof, woof. Zhu Xiuwen's face displayed a look of astonishment and doubt. Old Su, why does that dog seem somewhat familiar to me? Su Qing was taken aback, blinking in disbelief as he repeatedly confirmed the astonishing reality before him. At last, the anxiety that had gripped his heart dissipated. Indeed, that little white dog had achieved a breakthrough. Zhu Xiuwen was equally astonished. Could it truly be the little white one? The expressions of the other disciples were filled with confusion. Junior brother Su, it seems you are familiar with that little white dog. Su Qing nodded and affirmed, indeed. That dog is my companion. What? It turns out to be the spirit beast of Junior Su. While Su Qing and the others were conversing, the spirit beasts, under the command of the little white dog, launched an assault on the individuals present. Confronted with the onslaught of these spirit beasts, the already outnumbered challengers could only resort to passive defense. A youth clad in gray was sent soaring by a triangular chiffon bull, landing near the towering tree where Su Qing and his companions stood, succumbing to unconsciousness. We cannot remain on the defensive forever. We must break through, or we shall be exhausted here. Easier said than done. How can we break through with so many spirit beasts around? Don't bite my backside. A snow-white goose viciously sank its beak into the rear of the one who spoke. We can't fight back. Perhaps we should call for help? No. If we call for help, it means we will be eliminated. Find a few to help me create an opening. The rest provide cover. The mature-looking youth evidently assumed the role of their leader, and soon his words were met with agreement. They identified a few seemingly weaker spirit beasts and began their attempt to break free. Are we ready? Almost there. Hold on. The girl in the white dress, sensing the delay in their escape, grew increasingly anxious. Quick, throw out the packages. Their target is the spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, no one heeded her words. She tore a piece of cloth from her garment, wrapping it around several newly acquired spiritual herbs, and hurled it forcefully into the distance. The spirit beasts that had ensnared her immediately pursued the herbs. Seeing this, the others followed suit, and chaos ensued among the spirit beasts. However, the little white dog had vengeance in mind for its brethren. Woof! Forget the herbs. Attack them. The spirit beasts instantly redirected their charge towards the challengers. Yet, amidst the turmoil, some fortunate one seized the opportunity to break free from the encirclement and scattered to escape. A sudden bark froze the challengers for a moment, allowing the spirit beasts to unleash various spells in their assault. This is bad. We must stop them. Su Qing swiftly executed an earthen wall technique to thwart the assault of the spirit beast. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiuwen and the others also unleashed their spells to rescue them. When did Xiaobai become so formidable, even capable of a mental assault? The other disciples of the Dao sect displayed astonishment on their faces. This dog is exceptionally powerful, managing to subdue so many at once. Woof, woof, woof. Upon spotting Su Qing, Xiaobai commanded the spirit beasts to cease their attacks, wagging its tail as it approached Su Qing. Su Qing crouched down and gently patted the dog's head. Breakthrough, you truly are a genius. How did you manage to enter the secret realm and gather so many little brothers? The little white dog raised its head, exuding an air of superiority. Woof, woof, woof. Su Qing shook his head, Deciding it was unnecessary to inquire further, he already knew it must be Ling Sha. Woof woof. Su Qing turned to Zhu Xiuwen and inquired, "How many have managed to escape?" "There are 2, Zhu Xiuwen replied, "along with a few spirit beasts. However, 2 senior brothers have followed them." Su Qing nodded and remarked, "In that case, let us escort them out." "What shall we do with these spirit beasts?" asked Su Shidi. "We shall take them along," Su Qing replied, producing a jade token to check the time. "The assessment period is drawing near. As for those 2, we shall see if they can escape from the clutches of the spirit beasts." Noting the agreement of the others, Su Qing turned to the little white dog and said, "Breakthrough, your mission is accomplished. Lead your companions out of the secret realm." Woof. In unison, the 2 individuals dashed toward the entrance of the secret realm, fully aware that it would be arduous to confront the spirit beasts alone. Their only hope lay in reaching the exit and enduring until the end of the assessment period. The girl in the white dress was fortunate. She was the first to discard her package and the first to emerge. Following closely behind her were a soft-boned rabbit and a black spirit cat. Having endured a fierce battle, her magical energy was nearly depleted, and she refrained from casting spells indiscriminately, reserving her powers solely for the application of lightness technique. The soft-boned rabbit leaped onto the girl's shoulder, twisting its body as if to kick her. The girl shielded herself with her magic and rolled low to evade the attack. A claw strike from the black cat lunged toward her. In haste, she channeled half of her remaining energy to form a protective barrier, absorbing the impact of the cat's claw, and then used the momentum to propel herself forward, hastily rising and applying the lightness technique to flee desperately. As the girl reached the entrance of the secret realm, the assessment time coincidentally ended. Elder Wang gazed at the 2 disheveled figures before him, lost in contemplation. Has the entrance examination for the sect become more challenging? Why was I not informed? Besides the girl in the white dress, there was also a mature young man. Though he appeared much more disheveled, his clothing reduced to mere strips, barely concealing his modesty, with only his shoes remaining intact. This predicament was due to the pursuit of a large white goose. Elder Wang felt compelled to inquire further. "Ahem, where are your spiritual herbs?" "Here." The girl in the white dress replied, producing a rather unseemly spiritual herb from her bosom. Elder Wang fell silent, reluctant to comment. "I have one as well." The mature young man suddenly removed his shoe, extracting a flattened spiritual herb with a peculiar aroma from within. Elder Wang took a half step back. "Ahem. As long as you have it, please ensure it is secured." Before long, Su Qing emerged from the secret realm, accompanied by the others and a throng of spirit beasts. Elder Wang beckoned Su Qing over. "Su Shitsi, what on earth happened?" Su Qing briefly recounted the events in the secret realm to Elder Wang. "Are you suggesting that only 2 individuals have successfully passed the assessment?" Su Qing forced a smile, acknowledging the situation. "It appears to be just as such. Initially, I intended to recruit 5 inner disciples, yet it seems only 2 are permitted, which, according to the assessment criteria, is indeed the case. Are those spiritual herbs currently with that little white dog? They should be with it." "Woof woof. Is this dog yours?" "It seems so, barring any unforeseen circumstances." "Woof woof woof. Hey, you little rascal. I, Wang Fugui, esteemed elder of the Taoist sect, am still pondering over your few meager spiritual herbs." As an elder at the integration stage, Wang possesses formidable spiritual awareness, allowing him to comprehend the little white dog's thoughts. "Enough, enough. What harm is there in giving you those spiritual herbs?" Su Qing was bewildered. He had thought that he would at least need to hand over the spiritual medicine. Yet it seemed that you 2, 1 human and 1 dog, concluded the matter so swiftly? "Bark. Old man, you certainly know your place." This was, after all, a form of assessment, and the spiritual medicine held little value, which was why Elder Wang consented to give it to the little white dog. Once the injured disciples consumed the healing pills, Elder Wang also announced the results of the evaluation. Regrettably, only 2 individuals passed today, Xuan Ninger and Ma Xian. However, do not lose hope. Most inner disciples of the Taoist sect descend from the outer disciples. With diligent cultivation and successful completion of the sect's assessments, you too can become inner disciples. Subsequently, someone will escort you to the sect affairs hall for identity registration. Zhu Xiuwen wore a broad smile. "Old Su, did you hear that? My future junior sister is named Xuanninger. Is that so? I have always referred to her as the girl in the white dress." Zhu Xiuwen. Chapter 11. The Blade revisited at Qingzhou Peak, in front of the bamboo cottage, after a long period of busyness. Master Su finally settled into his cherished rocking chair. The contribution points from the task hall had been credited, amounting to a generous total of 1,500 points, as Elder Wang had added an additional 500 in recognition of their hard work. Sipping a mouthful of tea, he felt utterly content. Beside Su Qing stood Lu Lingsha and a small white dog. The young junior sister hesitantly spoke. It was senior sister Wen who mentioned that the sect's assessment requires spirit beasts of the Qi refinement stage, suggesting that the little white dog could give it a try. And there are contribution points to earn. I merely thought to alleviate some of the burden from my senior brother, as I did not wish for him to bear the sole responsibility of accumulating spirit stones. Who could have anticipated that the little white dog would act in such a manner? With that single mental attack, can you truly claim it to be a spirit beast of the Qi refinement stage? Then why was I not informed? It seized more than 50 people's medicinal herbs. The young junior sister lowered her gaze, exchanging glances with the small white dog. Initially, she merely intended to earn a modest amount of contributions, unaware of the little white dog's exceptional capabilities. Woof woof woof. What does breakthrough even mean? The little white dog mentioned wanting to visit the drunken immortal pavilion, hoping to earn some spirit stones. Su Qing sighed, placing his hand upon his forehead, and spoke earnestly to the little white dog. Have I not mentioned to you that the drunken immortal pavilion prohibits the entry of spirit beasts? If you wish to enter, your only option would be to transform into a dog meat stew. Woof woof. The junior sister raised her hand. Senior brother, the little white one says it can be taken to go? Su Qing. Woof. The small white dog brought a storage bag. What does this mean? Is it testing me? The little white one said to help exchange the spiritual medicine for spirit stones. Am I to become a fence for stolen goods? At night, Su Qing lay on his bed, and suddenly the temperature around him rose, becoming exceedingly oppressive. He kicked off the blanket, yet it felt insufficient. So he tugged at his clothing. However, it proved futile, as he suddenly experienced a searing pain. Su Qiming abruptly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a space composed entirely of flames. As Su Qing surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that apart from his bed, there was nothing else in sight. Where exactly was this place? Su Qing admitted that he was flustered. Although he often emphasized his prowess as a foundational cultivator, he truly understood that he was merely a stubborn novice. Is anyone there? Which esteemed senior is playing such a grand joke on me? No one responded. All that could be heard around him, apart from the crackling of the flames, was the sound of Su Qing's voice. Su Qing swallowed hard, striving to steady his voice against the tremors of anxiety. Senior, if there is anything you require of me, though I possess no extraordinary talents, I do have some modest resources. Should you but ask, I shall gladly offer them all. He continued, Senior, my master is Jiang Yunshi of the Tao-seeking sect, one of its foremost experts. As the most cherished disciple of my revered teacher, I implore you to contemplate your actions with utmost care before proceeding. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from all directions. Surround sound? Lu Huangshu. Su Qing was taken aback. How does this person know that I am Lu Huangshu? Who on earth are you? Suddenly, the flames surrounding him began to swirl, transforming into razor-sharp blades of fire. Who am I? I am the vengeful spirit born from the grievances of all your readers. I have brought you here today with but one purpose. Su Qing was filled with terror. In the realm of cultivation, anything absurd could indeed transpire. Update. As soon as the words left his lips, countless fiery blades, slicing through the air with trails of flames, were hurled towards Su Qing. I demand more. Su Qing shouted, abruptly opened his eyes, and sat up in bed, hastily feeling his body. No injuries. It was merely a dream. Su Qing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still haunted by lingering fears. After a considerable pause, he suddenly rose and sat at his desk, retrieving the long-neglected paper and pen. The graceful figure atop the sect leader's peak slowly opened her eyes, retracting a wisp of consciousness from Su Qing's chamber. Humph. If you do not write soon, you shall experience an even more formidable illusion. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the stacked sheets of paper on the desk. Su Qing gently blew upon the surface of the paper, hastening the drying of the ink. Originally intending to enjoy a restful slumber, he found himself inexplicably compelled to write throughout the night. Senior brother, Lu Lingsha exclaimed. Adorned in a lovely azure and white immortal gown, her bare feet pattering excitedly as she approached Su Qing's desk. Look, senior brother, I have another gift. She held aloft a small burlap sack, her eyes sparkling with delight. Su Qing opened his eyes only to shut them in anguish once more. Blades, yet again blades. Lu Lingsha said with a grin, Senior brother, Your readers are truly generous. With one more bag, you should be able to forge a remarkable sword. Su Qing felt a surge of excitement, for his current sword was still the standard weapon of the sect of inquiry. You are undoubtedly the wisest among us. Today, I must venture out to sell the spiritual herbs I have harvested during my breakthrough. Remember to devote yourself to your cultivation. Does my senior brother partake in breakfast? Su Qing pondered for a moment and decided to take a bun. Shortly thereafter, he bid farewell to his junior sister and soared through the air, clutching the bun in his mouth, heading towards the Qi Peak. Ever since Su Qing had practiced the divine forging technique, his spiritual consciousness had become more refined and powerful, significantly enhancing his sword-flying speed. Before long, he arrived at the Qi Peak. The last time Su Qing visited Qifeng, the atmosphere remained as lively as before, filled with the rhythmic sounds of forging and the boisterous chatter of the disciples. He even witnessed several disciples wielding freshly crafted magical artifacts, engaging in spirited sparring. Su Qing arrived at the main hall of the Qi Peak and sought out a beautiful senior sister. Young junior brother, are you in need of assistance with refining a weapon? Su Qing possesses a considerable understanding of the operations at Qifeng, which can be broadly categorized into commissioned forging and finished products. In the case of commissioned forging, it is customary for the client to provide their own materials, or if one is affluent, to purchase the requisite materials directly from Qifeng, contingent upon the availability of such materials. Indeed, commissioned forging entails the provision of one's own materials. Su Qing took out 2 bags of blades. The senior sister was somewhat taken aback as she picked up a blade for inspection. The main body was crafted from star-patterned steel and Qianhai ice essence. Su Qing silently admired the expertise displayed, truly the hallmark of a professional. His senior sister meticulously examined each blade, her tone imbued with a hint of astonishment. Junior brother, these blades are all crafted from the same material. While star-patterned steel is not exceedingly rare, the Qianhai ice essence is not something one can simply acquire with spirit stones. Her gaze towards Su Qing grew increasingly fervent. Clearing her throat, she regained her composure, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she inquired, "Do you have a designated artifact refiner, junior brother?" Su Qing furrowed his brow, for he had scarcely visited the Qi Peak and was unfamiliar with the adept blacksmiths. "Is there no one you could recommend, senior sister?" he inquired. Senior sister offered no reply. Instead, she retrieved a jade talisman and sent a message. "Brother Han, I have the Qianhai Eye soul here." A chuckle escaped her lips. "Do not take offense, junior brother. Brother Han is a master blacksmith of the transformation stage, renowned for his ability to forge spiritual artifacts. He has recently issued a task regarding the Qianhai Eye soul, and I happened to seize the opportunity." With a smile, senior sister poured another cup of tea for Su Qing. Su Qing, in the realm of cultivation, weapons are categorized from high to low as magical instruments, treasure artifacts, spiritual tools, and spiritual treasures, each with distinctions of upper, middle, lower, and exquisite grades. A craftsman capable of refining spiritual tools, even those of the lower grade, commands respect wherever they go. Su Qing was not dissatisfied, merely astonished by the rarity of the blade. Before long, a burly figure approached, his voice filled with excitement. "Junior sister Li, where is the Qianhai Ice soul?" "Brother Han, it's right here." Brother Han picked up the blade and examined it meticulously. "No doubt about it. It is indeed the Qianhai Ice soul. May I ask, what kind of spiritual weapon do you intend to forge, my fellow disciple?" Su Qing felt as though he had misheard and quickly replied, Senior brother Han, I merely wish to refine a magical instrument." Chapter 12. The Ice Essence of the Qianhai. Su Qing suddenly felt that they were gazing at him as if he were an adorable little creature. "Junior brother, please share your request," he said. I simply desire a sword." Han, the senior brother, was overjoyed, and with a hearty slap on Su Qing's shoulder, a dull thud echoed, making Su Qing feel as though his bones had cracked. "Oh dear, junior brother, I apologize, I got a bit too excited," he exclaimed, simultaneously offering a healing pill to Su Qing. With a broad grin, Han continued, "This material is specifically for forging spiritual weapons. Using it to craft magical artifacts would be a waste. Moreover, these blades are more than sufficient to forge a sword." He attempted to pat Su Qing's shoulder again, but fortunately, Su Qing narrowly evaded the gesture. "Ha ha ha, junior brother, your agility is remarkable. In that case, I shall keep the remaining Qianhai Eye soul for myself, and I won't charge you a fee. I will forge you a fine spiritual sword. What do you say?" Su Qing felt that he had underestimated the Qianhai Eye soul. "Brother Han, may I inquire why the Qianhai Eye soul is so precious?" "Junior brother, if you ask me that, I shall no longer be drowsy. Brother Han's expression suddenly turned grave, and with profound eyes, he replied, Esteemed junior brother, I believe it is imperative for me to reintroduce myself. I am Han Feiyu, a disciple of the Tao sect's instrument peak, a formidable cultivator at the transformation stage, a master craftsman, an experienced angler, a celestial bait maker, and affectionately known as the Straw-Hat Elder. Su Qing, junior brother. You may not be aware that fish hooks crafted from Xianhai Soul possess an immense allure for large spiritual fish. Is this something I ought to be aware of? Su Qing's expression shifted. Wait a moment, senior brother. Is this object a fish hook or a sword? Oh, junior brother, rest assured. I assure you that this sword will be a magnificent weapon, inflicting great harm upon the aquatic demonic beasts, particularly the fish. Su Qing nearly choked on his own saliva. Cough, cough. Senior brother, my surname is Su, not Gao, and I am not a fishmonger. Senior brother Han thumped his chest with great fervor. Rest assured, junior brother Gao, this matter is in my hands. Once the sword is forged, I shall have my companions at the formation peak inscribe a few restrictions upon it, making it usable even with your current level of cultivation. Su Qing was unaware of how he had arrived at the artifact peak. He simply found himself there. In contrast to the clamor of the artifact peak, the book forest was filled with the melodious sounds of reading and music. Occasionally, one could encounter enchanting fairies adorned with books and instruments, though, regrettably, they lacked a touch of pure white. Junior Su. 200 spirit stones for a single fragrant red leaf. Do give it a try. Su Qing took a sip of the crimson tea, its fragrant essence delightful, boasting a unique aroma that surpassed even the most exquisite of fruit nectars. Brother Liu, this is the new manuscript I have penned. Please take a look. Liu Gillen accepted it with both hands and glanced at the title, A Chinese Ghost Story. Moments later, having finished reading, Liu Gillen eagerly poured another cup of tea for Su Qing. Junior brother Su, I knew you would return. Will you be using the pen name of Liu Huangshu once again for this work? Su Qing pondered and remarked, let us stick with the name of Liu Huangshu. If I were to adopt a different pseudonym, what if that enigmatic individual did not recognize it? It would still be I who suffers the consequences. Listening to you, my junior disciple, we shall adhere to the established customs. Junior brother, I trust the spiritual herbs within the new recruitment assessment secret realm were not taken by you, were they? Dear senior brother, I suspect you are insinuating that I am akin to a dog. Upon exiting the book forest, Su Qing hurried to Danding Peak to sell elixirs. Unaware that the events transpiring in the secret realm had spread so swiftly, Su Qing felt a tinge of exasperation. This senior brother, it was my dog that seized it. Not I. One must speak with precision. Apologies, apologies, I momentarily spoke in haste. Although the spiritual herbs appeared plentiful, they were merely worth over 30,000 spirit stones. After all, the spiritual herbs suitable for the Qi refinement stage are generally of low age and thus lack significant value. It took Su Qing considerable effort to negotiate for this price. Upon returning to Qingzhou Peak, the little white dog came running over, drawn by the scent. Woof woof. Su Qing tossed the storage bag filled with spiritual stones. All right, the spiritual stones are here. Take them and share with your little minions. The little white dog barked once and dashed away, seemingly off to distribute the spoils. Su Qing entered the bamboo house and noticed that Lu Lingsha's room was tightly shut, with the cultivation formation still active, indicating that his junior sister was indeed quite obedient. It is worth mentioning that Su Qing had been preoccupied with assessments lately and had not dedicated sufficient time to his own cultivation, allowing himself to become somewhat lax. Particularly after the mysterious figure's appearance last night, Su Qing felt a sense of guilt for his own shortcomings. Upon returning to his own room, he activated the cultivation formation and immersed himself in the state of practice. Su Qing immersed his mind into the realm of consciousness, gazing upon the purple golden orb. Ever since he had received a method for cultivating divine awareness, there had been little to no discernible activity. Others seemed to receive various gifts, while his own endowment appeared rather meager. However, Su Qing did not intend to overly rely on this orb. His innate talent was already commendable, which was precisely why he had been accepted as a direct disciple. Moreover, the enhancement of his divine awareness had proven immensely beneficial, explaining why he could swiftly detect spiritual beasts, surpassing others in this regard. Foster father, are you there? Do you have an instruction manual? Seeing that the orb remained unresponsive, Su Qing withdrew from the realm of consciousness and devoted himself wholly to his cultivation. Soon, 5 days had elapsed. Aside from occasionally emerging for sustenance, Su Qing dedicated the remainder of his time to rigorous training. He believed that cultivation should also embrace a balance of relaxation, after all. If one were to forsake the pleasure of eating during their ascetic practice, the pursuit of immortality would become rather stifling. At this moment, Su Qing was deeply engrossed in the art of divine forging. His prolonged efforts had rendered his divine awareness increasingly solid, and he felt that he was not far from the 41 hammer stage. Suddenly, the jade talisman nestled in his bosom vibrated, compelling Su Qing to exit his meditative state. He retrieved the jade talisman from his robe. A transmission from the mission hall? Aside from his previous task, he had not returned to the mission hall since. Junior Brother Su, there is a designated task awaiting you in the mission hall. Please come to claim it at your earliest convenience. A designated task? Had his reputation grown so substantial? The mission hall awaited. As Su Qing stepped inside, he was greeted by a familiar voice. Old Su, what brings you here? Zhu Xiuan jogged over to Su Qing's side. I received a message from the task hall regarding a specific assignment, so I came to investigate. What a coincidence. I am here for the same reason. Zhu Xiuan's voice rose in volume, indicating the truth of his words. Could it be that the reputation of the twin siblings of the Dao sect has spread so widely? Zhu Xiuan remarked, seemingly unbothered. Su Qing believed that the task assigned to the two foundation-building disciples should indeed be manageable. Well, let us proceed. After a brief moment, a senior brother from the task hall approached. Junior brothers, here are the details of this mission. Su Qing solemnly accepted it. The first step towards becoming renowned in the realm of immortality was at this very moment. Su Qing was already contemplating how this moment would be recorded in the annals of history. Taking a deep breath, he slowly unveiled it. Su Qing's expression gradually shifted from seriousness to confusion. Old Su, what are you pondering? We are all cultivators here. No need for such trivialities. Zhu Xiuan leaned in for a closer look. The disciple, Su Qing, along with Zhu Xiuan, returned to Jinyang County to investigate the remnants of ancient demonic cultivators. Chapter 13. Sect Mission. Jinyang County is a small town within the Qingzhou region of the Great Xia Dynasty, where the highest cultivation level among practitioners is likely at the golden core or nascent soul stage. It posed no significant issue for Su Qing and Zhu Xiuan to embark on this journey. As for the reasoning behind their selection, it was perhaps due to Su Qing being the one who assessed Xiaoyan's talent, a rather hasty decision. They had anticipated a task involving the subjugation of demons and the display of their prowess, only to find themselves entangled in such matters. Su Qing found himself perplexed by the statement, pondering why it was made, as it did indeed pertain to the concept of magic. The remnants of ancient demonic cultivators were not a novel occurrence, yet the passage of time since their last appearance was exceedingly lengthy. Even the contemporary demonic sects exhibited no interest in seeking out ancestral figures to venerate. Nonetheless, both individuals held a keen enthusiasm for the prospect of departing from their sect. Not to mention, Zhu Xiuan, Su Qing had only recently arrived in this world and had been swiftly brought back to the Windazong, acquiring most of his understanding through the narratives of others and the texts he had perused. Thus, it was evident that both were novices in the realm of martial arts. Let us proceed. I shall first exchange my contribution points for some items, declared Su Qing, the novice, emphasizing that safeguarding one's life while traversing the world was of paramount importance. Zhu Xiuan, the second novice, wholeheartedly concurred, especially considering that they possessed a substantial sum of 1,500 contribution points. It was only logical to indulge in a bit of expenditure. Su Qing and Zhu Xiuan arrived at the Grand Hall for redeeming contribution points, where the surroundings were adorned with an array of exchangeable items. Bustling with disciples of the Taoist sect, Zhu Xiuan managed to procure a catalog of the available items, squeezing through the crowd. Old Su, I've got it, he announced. Experience voucher for the sect master's throne, 10,000 contribution points. Penalty exemption voucher from the law enforcement hall, 8,000 contribution points. Too expensive, next page. A bottle of revitalizing pills, 100 contribution points. A bottle of antidote pills, 100 contribution points. A bottle of vitality pills, 200 contribution points. Golden light protective talisman, 300 contribution points. Affordable, though not in abundance. Is it truly so easy to spend contribution points? No wonder so many disciples rushed to undertake missions. Su Qing and Zhu Xiuan each procured a selection of elixirs and life-preserving talismans. Arranging a time to meet before parting ways, Zhu Xiuan intended to return to seek guidance from his master, Elder San, hastily preparing himself with powerful spells. As Su Qing soared back to Qingzhou Peak on his sword, he unexpectedly received a transmission from senior brother Han of Qifeng. Ha ha ha, junior brother Su, you have finally arrived. As Su Qing stepped inside, he was greeted by the distinctive, hearty laughter of senior brother Han. Come, come. Behold the sword I have forged for you, he exclaimed. Hasn't it only been 5 days? Is the efficiency of a master craftsman truly this remarkable? Su Qing had anticipated that he would still have to rely on his standard long sword during this journey outside the sect. Senior brother Han then produced a long sword crafted from spiritual materials, gesturing for Su Qing to draw it. The black scabbard was adorned with exquisite decorations, exuding an ancient yet subtly opulent charm. As Su Qing unsheathed the sword, a glimmer of cold light flashed before him. The sword appeared as a seamless entity, its blade perfectly straight and hexagonal, with intricate and mysterious patterns faintly visible upon its surface, emanating a delicate blue glow. The crossguard and hilt were intricately carved as a single piece, embellished with exquisite designs. A fine sword indeed. Truly, the craftsmanship of a master is unparalleled. The subtle azure glow of the blade must be attributed to the infusion of the essence of the ice soul from the mystic sea. Su Qing inquired, "What is the name of this sword, senior brother?" Su Qing believed that Han Feiyu, as a master of weapon forging, had crafted more swords than he had ever encountered. And undoubtedly, their names would surpass his own. Senior brother Han appeared somewhat taken aback, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He thought that the name for this sword should originate from the tale of its forging. Su Qing concurred that as a weaponsmith forges a weapon, their understanding and aspirations for the artifact are intricately woven into its essence alongside the celestial materials. If one were to ascertain who possesses the most profound knowledge of this sword, it would undoubtedly be senior brother Han. With a gaze that delves deep, he articulated, "When I was forging this sword, particularly after incorporating the Xinhai ice essence, I was consistently contemplating how to conserve this precious material. Thus, I added some Gongjin sand, and to my astonishment, it not only mitigated the allure of the Xinhai ice essence for aquatic creatures, but also significantly augmented its lethality. With the hope of crafting a hook capable of yielding more Xinhai ice essence and reeling in larger fish, I fashioned this sword. Hence, I share the same aspirations for this blade, and for this reason, I have named it Fish Harvest." Su Qing, ha ha, splendid, splendid. Brother Han, do you see the blue radiance on this treasured sword? How about naming it Qing Shuang? It draws inspiration from the legendary arsenal of General Wang, known for his purple lightning and blue frost. Brother Han interjected, Su Shidi, I have pressing matters to attend to. Let us converse further another time." Su Qing departed without a backward glance. The Qingzhou Peak was graced by the presence of Lu Lingsha and the small white dog. The 34th General Assembly of Qingzhou Peak convened in the Bamboo Hall, attended by the esteemed senior brother Su Qing, the junior sister Lu Lingsha, and the small white dog who had just achieved a breakthrough. The primary focus of the meeting was to deliberate on various matters concerning Qingzhou Peak during Su Qing's absence from the sect. Su Qing took a sip of tea and, after a moment of contemplation, began to speak. "Tomorrow, I must accompany Zhu Xiuwen to Jinyang County, where we have a task to fulfill. If all goes well, I should return in about a month. Senior brother, may I join you?" Lu Lingsha gazed at Su Qing with her large, watery eyes, embodying the spirit of a playful 12 or 13-year-old girl. "That is not possible. This trip entails a significant mission. You should remain here and diligently cultivate. Do not indulge in idleness." The young junior sister tugged at Su Qing's arm, her voice sweet and pleading. Please, I wish to go out as well." With a sudden motion, a storage bag appeared on the table. "This contains 10,000 spirit stones. But wait, do not be hasty." "Oh." Lu Lingsha gathered her skirts and sat up straight in her chair. Observing her obedient demeanor, Su Qing thought, "Alas, this junior sister is developing quite the penchant for wealth. Ahem, you may keep the spirit stones within, to use as you please, whether for cultivation or for purchasing goods. Naturally, you could also invite your senior sister one to indulge at the drunken immortal pavilion. Woof woof. Moreover, you could use them for your breakthrough, but there are conditions." "Huh. Senior brother is the one who dotes on me the most. How could there be conditions?" The young sister pouted, feigning a look of grievance. "Otherwise, listen closely. I will grant you the 10,000 spirit stones, but by the time I return, you must have reached the foundation establishment stage." The little girl pouted in silence, refusing to respond. Upon witnessing this, Su Qing pretended to put away the spirit stone. "Wait a moment, I shall agree to your request." Su Qing smiled and said, "I hope that when I return, I will find you, Ling Sha, having become a foundation establishment cultivator. Otherwise, well, the meeting has concluded. Let us retreat to our chambers for cultivation. Su Qing returned to his chamber, driven by a singular purpose, to refine the Qing Shuang sword, molding it to his essence. The methods of refinement encompassed various techniques, including but not limited to bloodletting for recognition and the infusion of magical energy. After all, this was Su Qing's first treasured sword, and it was imperative to ensure its complete transformation from within. Through Su Qing's diligent efforts, the Qing Shuang sword underwent a preliminary refinement, becoming somewhat manageable in his grasp. However, achieving a level of mastery akin to an extension of his own arm would require further practice. Chapter 14. The Spirit Vessel. On the following day, atop Qingshu Peak, his senior brother said, "Please take this provision with you on your journey." Su Qing gazed at the dry, hard biscuit that required an entire bottle of water to swallow. His eyes shut tight in the hope that it was merely a figment of his imagination. After all, he was a foundation-building cultivator, capable of fasting. Junior sister, where did you procure this? Oh, I bought it from the book forest. This mini biscuits only cost a single spirit stone. Su Qing found himself unable to resist Lu Lingsha's insistence. He stored away the dry flatbread and once again urged his junior sister to diligently cultivate her skills before soaring towards the mountain gate on his Qing Shuang sword. Upon arriving at the mountain gate, Su Qing chanced upon Zhu Xiuwen, who was engaged in light-hearted banter with the disciples guarding the mountain, alongside a youth clad in a black robe. It appeared he was the last to arrive. As Su Qing approached, Zhu Xiuwen ceased his chatter. "Ha ha, old Su. We've been waiting for you," Zhu Xiuwen exclaimed. The youth beside him, Xiao Yan, clasped his fists in greeting. "Greetings, young Master Su." Your voice has regained its clarity?" Su Qing remarked. Xiao Yan replied, "Indeed, to Windaoxian City." They were headed to the station of the Lingzhou of the Qianxing Commercial Association, which linked to Windaoxian City. Jinyang County belonged to the Qingzhou region, and the vast expanse of the Great Xia dynasty stretched between Qingzhou and the territory of the Windazong, separated by several states. Given Su Qing's sword-flying speed, even nonstop, it would likely take a month to arrive. Thus, most cultivators opted to travel via the Commercial Association's Lingzhou. Naturally, the Windazong possessed its own Lingzhou, but it was typically reserved for collective sect activities. Usually, disciples of the Windazong would choose the commercial Lingzhou unless they had their own means of transport. At that moment, the station in Windaoxian City was already bustling with people. Before long, a colossal Lingzhou docked nearby. The ship was extraordinarily immense, and it was hard to fathom how such a massive vessel could soar through the skies. While Xiao Yan and Zhu Xiuwen appeared unfazed, having previously traveled by Lingzhou, Su Qing felt distinctly out of place, akin to a rustic villager entering a grand estate. "Old Zhu, this Lingzhou is truly magnificent," Su Qing exclaimed in awe. With a flourish of his fan, Zhu Xiuwen nonchalantly responded, "Old Su, please refrain from calling me Old Zhu. Refer to me as young Master Ma." Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze at Zhu Xiuwen, who was adorned with a mask that concealed his entire visage. "Why do you still wear a mask?" Su Qing inquired. "You fail to comprehend," Zhu Xiuwen replied. "Do you know what is paramount when traversing the martial world? Is it power? Incorrect. It is the art of concealing one's identity. The world of martial arts is fraught with peril, and one inevitably encounters conflict. Safeguarding one's true identity allows one to act without reservation." If Su Qing were not acquainted with Zhu Xiuwen, he might have believed it. Moreover, if someone were truly intent on causing trouble, displaying the identity token of a disciple of the Taoist clan would suffice. Su Qing curled her lips in disdain and chose to ignore him. Soon, the trio boarded the spirit vessel, and as the journey would take several days, they reserved 3 adjacent rooms. "Esteemed guests, your accommodations are this way. Please follow me," a staff member of the spirit vessel said upon seeing Su Qing's tickets, promptly guiding them to their rooms. Indeed, it was a prestigious enterprise. The quality of service was exceptional, and even the attendants were remarkably beautiful. Su Qing, accompanied by the fan-waving Zhu Xiuwen and the cloaked Xiao Yan, arrived at the entrance of a room under the guidance of a staff member. "The 3 guests have arrived," the staff announced, before opening the door. Before them appeared a woman of unparalleled beauty, clad in a gown of pristine white. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her exquisitely refined features resembled a living painting as she sat elegantly at the table. The woman turned her face slightly, glancing at Su Qing and the others, her lips parting ever so slightly. "Do come in." "Who is Su Qing?" Having been immersed in the environment of Blue Star, he is someone who has experienced countless battles. He quickly regained his composure. After being single for over 20 years, Su Qing firmly believes that the more beautiful a woman is, the more perilous she becomes. Who are you, and why have you brought us here? Su Qing was about to reveal his identity as a disciple of the Taoist clan when he was interrupted by Zhu Xiuwen. With a voice that trembled slightly with urgency, he said, "Old Su, this place is perilous. We must make our escape swiftly, you and I, as brothers." Su Qing. The woman uttered 2 words in a chilling tone. "Kneel." With a crisp sound, Zhu Xiuwen gracefully knelt down. "What on earth? Old Zhu, what are you doing?" Su Qing gazed at Zhu Xiuwen in disbelief, sensing something was amiss. Indeed, there was an overwhelming sense of unease. Ever since they boarded the spiritual vessel, Zhu Xiuwen had exhibited increasingly peculiar behavior. Su Qing cast a glance at Zhu Xiuwen and the enchanting lady, and his imagination began to weave an elaborate tale. The scion of a wealthy family, seeking to evade an arranged marriage, absconded from home to join a prestigious sect. His betrothed, harboring unspoken affections, traversed great distances, yearning to reclaim her love. "Dear sister, what a reckless thing Zhu has done." Su Qing mused. "What are you saying?" Zhu Xiuwen promptly interrupted. "She is my sister, my own sister." Su Qing was taken aback. The melodramatic plot had caused considerable distress. "Come here." Su Qing regained his composure. Playfully nudging Zhu Xiuwen with his foot, and with a smile that belied his inner thoughts, remarked, "You 2 siblings enjoy your conversation. I shall take my leave for now." Su Qing endeavored to pry open Zhu Xiuwen's hand, seeking to distance himself from the uncomfortable situation. "There is no need for you to stand on ceremony, young Master Su. Please join me for a cup of tea." Thus, the room was left with only Su Qing and the enchanting lady seated, alongside the standing Zhu Xiuwen. The lady, with her delicate and fair hands, poured a cup of tea for Su Qing. "Young Master Su, my younger brother has caused you trouble within the sect. I express my gratitude to you." Su Qing quickly waved his hand, saying, "I dare not. Brother Zhu has also been very kind to me." Following this, Zhu Xie inquired about Su Qing's experiences regarding Zhu Xiuwen's activities within the sect over the past year. Su Qing possesses a keen intuition when it comes to assessing others. Ultimately, he has sold everything that needed to be sold. Moreover, he refrained from speaking ill of Zhu Xiuwen. Throughout the entire exchange, Zhu Xiuwen offered no rebuttal, which speaks volumes about his position. After a considerable time, Zhu Xie offered an apologetic smile. "I regret to inform you, young Master Su, that I must discuss certain matters privately with Xiuwen. I shall summon someone to escort you to your room." Su Qing stood and bowed respectfully. "I shall take my leave now, Miss Zhu." "Thank you." With a firm tug, he freed himself from the grip of Zhu Xiuwen and departed without looking back. Su Qing swiftly exited the room, and at the moment the door closed behind him, he exhaled deeply. Zhu Xie, though young, exuded an aura of formidable strength. Su Qing felt an uncanny resemblance to conversing with a high-ranking official back on Blue Star, an experience that was quite overwhelming. Nevertheless, given their familial ties, it was reasonable to assume that Zhu Xiuwen would be just fine. "Young master, this way please." Su Qing. "I trust this time it does not involve meeting any individuals again." "My dear lady, what is the background of Miss Zhu?" Su Qing quietly inquired of the woman before him, who appeared to be a maid. She responded with a professional smile, "Young Master Su. It would be better to ask the eldest master about these matters. Since the young lady has not spoken, it would be inappropriate for me to comment further." Observing this, Su Qing chose not to press the issue. Under the maid's guidance, he was led into an opulent suite of unparalleled luxury. Su Qing's face betrayed astonishment. "My dear lady, are you certain this is the room we reserved? The prices from your guild are remarkably reasonable." Chapter 15, The Journey. The maid merely smiled, uttered a polite farewell, and departed. In the suite's parlor sat Xiaoyan alone. "Young Master Su, what on earth is going on? Young Master Zhu should be unharmed, correct?" Su Qing was equally perplexed, yearning to continue his imaginative musings. Zhu Xiuwen did not quite embody the persona of a wealthy heir. There were no instances of him covering the entire bill in social gatherings. Unable to ponder further, he concluded that it was likely inconsequential. "You should return and rest for now." After a considerable period of time, the tedium became unbearable for Su Qing, prompting him to immerse himself in cultivation. He pondered whether the abundant spiritual energy permeating every chamber of the spirit vessel was a result of its inherent qualities or due to the uniqueness of this particular room. The energy here rivaled that found in certain outer areas of the Windazong. Eventually, after yet another prolonged wait, Zhu Xiaowen finally made his appearance. Had he delayed any longer, Su Qing would have inevitably conjured up a dramatic narrative of fierce power struggles and fratricidal conflicts among the elite. Su Qing emerged from the room and encountered Zhu Xiaowen, who had just returned. Old Zhu, is the competition among the affluent families this fierce? Zhu Xiaowen tugged at the corners of his mouth with a faint smile. Su Qing pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, Old Zhu, what exactly is your sister's background? Despite her youth, she exudes such an impressive aura. Zhu Xiaowen sighed and replied, she is the young lady of the merchant association that owns this spirit vessel. Su Qing suddenly realized, no wonder her aura is so powerful. She is indeed the daughter of the wealthiest individual in the Great Xia dynasty. The Financial Prosperity Association, renowned as the largest commercial organization on the central continent, is said to have a presence wherever humanity thrives, not only within the Great Xia dynasty but even in the East Sea region, where various races coexist. Such associations can be found. Wait, she is your sister? Then does that not make you the son of the wealthiest individual in the Great Xia? Su Qing. No, I haven't seen you act so grandly before. You've concealed your identity remarkably well, Lao Zhu. Just how many surprises do you still hold that I remain unaware of? Zhu Xiaowen turned his face to the other side, the surprise you seek. Su Qing widened his eyes and exclaimed, goodness, your sister certainly knows how to strike hard. He retrieved a bottle of fine liquor and 2 glasses from the cabinet in the room. Come, you have a tale, and I have the drink. Su Qing, with an expression brimming with curiosity, poured a cup of spiritual brew and slid it across the table to Zhu Xiaowen. What stories are there, please? Do refrain from projecting the melodramatic plots from your tales onto my life. Zhu Xiaowen paused momentarily, explaining, I merely wish to evade the family business, which displeased my father, leading me to seek refuge at the Windazong. Imagine, not only must I cultivate daily, but I am also burdened with managing the Chamber of Commerce's millions and tens of millions in transactions. It is utterly exhausting. Were you in my position, you would flee as well. With that, Zhu Xiaowen downed the cup of spiritual brew in one gulp. Su Qing, if looks could scold, then at this moment, Su Qing's gaze would be quite unseemly. So, you have run away from home? You seem rather proud of it. Old Su, you do not understand. My father is truly ruthless. When I left home, he didn't give me a single spirit stone. Had it not been for my master, I would have had to struggle to reach the Dao sect on foot. Zhu Xiaowen grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. When I mentioned being the son of the richest man in the Great Xia at the Dao sect, who would believe me? You might still scribble some tales to earn a few spirit stones, but I only have my monthly stipend, living each day on the edge of poverty. I initially thought that wearing a mask would prevent others from recognizing me, yet here I am, encountering my sister and receiving a harsh reprimand. Is this the treachery and intrigue within the aristocracy? Has my sister, merely a year after my departure, rushed to humiliate me? Su Qing gently patted Zhu Xiaowen's shoulder, his expression somber. I understand, I truly understand. Zhu Xiaowen wiped away his tears and, with a smile, exclaimed, ha, but it's all fine now. My sister just gifted me $1 million as pocket money. From this moment on, do not refer to me as old Zhu. Call me young Master Zhu. Su Qing, perhaps I should let your sister give me a beating. I would only need 500,000. At this moment, atop Qingzhou Peak, the young junior sister, Lu Lingsha, sat before Su Qing's writing desk, resting her chin on her hand, her face etched with worry. On the very first day since my senior brother departed, I find myself missing him. With that thought, she picked up a pen and began to scribble on the paper. Woof, woof. Little by, I have practiced diligently for quite some time. I wonder if senior brother is feeling lonely out there. Woof, woof. The young junior sister, puffing up with indignation, scolded her little white dog. Yes, senior brother is certainly not lonely. It is I who am feeling bored. Lu Lingsha then produced a storage pouch filled with spirit stones, her eyes shimmering with excitement. How about we venture to the Immortal City? I've heard there is a newly opened snack street in the East Market that I have yet to visit. Woof, woof. Oh, don't worry. Once we return, I will devote myself to rigorous training. With that, she scooped up her little white dog and dashed out of the room. Su Qing, embarking on his inaugural journey aboard the spirit vessel, was initially captivated by its novelty. Yet, as the journey progressed, this sense of wonder gradually dissipated. It is often said that where there are people, there lies a world of intrigue, and where there is intrigue, there is commotion. Over the past few days, Su Qing had borne witness to more than 5 melodramatic episodes, a testament to his vivid imagination, as reality itself proved to be exceedingly theatrical. On the first day, a pair of betrothed individuals from the same sect intended to travel home via the spirit vessel to celebrate their union. However, fate intervened when the bride encountered a downcast disciple from another sect aboard the vessel, leading to an instant attraction and subsequent indiscretion. This affair was soon discovered by her fiancé, who was met with the bride's declaration of true love, lamenting that her life had been treated as mere property by her family, and she yearned for her own freedom. In a swift turn of events, the heads of both families arrived, resulting in the brutal murder of the wandering disciple, followed by the annihilation of his sect. A catastrophic clash ensued between the two families, leading to mutual destruction, which the Great Xia dynasty subsequently condemned as a cautionary tale. On the second day, two prodigies from minor sects engaged in a fierce rivalry over a lady, escalating to the brink of mortal combat. The spirit vessel intervened, detaining them for damaging the commercial property and demanding reparations from their elders. To their astonishment, the summoned individuals turned out to be former partners who had once loved each other fervently in their youth, resulting in the birth of two children who happened to be the two male disciples. Upon learning of their fraternal bond, instead of embracing their kinship, they argued whether the woman should be regarded as a sister-in-law or a younger sister. A new conflict erupted, culminating in the demise of both brothers amidst their formidable clashes. In the aftermath, their parents, consumed by rage, engaged in a fierce battle of their own, yielding no victor. Soon, both sects rallied their forces, leading to an impending war that would end in mutual annihilation. The third day, Su Qing felt that he had been rather lax in recent days, prompting him to return to his room and commence his cultivation. After all, it was through Zhu Xiuan's assistance that he had acquired this upgraded suite, and neglecting it would be a loss. In the following days, Su Qing dedicated himself to his practice within the confines of his room. Aside from occasionally inviting Zhu Xiuan for drinks and feasts, and summoning room service a few times to tidy up, he was wholly absorbed in his cultivation. This focus led to significant advancements not only in his cultivation level, but also in his spiritual awareness. Chapter 16. The Xiao family. After a 7-day journey aboard the spirit vessel, 3 days spent merely observing the scenery and 4 days devoted to cultivation, he finally arrived at Jinyang County. Su Qing and Zhu Xiuan descended gracefully from the spirit vessel, accompanied by the enigmatic figure cloaked in black, Xiao Yan. They arrived before an ancient and dignified city gate, upon which were inscribed 3 prominent characters, Jinyang County. Although Jinyang County may be considered a modest settlement within the vast realm of the Great Xia dynasty, it boasts a considerable populace and a thriving atmosphere, predominantly inhabited by ordinary folk, with the occasional sighting of a Qi refinement practitioner. Su Qing, along with the 2 others, strolled down the bustling street. Zhu Xiuan, being the son of a wealthy magnate, possessed a remarkable breadth of experience, while Xiao Yan, having resided in this city for over a decade, was equally well acquainted with its intricacies. In contrast, Su Qing found everything to be a novelty, having visited the immortal city only a handful of times. Xiao Yan turned to Su Qing and Zhu Xiuan, suggesting, "Gentlemen, the day is drawing to a close. Why not seek refuge at my home?" Noticing Su Qing's contemplative frown, Zhu Xiuan nodded in agreement, a splendid proposal. After all, there is no rush. These past few days have already elapsed, so a few more will not make a difference. Let us proceed. With that, Zhu Xiuan gently urged Su Qing forward as they followed Xiao Yan to the southern district of Jinyang County. This area was predominantly inhabited by affluent families, including the 3 prominent clans of Jinyang County, all of which resided in the south. Notably, Xiao Yan's fiancé hailed from the esteemed Lin family, one of the 3 illustrious clans. Su Qing and the others arrived at an expansive estate, where upon entering, they beheld a martial arts arena. The Xiao family, a lineage of cultivators, boasted numerous members with spiritual roots, and the family head, Xiao Dingtian, possessed the formidable cultivation of mid-golden core stage. Allow me to first introduce you to my father, the head of the Xiao family. I must also report this matter to him, Xiao Yan stated. As the son of the family head, his status was elevated, yet his innate talent was lacking, leading to ridicule from certain clan members during his youth. He had once harbored hopes of altering his fate, only to be deceived by a remnant soul. Ironically, it was his lack of talent that ultimately spared him from being possessed by that soul. However, after this ordeal, he achieved a profound understanding. Under the guidance of the Grand Elder during his time at the Tao-seeking sect, he learned that low talent does not preclude one from attaining the golden core or nascent soul stages. Cultivation transcends mere innate ability. Thus, Xiaoyan resolved to disclose this incident to his father. Nevertheless, even without his suggestion, Su Qing and Zhu Xuan would have reported the matter of the demonic cultivator's remnant soul as it aligned with the laws of the Great Xia. Ah, Xiaoyan, you have returned. Were you not off to the Tao-seeking sect for an examination? A burly, precocious youth interjected, flanked by two companions, one stout and the other slender. Blocking their path and reciting cliché as befitting a melodramatic narrative, Xiaoyan clenched his fists and replied, Xiaojibua, I am here to escort guests to meet the family head. Step aside at once. Su Qing had long wished to voice his grievances regarding the plot. He discreetly inquired of Zhu Xiuwen, Old Zhu, if someone in your family spoke to you in such a manner, would your father respond in kind? Zhu Xiuwen, taken aback, retorted, of course he would confront them. No matter my shortcomings, I am still my father's son. Su Qing then pondered. But from whence does the courage of these individuals stem? Xiaojibwa cast a scornful glance at Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen, declaring, you too, mere sycophants, are hardly worthy of an audience with the family head. Su Qing was enraged. He harbored a deep aversion for two types of individuals, those who prohibited him from indulging in melodramatic narratives, and those who ensnared him within such trivial plots. Su Qing retrieved his identity token and with a swift motion, hurled it directly at Xiao Jibwa's chest. In an instant, Xiao Jibwa collapsed, his chest caving in as he coughed up blood. With a face twisted in rage, he pointed at Su Qing and exclaimed, how dare you strike me? Do you have any idea who my father is? Today, I will ensure you do not leave the Xiao family. Xiao Yi urgently interjected, Xiao Jibwa, do you wish for your demise? Take a good look at that token. Xiao Jibwa picked up the token, and upon seeing the inscription that read Su Qing, disciple of the sect of inquiry, his expression shifted dramatically. Trembling, he returned the token to Su Qing. Fully aware that while disciples of the sect of inquiry are generally benevolent, they are not to be trifled with or humiliated without consequence. Su Qing took a look at Xiaoyan and inquired, is he usually this brave? It was evident that he had never faced the realities of society. Once he encounters the harshness of the world, he will surely learn his lesson. Su Qing didn't mind giving him a preliminary lesson, otherwise, he might find himself in trouble outside, and even if he escaped death, he would likely end up imprisoned in some official's dungeon. Xiaoyan smiled apologetically. I hope I haven't embarrassed you, young Master Su. During the brief journey, they encountered no fewer than 10 individuals who mocked Xiaoyan. Initially, Su Qing found the spectacle amusing, but after delivering a few stinging retorts, it became Zhu Xiuwen's turn to engage. Eventually, both of them became weary of the bickering. Are you this popular in the Xiao family? Su Qing asked, noticing Xiaoyan's embarrassment as he struggled to respond, his face turning crimson. Ultimately, Xiaoyan donned the hood of his black robe, and the trio successfully arrived at the hall where his father awaited. It was no wonder he was the head of the family. 2 guards stood at the entrance, exuding an air of authority, while the son. Su Qing shook his head. Xiao Yi exchanged a few words with a guard before standing still. Before long, a middle-aged man with a beard approached swiftly. Undoubtedly the father of Xiao Yi, the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Dingtian. Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen, upon witnessing the scene, greeted with courtesy. Xiao Dingtian warmly exclaimed, ha ha, esteemed young gentlemen have traveled from afar. Please enter and enjoy a cup of tea. Under Xiao Dingtian's guidance, Su Qing noticed a plump lady. Ha ha ha, esteemed young gentlemen, this is my wife. After exchanging greetings, the lady embraced Xiao Yi, her voice tinged with sorrow. My dear why did you leave without a word? Your mother was so worried about you. Xiao Yi attempted to extricate himself, but to no avail. Mother, there are others present. Please let go of me. Ahem, madam, might you release Ear first? The esteemed young gentlemen are still here. Only then did Madame Xiao release her son. Offering an apologetic smile to Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen, Xiao Yi then said, Mother, my father and I have matters to discuss. Could you step out for a moment? Oh, you ungrateful child. Without even a wife, you wish to dismiss your mother. I truly raised you in vain. Xiao Dingtian intervened, pulling his wife away from Xiao Yi's ear. Madam, please do not be upset. Pay no heed to your son's foolishness. Remain here with us. Xiao Yi hurriedly reassured his mother. After a brief moment, everyone took their seats, and the Xiao family members served tea. Xiao Dingtian smiled and inquired, Esteemed young gentleman, has my son already entered the Wendazong? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao Yi quickly replied, No. He then recounted how he encountered the remnants of a demonic cultivator's soul in a cave beneath a cliff, how he was deceived into attending the Windazong's assessment, and how he was ultimately recognized, leading to the capture of the remnant soul, which nearly resulted in him being possessed. Chapter 17. The first encounter at the auction house. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Xiao Dingtian appeared contemplative, while Madame Xiao could no longer contain herself. Striking the table with a resounding thud, she scolded vehemently, "It is all that little wretch from the Lin family's fault. Had it not been for their greed for the Xiao family's betrothal gifts, insisting on marrying that little wretch to Yi, he would not have ended up as a disciple in a marriage. Back then, she would call him Yi Gu so sweetly. But when it came time to return the marriage proposal, she turned her back, claiming Yi was unworthy of her, and refused to return even a single gift." Su Qing was taken aback. "What kind of behavior is this? Madame Xiao, are you truly refusing to return the betrothal gifts? This is rather excessive, isn't it?" Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen were eager to indulge in sunflower seeds while listening to Lady Zhao's captivating tales. However, that was not possible. When the Lin family fell into disgrace, they relied solely on that meager dowry to sustain themselves, which had long since vanished. TSK, what a truly ungracious act. Xiao Dingtian, with a look of embarrassment, observed his wife growing increasingly animated and hastily interjected, all right, my dear, please cease your narration." Lady Xiao promptly retorted, "And you? If it weren't for your fear of that little vixen's master, how could you allow Yi to suffer such indignities?" Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen cast disdainful glances at Xiao Dingtian. The head of the Xiao family murmured to himself, "The sect has a nascent soul expert. And here I am, merely at the golden core stage. It's no wonder I feel apprehensive." Madame Xiao grew increasingly agitated as she spoke. "Moreover, how many within the Xiao family openly bully Yi, and you, not daring even to utter a word? But I fear nothing. That day, I shall deal with them all." Xiao Dingtian hastily covered his wife's mouth, pleading, "My dear wife, I beg you, please refrain from speaking further." Xiao Yi, filled with excitement, dreamed of delivering a beating to those individuals, while Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen remained intrigued, contemplating what astonishing revelations Madame Xiao might unveil next. "Father, though I am a victim in this matter, the great Xia's efforts against the demonic path are formidable. I wish to visit the magistrate's office tomorrow." Xiao Dingtian stroked his beard and replied, "Indeed. While this matter may not directly concern you, the issue of demonic cultivators is quite sensitive, and it is prudent to inform the magistrate. However, he is not in the city at present and is expected to return tomorrow. It would be best for you both to rest at the Xiao residence tonight, allowing my wife and me to express our gratitude properly." Madame Xiao joined in the invitation. "Yes, indeed. After all, you two young gentlemen are also Yi's saviors. Why not enjoy dinner at the Xiao residence? Furthermore, there is an auction happening in Jinyang County tonight. Perhaps Yi's father could escort you both to join the festivities." Zhu Xiuwen was indifferent. Being from a distinguished family and likely accustomed to various auctions, but Su Qing was different. He had only ever read about them in books. "Very well. It would be an honor to oblige. Haha. Madam, please instruct the kitchen to prepare a banquet. I wish to welcome these two young gentlemen and express my hospitality. And also arrange for 2 rooms to be made ready." Though it was a family feast, nearly all the prominent figures of the Xiao family were in attendance, including several unmarried young ladies who unabashedly cast flirtatious glances at Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen. It goes without saying that Zhu Xiuwen garnered much attention, while Su Qing found the senior and junior sisters he had encountered in the Taoist sect to be far less enchanting. The most amusing sight was of the Xiao family juniors, still nursing their injuries from encounters with Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen, being dragged over by their fathers to be inundated with wine as a form of apology. The merriment escalated with the passing of 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of dishes. Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen arrived at a grand auction house, the largest in Jinyang County. This establishment frequently hosted auctions, diligently promoting each event to maximize its earnings. Su Qing harbored but a singular ambition: to test the efficacy of his golden finger, that enigmatic orb which had remained dormant since bestowing upon him a particular cultivation technique. Unlike others whose golden fingers granted them bountiful gifts or the ability to enhance their prowess at will, coupled with a diligent treasure-hunting assistant, Su Qing sought to discern whether this orb might stir to life within the confines of the auction house. The Xiao family, being one of the 3 prominent clans of Jinyang County, afforded Su Qing the privilege of entry, with Xiao Dingtian's visage serving as the most effective pass. He was escorted by an attendant to the Xiao family's private box. The box was expansive and resplendently adorned, complete with a wine cabinet stocked with exquisite vintages, a luxury reserved for esteemed members like the Shao family. Alas, it lacked the rumored auction house attendants who would cater to whims for the price of spirit stones. The two settled in, awaiting the commencement of the auction. To Su Qing's surprise, Zhu Xiaowen wore an expression of palpable excitement. Curiously, Su Qing inquired, "Old Zhu, what stirs your enthusiasm? Have you never attended an auction before?" "Never," came the reply. Su Qing wore a face of disbelief. "How is that possible? As a scion of a wealthy family, aren't you the one who pays for everything?" Zhu Xiaowen sighed. "My father neither takes me nor allows anyone else to take me. Why? Because he finds me embarrassing." Su Qing. The vast auction hall gradually filled with attendees as a female auctioneer, clad in attire that revealed her arms and legs, took to the stage and engaged in flirtatious banter with the diverse audience below. What is with this woman's incessant chatter? Oh, it seems she is casting a wide net in hopes of enticing various suitors. Su Qing and Zhu Xiaowen exhibited increasing impatience, yet Xiaoyan remained entranced, captivated by the auctioneer's enticing words. "Very well, I shan't delay your time any further. Let us now present our first auction item." A maid approached, carrying a tray draped in crimson fabric. "Esteemed guests, behold our first item for today, the binding silver threads." The auctioneer, lifted the red cloth to reveal a bundle of shimmering silver strands. The binding silver threads are crafted from exceptionally rare spiritual materials and, as verified by our auction house, possess the ability to effortlessly bind a foundational level beast. Upon hearing this, Su Qing sensed the temperature within the auction hall rise several degrees. It is worth noting that foundational level beasts are exceedingly rare. Most attendees here are merely at the Qi refinement stage, underscoring the scarcity of such entities. Moreover, the combat prowess of foundational level beasts is formidable, making the prospect of easily binding one with this treasure all the more astonishing, eliciting gasps of awe from the crowd. The starting bid for the binding silver threads is set at 5,000 spirit stones, with increments no less than 500. 500. 6,000. 10,000 spirit stones. Laughter erupted as one from the Lin family exclaimed, "You think you can secure this treasure for just 10,000? I bid 20,000 spirit stones." A wave of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Remarkably, Zhu Xiaowen's expression reflected eagerness as well. 30,000. "Goodness, Zhu, have you lost your mind?" the Lin family member retorted. "Does the Shao family wish to compete with me?" At this moment, Xiaoyan interjected, "What? Is it assumed that anything you desire belongs solely to your Lin family?" "Oh, is that not the useless Xiaoyan? How dare he show his face here?" taunted the Lin family member. "Be cautious, Lin family scion. Trouble may arise from your words." Before the Lin family member could respond, Zhu Xiaowen bellowed, "Hey, which auction allows idle chatter? Are we bidding or not?" Su Qing's lips twitched slightly. "I apologize, esteemed guest, but is there anyone willing to raise the bid beyond 30,000 spirit stones?" The young man from the Lin family disdainfully offered 40,000 spirit stones. 50,000. 60,000. "Old Zhu, do refrain from participating for now. This line seems rather familiar to me." 70,000. Zhu Xiaowen casually remarked, "No worries. I'm merely enjoying the thrill of the bidding." The young man from the Lin family flushed crimson. 70,000 spirit stones, first call. 70,000 spirit stones, second call. 80,000. Su Qing promptly covered Zhu Xiaowen's mouth. A memory struck me. I had seen him before in Senior Brother Han's alchemy chamber on Qifeng Peak. Zhu Xiaowen appeared somewhat perplexed, yet he paid no mind to it, relishing the thrill regardless. Su Qingsong released Zhu Xiaowen and remarked, "This must be the fishing line used by Senior Brother Han. However, this bundle appears somewhat worn. 100,000. Is it not Zhu Xiaowen?" Su Qing gazed at Xiao Dingtian with a face full of perplexity. Xiao Dingtian, slightly embarrassed, chuckled and said, "Young Master Su may not be aware that for us, even the most ordinary items from the Taoist sect are considered treasures. 100,000 for the third time. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for acquiring this gem." Moments later, a maid brought the fishing line to the Shao family's private box. "Young Master Su, did you just mention the fishing line?" Su Qing scrutinized the fishing line closely for a few moments. Indeed, it was crafted by Senior Brother Han, yet it appeared to have aged somewhat. I wonder what level of cultivation this esteemed senior brother possesses. It seems to be at the transformation stage. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dingtian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he cradled the worn fishing line as if it were a treasured heirloom, murmuring to himself, "A priceless artifact, truly a priceless artifact. A magical item forged by a transformation stage artifact master, worth 100,000 spirit stones." Su Qing. At this moment, senior brother Han lifted his fishing rod. Gazing at the golden core spirit fish on the hook, shaking his head with a sigh, "This fish truly stirs the nest." Chapter 18. Digging one's own grave? The subsequent auction items were rather mundane, contested primarily by Qi refinement stage cultivators. However, Zhu Xiuwen was indifferent. He called out and successfully acquired several items from the foundation establishment stage, prompting Su Qing to exclaim in disbelief at his eccentricity. Next up was a mysterious item. The auctioneer, Yaya, lifted the red cloth to reveal a rusted broken sword. A flurry of black crows flew by, and a hush fell over the audience. The words mysterious, rust, and broken sword struck a chord deep within Su Qing. He eagerly awaited the slight tremor of the enigmatic orb. The mysterious broken sword, after thorough appraisal by multiple experts from the auction house, was deemed a relic from ancient times, nearly indestructible. If acquired, it might offer a glimpse into the secrets of antiquity, starting at a bid of 2,000 spirit stones. Zhu Xiuwen, noticing Su Qing's flushed face and rapid breath, remarked, "Old Su, have you lost your senses? Old Zhu, will you bid or not?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Xiuwen replied, "I won't." "Why not?" Zhu Xiuwen scoffed, clearly. "This is worthless junk. The auction house wouldn't promote anything of significance. Only a fool would bid on it." Su Qing observed as Yaya on stage cast flirtatious glances and subtle hints, her eyes nearly sparkling with allure, yet no one ventured a bid. And it seemed the item might go unsold. 2,000 spirit stones, he declared, his countenance remaining unperturbed despite the unusual gazes from those around him. 2,000 spirit stones is but a trifling sum. What matters is the joy of the moment. Let us acquire this and see what unfolds. The auctioneer, Yaya, was filled with delight. 2,000 spirit stones, going once, going twice. Sold. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for securing this treasure. Su Qing, are you so eager to call out, fearing that I might have a change of heart? Soon, a maid presented the broken sword, nestled within an exquisitely designed box. Su Qing couldn't shake the feeling that the box itself was of greater value than the shattered sword it contained. Su Qing opened the box and caressed the blade of the broken sword, a familiar scent of rust wafting towards him, causing his mind to plunge into the realm of spiritual consciousness. "Hey, if you're there, give me a shake," he called out. The orb, as ever, remained unresponsive. The broken sword appeared rather ordinary, as if it were on the verge of shattering at any moment. Xiao Dingtian volunteered, "Let me give it a try." With that, he grasped the broken sword with both hands, intending to snap it in two. "Break for me." After exerting all his strength, the sword remained unyielding, not even shedding a speck of rust. "Ha ha, this little thing is indeed quite sturdy." A faint smile graced Su Qing's face. "Allow me to give it a try." Zhu Xiuwen, wagering the honor of the refinement peak, was determined to shatter this broken sword. A soft golden radiance enveloped Zhu Xiuwen's form as he exerted his strength. Suddenly, a glimmer of emerald light flashed across the broken sword, followed by a delicate sound, and it effortlessly shattered. Who else dares to claim it cannot be broken? Who else? Su Qing gazed vacantly at the two shattered swords, his heart a tumult of emotions. "Refund." Zhu Xiuwen clapped Su Qing's shoulder with a resounding thud. "Come on, old Su. Consider it a lesson purchased for 2,000 spirit stones. Are all your lessons worth 2,000 spirit stones?" Su Qing lamented, his face a mask of sorrow as he stowed away the broken swords. The next item up for auction was a batch of medicinal pills capable of enhancing foundational cultivation, Yang Yuan pills. "What kind of pill is this? I've never heard of it," asked Yaya with a faint smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to elaborate. The Yang Yuan pills are a novel concoction that our auction house procured at great expense from a mysterious alchemist. After our rigorous testing, we have found their efficacy surpasses that of the Jiyuan pills. The revelation that they were superior to the Jiyuan pills piqued considerable interest. Unlike the earlier auction of the broken swords, the crowd was now eager to bid, including even Xiao Dingtian. At that moment, Zhu Xiuwen voiced his curiosity, "Old Su, why does this pill feel somewhat familiar?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Dingtian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be, young Master Su, that this is a new formulation developed by one of the alchemists from the Wendazong? Su Qing carefully observed for a while, The elixir presented a deep brownish-black hue. One side flat while the other was convex. Why did this object seem so familiar? Suddenly, Zhu Xiaowen exclaimed, I've seen this before when I visited Qingzhou Peak. I watched Little Bai consume it. Indeed, it was true. Who had taken this out? Xiao Ding Tian, feeling perplexed, could not help but inquire again. Might I ask what cultivation level this young master Bai possesses? Su Qing was taken aback. Master Xiao has misunderstood. Xiao Bai is my spirit beast. Then what is this elixir? Oh, it must be dog food. Xiao Ding Tian and Xiao Yin appeared as if struck by lightning. Yun Dampian, a set of 3 bottles, starting bid 3,000 spirit stones. 3,005 spirit stones. Beside him, Xiao Yin tugged at Xiao Dingtian's sleeve and said, Father, did you not hear young Master Su say it is dog food? Why are we still bidding? Xiao Dingtian revealed a wise glint in his eyes, stating, Are you foolish? The Foundation Building clan members at home do not know it is dog food. They will simply consume it. Before long, all 10 sets of dog food were auctioned off. And with his substantial wealth, Xiao Dingtian secured 3 sets, totaling 9 bottles of dog food, intending to bring them home for the clan members to sample. The auction continued with fervor, yet Su Qing refrained from placing further bids, for having been deceived once. He no longer believed the auction was a venue for bargains, at least not for him. After the auction, Xiao Dingtian proposed to take Su Qing and Zhu Xiaowen for a stroll in Jinyang County City to experience its nightlife. After a lengthy tour, and following Zhu Xiaowen's stern refusal of Xiao Dingtian's invitation to a brothel, the group returned to the Xiao residence. Upon their return, Xiao Dingtian summoned all the foundation-building cultivators of the Xiao family and distributed a piece of dog food to each, urging them to test its effects. Upon learning that the elixir had been acquired from the auction, the crowd was moved to tears. Vowing that the master would ensure they never stray eastward when aiming westward and would catch chickens without chasing dogs. Enough, enough. Spare us the chatter. Let us see how it works, Xiao Dingtian commanded. The clan members, eager to comply, promptly consumed the dog food. One foundation-building member of the Xiao family chewed a few times and exclaimed, crispy, with a chicken flavor, quite fragrant. Xiao Dingtian, irate, retorted, Who asked you to comment on the taste? Speak of its effects. A seemingly reliable member of the clan respectfully bowed and reported, Esteemed master. This elixir indeed enhances one's foundation-building cultivation, and its efficacy surpasses that of our usual gathering essence pills. Others echoed his sentiments, proclaiming, Indeed, master, this elixir is extraordinary. Not only is its taste delightful, but its effects are superb. Pleased with the feedback from his clan members, Xiao Dingtian nodded in satisfaction and distributed a bottle of dog food to each before dismissing them. Glancing at the remaining bottle, Xiao Dingtian felt an urge to try it himself. However, remembering Su Qing's words that it was dog food, he restrained himself. Chapter 19. The Governor's Mansion, Windaoxian City. Qingka Clothing Boutique, the largest ready-to-wear store in Windaoxian City, offers a plethora of exquisite garments, though at a steep price. At that moment, 2 lovely figures, one tall and one petite, were holding garments before them, comparing their appearances, Lu Lingsha and Wen Ruyan. Sister Wen, do you think this one looks good? Lu Lingsha inquired eagerly, holding up a pink and white dress. Wen Ruyan, with a doting smile, nodded and replied, Yes, this suits you very well, little Lingsha. You will undoubtedly look splendid in it. With a playful giggle, Lu Lingsha declared her intention to follow Sister Wen's guidance. Oh, by the way, I must also choose an outfit for my senior brother, she added, pulling Wen Ruyan toward the direction of the men's attire. Wen Ruyan, being the sole cherished daughter of her parents, had always yearned for a younger sister. Unfortunately, her parents had not fulfilled that wish. It wasn't until she arrived at the Windazong that she encountered Lu Lingsha. At the Zui Xian Lu, Wen Ruyan gazed at the lavish spread before her. A table laden with exquisite dishes and 2 bottles of spirit brew, her bright eyes filled with curiosity. Lu Lingsha took a sip of her spirit brew. Her charming face flushed with a rosy hue. Tilting her head slightly, she inquired, Sister Wen, what are you pondering? Do taste it quickly. Lingsha, what prompted you to invite me to Zui Xian Lu and order so much? Wen Ruyan asked, setting her chopsticks down and sitting up straight. You see, my senior brother has been absent from Qingzhou Peak lately, leaving me to cultivate alone on the mountain, which has grown rather tedious. However, before he left, he gifted me a generous sum of 10,000 spirit stones. The little money enthusiast beamed with delight, raising a finger as she spoke. Moreover, my senior brother mentioned that I could come to Zui Xian Lu with Sister Wen, but but I had to promise him one thing. What is that? Wen Ruyan inquired. He wants me to reach the foundation establishment stage by the time he returns. And what is your current level? Wen Ruyan asked. Lu Lingsha proudly lifted her chin and replied, according to my senior brother, I am at the peak of the great perfection stage of Qi refinement. Wen Ruyan's mind processed this information, so she was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. In Jinyang County, at the Shao family estate, Su Qing spent an entire night studying the broken sword to no avail. Had it not been for the fact that he purchased this sword for 2,000 spirit stones, he might have discarded it into some refuse pile long ago. According to Xiao Dingtian, the governor of Jinyang County was expected to return today. Su Qing and Zhu Xiaowen planned to accompany Xiao Yi to pay a visit to the esteemed official. The governor's mansion was situated a fair distance from the Shao family estate, yet they opted not to fly directly there. Instead, each mounted a horse, trotting steadily towards the governor's residence. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of the governor's mansion. Clearly, the governor's residence was not as grand as the Shao estate, but it could hardly be deemed small, nonetheless. It could not be compared to the opulence of the Shao family home. The governor's mansion was divided into front and back courtyards, with the latter serving as the dwelling place for the governor and his family, as well as the venue for official receptions. Upon revealing their identities, the three were escorted by a servant into the reception hall of the back courtyard. Haha, I have yet to visit the governor's mansion, Zhu Xiaowen remarked with a mischievous grin. However, I have been to the imperial palace of the Great Xia, and that is truly magnificent. Su Qing, not long after. The county magistrate of Jinyang, Li Ming, approached with an air of authority, dressed in his official robes, exuding an imposing presence. Haha, may I inquire about the two young heroes from the sect of inquiry? Su Qing and Zhu Xiaowen clasped their fists in a gesture of respect. The two young heroes, exuding elegance and charm, were surely esteemed disciples of the Windazong. Zhu Xiaowen straightened his posture and, with a flourish, opened his folding fan. Indeed, Governor Li possesses a discerning eye. I am none other than Zhu Xiaowen, a direct disciple of the Windazong, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Su Qing. The prefect Li was equally taken aback by Zhu Xiaowen's unexpected move and could only respond awkwardly with a polite acknowledgement of having long admired him. Su Qing finally comprehended the reason behind his father's disdain for him. Xiao Yi promptly stepped forward to divert the conversation, addressing the county magistrate, esteemed lord. We have urgent matters to report. He then recounted the incident regarding the remnants of the demonic cultivator's soul in its entirety once more. After a moment of contemplation, Magistrate Li spoke. You two are a victim in this affair, and according to the law, it is difficult to impose a sentence, since the Grand Elder of the Taoist sect has permitted you to atone for your misdeeds through service. You shall assist these two young heroes in their investigation of the residual soul. Su Qing spoke up, stating, Our esteemed Grand Elder has also remarked that the resurgence of ancient remnants cannot be mere coincidence. It is likely that more than one such spirit has awakened. Li Chuanshou nodded in agreement and replied, The eradication of demonic practices has always been a fundamental policy of our Great Xia. Given that this incident has transpired within our jurisdiction of Jinyang County, I cannot remain indifferent. I shall intensify our investigations into demonic cultivators to prevent further awakenings of these remnants. As one of the 5 great sects, the Wanao sect holds the authority to enforce laws, and naturally, Li Ming, as a mere county governor, would not dare to disregard the Grand Elder's authority. Su Qing and Zhu Xiaowen also expressed their agreement. However, Xiaoyan lingered nearby, seemingly hesitant to voice his thoughts. Nevertheless, Li Juanshou, having spent many years in the officialdom, possessed the ability to read between the lines and quickly discerned Xiaoyan's unease. Xiao Xianshi, do you have something to say? If so, please feel free to speak. Zhu Xiaowen added with a grin. Indeed, Xiaoyan, if you have something on your mind, do share. The Juanshou will certainly assist you. Su Qing. My lord, I seek to bring forth a complaint against the Lin family for their egregious act of appropriating the betrothal gifts of the Shao family. Over a month ago, Lin Onrong from the Lin family came to my Shao family to annul the engagement, yet he has obstinately refused to return the betrothal gifts. Zhu Xiaowen, with an expression of righteous indignation, remarked that the Lin family has truly gone too far, to not only insult us by breaking off the engagement, but also to withhold the betrothal gifts. Had this occurred in my household, my father would have swiftly dealt with him and his entire lineage. Su Qing believed that today was merely an opportunity to meet with the county magistrate Li. However, it seemed there would be much more excitement to witness. In the Great Xia, The principles of romantic freedom and the liberty to marry are generally upheld. Yet many individuals choose to forge unions through various means. Instances of breaking off engagements or marriages are typically resolved privately, as discussing such matters openly could be deemed inappropriate, thus rarely escalating to the courtroom. County Magistrate Li furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment. Given that Xiao Xian's desire to bring this matter to the public arena, I shall take on this case. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan visibly relaxed. His father dared not offend the influential sect behind Lin Onrong, and his only recourse was to seek the magistrate's intervention. In truth, County Magistrate Li was reluctant to accept the case, as both parties involved were prominent figures in Jinyang County. However, considering Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen, both of whom were disciples of the Taoist sect, the magistrate had no choice but to proceed. Bring Lin Onrong of the Lin family to the county magistrate's residence, he commanded. Lin Onrong had returned from her sect to visit family, and it was evident that Xiao Yan was aware of this information, prompting him to raise the issue at this particular moment. Moreover, he had the support of the two esteemed disciples from the Taoist sect, and should he not present the matter today, he might never have another opportunity. One must admit that Xiao Yan was indeed a person of considerable cunning. Nevertheless, Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen were indifferent, as the Lin family bore the initial blame, and they would not suffer any losses. In fact, they could enjoy the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 20. Courtroom Confrontation. The Lin family, one of the three prominent families of Jinyang County, recently celebrated the return of their eldest daughter, Lin Onrong, accompanied by her esteemed master, Zhao Hanqian. A grand banquet was held, and everyone praised the Lin family for producing such a remarkable daughter. At that moment, three men disguised as constables arrived at the Lin residence, causing an immediate shift in the atmosphere to one of awkwardness. Where is Lin Onrong? A young maiden, in the bloom of her youth, emerged from the crowd, exuding an air of haughty elegance akin to a proud swan, her gaze dismissive. I am Lin Onrong. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? The constables, sensing her condescending demeanor, felt a surge of displeasure, making their tone less than courteous. As long as it is you, that suffices. Accompany us to the county magistrate's residence. Seeing that Lin Onrong remained unfazed, one of the constables pressed on. Must the county magistrate himself extend an invitation to you? Recognizing the tension escalating, the head of the Lin family, Lin Yusheng, quickly stepped forward. This is a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this matter amicably. As he spoke, he produced spiritual stones, offering them to the constables. Ha ha ha, gentlemen. May I ask why you wish to take my daughter to the county magistrate's residence? The leading constable accepted the spiritual stones with a satisfied smile. Lin family head. We dare not speak indiscriminately, but it would be wise for you to prepare for what lies ahead. At that moment, Lin Onrong stepped forward. Father, I shall accompany the three of them to the county magistrate's residence. My master is visiting friends in the city. Please inform her. Very well, Miss Lin. Let us be on our way, the constable replied. At the county magistrate's residence, Zhu Xiuwen was practically a social butterfly, effortlessly charming everyone around him. As he jovially draped an arm around County Magistrate Li's shoulders, exuding camaraderie. Magistrate, why not provide us with constable attire so that we may join in the festivities at the courtroom? Su Qing also wore an expression of excitement. Li Juanshou, with several furrows etched upon his forehead, gently pushed aside Zhu Xiuwen's arm, indicating that there was no need for such formality to attend the court. There was no requirement to don the attire of the constables. He suggested that the two could simply accompany him. Before long, a messenger arrived, announcing that Lin Onrong had already been brought to the main hall. Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen accompanied the county magistrate to the courthouse, taking their seats at the central table, while Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen stood to the lower right of the magistrate. Xiao Yan was ushered in by a constable. At that moment, Lin Onrong also caught sight of Xiao Yan. Though somewhat surprised, she displayed an air of disdain. With a soft sigh, she remarked, Xiao Yan, I have already told you that we inhabit different worlds. Your stubbornness is ill-fated. Xiao Yan cast her a fleeting glance and replied, Lin Onrong, you remain as self-righteous as ever. Oh, Xiao Yan, how naive you are. Do not delude yourself into thinking that appealing to the magistrate will restore our betrothal. It is truly laughable. My Qiyang sect fears not the magistrate of Jinyang. Lin Onrong shook her head and addressed Magistrate Li, saying, Esteemed magistrate, the engagement between myself and Xiao Yan has long been dissolved. Even you lack the authority to intervene. It would be wise for certain individuals to relinquish their futile hopes. Lin Onrong exuded an air of haughty superiority, firmly believing that Xiao Yan, like a toad desiring to consume swan meat, was beneath her. Su Qing and Zhu Xiaowen exchanged bewildered glances. After a brief silence, Magistrate Li finally inquired, "Lin Onrong, I ask you, are you certain that your engagement with Xiao Yin has been terminated?" Lin Onrong's eyes brimmed with utter disdain as she replied without hesitation, "Of course. I personally went to annul it. How could I possibly be mistaken? Xiao Yin, a mere waste with inferior spiritual roots, is unworthy of me. I am a direct disciple of the Qiyang sect, a favored daughter of heaven. My future partner must be someone of the caliber of a direct disciple from the Wandao sect." Upon hearing this, Magistrate Li cast an odd glance at Su Qing and Zhu Xiaowen. The two, alarmed, hastily shook their heads, inwardly cursing their misfortune. Lin Onrong paid no heed to the gravity of the courtroom, her words growing increasingly offensive, to the point where even Magistrate Li found it intolerable. It was astonishing that anyone would covet such a character, and he cast a sympathetic glance towards Su Qing and Zhu Xiaowen. Su Qing's expression darkened, filled with indignation. "What kind of insight do you possess, old man?" At that moment, the county magistrate, Li Juanshou, could no longer contain himself and interjected, clearing his throat. "Well, since you are certain about the annulment of the engagement, that suffices." Meanwhile, Xiao Yi remained unfazed, seemingly immune to the unfolding discourse. With a swift motion, Li Juanshou slammed his gavel down and declared, "On what grounds does Xiao Yi of the Xiao family accuse Lin Onrong of the Lin family?" With resolute determination in his eyes, Xiao Yi respectfully bowed to the magistrate and proclaimed loudly, "I, the humble Xiao Yi, bring forth charges against Lin Onrong for the embezzlement of the bride price belonging to the Xiao family." Lin Onrong's countenance darkened. She had always believed that Xiao Yi intended to leverage the magistrate's authority to reinstate their engagement. Little did she anticipate such a turn of events. Li Juanshou nodded and inquired further, "Does Lin Onrong of the Lin family acknowledge this matter?" Lin Onrong, convinced that the bride price was rightfully hers, vehemently retorted, "No, absolutely not." However, Xiao Yi had come prepared. He produced a document inscribed with extensive details. "My Lord Magistrate, this is the list of the bride price presented by the Xiao family to the Lin family at the time of betrothal, which includes 500,000 spirit stones, along with numerous elixirs and magical artifacts, totaling a value of 120,000 spirit stones. I implore you to examine it." Li Juanshou grasped the document and, upon reading it, was taken aback. "Is this a marriage proposal or the purchase of a bride? When I married off my daughter, I even had to add a premium artifact." Enraged, he slammed the gavel down once more and demanded, "Lin Onrong, do you have anything to say?" Being merely a 16-year-old girl, Lin Onrong was rattled by Li Juanshou's intimidation and lost the composure she had previously maintained. She was acutely aware that such a sum was unattainable. At that time, the Lin family was in dire straits, burdened by insurmountable debts. Her father, Lin Yusheng, had to plead extensively to persuade the Xiao family to consider a union, and the Xiao family had not been unkind, generously providing over 1,000,000 spirit stones to help the Lin family through their most challenging times. In recent years, the Lin family's circumstances had improved significantly, prompting Lin Yusheng to become increasingly ambitious. Coupled with his daughter's promising talents, he invested a considerable sum in sending Lin Onrong to the Qiyang sect, securing her a position as a direct disciple, hoping that the sect would elevate the Lin family status. Having once experienced poverty, the Lin family, including Lin Yusheng, had developed a strong sense of pride, leading them to host lavish banquets and expend vast amounts of spirit stones. Now, demanding 120,000 spirit stones from the Lin family was utterly implausible. Lin Onrong was acutely aware of this reality and understood that appealing to the sect for financial assistance was a futile endeavor. Taking a deep breath, she addressed Xiao Yi. "Xiao Yi, this is a private matter between our families and need not escalate to the magistrate's court. In due time, I shall arrange for my father and master to meet with your father to discuss this matter directly." Though it was termed a discussion, the undertone was laden with palpable threats. Chapter 21, The Red Sun Sect. Xiao Yi, being no fool, discerned the menace in her words. However, he merely cast a fleeting glance her way and replied, "Miss Lin, some matters are best clarified in a court of law." "You." Zhu Xiaowen suddenly pointed at Lin and Rong, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Old Su, look, she's flustered." Lin and Rong shot a fierce glare at Zhu Xiaowen and addressed the county magistrate. "Your Excellency, this is a private affair between the Lin and Xiao families. It would be inappropriate for you to interfere." The county magistrate stroked his beard and stated, while this may be a private matter between your families. The laws of the Great Xia dictate that upon the annulment of a betrothal, the bridal gifts must be returned in full. Since Xiaoyi has brought this before me, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. Indeed, your Lin family has no shame, yet you still wish to prevent Xiaoyi from seeking justice? Truly, you have lost all sense of dignity. Zhu Xiaowen interjected, his voice laced with derision. Lin and Rong clenched her fists, visibly infuriated. Your Excellency, I am a direct disciple of the Red Sun sect. Do you truly wish to provoke discord with my sect over this waste of space, Xiaoyi? Zhu Xiaowen chuckled, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the county magistrate, as if to say, she is threatening you. The county magistrate's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that a mere young girl would dare to threaten him. What does the Red Sun sect amount to? He thought. Enough. The county magistrate barked. How dare you threaten me? I am a dignified official of the Great Xia court, and I fear not a trivial sect. Humph. As for you, Miss Lin and Rong, I hereby decree that your Lin family must return the sum of 120,000 in bridal gifts to the Xiao family within 3 days. Should you fail to comply, the laws of the Great Xia shall take their course. Lin and Rong's complexion paled, and she cried out in desperation, Your Excellency, you cannot rule this way. I am a direct disciple of the Red Sun sect. Xiaoyi, quickly, tell the county magistrate that those bridal gifts were willingly bestowed by your family and do not require repayment from us. Xiaoyi regarded her as though she were a simpleton. I suggest you return home and gather the funds swiftly. Lin and Rong rebuked him angrily. Xiaoyi, you are nothing but a waste. I should never have agreed to this engagement. It is the greatest blemish of my life. You, with your inferior spiritual roots, should have recognized the disparity between us and proactively sought to annul our engagement. The bridal gifts from your family were merely compensation for the years I have sacrificed and a tribute to my youth. Su Qing. Zhu Xiaowen was equally astonished. Old Su, what on earth is this peculiar phenomenon? Su Qing was also uncertain. Perhaps all fairies were like this. And you too. Lin Enyang suddenly pointed at Su Qing and Zhu Xiaowen. Su Qing was utterly bewildered, merely a bystander in this unfolding drama. It became evident to me that you and that worthless Xiao Yin are in cahoots, foolishly believing that by associating with him, you could gain favor with the Xiao family. Allow me to inform you that the Xiao family will inevitably meet their downfall. Old Su, has this woman lost her mind? You are the ones who are truly deranged. No, I see that you and Xiao Yin are in league together. It appears you are both equally incompetent, as like attracts like. Li Juanshou found it rather amusing to observe Lin Onrong berating Su Qing and Zhu Xiaowen, and he chose not to intervene, as they were merely enjoying the spectacle. Zhu Xiaowen seemed somewhat hard of hearing. Old Su, she is calling you worthless. Su Qing, at a loss for words, remarked, she has also insulted you. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaowen leaped in front of Lin Enyang, delivering a forceful slap that sent her crashing to the ground. He then positioned himself atop her, raising his fist to unleash a flurry of blows while exclaiming, You are the true waste, daring to call me a waste. In this world, only my sister has the right to label me as such. Su Qing, what utter nonsense. Slap. Lin Enyang was ruthlessly slapped in the face. You cannot strike me. I am a direct disciple of the Qiyang sect. Slap. My master is a formidable being at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Your fate is sealed. And so is your family's. The terror of a mid-foundation establishment expert is indeed formidable, and Zhu Xiaowen, frightened by her threats, struck even harder. Su Qing covered his face, unable to bear the sight before him. It was simply too enchanting, rendering him akin to a pig's head. However, Xiaoyan appeared to relish the spectacle, even going so far as to deliver a couple of kicks. Li Juanshou's behavior was even more outrageous, as he called for a cup of tea. Who dares to harm my disciple? A woman clad in green, her countenance fierce, soared into the room. Her tone suggested she was Lin Onrong's master. Xiao Qing gazed at the county magistrate, his expression one of astonishment, as if to convey the inadequacy of the security at the magistrate's office. The county magistrate, equally perturbed, reflected on the disarray within his establishment. After all, the magistrate's office was an official institution of the Xia dynasty, and allowing a woman to waltz in so effortlessly was nothing short of disgraceful. Lin Onrong seized the opportunity to escape from Zhu Xiaowen's grasp. She rushed to the side of the woman in the green attire, her head swollen, mumbling incoherently, Master. The county magistrate is pressuring the Lin family for the dowry owed to the Xiao family. Lin Onrong's master turned her gaze towards the county magistrate and stated, County magistrate, this matter concerns the Lin and Xiao families. In light of my status as a representative of the Qing sect, let us consider this case resolved, treating it as compensation for my disciple. What say you? Were it not for the official robes he donned, the county magistrate would have been tempted to deliver a resounding slap to her. The audacity of the Qing sect. What influence did they truly possess? Especially with a mere mid-foundation establishment practitioner daring to speak so arrogantly before him? Did they think that his long period of restraint had rendered him impotent? With a darkened expression, the county magistrate declared, I have already rendered my judgment on this matter. The dowry must be repaid within 3 days. As he spoke, he released the aura of his early nascent soul cultivation, rendering Lin Onrong's master utterly speechless. She regained her composure, realizing that the county magistrate was not someone to be trifled with. While the dowry issue could be discussed further, the county magistrate could not allow anyone to brazenly commit acts of violence in the public court. After all, it was her disciple who had first hurled insults. Branding these two as useless, could one truly endure such provocations? Su Qing thought to himself, there is no need for you to repeatedly mention the term waste. Zhu Xiuwen agreed, saying, indeed, it was I who struck first, and she dares to call me a waste? Only my sister has the right to label me as such. Su Qing, could you please temper your arrogance? Lin Onrong, the master, spoke with a cold expression. Is it because my disciple called you a worthless fool that you would subject her to such treatment? In Jinyang County, it has always been the case that only the Qing sect reigns supreme. No one has ever dared to stand above them. My disciple merely spoke a truth. Do you truly believe our Qing sect to be made of clay? I find you all to be worthless, not just you, but also that sister of yours, who clearly lacks awareness of her own limits. She spoke through gritted teeth. Upon hearing an insult directed at his sister, Zhu Xiuwen's face flushed with rage. With a flash, he appeared beside Lin Onrong, and with a swift motion, he sent her crashing to the ground. Zhu Xiuwen positioned himself atop her, vigorously swinging his arm, ensuring she endured the same treatment as his disciple. Insulting me is one matter, but to demean my sister is beyond reproach. Even my father would not dare to speak ill of her. Zhu Xiuwen fully exploited his physical prowess to firmly suppress Master Lin, who, undeterred, conjured a protective shield with her magical powers. Yet, with a single strike, Zhu Xiuwen shattered it, nearly exhausting her magical energy. Stop. Cease this at once. I am an elder of the Qing sect, and my husband is a golden elixir ancestor. If you dare to strike me, my husband will annihilate your entire family. Chapter 22. A suspected classic scene. The mention of the golden elixir ancestor is enough to instill fear, but Zhu Xiuwen, fueled by determination, continued to pummel her into a state resembling that of a pig's head. Su Qing, covering his face, dared not look on, while Xiaoyan hesitated to deliver a kick. Instead, Li Juanshou replenished his cup of tea. Who dares to bully my wife? A furious roar reverberated throughout the Juanshou residence. As a formidable figure emerged in the grand hall, the unmistakable aura of a golden core cultivator radiating from him, his gaze fixed with a fierce intensity upon Zhu Xiuwen. See, I told you the security of the Juanshou residence is inadequate. Anyone can stroll in at will. Li Juanshou crushed his teacup in frustration, exclaiming, damn it, do they think my residence is a public restroom? Li Ming, how dare you so brazenly insult my Qing sect? You wretch, prepare to pay with your life. Zhu Xiuwen glanced back at Su Qing, who nodded in affirmation, granting permission to engage. As the golden core cultivator prepared to strike Zhu Xiuwen, Su Qing swiftly unleashed a divine hammer attack upon his consciousness. The golden core cultivator cried out, clutching his head, momentarily forgetting Zhu Xiuwen, who seized the opportunity to close in. Golden light began to emanate from his body as he executed a powerful strike, sending the cultivator crashing to the ground, his fists raining down with ferocity, while Su Qing periodically assisted with another divine hammer. Li Juanshou's expression turned to one of astonishment, silently acknowledging the prowess of the direct disciple of the Windazong. It was truly remarkable how he could effortlessly contend against a golden core. Xiaoyan gaped in disbelief, while the two other onlookers hesitated to intervene. The audacious thief dares to ambush me. If you possess any courage, face me in a fair fight. At that moment, Zhu Xiuwen radiated with even greater golden brilliance, while Su Qing disregarded the depletion of his consciousness, relentlessly employing the divine hammer. I am the son of the Yuan-ing ancestor of the Qing sect. You dare to strike me? You are doomed, and your entire family shall suffer the consequences. Su Qing's mind was clouded with dark thoughts. Are the fierce words of your Qing sect all taught by the same master? At that moment, A terrifying aura enveloped the entire governor's estate, and a resonant voice echoed in everyone's minds. Who dares to bully my son and daughter-in-law? A figure with flowing white hair appeared in the court, presumably the venerable ancestor of the Qing sect. It is confirmed. The governor's estate is nothing more than a vast public restroom, accessible to all, regardless of age or gender. What kind of junior possesses such audacity to dare oppress my Qing sect? In Jinyang County, no one has the gall to trample upon us. Even if we are at fault, these individuals deserve it. To bully you is. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Qing produced the identity jade token hanging at his waist and hurled it towards the ancestor of Qiyang. Upon seeing the inscription on the token, the Qiyang ancestor's expression shifted dramatically. He smiled broadly, clasping his fists and bowing deeply. It is indeed our Qiyang sect's error. On behalf of these two unworthy juniors, offer my sincere apologies. Su Qing and Zhu Xiuan may indeed be no match for the formidable nascent soul patriarch. Yet there is little need for confrontation. As Su Qing often articulates, navigating the world necessitates an understanding of power dynamics. Not to mention, even a mere sneeze from Zhu Xiuan's family could obliterate the Qiyang sect. The term nascent soul patriarch may sound intimidating, but there is no requirement for the elders of the Wandao sect to intervene. Any of Su Qing's senior brothers or sisters could effortlessly reduce him to ashes. The golden core cultivator, pinned to the ground, cried out, "Father, save me." In response, the patriarch of the Qiyang sect scolded his own son, "You ungrateful wretch. Quickly submit and allow the two esteemed disciples of the Wandao sect to deliver a proper lesson." Lin Onrong and her master were left utterly speechless. They had never even encountered ordinary disciples of the Wandao sect, and now they were faced with two direct disciples, leaving Lin Onrong feeling a mix of shame and indignation. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Qing instructed Zhu Xiuan to release the golden core cultivator. Li Juanshou cleared his throat a few times and remarked, "Friend Qiyang, do you truly regard my official residence as a public lavatory, entering at your whim?" The venerable ancestor of Qiyang quickly responded, "Li Juanshou, this matter is indeed an error on the part of my Qiyang sect. However, regarding the affairs of the Lin and Xiao families, I am unaware of the details, but rest assured, they bear no relation to my sect. I shall take this rebellious child and take my leave." No sooner had he spoken than he hurriedly exited with his son and daughter-in-law. Zhu Xiuan grinned broadly, exclaiming, "I must say, the skin of a golden core cultivator is remarkably tough, resilient against blows. You certainly enjoyed yourself." Li Juanshou cast a dispassionate glance at Lin Enyong and stated, "If the Lin family repays the spirit stones within 3 days, this matter shall be considered resolved." Lin Enyong felt as though her heart had turned to ashes. It seemed her sect had abandoned her, and how would the Lin family repay over 1,000,000 spirit stones? Li Juanshou ordered for Lin Enyong to be taken away. With everyone departed, Zhu Xiuan playfully draped an arm around Li Juanshou's shoulder, looking at him with a sly grin. "Old Li, your position as county magistrate seems rather stifling. Does it not?" Li Juanshou's expression, which had finally returned to normal, darkened once more as he shrugged off Zhu Xiuan's hand. With a frown, he retorted, "Do you think the position of county magistrate is easy to hold? There are numerous complexities at play. In Jinyang County alone, there are 3 prominent families in the Qiyang sect." With a sigh, he continued, "It was manageable until that old monster of the Qiyang sect broke through to the nascent soul stage, making them increasingly arrogant. I have already submitted a memorial to the court. One day, the Qiyang sect will pay the price." The vast territory of the Daxia dynasty presents significant challenges in governance, inevitably allowing for the emergence of dark forces. Initially, the Daxia court collaborated with the 5 great sects to conduct a crackdown on these malevolent entities, requiring centuries of effort to achieve the current era of prosperity. Nevertheless, some sects remain oblivious to their impending doom, awaiting the court's purging. Though the process has been somewhat convoluted, the Qiyang sect cannot escape suspicion of playing the role of the hero rescuing the grandfather. Suddenly, Su Qing's expression turned peculiar as he sat up in alarm, realizing, "Am I the one in distress?" Thanks to the county magistrate and the 2 young masters for their assistance, Xiao Yi is immensely grateful. Li Juanshou graciously accepted the gesture of gratitude. At this moment, outside the city of Jinyang, the venerable ancestor of Qiyang and his bumbling son and daughter-in-law were present. The ancestor, with a grave demeanor, inquired, "What on earth transpired? How did you offend 2 direct disciples of the Wanda sect?" The golden core cultivator cried out in protest, "Father, How was I to know they were disciples of the Wenda's sect? I merely intervened upon witnessing them assault my wife. Lin Anyang's master hesitantly recounted the events involving the Lin and Xiao families. The venerable ancestor of Qiang trembled with fury. You are to discard this disciple. Find an excuse to expel her from your teachings, and do not concern yourself further with the Lin and Xiao families. The woman, hesitant to refute, quickly affirmed her association with the Xiao family. Upon returning to the Xiao residence from the governor's office, Su Qing, Zhu Xiuwen, and the others each retreated to their respective chambers. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi sought out the couple, Xiao Dingtian and his wife, to inform them of the events that transpired at the governor's estate. Will the Lin family truly return the betrothal gifts? Lady Xiao inquired, her expression tinged with uncertainty as she grasped Xiao Yi's hand. With a reassuring smile, Xiao Yi replied, certainly, for it is a decree issued personally by the esteemed governor. And the Qiang sect has also declared that this matter bears no relation to them. Lady Xiao, filled with excitement, exclaimed as she squeezed Xiao Yi's hand. You are truly remarkable, far more accomplished than your feckless father. Xiao Dingtian scoffed dismissively, remarkable indeed. If not for the two young masters from the Wandao sect, he wouldn't even have gained entry to the governor's office. Chapter 23. How is this not considered a cave? In gratitude to Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen, Xiao Dingtian hosted a grand banquet that evening, pouring a large jar of wine and continuously addressing Zhu Xiuwen as brother without pause. The following day, Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen rose early, as they had made plans with Xiao Yan to revisit the place where he first discovered the lingering soul. At that time, Xiao Yan, engulfed in despair, contemplated ending it all by leaping from a cliff. He wandered aimlessly for quite some time, distancing himself from the city of Jinyang. To hasten their journey, Su Qing took it upon himself to carry Xiao Yan as they soared towards the outskirts of Jinyang City. In which direction was Xiao Yan located? Su Qing held Xiao Yan as one would grasp a chick. Which direction? He inquired. Xiao Yan gestured towards a distant horizon, revealing a landscape adorned with desolate mountains, teeming with an abundance of ferocious beasts. Su Qing pondered to himself, how did this fellow manage to walk in alive back then? After a period of traversing with his sword and evading the beasts of the mountain, he finally arrived at the very spot where Xiao Yan had leaped from the cliff. Is this truly the place? Xiao Yan scanned his surroundings and soon discovered a tree inscribed with numerous characters. His excitement surged as he exclaimed, indeed, this is the very spot. As Su Qing leaned in for a closer look, he was taken aback by the fierce and menacing words inscribed there. Xiao Yi, feeling a sense of embarrassment, withdrew a small knife and began to scratch out the characters from the tree. Beneath this very spot, there should be a cave. Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen brought Xiao Yi to the foot of the cliff, where dense weeds, taller than a person, flourished everywhere. To the naked eye, the existence of a cave was utterly concealed. Su Qing had no choice but to extend his spiritual awareness and, at last, discovered a small opening behind a thicket, barely large enough for a single person to squeeze through. The situation became rather awkward. Is this what you refer to as a cave? Su Qing gazed perplexedly at the dog hole below. Xiao Yi, visibly embarrassed, replied, how can this hole in the mountain not be considered a cave? Such an outrageous statement. Had Zhu Xiuwen uttered these words, Su Qing would undoubtedly have kicked him away. At that moment, Zhu Xiuwen leaped forth, radiating a golden glow. Old Su, are you foolish? If the hole is small, we can simply enlarge it. Step aside, allow me. Xiao Yi hurriedly restrained Zhu Xiuwen, exclaiming, young master Zhu, you cannot smash it. This is merely an entrance. There is still a long way to go behind it. We certainly cannot demolish the entire mountain. Su Qing, while others venture forth to undertake tasks and hone their skills, they encounter various powerful beings' hidden abodes, acquiring extraordinary techniques. Or they stumble upon rare secret realms that open once a century, claiming the entirety of such realms for themselves. Yet here he is, reduced to crawling through a dog hole. If this were to become known, it would undoubtedly become a tarnished chapter in his history. After a long silence, Zhu Xiuwen finally spoke up and asked, Old Su, what do you think? Should we proceed with the climb? Su Qing gazed at the dog hole before him and uttered a statement that left Zhu Xiuwen with no room for refusal. Since we are already here. Zhu Xiuwen's pupils constricted, and he inhaled sharply, momentarily at a loss for words to counter Su Qing. Observing the atmosphere grow tense, Xiao Yi interjected, Gentlemen, there is no need for concern. I shall lead the way. Rest assured, I possess ample experience. Su Qing silently complained to himself, wishing that he would never gain experience in this regard. Zhu Xiuwen slapped his forehead and suddenly exclaimed, Old Su, I've just thought of a solution. Su Qing was taken aback. He had always believed that Zhu Xiuwen had not only refined his body, but also sharpened his intellect. What a notion. Just consider. We are merely uncertain of the direction. I could effortlessly traverse through this passage using earth manipulation, thus sparing myself the need to climb. Su Qing. After a while, Xiaoyan crawled into the cave, while Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen employed the earth escape technique to follow closely behind. Just moments ago, Xiaoyan had claimed he was incapable of performing the earth escape, suggesting he would wait outside for Su Qing and the others. However, Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen were unwilling to grant him such a reprieve. Since they had come this far, at least one of them had to crawl through. The passage was exceedingly narrow, permitting only a single individual to pass at a time, and devoid of light, forcing Xiaoyan to produce a luminous pearl for illumination. After half an hour, Su Qing could no longer restrain himself and whispered, "Why is it taking so long? How did you manage to crawl before?" Xiaoyan replied bitterly, "In the beginning, my heart was as cold as ashes. I hardly paid attention to anything else, and before I knew it, I had arrived." The passage in the mountain twisted and turned, and despite Su Qing's substantial magical prowess, he could not sustain the exertion indefinitely. He began to release his consciousness into the ground, albeit with significantly diminished effectiveness and considerable energy expenditure. Before long, he called out, "Found it. Old Zhu, follow me. Xiaoyan, take your time crawling." No sooner had he spoken than Zhu Xiuwen swiftly followed Su Qing in a particular direction, leaving Xiaoyan to struggle alone behind them. Soon, Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen emerged from the ground into a relatively spacious circular cavern. Within, there thrived unfamiliar flora, and although there were no apparent sources of illumination, the cave radiated an extraordinary brightness. "Indeed, there is a cave, and it is quite well concealed," Zhu Xiuwen remarked, expressing his dissatisfaction with the spitting sound. Su Qing surveyed his surroundings, sensing an underlying complexity to the place. It was prudent to regain his strength. Although the depletion of his magical energy was not significant, he was in an unfamiliar locale, unaware of the potential dangers that might arise. It was wise to exercise caution. Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen each consumed a rejuvenation pill and began to meditate for recovery. After a brief moment, Xiaoyan emerged from a crevice in the cave wall, while Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen completed the refinement of their elixirs. "Xiaoyan, is this where you encountered the lingering soul?" Xiaoyan glanced around, confirming the location. "Indeed, this is the place, but I distinctly remember having cut down some plants here. How could they have regrown so swiftly? How peculiar." Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen surveyed the surrounding flora, finding it hard to believe that such vibrant plant life could thrive deep within a mountain cave. The flavor is delightful. "Old Su, would you care to taste?" exclaimed Zhu Xiuwen, as he bit into a fruit plucked from an unknown source, juice spilling forth from his mouth. Su Qing suddenly felt a pang of regret for having come out. "It's truly delightful. You should give it a try," Zhu Xiuwen urged as he handed one to Su Qing. Su Qing cast a glance, hesitant to partake, and decided to wait until he returned to consult his senior brother at Danding Peak. Su Qing and his companions meticulously searched the cave, yet they found nothing related to demonic cultivators. However, Zhu Xiuwen had gathered an abundance of fruits from the mountain. It seems illogical that this lingering soul would remain adrift in this realm. "Lao Su, come here and take a look. There is something noteworthy here." Su Qing walked over and saw Zhu Xiuwen standing beside a thicket of lush vegetation. "Old Su, look, this appears to be the entrance to a cave." Su Qing carefully observed that this was indeed an opening. One might even call it a passage, obstructed by a dense array of vegetation clinging to the mountainside. Su Qing unsheathed the Qing Shuang sword, effortlessly severing the plants obstructing the entrance. Through the opening, one could see a passageway teeming with dense vines, judging by its length. It would require considerable time to clear. "Old Su, what about employing fire as an offensive strategy?" Su Qing shot him a glare. "It's not that. I'm just afraid we'll be burned alive here." Although they were all foundation-building cultivators, the area was teeming with vegetation, making fire attacks exceedingly perilous, especially with a novice in the Qi refinement stage among them. Consequently, Su Qing urged Zhu Xiuwen and Xiaoyan to draw their swords as well. And although their speed could not match his, they would at least be of assistance. Chapter 24, Fierce Combat. The trio's hacking became considerably more efficient, and soon they noticed a faint glow emanating from the gaps in the vines ahead. Su Qing's face revealed a glimmer of joy. Upon seeing the light, he urged them to hasten. After a chaotic frenzy of hacking by the three, they finally severed the last vine. Stepping out of the passage, they entered a vast cavern, where both the floor and walls were entwined with numerous vines. In the center lay 3 decaying bronze coffins, their surfaces encrusted with a thick layer of dust, while before them were 3 objects that vaguely resembled cushions. This place is in a lamentable state. Zhu Xiuwen surveyed the cavern, noting that nearly everything lacked discernible value, a testament to the vast distance of time since the ancient era. It appears this is the lair of the demon cultivators, and it is evident that there were 3 of them. Last time, Xiaoyan had taken one away. Su Qing gazed upon the unmistakable bronze coffin and the mat, realizing that these 3 individuals had likely never anticipated anyone would intrude. Old Su, he mused, this desolate place holds nothing of value. Everything here disintegrates at a mere touch. What a considerable loss this has turned out to be. Su Qing circled the bronze coffin, only to discover that 2 of them had been slightly ajar. Lao Zhu. Xiao Yi, come here, he called. Zhu Xiuwen ambled over with a carefree demeanor, inquiring, Lao Su, have you found something? Once the 2 approached, Su Qing gestured for them to step back a few paces, then drew the Qing Shuang sword, unleashing a fierce sword energy towards the 3rd bronze coffin. The blade's force cleaved the coffin into splinters, and a dark, ethereal remnant surged forth from within. It appeared to be the lingering spirit of a 3rd malevolent cultivator, its essence even more feeble than the one captured by the Windazong. The specter, taking the form of an elderly man clad in tattered black robes, glared menacingly at Su Qing, the very instigator of his coffin's destruction. Youngster, he hissed, I had intended to spare your lives, yet here you are, daring to attack me. Su Qing seemed to grasp the situation and declared, we can fight. Xiao Yi, find a place to hide. Old Zhu, let us confront him together. The expression of the old man in the black robe grew increasingly ferocious. Young ones, since you seek death, I shall oblige. Su Qing hurriedly took out 2 golden body protective talismans and pressed them against himself. The old man in the black robe stirred, and the surrounding vines seemed to come to life, wildly lashing out towards Su Qing and his companion. Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen deftly evaded the onslaught, as the elder in the black robe seemed particularly fixated on Su Qing, directing the majority of the creeping vines toward him. With a swift motion of the Qing Shuang sword, Su Qing unleashed 4 ethereal beams of sword light. He wielded the Qing Shuang sword with fervor, and the vines succumbed to the relentless assault of the sword and its luminous projections, dwindling to a mere few. The sword light separation technique was the sole swordsmanship Su Qing had mastered. Channeling the 4 beams of sword light towards the lingering souls, Su Qing leapt forth, brandishing the Qing Shuang sword to sever a vine that obstructed Zhu Xiuwen's escape. As Zhu Xiuwen emerged, radiating a brilliant golden aura, he unleashed a colossal fist imprint towards the elder in the black robe. In response, Su Qing retaliated with a sweeping arc of formidable azure sword energy. The fist imprint and the sword energy struck the elder with unyielding force, sending plumes of dust into the air. As the dust settled, the silhouette of the elder gradually materialized. Hee, is this all you young ones can muster? Then today, you shall leave your lives here. Su Qing was acutely aware of the principle that smoke poses no harm. With a surge of determination, he directed the 4 rays of sword light surrounding the black robe to fiercely pierce the elder's soul. Ah, you, young one, lack martial ethics. Upon witnessing the dimming of the black-robed elder's soul, Su Qing's face illuminated with a sense of triumph. Old rascal, I have seen through your facade of bravado. The visage of the lingering soul twisted into a more menacing grimace as a copious amount of black mist surged forth from its form. This mist coalesced into a formidable whirlwind, which swept up the vines from the ground. After a brief moment, as the whirlwind dissipated, a colossal vine giant, exuding billowing clouds of dark energy, materialized before Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen. Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen's expressions changed dramatically as they retreated in a frenzy. What on earth is this? Is this the kind of sorcery employed by demon cultivators? Zhu Xiuwen cursed vehemently. This being appears to possess a realm far superior to the one we captured. Fortunately, only its remnant soul remains. Or else both of us would have surely met our demise by now. Zhu Xiuwen, in a state of panic, similarly affixed 2 protective talismans upon himself. Su Qing, with a flicker of inspiration, summoned 4 beams of sword light that surrounded him. Xiaoyan, leave this place. Su Qing shouted. Xiaoyan, disregarding the unfolding spectacle, hurriedly dashed toward the passage. If he lingered any longer, his life would be at stake. The vine giant let out a furious roar, raising its colossal fist. akin to a massive meteor, and hurled it towards Su Qing and Zhu Xiuan. Su Qing had no time to ponder the fact that the old man in black had even crafted sound effects, and together with Zhu Xiuan, they leaped into the air. Two giants formed of rock erupted from Su Qing's previous location, attempting to shield against the vine giant's fist. But they barely managed to hold for an instant before being obliterated into rubble. Su Qing watched with disbelief as the corners of his eyes twitched. These two colossal rock giants, his most formidable earth-based spells, had dissipated with but a mere touch. Ha! Young ones, it seems I have underestimated you. You possess some skill. The old man in the black robe slowly ascended to perch upon the head of the vine giant, a frenzied greed suddenly illuminating his countenance. Ha! Two heavenly roots. Fate has smiled upon me. In our era, innate talents were exceedingly rare. To encounter two today is truly a blessing from the ancestors. The old man gazed at them with fervor, sending a shiver down Su Qing's spine. Damn you, you old fool. You're practically on your last legs, yet still pretending. Don't try to intimidate me. Su Qing's face darkened as he erupted in a fit of rage. You with the sword, once I seize the other, I shall ensure you are subjected to 1,000 torturous deaths to assuage my wrath. The old man exclaimed, Are you blind? Why should I possess him and not you? Suddenly, Zhu Xiuan seemed to lose his composure. Although you may not possess the same charm as that other fellow, you are still somewhat presentable. Today, I shall ensure that the sword-wielding youth meets a most gruesome end. Zhu Xiuan replied, Enough. Do not prolong this any further. I shall send you on your way. Su Qing and Zhu Xiuan exchanged a glance, each approaching either side of the giant. Su Qing stuffed several recovery pills into his mouth, his hands fervently coalescing into a colossal fireball, which he hurled towards the vine giant. Zhu Xiuan also produced a substantial handful of talismans, unleashing a torrent of fiery symbols that surged towards the giant. With Xiaoyan absent, the two of them disregarded caution and opted for an all-out fire assault. It was astonishing how Zhu Xiuan possessed such an abundance of fire-related talismans. He must be exceedingly wealthy. Su Qing gazed enviously at his own meager fireballs. The Qing Shuang sword soared from Su Qing's grasp, hovering in midair. As he altered his hand seals and murmured incantations, the Qing Shuang sword erupted in radiant flames. It transformed into a magnificent fire dragon that lunged at the vine giant. This was the fire dragon technique, executed through the Qing Shuang sword, which not only unleashed formidable flames but also wielded the sword's fierce energy. Chapter 25. The remnant soul in the black robe. The fire dragon unleashed torrents of blazing fire upon the vine giant, subsequently twisting its serpentine body to ensnare the giant. Engulfed in flames, Su Qing stood upon the radiant sword light, commanding the remaining 3 beams of shimmering swords to assail the black-robed elder atop the giant. Zhu Xiuan, with reckless abandon, hurled an array of talismans. The sword light transformed into ethereal streams, ensnaring the elder in black robes. Su Qing intermittently unleashed spells while the fiery dragon, entangled with the giant, raised its colossal flaming head to unleash a searing breath of fire upon the elder. Upon witnessing this, the elder was enveloped in a dense black mist that coalesced into a massive dark hand, striking down upon the dragon's head and dispersing both the dragon and the surrounding sword light. However, this act exacted a severe toll on the elder, rendering his soul body increasingly transparent, clearly indicating immense expenditure of energy. With the fire dragon technique thwarted, the Qing Shuang sword transformed into a streak of azure silk. Soaring back towards Su Qing, he grasped the Qing Shuang sword and directed Zhu Xiuan. Old Zhu, intercept that vine giant. Understood, Zhu Xiuan declared, summoning his foundational physical prowess. Golden light enveloped him as he grew in stature, resembling a diminutive giant, and with a mighty leap, he charged towards the vine giant. Though Zhu Xiuan appeared somewhat lacking in comparison to the towering vine giant, the earlier spell casting had drained its energy. Zhu Xiuan swung his massive fist down upon the vine giant, shattering many charred vines. Were it Su Qing who had approached, a single blow would have surely drawn blood. Su Qing was not idle either. He soared to the apex of the vine giant, brandishing the Qing Shuang sword, and confronted the old man in the black robe. The old man's increasingly translucent visage remained menacing. Ah, splendid. Young one, I have lived for so long without encountering a youth like you. Why don't we cease hostilities here? I can reveal to you a secret. Su Qing curled his lips and thrust his sword forward without hesitation. The old man in the black robe was taken aback, never having encountered such a disregard for martial ethics. Young man, cease your actions. Did you not hear? A monumental secret awaits. Su Qing, relentless and unyielding, unleashed a torrent of sword energy that sliced through the air, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the old man in the black robe. "Old Su, hurry up." At that moment, the divine hammer, which Su Qing had envisioned in his spiritual realm for quite some time, appeared more vivid than ever, nearly exhausting his consciousness as it descended with tremendous force upon the soul of the black-robed elder, causing Su Qing's complexion to turn ashen. In the beginning, Su Qing had been fixated on visualizing the soul-subduing hammer, intent on delivering a powerful blow to the lingering soul. But why not simply stand there and concentrate? One might as well be conjuring the lotus of Buddha's wrath, with the lingering soul merely observing the process. And if one strike was insufficient, why not attempt two? How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator possess such formidable spiritual attack capabilities? The old man in the black robe was clearly not faring well either, his soul body appearing as if it were on the verge of dissipating. Su Qing thrust his sword into the essence of the soul, the azure frost blade emanating a swirling aura, rampaging within the remnants of the spirit. The lingering soul grew increasingly translucent, unable to sustain the colossal vine giant any longer. With a thunderous crash, the giant collapsed, transforming into countless tendrils, while Zhu Xiuwen reverted to his ordinary form, his splendid garments reduced to mere strips of fabric. Slumped on the ground, Su Qing took out the gourd artifact bestowed by the Grand Elder and captured the lingering soul within. The soul undoubtedly surpassed the nascent soul stage. The previous encounter at the Wandao sect was insignificant in comparison. It was evident that the residual spirit of the old man in the black robe was far more fragmented. Nevertheless, the power of the god-suppressing hammer was formidable. Su Qing resolved to diligently cultivate the divine refinement technique upon his return. Zhu Xiuwen approached, clad in strips of cloth, a sight to behold. "Old Su," he exclaimed, "this lingering soul was exceedingly difficult to subdue. Goodness, your face is so pale. I almost thought you had perished." Since their debut, Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen have faced the most formidable battle. Had it not been for Su Qing's significant depletion of spiritual energy, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow to the spirit. Enough of this. It is time to recuperate. With that, Su Qing hastily ingested several restorative pills, fortunate that he had exchanged for an ample supply at the task hall. Zhu Xiuwen, too, was nearing his limit. Single-handedly holding back that vine giant was indeed a considerable challenge. Without a moment to change his attire, he retrieved a few pills and seated himself, commencing the process of refinement. Moments later, both Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen opened their eyes. While they had not fully recovered, they were in a significantly better state. The elixirs from Danding Peak were truly remarkable. "Young man, I advise you to release me promptly, or else." The two, just finished with their meditation, heard the lingering soul's warning. "Or else what? Will you bite me? Su Qing, are you certain you wish to emerge? The moment you step out, I shall strike you down once more." Zhu Xiuwen clapped in approval, urging, "Come now, old Su, release him. You may strike to your heart's content. But I have yet to properly deal with him." The lingering spirit replied, "You are utterly unreasonable. This is my domain, and without a word, you intrude upon it, wreaking havoc on my possessions and injuring me, a venerable being of countless ages." Su Qing was taken aback, sitting up in shock despite his ailing condition, realizing that the antagonist was none other than himself. "Enough of this. You are but a demonic cultivator. Yet you dare to covet our essence? It would be merciful of us not to end your existence," Zhu Xiuwen retorted with irritation. "Cease your struggles and confess. Aside from the one at the nascent soul stage, where are the other demonic cultivators?" The remnants of the soul spoke with astonishment. "How did you come to know that there are two other demonic cultivators?" Su Qing unsheathed the Qing frost sword and threatened, "Do not feign ignorance. Speak swiftly." Hey, Lao Su, calm down," he replied. "The sect has entrusted this matter to the Grand Elder. There is no need to fear he will remain silent." Su Qing nodded and sheathed the Qing Shuang sword. "That makes sense. Our responsibility is merely to escort him back. Time is of the essence. Let us return to the Wendazong forthwith. I wish to observe and learn during the Grand Elder's interrogation." He chuckled. "Together we shall learn and progress." As he prepared to rise and depart from the cave, he was interrupted. "Wait." Zhu Xiuwen glanced at the gourd and remarked, "What? Do you wish for us to assist you in scattering your soul, leaving you untainted in this world? You possess no such innocence." The remnant soul, unfazed, continued, "Young man, do you not wish to uncover the secrets of this cavern?" "What secrets?" Su Qing replied nonchalantly. "Kik. Youngster, if only you." Before the remnant soul could finish, Su Qing interjected. Surely the secret you speak of pertains to the extraordinary growth rate of the vegetation within this cave, as well as. The remnant soul was taken aback. What are you insinuating, boy? Ah, and the reason why you, a mere remnant soul of seemingly modest stature, have endured until now? Zhu Xiaowen produced a fruit plucked from the cave, adopting a demeanor akin to that of an eager listener. Su Qing continued, at first, I believed that you had utilized some artifact to preserve your lingering souls until now. However, upon witnessing these 3 decayed bronze coffins, I became convinced that they are not the source of your continued existence. Chapter 26. The realm of Flora. The lingering soul fell into a moment of silence before replying in a somber tone. Indeed, though these bronze coffins are considered spiritual artifacts, their essence has long since dissipated over the course of time. Yet, as I awakened, I discovered that my lingering soul showed no signs of fading, and even the soul poison had been eradicated. Soul poison? Su Qing once perused a tome within the scripture repository of the Wandao sect, wherein he learned that soul poison is an exceedingly rare and challenging toxin to concoct. While it poses no threat to the physical body, it is exceptionally malevolent towards the soul. The remnant soul sighed and recounted, indeed, during our era, the celestial beings and demons were embroiled in a fierce conflict. My 2 disciples and I were annihilated in battle, our corporeal forms destroyed, and our souls grievously wounded, even succumbing to soul poison. In despair, we arrived at this place, and soon fell into a deep slumber. What of your 2 disciples? Inquired Zhu Xiaowen, taking a bite of fruit. I know not, the remnant soul replied. By the time I awakened, they had vanished, likely having departed from this realm. It seems the Wandao sect has captured one of your disciples. As for the other, their fate remains a mystery. Perhaps they have assumed the role of a ring-wielding elder in some distant locale. What do you believe has allowed your essence to endure until now? As the remnant soul spoke, the 3 decayed bronze coffins had long since lost their vitality to the ravages of time. Thus, the preservation of the remnant soul must be attributed to some other powerful artifact. The remnant soul fell silent for a moment before slowly articulating. It must be an exceedingly potent treasure, indeed. Su Qing was rendered speechless, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Is it that you know nothing at all, relying solely on bluster? What pretense of grandeur do you maintain? The remnant soul vehemently defended itself, exclaiming, I have only just awakened and have yet to explore. Yet you barged in and assaulted me. What recourse do I possess? Moreover, I am but a lingering spirit, devoid of a corporeal form. After muttering a curse of ineptitude, Su Qing's expression darkened as he grasped the gourd, preparing to stow it away. Hold on, the remnant soul cried out. Youngster, I have lived for so many years, and never has anyone dared to label me as worthless. Zhu Xiaowen scoffed. In this wretched place, you have lingered for hundreds of thousands of years, yet when questioned, you remain utterly ignorant. What else could you be but inept? The remnant soul, infuriated, retorted, nonsense. Through my investigation, I have determined that the precious artifact is most likely situated directly beneath the 3 copper coffins. Suddenly, Su Qing remarked, do you suppose that without those 3 bronze coffins, you might have awakened more swiftly? If it is indeed a treasure, it is quite possible that some form of energy it emanates has allowed the residual souls of the 3 disciples to endure until now and to purge the soul poison from their essence. Consequently, the existence of the coffins must, to some extent, obstruct this energy. The residual souls fell into silence. These 3 bronze coffins had been acquired at great cost by the trio, renowned as some of the finest among spiritual artifacts. Most importantly, the coffins nurtured the soul and shielded them from external influences. Perhaps Su Qing was correct. Without these coffins, they might have awakened more rapidly. However, at the time they fled to this location, there was no opportunity for exploration. Weakened, they had no choice but to conceal themselves within the coffins and succumb to slumber. Noticing the residual souls had ceased to speak, Su Qing put away his gourd. At that moment, Zhu Xiaowen exclaimed excitedly, Old Su, what do you think? Shall we search for it? This object has remained here for so long. Surely no one has discovered it? Yet, had it not been for Xiao Yin guiding the way, it is likely Su Qing would not have found this place. Crawling through such a narrow tunnel is impossible, especially one of such length. Only Xiao Yin could manage it. Su Qing's eyes flickered, seemingly lost in contemplation, while Zhu Xiaowen chose not to rush him, fully aware that Su Qing was being somewhat cautious. After all, they were dealing with matters from hundreds of thousands of years ago, and the potential dangers were unknown. After a brief moment, Su Qing finally spoke. We can proceed to investigate, but we must first inform Xiao Yan to ensure we have a contingency plan. Zhu Xuan, not merely a reckless individual, agreed, and together they made their way to the other side of the passage where Xiao Yan awaited. Upon seeing Su Qing and Zhu Xuan emerge, Xiao Yan exclaimed with urgency, "Young Master Su, young Master Zhu, you have returned." Su Qing nodded and remarked, "The remnants of the soul have been subdued by us. Yet we must delve further below for investigation. If we do not emerge within 2 hours, you shall seek assistance from the governor's office." Xiao Yan promptly agreed. After parting ways with Xiao Yan, Su Qing and Zhu Xuan swiftly returned to the location where the bronze coffin was situated. However, its form was now unrecognizable, having been obliterated in the recent skirmish, reducing the already fragile coffins to mere debris. Su Qing crouched down, attempting to release his spiritual awareness for exploration. "Have you found anything?" Zhu Xuan could not help but inquire. Su Qing shook his head and replied, "No, the subterranean soil layers obstruct the probing of divine consciousness. I can only delve a few hundred meters down, yet I have uncovered nothing. It seems we must ascend to investigate further." Zhu Xuan, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and said, "I have been eagerly awaiting your words." Su Qing and Zhu Xuan each carried a few breath-replenishing pills, for in the event their magical energy fell short, it would be unwise to find themselves buried underground without the means to excavate. The two then employed the earth escape technique, seamlessly melding into the ground. As Su Qing ventured into the subterranean realm, he maintained an outward projection of his consciousness, yet yielded no findings. After half an hour had elapsed, Su Qing finally made a notable discovery deep within the earth and conveyed this to Zhu Xuan, hastening his earth-shifting speed. Soon, the two arrived at a vast cavern seemingly composed entirely of vegetation, awash in an emerald glow that cast a greenish hue upon their faces. Zhu Xuan, taken aback, exclaimed, "Old Su, your hair has turned green." Su Qing. A crisp sound echoed, reminiscent of stepping upon a brittle branch. Su Qing bent down, and, using the Qing Shuang sword, pried open a view. Beneath the verdant foliage lay nothing but withered branches and leaves. "Old Su, come here quickly." Su Qing looked up to see Zhu Xuan picking some unknown fruits. This fellow is bound to get poisoned sooner or later. Su Qing approached. Zhu Xuan pointed at a plant and remarked, "Old Su, look, some leaves on this tree are withered." "Nonsense, your family's tree has always been green." Su Qing retorted with irritation. "No, that's not it." In the cave of the remaining souls, Su Qing observed an absence of even a single wilted or decayed plant, which, by all reasoning, should not be the case here. "Let us refrain from plucking anything for now. Let us venture further within," he suggested. The cavern was particularly vast, and as they traversed its expanse, Su Qing felt no sensation of walking upon solid ground. It was akin to treading upon a colossal organism, likely due to the dense foliage surrounding them. A verdant luminescence enveloped the area, revealing a realm teeming with vegetation. Suddenly, Zhu Xuan felt a shiver run down his spine. He swallowed hard and said, "Old Su, do you think this place might?" Before he could finish his thought, Su Qing covered his mouth. In that moment, within the cave aglow with a greenish light and filled with flora, there stood only two cultivators with ashen faces, accompanied by the faint sounds of footsteps upon brittle twigs and their quiet breaths. Su Qing exclaimed fiercely, "Silence your mouth." Suddenly, numerous vines shot forth from all directions, heading straight for Su Qing and Zhu Xuan. "What a surprise, there are vines here as well." Su Qing shouted, "Don't stand there in a daze, strike." Chapter 27, The Spirit Pool. As soon as his words fell, Su Qing seized the Qing Shuang sword and began to slash at the encroaching vines, while Zhu Xuan also drew a blade and joined the fray. "Old Su, the vines here are even more abundant than before." Su Qing severed several vines and remarked, "Nonsense, have you even observed what surrounds us?" The Qing Shuang sword danced gracefully, generating 4 beams of sword light that cleaved through the encroaching vines. Yet more. An even greater number of vines surged towards Su Qing and Zhu Xuan. The Qing Shuang sword, wielded by Su Qing, left behind a flurry of afterimages. Zhu Xuan exclaimed, "This cannot continue. These wretched vines are multiplying exponentially. Su Qing is on the brink of exhaustion. It is you who have forced my hand." Su Qing wielded his sword in one hand while conjuring a colossal fireball with the other. Zhu Xuan gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What on earth, Lao Su? Have you lost your mind?" Su Qing's expression was grave. He understood that igniting a fire in such a place was far from ideal. Yet, the vines seemed indomitable. as if they could not be severed. If this continued, both he and Zhu Xiuwen would inevitably meet a fate of exhaustion. Thus, setting fire to them appeared to be the only viable solution. Just as Su Qing was poised to cast the fireball, the encircling vines abruptly recoiled, demonstrating a distinct aversion to the impending flames. Su Qing was taken aback. He was astonished to discover such an effect existed. Su Qing attempted to bring the fireball closer to the vine, only to find that the vine recoiled as if a mouse had encountered a cat. Retreating far from the fireball, Zhu Xiuwen exclaimed with delight, "Old Su, I never anticipated this would work. Let us hasten our departure." Su Qing maintained the fireball, slowly advancing forward with Zhu Xiuwen. The vines along the path parted in deference to the radiant sphere. This cavern was expansive, yet fortunately, aside from the earlier vines, no other entities emerged. Zhu Xiuwen followed closely behind Su Qing, his gaze alertly scanning the surroundings. "Old Su, look," he remarked, "all the vegetation here has withered." Su Qing also observed that, not long ago, as he ventured deeper, the vegetation became increasingly desiccated. Upon reaching this point, he found that all the plants had withered away entirely, and the light grew dimmer still. Strangely, even the menacing vines that once posed a threat had ceased to appear. It was perplexing. Why did the flora deteriorate and even perish as one delved further into this place? Su Qing casually picked up a twig, applying a gentle pressure. It was brittle and bore no sign of decay. He collected several more twigs and leaves, all exhibiting the same characteristics, devoid of any peculiar odor. "Old Zhu, take a look at these. These plants do not appear to have perished in a natural manner." Zhu Xiuwen examined them intently for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite peculiar." His gaze deepened, and in a low, resonant voice, he remarked, "There is certainly something amiss here." Su Qing and his companion ventured deeper until they arrived at a clearing. In the center of this clearing lay a large, circular pool, filled with a verdant liquid. Floating above it was a faint azure flame, flickering delicately as if it might extinguish at any moment. Su Qingkai had only traversed the realm of cultivation for a little over a year and was not well acquainted with its intricacies. The flames before him did not resemble the lotus form he had anticipated, leaving him hesitant to make any claims. "Old Zhu, are you familiar with these phenomena?" Zhu Xiuwen furrowed his brow in contemplation, then shook his head and replied, "This appears to be a type of celestial fire. Yet there are numerous varieties of azure spiritual flames within the realm of cultivation. Moreover, this particular flame is too feeble to ascertain its true nature. However," he paused momentarily before continuing, "the verdant liquid within this pool possesses extraordinary spiritual energy. It is evidently a remarkable treasure." Su Qing speculated. Could it be that these liquids are the treasures responsible for the frenzied growth of those plants and the revival of lingering souls? It seems plausible. It cannot possibly be that ball of fire. Oh, well, I suppose the only way to find out is to give it a try. With that, Zhu Xiuwen extracted a small orb of emerald green liquid from the pool, suspending it delicately in his hand. Su Qing leaned closer, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that such a small droplet of liquid could harbor such immense spiritual energy. Suddenly, Zhu Xiuwen brought the turquoise liquid to his lips and consumed it. "Su Qing, sooner or later, I shall retrieve this fool's corpse." Zhu Xiuwen's expression suddenly changed. His body began to swell, radiating a golden glow as he shouted wildly and commenced a frenzied assault with his fists. Su Qing stepped back a couple of paces, wary of the potential splatter of blood from Zhu Xiuwen's impending explosion. After a considerable pause, the tumult subsided. Zhu Xiuwen, having returned to his normal physique, found his attire transformed once more into a seductive, strip-like form. Gasping for breath, he remarked, "This spirit liquid is exceedingly potent, akin to absorbing several thousand spirit stones all at once. This is extraordinary. Old Su, this spirit liquid is worth a fortune." With a glint of avarice in his eyes, Zhu Xiuwen produced a water storage magical artifact, eager to commence filling it with the spirit liquid. As Su Qing was about to intervene, an unexpected rustling sound emanated from within the cave, as if the very essence of nature was stirring. Each plant began to tremble slightly, and soon, a gentle emerald glow began to emanate from the leaves, branches, and even the trunks. The flora visibly withered at an alarming pace. Countless tiny green specks coalesced into streams of verdant light, resembling a celestial river of stars. Su Qing and the other individual were left utterly astounded by the spectacle before them. Zhu Xiuwen's voice trembled as he spoke. "Old Su, This cannot possibly be related to me. The galaxy of stars converged, rushing towards the pool, or rather, it was the azure flame that surged forth. The cerulean spirit fire flickered momentarily, as if in resistance, yet this was but a fleeting moment before the green galaxy poured into the spirit fire. After a brief interval, the azure spirit fire blazed with renewed vigor, no longer resembling something that could be extinguished at any moment. Once all the luminous points had entered, the flora within the cavern lay entirely withered, illuminated solely by the azure glow surrounding the pool, while the rest remained shrouded in darkness. Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen instinctively took a step back, yet the azure spiritual flame appeared to possess a will of its own, transforming into a beam of blue light that swiftly entered Su Qing's body, leaving him no time to react. Zhu Xiuwen was equally startled, exclaiming, "What the heck? Old Su, are you all right?" Su Qing instinctively shouted and leapt into the air, frantically slapping at his body. However, he felt no searing pain from the flames, and he even felt an urge to let out a few pleasurable sounds. Oh no, could it be that I possess some unusual attribute? Just as Su Qing was lost in his thoughts, Zhu Xiuwen pointed at him and exclaimed, "Old Su, you've turned green. Damn. Is it really necessary for you to express such surprise?" Just as Su Qing intended to deliver a kick, he discovered that azure flames had erupted from his body. Su Qing's complexion was a deep black with hints of green, and then his consciousness was drawn into the realm of spiritual awareness. Before him, a flickering azure flame appeared, enveloped in the radiant glow emitted by the purple-gold orb. Suddenly, a beam of emerald light shot forth from the orb, merging seamlessly into the azure flame. Subsequently, the flame emanated a sense of completeness to Su Qing, as though that stream of light had become an integral part of it. However, something was amiss. This stream of light felt oddly familiar. Su Qing suddenly realized that this was not the broken sword he had seen at the auction, but rather the fleeting light that had been shattered by Zhu Xiuwen. It turned out to have been taken by the pearl. After the azure spiritual fire absorbed the flowing light, it vanished from the realm of consciousness and reappeared within Su Qing's dantian. Chapter 28. Absolutely absurd. At the very moment the azure spiritual fire entered his dantian, Su Qing was struck by the illusion that he could control the azure spiritual fire. Then, with a flash of golden light from the purple gold pearl, a golden scripture materialized in his realm of consciousness. The Taching Fire Control Sutra from its name. Su Qing understood that this was a scripture for fire control. The scripture was exceedingly profound, suggesting that it could not be mastered in a short period. This pearl seemed to be dedicated solely to such auxiliary spells. Su Qing endeavored to stimulate the azure spiritual fire within his dantian. Yet the flame merely quivered briefly before falling dormant. Just as he contemplated relinquishing his efforts, the spiritual fire unexpectedly flickered once more, a streak of azure light penetrating the realm of his consciousness. In that moment, Su Qing discerned the origin of the azure flame, known as the fire of living beings. This formidable celestial flame, often referred to as the flame of benevolence, possesses no destructive capabilities, instead exhibiting remarkable healing powers. The remnants of souls endure to the present day largely due to this very fire. Healing is but one aspect of its attributes. The extraordinary growth of flora is also attributed to the fire of living beings. Legends even speak of its ability to enlighten sentient beings. However, the current manifestation of the fire of living beings remains feeble, incapable of such feats. The azure-green glow represented the essence of the fire of living beings, a flame that, having lost its origin and burned for countless ages, teeters on the brink of extinction. The plants within the cavern, in a desperate bid to sustain the flame, exhausted their own vitality, hoping it might continue to burn and possibly inhabit either Su Qing or Zhu Xiuwen in its quest for the missing essence. Even the faintest glimmer of hope compelled these plants to sacrifice their essence, yearning for the fire of living beings to once again ignite. Unbeknownst to them, the purple gold orb within Su Qing's consciousness housed the very essence of the fire of living beings. The orb drew this essence into the realm of his awareness, restoring it to the spiritual fire. Fortuitously, the vitality of the plants aided in the harmonious fusion of the essence. Otherwise, the fire would have struggled to assimilate it. Subsequently, the orb established Su Qing as the master of the flame and imparted to him a profound technique for controlling fire. As Su Qing emerged from the realm of consciousness, he felt someone shaking him and thus opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was the large face of Zhu Xiuwen. Su Qing, feeling a sense of disdain, pushed him away. Zhu Xiuwen, witnessing Su Qing's awakening, was filled with immense excitement and leaned in closer, exclaiming, "Old Su, you're still alive. This is truly wonderful." Su Qing pushed aside Zhu Xiuwen, rising to his feet. The flow of his magical energy seemed unimpeded, and in fact, it felt even smoother than before. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Old Zhu, how is it that your cultivation has also advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment? Zhu Xiuwen grinned widely. Didn't I just consume that spiritual liquid? Quite by accident, I broke through. Zhu Xiuwen was already on the verge of a breakthrough, and the abundance of spiritual energy contained within that small vial of spiritual liquid propelled him directly into the mid-stage of foundation establishment. As for Su Qing, he had benefited from the blessing of the life fire. By the way, where is that spiritual fire of yours, old Su? Upon hearing this, Su Qing's mind stirred, and a ball of azure spiritual flame materialized in his hand, flickering gently. It lacked the fierce, consuming intensity typical of the fireball technique he usually employed. Zhu Xiuwen, filled with uncertainty, questioned, "Have you truly refined and subdued it so easily? This cannot be right. I have heard that the process of refining the celestial spiritual fire requires extensive preparation. At the very least, one must ready materials of extreme cold." He then inquired about the potency of the spiritual flame. Observing Zhu Xiuwen's exuberant demeanor, Su Qing directed the azure flame towards him, and in an instant, Zhu Xiuwen was enveloped in green. As the azure fire made contact, it swiftly spread across his entire body, startling Zhu Xiuwen, who began frantically patting himself down. Subsequently, he began to caress his own body, an expression of profound enjoyment gracing his features, followed by an involuntary, rather inappropriate moan. Su Qing clenched his fists, his expression dark and his lips twitching incessantly. At that moment, he suspected he might be colorblind. The flame should undoubtedly be yellow. Curse that so-called flame of life. Could this possibly be the flame of the G-spot? What does that make me? A cross-disciplinary heir of the eagle? It was utterly absurd. The humiliation was overwhelming, and Su Qing could no longer bear it. With a swift motion of his hand, he extinguished the azure spiritual fire enveloping Zhu Xiuwen. Old Su, your spiritual fire is remarkably potent. It not only restores magical energy, but also heals wounds. My injuries have healed completely. How about conjuring another for me? Zhu Xiuwen remarked. A look of lingering desire etched across his face. Su Qing felt that his intention was not to heal. Ignoring Zhu Xiuwen's plea, Su Qing slowly began to speak. This celestial fire, known as the fire of beings, has given rise to these plants, and let us not forget those 3 lingering souls. Zhu Xiuwen pondered for a moment and replied, I do not believe I have encountered that name before, but it matters not. It sounds rather formidable. Formidable? Su Qing countered. Have you not already tested it? Zhu Xiuwen sensed that his explanation fell short, gesturing with his hands. No. What I meant to convey is that its offensive capability is exceedingly powerful, capable of devastating mountains and boiling seas. Su Qing casually waved his hand and remarked, superficial. Far too superficial. My spiritual fire is already so potent. What need do I have for those? It's entirely unnecessary. Zhu Xiuwen was taken aback, and as comprehension dawned upon him, he spoke with an odd expression. Could it be that this spiritual fire is only capable of healing? Su Qing retorted in exasperation. What do you mean by merely healing? Just look at the plethora of plants surrounding us and consider that lingering soul, attack power? Such notions of harm are utterly pedestrian. My spiritual fire is a benevolent flame, one that has never inflicted harm upon any being, not even a blade of grass. There is no need for attack power whatsoever. In fact, according to legend, a great deity created humanity from clay using the essence of life as fire to ignite their spirit. Yet, wait a moment. The tales I have heard suggest that fire was not employed during the creation of man from clay. Legends, by their very nature, often lack intricate details as they are passed down through generations. Just imagine, after the deity fashioned the clay figure, it must have been subjected to fire to solidify its form. Moreover, it was only through the use of this essence of life that the deity successfully awakened the spirit of the clay figure, thus achieving the creation of humanity. Despite Su Qing's lengthy discourse, even invoking the myth of clay figure creation, Zhu Xiuwen remained unconvinced. Ahem, enough of this. We should be on our way. For Xiaoyan is still waiting outside. Su Qing swiftly diverted the conversation, denying Zhu Xiuwen the opportunity to mock him. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiuwen produced his enchanted vessel and declared, "Ha ha," before departing. one must first ensure that this reservoir of spiritual liquid is entirely collected. Although a considerable amount had already been consumed by the fire of life, a substantial portion of the liquid remained. Su Qing also produced a gourd-shaped artifact, and together with Zhu Xiuwen, they began to gather the spiritual liquid. As Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen collected the liquid, the pool gradually began to reveal its, uncovering a mysterious stone slab inscribed with intricate designs. Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen collected all the spiritual liquid into their magical artifacts and beheld the complete visage of the stone tablet. What is this? Su Qing employed his telekinetic abilities to lift the stone slab into the air. Though not particularly large, the slab was far from light. The illustration likely depicted two opposing factions engaged in a fierce battle. Su Qing gazed intently at the patterns etched upon the stone slab. Some figures appeared to engage in a fierce contest of magic, while others clashed with weapons, with some pierced by sharp blades, and others consumed by flames, reduced to ashes. There were even those who were obliterated by a single punch, transforming into a torrential rain of blood. The scene was undeniably harrowing. Could this be a relic from the ancient times? Su Qing attempted to channel his magical energy, yet nothing transpired. This stone tablet appeared to serve merely as a vessel for recording information. However, Su Qing had always struggled with such antiquated artifacts. Lao Zhu, do you know what this is? Zhu Xiuwen replied without hesitation. Of course, this is simply a record of two factions engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in the demise of many. Su Qing. Chapter 29, Returning to the Sect. Su Qing felt deceived by the identity of Zhu Xiuwen, the son of the wealthiest man in the Great Xia. This fellow appeared utterly clueless when questioned. Regardless, unable to decipher the matter, Su Qing decided to take the stone tablet back to the sect to consult an elder. With no other recourse, he reluctantly stowed the tablet away. Casting a glance at the vast cavern, now devoid of any greenery, Su Qing sighed and addressed Zhu Xiuwen, "Let us depart. There is likely nothing more to be found here." Subsequently, Zhu Xiuwen and Su Qing left this place and returned to the cavern from which they had initially entered. Upon seeing them emerge unscathed, Xiaoyan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He approached and remarked, "Young Master Su, young Master Zhu, you have finally returned. I was beginning to consider going to the county magistrate's office to seek assistance." Su Qing nodded and remarked, "This matter has reached a conclusion. Let us proceed forthwith." After some time, they escorted Xiaoyan back to the outskirts of Jinyang County. Su Qing gazed at this individual, who, in a certain sense, could be regarded as a child of destiny. As for the remnants of the demonic cultivator's soul, our investigation has yielded clarity. 2 of the souls have been subdued by us, yet 1 remains unaccounted for. You shall convey this to the county magistrate, Li. Xiaoyan, taken aback, responded, "Master Su, will you not accompany me?" Su Qing shook his head and remarked, "It has been some time since we departed from the sect. Now that the matter concerning the demonic cultivators has been thoroughly investigated, we should promptly return to the sect to report our findings." Observing this, Xiaoyan no longer insisted on their stay and clasped his fists, saying, "I wish both young masters a safe and smooth journey home." Su Qing presented a small vial of essence to Xiaoyan, stating, "This vial shall serve as a token of gratitude from both of us. Remember, the spiritual energy contained within is immense. With your current cultivation, you may only extract a single drop at a time, lest you risk your very life." "Thank you, esteemed gentleman," Xiaoyan replied with utmost respect. Su Qing smiled gently and remarked, "Then let us part ways here. May your path to immortality be smooth." After speaking, Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen soared away on their swords, embodying the demeanor of accomplished cultivators. "Do not look back," Su Qing commanded. "Why?" Zhu Xiuwen inquired, perplexed. "Because it diminishes one's prestige." The 2 arrived at the station of the Merchant Association's spirit vessel. For purchasing tickets was unnecessary given Zhu Xiuwen's status. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhu Xiuwen asked, "Old Su, where did you learn this mannerism?" "It's reminiscent of my father." Su Qing quickly asserted that he did not possess a son like that. "Do not speak nonsense. Your mother would never agree." The merchant vessel arrived at the station in Jinyang County. Although this ship was considerably smaller than the one that had brought them here, the room remained equally luxurious and grand upon Zhu Xiuwen presenting his identity token as the eldest son of the Zhu family. Ever since Zhu Xiuwen had been caught by his sister, he no longer needed to pretend. He was entitled to enjoy the privileges afforded to him. Inquiring about the Dao sect, Qingzhu Peak, Lu Lingsha rested her chin on her small hands at Su Qing's desk. for reasons unbeknownst to her. Ever since Su Qing had departed for Jinyang County, particularly after acquiring 10,000 spiritual stones, she found herself drawn to this place. Calculating the days. My senior brother should be returning soon. As she spoke, she leaned over the desk, her tone sorrowful. Alas, I have spent these days indulging in food and leisure, making no progress in my cultivation whatsoever. During this period, the little junior sister had been captivated by the delightful sights and tastes of the Taoist immortal city, spending more than half of the 10,000 spiritual stones that Su Qing had given her, yet her cultivation had shown no advancement. Woof woof woof. The little white dog leaped onto the desk, patting her gently with its paw. Suddenly, Lu Lingsha sprang up from the desk, clenched her small fists, and with a lively spirit declared, "Indeed, you are right, little white. My senior brother has not yet returned. There is still time. From now on, I shall enter seclusion. I will not emerge until I reach the foundation establishment stage." With that, the little junior sister dashed towards her room, disregarding the little white dog's struggles. Woof woof woof. It means you should enter seclusion yourself. Meanwhile, Su Qing had just entered the room on the spirit vessel. It was not his first voyage, and he navigated the space with a sense of familiarity, yet he refrained from wandering about. He intended to study the fire control technique bestowed upon him by Zhuzi, and after exchanging greetings with Zhu Xiuwen, he began his cultivation. This method not only allowed for better control of spiritual fire, but also significantly benefited the fireball and fire dragon techniques Su Qing had previously mastered. After several days of practice, Su Qing gazed at the azure spiritual fire dancing between his palms, an expression of bewilderment crossing his face as he mused. This spell feels as though it could be utilized for alchemy. Su Qing attempted to cast a fireball spell and surprisingly found he could manipulate the temperature, size, and direction of the flames. However, this technique would be unparalleled for barbecuing, allowing for precise control over the heat. Yet, one must wonder, when utilizing this ethereal flame for alchemy, would it not result in an overabundance of spiritual herbs? Su Qing had never encountered the art of alchemy, yet returning to the Windazong might offer an opportunity to explore it. 2 days later, at the Windazong, the mountains rose majestically, enveloped in ethereal mist, occasionally revealing ethereal cranes soaring gracefully among the clouds, while spiritual beasts flitted through the verdant woods. A streak of light surged from the distance, heading directly towards Qingzhou Peak. At the summit of Windazong, a woman of celestial beauty reclined upon a jade bed, a sly smile playing upon her lips. "Ah, junior sister, you have finally returned. I trust you will appreciate the gift I have prepared for you." On Qingzhou Peak, Lu Lingsha sat at a stone table before a bamboo cottage, delicately savoring the noodles she had prepared, while a small white dog beside her eagerly consumed its spiritual beast rations. With a hint of melancholy in her gaze, Lu Lingsha remarked to the little dog, "Xiaobai, I was so close to breaking through to the foundation establishment stage." She demonstrated with her thumb and forefinger just how close she had been. It's all your fault for demanding food." "Woof, woof, woof," the little white dog retorted, though it showed no sign of pausing in its meal. From afar, a woman clad in a blue and white dress, radiating a chill reminiscent of a moon palace fairy, observed the girl and her dog outside the bamboo cottage. How peculiar, she mused. When did Qingzhou Peak acquire a bamboo cottage? Who is this girl? And why does she reside here? The ethereal woman descended from the clouds and approached the bamboo cottage. Lu Lingsha, noticing her, was taken aback and hastily set down her chopsticks. This was a stranger she had never encountered before. Visitors were rare at Qingzhou Peak, let alone an unfamiliar face. This senior sister, may I inquire whom you are seeking?" Lu Lingsha, ever mindful of her elder brother's teachings, addressed the beautiful stranger as senior sister out of respect. The coolly elegant woman paused for a moment. "Junior sister, how is it that you dwell here?" A pertinent question, Lu Lingsha pondered. Since she had been brought to Qingzhou Peak by her elder brother after becoming a disciple, she had yet to meet their master. "Since our esteemed master resides here, I have taken up residence as well," Lu Lingsha replied earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, the ethereal woman inquired, "May I ask who your master is?" Without hesitation, Lu Lingsha responded, "My esteemed master is Jiang Yunqi." Chapter 30. My esteemed master Jiang Yunqi. Elder brother Su Qing had often remarked that while one might not know their master personally, it was imperative to remember their name, for it would prove useful in the future. Thus, after being instructed by Su Qing to copy the name Jiang Yunqi hundreds of times, it had etched itself firmly in her memory. "You, what did you say?" The coolly elegant woman appeared to have misheard Lu Lingsha's words, prompting the younger girl to repeat, "My esteemed master is Jiang Yunshi." The woman exhaled softly, Junior sister, do you know me? Lu Lingsha shook her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, senior sister, but this is indeed our first meeting." A sudden exclamation escaped from the little junior sister, as if a thought had struck her. "Oh, I have yet to introduce myself." Lu Lingsha straightened her posture, her demeanor earnest, and gracefully performed a bow. Having met her senior sister from Qingzhou Peak, she was uncertain how to address her. The cool and composed woman paused for a moment before returning the bow, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she spoke. "Qingzhou Peak, Jiang Yunshi." The little junior sister was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. Lu Lingsha cautiously offered a cup of tea to Jiang Yunshi, who was seated at the stone table, her gaze evasive as she stammered, "As senior master, please partake of the tea." Jiang Yunshi gazed at the cup, momentarily lost in thought. She had been living quite contentedly alone. The sudden arrival of such a significant disciple, though Lu Lingsha was endearing and Jiang Yunshi found herself fond of her at first sight, still left her feeling somewhat unsettled by this unexpected turn of events. "Lingsha, do take a seat as well." "Oh." Lu Lingsha adjusted her skirt and perched herself delicately on the stone chair, her head slightly bowed, unable to meet Jiang Yunshi's gaze, her heart heavy with regret. How could it be so? I mistakenly called my master senior sister. Jiang Yunshi studied her newly met disciple and spoke slowly. "You mean the sect leader took it upon herself to accept you as my disciple? And this has been the case for a year now?" The little junior sister nodded affirmatively. Jiang Yunshi fell silent, pondering. She found it entirely plausible that her unreliable senior sister had done such a thing. How could her very first disciple not be one she had taken herself? Yet, expelling her from the sect seemed unthinkable. Still, Jiang Yunshi felt ill-equipped to instruct a disciple. She strained to recall how her master had guided her when she was first accepted as a disciple. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Lingsha refrained from interrupting. "Lingsha, as this is our first meeting, I am unsure what to offer you. How about this? Is there something you desire? Or perhaps something you lack?" The little junior sister tilted her head in thought, recalling her recent purchases, and quickly waved her hands. "No, master, I lack nothing." Jiang Yunshi furrowed her brows slightly and said softly, "Well, what about spirit stones? Would you like me to provide you with some spirit stones? You can buy whatever you fancy." With 10,000 spirit stones yet to be spent, Lu Lingsha felt quite confident. "Spirit stones? I have plenty." Jiang Yunshi was somewhat surprised. Given that Lu Lingsha was merely in the qi refining stage, she should only receive 500 spirit stones monthly. Did the sect leader perhaps provide you with spirit stones? No, I haven't seen the sect leader since our initial meeting." Jiang Yunshi confirmed her suspicions about her unreliable senior sister. "My senior brother gave me 10,000 spirit stones before he left the sect, and I have yet to spend them all." Jiang Yunshi nodded, realizing they were from her senior brother. Senior brother? A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over Jiang Yunshi. "Lingsha, who is this senior brother?" Lu Lingsha glanced at Jiang Yunshi, pursing her lips as she spoke. "My senior brother is Su Qing, the eldest disciple of our master." Woof woof. The little junior sister looked down at the small white dog that had interrupted, then nodded. "Yes, master, this is Xiao Bai, whose full name is Breakthrough, a name given by my senior brother. You may simply call him Xiao Bai. Generally, only my senior brother refers to him as Breakthrough." Woof woof. The small white dog wore a fawning expression, its tail wagging vigorously. Clearly aware of who would soon take charge of King's Hufeng and eager to see the end of Su Qing's tyrannical reign, Jiang Yunshi was somewhat bewildered, realizing that not only had she acquired one disciple, but two, along with a dog named Breakthrough. The little junior sister felt it necessary to clarify. "Master, it is like this. My senior brother mentioned that people often name small dogs with auspicious names like Wankai, Laifu, or Changwei to express their good wishes. The greatest aspiration of cultivators is to break through their realms, hence my senior brother named Xiao Bai Breakthrough." Jiang Yunshi, being a formidable cultivator accustomed to grand spectacles, maintained her composure. "Lingsha, I suppose I am left with just you two disciples?" Lu Lingsha nodded affirmatively, responding brightly, "Yes, indeed, it is just the two of us." The little junior sister mused aloud. Does master think this is too few?" "Not at all." Jiang Yunshi, fearing the appearance of yet another disciple, hastily replied. "Ahem, Lingsha, is your senior brother from a prominent family?" Lu Lingsha felt that the senior brother who had spent countless nights writing could not possibly hail from a notable lineage. No, no, my senior brother was originally an ordinary person, brought back to the sect by the sect leader. As for the spirit stones, he earned them himself. And even this bamboo hut was built with the spirit stones he acquired. Jiang Yunxi was somewhat astonished. During her own qi refining stage, she had never lacked spirit stones, as they were provided by her master, and she had never earned any herself. In fact, the direct disciples of the Windazong received a monthly stipend, and their masters would give them additional spirit stones. However, Su Qing was different. He earned his own, while Lu Lingsha received hers from her senior brother. Her doubts about Yu Hongshang's reliability grew. Lingsha, how does your senior brother earn spirit stones? At this, Lu Lingsha perked up. Having always believed that Su Qing could earn a substantial amount through his writings, and she admired him greatly. My senior brother writes books and earns a considerable amount in royalties. Books? What kind of books? Master, I will go to my senior brother's room and see if there are any. Lu Lingsha dashed to Su Qing's chamber, rummaging through everything, yet found not a single book authored by him. Unbeknownst to her, Su Qing had destroyed all his books upon seeing the report in the Windazong newspaper, leaving no trace behind. Moments later, Lu Lingsha exited the bamboo hut and approached Jiang Yunxi, presenting her with a copy of the Windazong newspaper. How strange. All the books in my senior brother's room are gone. I found this report in the hall. It contains a feature on my senior brother. Master, please take a look. Jiang Yunxi, perplexed, flipped through the pages but did not find Su Qing's name. Master, here, my senior brother's pseudonym is Lu Huangshu. Lu Lingsha pointed to a small section. The adventures of the young hero A Bin were classified as forbidden literature, with its author Lu Huangshu deemed a disgrace to the Daxia literary world. Jiang Yunxi pondered. What should we call the disgrace of the Daxia literary world's master? Shaking her head, a faint blush tinged her moon-like visage as she exhaled softly. Closing the sect's report. It's quite absurd that a relative of the sect is profiting from the writing of forbidden books. Yu Hongshang, you are becoming increasingly unreliable. She felt it necessary to impart some wisdom to this eldest disciple, grateful that there was still hope for improvement given her youth. Lingsha, where has your senior brother gone? Lu Lingsha sensed a slight discord in her master's demeanor but answered truthfully. He has taken on a task in Jinyang County. He should return in a few days. Jiang Yunxi nodded, deciding not to rush the education of her eldest disciple, yet there was someone whose account she needed to settle. Lingsha, I must visit the main peak to see the sect leader. Would you care to accompany me? The junior sister felt she was on the brink of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and decided to put in extra effort. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate if her senior brother returned still in the qi refinement stage. Master, I think I will stay back. I plan to enter seclusion for a few days to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Jiang Yunxi cast a glance at her, her crystalline eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Could it be that her sudden appearance had prompted her to avoid her? Nonetheless, she felt a sense of satisfaction hearing her disciple's determination to cultivate diligently. By the way, Lingsha, take me to see where you practice. The junior sister, puzzled yet obedient, led Jiang Yunxi to her bamboo cottage and into her room. Jiang Yunxi surveyed her surroundings, noting the standard configuration of a disciple's cultivation chamber. Although it was quite commendable, it still fell short in her eyes. With a graceful wave of her fair hand, a shimmering ice blue jade bed materialized in the room. She removed the original bed and replaced it with the jade one, nodding in satisfaction. Lingsha, this spirit ice jade bed can help you focus and enhance your cultivation speed. Consider it a welcoming gift from your master. The junior sister's mouth fell slightly open, appearing somewhat troubled. This large ice bed shouldn't be too cold to sleep on, right? What's the matter? Lu Lingsha snapped back to reality, revealing a sweet smile. Thank you, master. I really like it. Seeing her little disciple's joyful expression, Jiang Yunxi felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Lingsha, I don't have any suitable spiritual items for you at the moment, but I will exchange some next time. That's all right, master. I still have some. Having advised her junior disciple to diligently cultivate, Jiang Yunxi soared towards the main peak. At the summit of the sect, within the resplendent hall of the sect leader, the ethereal figure of Yu Hongshang emerged gracefully. Reclining on her bed, engrossed in a captivating story, Yu Hongshang's delicate, porcelain-like feet subtly swayed. Suddenly, she flipped over, her enchanting peach blossom eyes revealing a hint of panic. Oh no, Yunxi has come to find me. Alas, I'm late. A chilling voice echoed. Yu Hongshang hastily tucked away her book, smoothed the creases of her garments, arranged her hair, and sat upright on her bed. Bang! The door collapsed. Maintaining a facade of composure, Yu Hongshang spoke slowly. Yunshi, that door was quite expensive. Could you be a bit gentler? Jiang Yunshi glided over, her silhouette appearing beside the bed, her cool voice resonating in her ear. Are you taking its place? Yu Hongshang slightly recoiled, but retained her firm tone. Why are you being so fierce upon your return? I am the sect leader. You cannot strike me. Jiang Yunshi rolled up her sleeve and abruptly pinched Yu Hongshang's flushed ear. Oh, Yu Hongshang, how long have I been away from the sect? And you have already taken on disciples, too, no less. Yu Hongshang yelped in pain, swatting Jiang Yunshi's hand away, her head held high in defiance. What could I do? Those elders kept insisting that our lineage has no disciples, constantly urging me to take one. Then why didn't you take one yourself? Yu Hongshang pouted, looking aggrieved. Because I wouldn't know how to teach. Jiang Yunshi glared at her with fierce eyes. So, you believe I would know how to teach? Oh, I don't care. I have become the sect leader and no longer wish to be a mentor, Yu Hongshang declared. Jiang Yunshi, with a sigh of resignation, countered. Does that mean you took on one disciple? Why did you take on two? Seeing Jiang Yunshi relent, Yu Hongshang beamed, pulling her to sit beside her. With two disciples, one shall count as yours and the other as mine. Jiang Yunshi, infuriated, seized a nearby pillow and pinned Yu Hongshang beneath her. After a playful tussle, Jiang Yunshi gazed at her unreliable senior sister. Now tell me, you brought them into the sect yet hold no responsibility for them, sending my eldest disciple to write prohibited books for spirit stones, and now they bear the disgrace of the so-called literary shame of the great Xia. What is the meaning of this? Yu Hongshang waved her hand dismissively, a carefree expression on her face. Oh, don't listen to those old geezers. I think they write quite well, and not every book is prohibited. And what do you mean by me being irresponsible? At that time, I merely thought of giving them some spirit stones, but since he could earn spirit stones by writing, I didn't give him any. Jiang Yunshi clearly did not believe her, and Yu Hongshang, feeling a bit guilty under her gaze, murmured softly, if he doesn't write, then I wouldn't have anything to read, would I? Moreover, the enchanted sword he currently wields is forged from the very blade I gifted him. I have consistently shown concern for them, though they remain oblivious to this fact. Observing this, Jiang Yunshi reluctantly decided to let her off the hook. Yet her expression turned somewhat troubled. She nudged Yu Hongshang and remarked, Today, I wish to bring Ling Sha to the main peak, but she declined my invitation, claiming she needs to enter seclusion for the next few days. Could it be that my sudden appearance has made her uncomfortable, prompting her to avoid me? Yu Hongshang suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! What is so amusing? It's all your fault, Jiang Yunshi retorted, pinching her. Oh dear. I didn't realize you were so sensitive, junior sister. The truth is, your eldest disciple left the sect on a mission and, before departing, gifted that little girl 10,000 spirit stones. She promised to reach the foundation establishment stage before his return. However, during this time, the girl has been indulging in the delights of Taoist city, spending the spirit stones on food and entertainment instead of cultivating. Given that your eldest disciple is soon to return, can you blame the girl for feeling anxious? After hearing this, Jiang Yunshi found herself at a loss for words, relieved that it was not due to her actions. Yu Hongshang, understanding her junior sister well, recognized that since they had established the master-disciple relationship, Jiang Yunshi would naturally take it seriously. However, neither of them had ever been a master before, let alone taught a disciple. Thus, she prepared a special gift for Jiang Yunshi. With a confident pat on her chest, Yu Hongshang declared, Fear not, dear Yunshi. Your devoted senior sister is aware of your predicament and is here to lend you a helping hand. With a flourish of her exquisite red sleeves, a pile of books and jade scrolls appeared on the table, including but not limited to the essential 3,000 things every novice master must know, a guide from novice to excellence, and the secrets behind becoming a renowned master. Chapter 32. The mysterious stone tablet. Jiang Yunshi gazed at the array of materials before her, reminiscent of her early days in the sect, poring over texts in the scripture pavilion. However, she did not refuse the offer. No one is born a master. Yet, she did not let Yu Hongshang off easily, insisting that they study together. Thus, for the next few days, aside from occasionally checking on Lu Lingsha at Qingzhou Peak to see if she had emerged from her seclusion, Jiang Yunshi spent her time with Yu Hongshang immersed in books, striving to cultivate into a distinguished master. In Taoist city, a spirit vessel gradually came to a halt. Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen emerged from the crowd, gazing at the towering city, feeling a sense of nostalgia akin to a long-awaited reunion. During these past few days, Su Qing had remained in his room, diligently practicing the Tai Ching fire control technique, avoiding any frivolous escapades on the spirit vessel, and, thus, was unaware of any dramatic occurrences. "Old Su, I invite you to Daoxian Tower for a meal," Zhu Xiuwen said. "Hee, the wealthy young master Zhu is indeed different. I'll make a note of it. But let us return to the sect first," Su Qing replied. Zhu Xiuwen waved his extravagant fan dismissively, looking down on Su Qing. "Does my generosity depend on you? Hee. And don't forget to bring my junior sister along." After a considerable time, Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen finally returned to the Windazong and made their way to the task hall. With familiarity, they approached the designated area for task submissions, where they were greeted by a strikingly beautiful senior sister. "We are here to submit the investigation task regarding the remnants of the demonic cultivator from Jinyang Hall," they stated, presenting their identification tokens and task scroll. After the senior sister meticulously verified the items handed to her by Su Qing, she remarked, "This task was issued by the Grand Elder. Allow me to escort you to meet him." Su Qing was indeed eager for this opportunity, as there were numerous inquiries he wished to pose to the Grand Elder. Under the guidance of his senior sister, Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen arrived at the location where the Grand Elder resided. They paid their respects to the Grand Elder. Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen exchanged a courteous bow. "Ha ha ha, my dear disciples, it seems you have made some remarkable gains." Su Qing briefly recounted the matter of the lingering soul, producing a gourd that contained the restless spirit. The spirit cursed vehemently, "Release me at once, or else." Su Qing rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Is that all there is to say? Can we not come up with something more original?" The Grand Elder took the gourd, scrutinizing it intently. This remnant soul must have possessed the cultivation level of the fusion stage at its prime. It seems you two must have exerted considerable effort to subdue it." Indeed, Zhu Xiuwen recounted the encounter with the remnant soul, embellishing the details. To capture the soul, they had risked their lives, engaging in a fierce battle that lasted 300 rounds, ultimately defeating the soul despite sustaining grave injuries. His animated narration captivated the Grand Elder, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Su Qing, is this truly the case?" "Indeed," Su Qing replied, a hint of pride in his voice, unflinching as he spoke alongside Zhu Xiuwen. The Grand Elder, having once been a disciple himself, was well aware of their intentions. Clearing his throat, he added, "Ahem. Our understanding of ancient history within the realm of cultivation is rather limited. Thus, your successful retrieval of a remnant soul from an ancient demonic cultivator is certainly a significant achievement." Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen's faces lit up with joy. "By the way, Grand Elder, are you familiar with this?" Su Qing summoned the flame of life, its cerulean flames dancing in his hand. Could this be the legendary fire? It seems the Grand Elder should be familiar with it." The Grand Elder, with an unusual expression, remarked, "Nephew Su, feel free to use your spirit fire to burn me. There is no need for courtesy." Su Qing hesitated for a moment. But considering that the Grand Elder was a formidable expert in the tribulation phase, he should be able to endure it, right? Observing the Grand Elder's resolute gaze, Su Qing ceased his indecision and unleashed the azure flame upon the Grand Elder's form. The Grand Elder offered no resistance, allowing the flames to envelop him completely. Before long, an expression of enjoyment began to manifest on the Grand Elder's face. His body started to writhe as his hands roamed over his own form, even venturing beneath his garments. Culminating in a soft moan, Zhu Xiuwen stared in astonishment, unable to believe what he was witnessing. "Old Su, was I like this that day?" Su Qing nodded stiffly. Zhu Xiuwen felt as if the sky were about to collapse. At that moment, he merely experienced a sense of comfort, as his injuries were mysteriously healed. Soon, the Grand Elder emerged from that peculiar state, acutely aware of the strange gazes from the two younger generations, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. "Ahem. It appears that your spiritual fire is indeed the life fire recorded in the ancient texts. However, it does not seem to possess the extraordinary prowess as legend suggests. Nonetheless, it proves to be remarkably effective for healing. By the way, Grand Elder, can this spiritual fire be utilized for alchemy?" After pondering for a moment, the Grand Elder, being unfamiliar with the life fire, replied, "Yes, it should be possible, if one can refine the spiritual herbs. The unique properties of the life fire could potentially enhance the elixirs in unexpected ways." Su Qing was uncertain. he decided to wait and see. Were it not for the energy required to wield the spirit fire, he would have simply held it aloft to nurture the spiritual herbs. By the way, old Su, what about that stone tablet? It had completely slipped Su Qing's mind until Zhu Xiuwen mentioned it. Su Qing took out the stone slab inscribed with mysterious patterns. Elder, do you recognize what this illustration depicts? The elder examined the patterns on the slab with great care, appearing deep in thought. After a considerable pause, the Grand Elder finally spoke. Once, there existed a venerable figure in the Great Xia who delved deeply into ancient history and proposed a hypothesis. Our current practice of cultivation is established upon the ruins of a cataclysmic battle from antiquity. It is recorded in the annals of both the Wendezong and the Great Xia dynasty, spanning millennia, that the spiritual energy of the entire Xianqing realm has progressively intensified. Furthermore, ancient records corroborate this assertion, indicating that during the primordial era, a titanic struggle between celestial beings and demonic forces ravaged the Xianqing realm, leaving the land in tatters and its spiritual essence depleted. Over the course of countless ages, the spiritual energy has gradually rejuvenated, giving rise to the current flourishing era of cultivation. It is conceivable that this stone tablet chronicles such events. Yet the nature of that monumental conflict remains a subject of relentless debate. The Grand Elder tucked the tablet away, disregarding the protests from Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen. Enough, he declared. I shall keep this tablet for now. We have discussed too many tales. Knowing too much at your current level could hinder your cultivation. You have performed excellently in this task, and your rewards will be substantial. Upon hearing this, Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen were overjoyed and ceased their entreaties. The Grand Elder's words held merit. Given their present cultivation levels, it would be wiser to focus on their training rather than dwell on ancient wars. Su Qing, in particular, believed that when the heavens fall, there are always taller individuals to bear the burden, especially within the Wendezong, where powerful figures abound. Chapter 33, The Celestial Maiden, Qingzhou Peak. With the enhancement of the jade bed provided by Jiang Yunxi, Lu Lingsha successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage and decided to showcase her culinary skills today as a token of gratitude to her master. Although Jiang Yunxi had long since ceased to consume food, she occasionally indulged her palate, especially when it was prepared by her own disciple, and she was eager to sample it. Moments later, Lu Lingsha emerged from the kitchen, carefully carrying a tray adorned with delicacies and tea, and approached the stone table outside the bamboo hut. Master, please enjoy some tea. Jiang Yunxi gazed at the white pastries embellished with various fruits on the tray, picking one up to examine it closely, curiosity flickering in her beautiful eyes. Lingsha, what is this pastry? The young disciple, seeing her master had not tasted it before, felt a surge of joy and eagerly explained, Master, this white dessert is called cake. It was taught to me by senior brother, and it is absolutely delicious. You must try it. Jiang Yunxi found herself increasingly intrigued by her eldest disciple, who not only penned forbidden texts but also took an interest in culinary arts. The aroma was quite delightful, suggesting it would be rather enjoyable, prompting her to bring it directly to her mouth. However, Lu Lingsha quickly intervened. Master, wait. There are small spoons nearby. Use a spoon to eat it. Jiang Yunxi turned her gaze to the spoon beside the cake, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features. She picked up the small spoon, carefully scooping a piece of the exquisite cake and placing it in her mouth, savoring each bite. Lingsha, this cake is delightful. Your culinary skills are truly impressive. Jiang Yunxi elegantly yet swiftly devoured the cake in her hand, lavishly showering praises upon her young disciple. Hee, master. Take your time with your meal. I shall venture to the stream behind to catch a few fish. Lu Lingsha, delighted to see Jiang Yunxi enjoying the delicacies she had crafted, hopped joyfully towards the stream behind the bamboo cottage to fish. Meanwhile, Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen emerged from the task hall to enjoy a meal. The Grand Elder was quite generous, bestowing upon each of them 5,000 contribution points and 15,000 spirit stones. The 5,000 contribution points were substantial, capable of being exchanged for numerous valuable items, far surpassing the utility of spirit stones. Old Su, shall we indulge in a spending spree? Zhu Xiuwen inquired with eager anticipation, embodying a character prone to lavish expenditures whenever he possessed wealth. His sister's gift of 100,000 spirit stones left him wondering how long it would last. Su Qing shook his head in refusal. Perhaps another day. I have been away for quite some time and must return to check in. Zhu Xiuwen was at a loss for words, casting a scornful glance and muttering, Bah, such a die-hard sister complex. Well then, I shall pay a visit to Danding Peak and ascertain the value of that spirit liquid. Zhu Xiuwen had always been looked down upon by his father, old Zhu, and earning his first pot of gold had become his enduring obsession. Having finally seized this opportunity, he was determined to invest more effort into it. After bidding farewell to Su Qing, Zhu Xiuwen soared towards Danding Peak, genuinely intrigued about the worth of the spirit liquid. While he might not sell it all, selling even a portion would be worthwhile. Su Qing did not head to the scripture pavilion. Instead, he made his way directly to King's Hufeng. He could always seek out the alchemical texts another day, and perhaps he should also attend some lectures at the Chuandao Peak. Before long, Su Qing returned to King's Hufeng. Su Qing retracted the Qing Shuang sword and entered the bamboo cottage, where he beheld Jiang Yunxi, who was indulging in a slice of cake. Initially, Su Qing mistook her for Wen Ruyan, as the bamboo cottage had seldom been graced by the presence of any other female cultivators. However, it soon became apparent that he was mistaken. The young woman possessed brows as delicate as distant ink, eyes resembling autumn waters, and skin as smooth as congealed fat, exuding an ethereal, otherworldly grace that one would expect from a celestial being. At that moment, she lightly bit into a piece of cake. Oblivious to the white cream adorning the corner of her mouth, her face illuminated by a hint of joyous delight. Su Qing swore that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Could she be Ling Sha's friend? Su Qing pondered, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the thought that his junior sister had blossomed into such an enchanting fairy. At that moment, Jiang Yunxi also noticed Su Qing. She set down the cake in her hand, furrowing her delicate brows as she scrutinized him. Then, she inquired, "Are you Su Qing, Ling Sha's senior brother?" Indeed, his junior sister had not been raised in vain. She had ensured that her senior brother would be recognized in the presence of such beauty. Su Qing nodded slightly, affirming, "I am indeed Su Qing, Ling Sha's senior brother. May I inquire who the enchanting maiden is?" Jiang Yunxi was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that upon their first meeting, one disciple would address her as sister and the other as a fairy, although both were unaware of the underlying dynamics. She felt as if her master's authority had been shattered into countless fragments. Seeing her silent, Su Qing wondered if she found it too abrupt to ask for her name. He couldn't comprehend it. Back on Blue Star, he would directly inquire if a beautiful woman was available, and asking for a name seemed perfectly reasonable. That fairy. Perhaps you should. Wipe your mouth. Su Qing hesitated, uncertain whether he should point it out. However, the sight of the white cream made it difficult for him to refrain from entertaining improper thoughts. Jiang Yunxi returned to her senses and conjured a water mirror with a flick of her hand. Upon glancing at her reflection, she noticed the white cream smeared across her face, and her expression shifted in alarm. A small stream of water emerged, sweeping away the cream. This was disastrous. It seemed her master's dignity could not be restored. Suppressing the flush on her cheeks, Jiang Yunxi cleared her throat softly and said, "I am Jiang, a friend of Ling Sha." Su Qing nodded, realizing that she was indeed a friend of Ling Sha. Jiang Yunxi suddenly spoke up, saying, "I heard from Ling Sha that you have written numerous books and are quite renowned in the Tao Inquiry sect." That shouldn't be the case. Su Qing recalled having told his junior sister not to disclose his authorship to others. The only individuals aware of his writing were Zhu Xiuwen, Lu Lingsha, and Lu Gillen from the Book Forest, as well as that mysterious figure urging for updates. Even Wen Ruyan was oblivious to this matter. Who exactly is this woman? Could it be that Ling Sha has indeed confided this to her? Su Qing approached and took a seat on the stone bench, waving his hand dismissively, exuding an air of indifference. "Not at all. It's merely a pastime. Nothing of any significance," he remarked. "Is that so? I recall that Lu Huangshu is quite renowned." Jiang Yunxi teasingly interjected, mentioning that there were even individuals who presented him with gifts. Su Qing's face was etched with astonishment. How did she know that someone had delivered blades? Was it Ling Sha who spoke of it? Su Qing's intuition suggested that the matter was not as simple as it seemed. "Who exactly are you?" Jiang Yunxi replied with a faint smile, feigning mystery as she spoke. "Can you guess?" Su Qing's mind whirled with frenetic thoughts. This woman was evidently extraordinary. It appeared she possessed a profound level of cultivation, for she recognized him as Lu Huangshu and was aware of the blade. Suddenly, Su Qing's eyes widened in astonishment, and his lips trembled with excitement. "Are you the mysterious figure who sent me a blade? The one who lured me into a secret space to pierce me with countless blades? Is that you?" Jiang Yunxi stood in bewilderment, utterly perplexed. "What on earth are you speculating about? I can't comprehend a single word." Su Qing observed her silence, further affirming her identity. Senior. This is the sect of Inquisition. One must not act recklessly. It is permissible to urge for progress, but the method should remain civilized. Simply pressing a button suffices. There is no need for such aggression. What are you speaking of? I am not. Su Qing disregarded the words, asserting with conviction that the senior's extraordinary prowess warranted no concealment of identity. After all, he had no intention of refraining from writing. His tone was utterly sincere. Jiang Yunqi responded with a silent expression. Chapter 34. A comedic blunder out of nowhere. A small white dog sauntered back into view. Upon spotting Su Qing and Jiang Yunqi, it trotted over with its short legs, approaching Jiang Yunqi with an air of obsequiousness, wagging its tail furiously beneath Su Qing's watchful gaze. Woof, woof, woof. Su Qing could hardly believe the scene before him. With a sudden movement, he sprang to his feet from the stone bench. Are you even human? You've resorted to bribing even dogs? Jiang Yunqi's forehead was lined with dark furrows, and she felt an overwhelming urge to slap Su Qing into silence. Su Qing was perplexed. What on earth did this woman intend to do? Sending razor blades. Was it not enough to stab me with them? Did she wish to confine me to a dark room, forcing me to type incessantly day and night, denying me food and drink, reducing me to nothing more than a mere writing automaton? To become her prisoner, or even her RBA? Su Qing's countenance darkened, cold sweat soaking through the fabric of his back. No, this simply cannot continue. He must resist. Yes, he must certainly fight back. There remains a glimmer of hope if he stirs the situation, drawing the attention of the formidable figures from the sect of inquiry. Senior brother, you're back. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed, and Lu Lingsha approached, her hands carrying several fish. Upon seeing Su Qing's return, her expression radiated with delight. Su Qing's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently called out to Lu Lingsha. Lingsha, do not approach. Lu Lingsha halted in her tracks, utterly bewildered as she gazed at Su Qing. Su Qing drew the Qing Shuang sword, its azure blade flickering with ethereal flames. He understood that he was no match for the enigmatic figure before him. Yet he believed that a single strike from the Qing Shuang sword imbued with the fire of life would undoubtedly leave her in ecstasy. Lu Lingsha, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly approached, setting down her fish, and grasped Su Qing's hand that held the sword. With a perplexed gaze, she implored, Senior brother, what are you doing? She is our master. You must cease this. You cannot prevail against her. Even if she is the master, Su Qing stared incredulously at his junior sister. Lingsha, are you saying she is our master? Jiang Yunqi? The junior sister nodded earnestly, leaving Su Qing in a state of bewilderment. It seemed she had indeed mentioned that her surname was Jiang just moments ago. Su Qing turned back with a dry smile, glancing at the peculiar-eyed Jiang Yunqi. Clang! The Qing Shuang sword slipped from Su Qing's grasp. The young junior sister thoughtfully picked up the Qing Shuang sword, returned it to its sheath, and resumed holding the fish, then flashed a sweet smile. Hee, I shall go prepare the meal. You two, master and senior brother, take your time to chat. With that, she stifled a laugh and dashed off to the kitchen. Su Qing stood beside the stone table, her earlier tension dissipating. She scarcely dared to breathe. She had indeed heard of Jiang Yunqi's reputation, known for possessing formidable strength, certainly surpassing that of the sect master. Su Qing lowered his head, not daring to breathe, casting a furtive glance at Jiang Yunqi, whose expression remained inscrutable. Ha, master, it was all a misunderstanding. I mistook the person, didn't I? Jiang Yunqi, immersed in her tea, chose to ignore him. Well, you see, Lingsha is struggling to cook alone. I shall go lend a hand. Upon finishing his words, Su Qing sought to slip away. He simply had to, for the atmospheric pressure was intolerably low. Halt! Barked the command. Su Qing kicked the little white dog aside, his face adorned with insincere flattery. The dead dog even steals my scenes. Jiang Yunqi waved her hand, and the Qing Shuang sword soared from its sheath, landing gracefully in her grasp. As she caressed the blade, a gentle smile graced her exquisite features. Indeed, Yu Hongshang has bestowed a remarkable treasure. The name Yu Hongshang felt somewhat familiar. However, this sword was forged by senior brother Han, the foremost fishing master of the Qi Peak. Master, this sword is called Qing Shuang and was crafted on Qi Peak, not. Oh, I understand. The materials were provided by Yu Hongshang. Does master know who this enigmatic figure is? Why does that name sound so familiar? Could she be affiliated with the sect of inquiry? Seeing the perplexed expression on her face, Jiang Yunshi began to elucidate. Ah, Yu Hongshang is my senior sister and the one who introduced you to the sect of inquiry. Although I am reluctant to admit it, she is indeed the sect leader. Master, are you implying that the mysterious person I encountered is the sect leader? Jiang Yunshi nonchalantly nodded in affirmation. Su Qing felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. The sect leader had personally sent him a blade, and to make matters worse, had forged it into a sword. It appeared that he could not escape the confines of the dark chamber. Jiang Yunshi gazed at Su Qing, who was lost in his thoughts, and could not help but wonder what was occupying the mind of her eldest disciple. However, it was to be expected. Few could pen forbidden texts. Her voice, as clear and refreshing as spring water, resonated in Su Qing's ears. In the future, it would be prudent for you to refrain from writing such nonsensical things. Focus your energies on cultivation. As for the sect leader, I shall issue her a warning. Let us avoid matters like the disgrace of Daxiao literature. After all, I still wish to maintain some dignity. Su Qing's eyelids twitched in surprise. How could you know this? Who informed you? Suddenly, Jiang Yunshi presented a storage bag to Su Qing. Here are some spirit stones. Take these for now. If they prove insufficient, do let me know. As for the elixirs suitable for your cultivation, I shall provide those on our next meeting. Su Qing took the storage bag in his hands. Is this what it means to have a master? It is simply delightful. Well, let us conclude this matter. Please demonstrate the spiritual fire you just conjured. Noting that Jiang Yunshi no longer held a grudge, Su Qing did not hesitate and summoned the flame of life. A wisp of the flame detached itself, dancing at the tips of Jiang Yunshi's fingers. Su Qing felt a pang of concern. Should Jiang Yunshi emit that particular sound before him? He feared he might be accused of betraying his master and ancestral teachings. Master, this is something that must not be touched. Su Qing spoke up to intervene. Yet Jiang Yunshi paid him no heed, instead lightly tapping with her finger. It was over. Su Qing closed his eyes, feigning ignorance as if the event had never transpired. After a long wait, he heard no strange sounds from Jiang Yunshi. Jiang Yunshi, returning that flicker of life fire back into Su Qing's body, smiled and nodded, saying, Indeed, it is the legendary life fire. Yes, it truly is the life fire. Su Qing found it somewhat incredulous. Although the fire of life had scarcely harmed anyone thus far, even the Grand Elder had been affected, yet Jiang Yunshi miraculously remained unscathed. This unexpected turn of events elevated the esteem in which Su Qing held her rather unorthodox master. Master, you are truly unharmed? Jiang Yunshi cast a frosty glance in her direction, letting out a disdainful snort. Are you so eager for my misfortune? Su Qing hurriedly waved his hand, insisting, No. Jiang Yunshi curiously scrutinized Su Qing, pondering how someone so young and inexperienced could be involved in such chaotic matters. The fire of life should not be employed on others unless absolutely necessary. Although this ethereal flame is not of the offensive type, it is exceedingly precious and possesses boundless applications that could be of immense benefit to you. However, this flame is still quite feeble at present and requires diligent cultivation. Su Qing promptly affirmed that although spiritual fires in this world are indeed rare, they are not entirely non-existent. The value of the fire of life is likely beyond Su Qing's comprehension. Subsequently, he took the initiative to discuss the recent events in Jinyang, informing Jiang Yunshi about the matter concerning the demonic cultivators and the mysterious stone tablet. However, she appeared rather unfazed, as her strength spoke for itself. Later, Jiang Yunshi inquired about Su Qing's cultivation, and he seized the opportunity to seek her guidance, especially now that his master had returned, marking him as a genuine direct disciple. Chapter 35. Reunion. What is the primary technique you are currently cultivating? Oh, just like Ling Sha, I am practicing the return to origin technique bestowed by the sect leader. Jiang Yunshi nodded. While the return to origin technique may not be the most formidable of practices, it is undeniably one of the best foundations for cultivation. When Yu Hongshang initially instructed them in this technique, it was with this very consideration in mind. The technique itself poses no issues. We can contemplate a change in technique once you attain the golden core stage. Suddenly, Jiang Yunshi recalled something. By the way, when I first met Ling Sha, I gifted her the spiritual ice jade bed. As you are the eldest disciple, it would only be fitting not to show favoritism. Is there anything you desire? Su Qing was taken aback, expecting that Jiang Yunshi would impose some form of punishment upon him. To his surprise, he was presented with a gift instead. However, at that moment, Su Qing was at a loss for what he desired. But now he knew exactly what he wanted. Su Qing gazed expectantly at Jiang Yunshi, saying, Master, I desire an alchemical furnace. Jiang Yunqi was taken aback by Su Qing's request, for she had little knowledge of alchemy herself and seldom lacked for medicinal pills. It seemed she would need to return to her abode to retrieve the furnace. Do you wish to employ the fire of living beings for alchemy? Su Qing nodded vigorously. Jiang Yunqi shook her head and said, the essence of life is not suitable for alchemy. Perhaps you should consider an alternative? Su Qing. No. The book states that one should encourage disciples. Since you wish to learn alchemy, I shall not hinder you. I will provide you with a cauldron in due time. Thank you, esteemed master. For a cultivator of Jiang Yunqi's caliber, any gift is beyond Su Qing's imagination. Reflecting on Yu Hongshang, she must be at least on par with the Qing Shuang sword. To have a spiritual tool for alchemy as a novice is indeed a testament to the prowess of the Windazong. Surely, a cauldron must be available. Jiang Yunqi recalled her own experience during the foundation establishment stage when she had also dabbled in alchemy. However, her cultivation advanced at a much faster rate than her alchemical skills, leading her to abandon the pursuit as a waste of time. She intended to search her cave abode for any remnants of her previous cauldron, which would perfectly serve Su Qing's needs. At that moment, Lu Lingsha's dish was also ready, and the little junior sister nodded with satisfaction at the freshly baked fish. Senior brother, come help serve the dishes. Although Su Qing's culinary skills were lacking, he excelled at serving. When he had taught his junior sister to make a cake, it had been purely through verbal guidance, yet her innate talent had prevailed, resulting in a flawless creation. After assisting his junior sister in bringing out all the dishes, the three disciples gathered around the stone bench. While the little junior sister carefully produced a bottle of spiritual brew, Su Qing inquired with curiosity, Lingsha, what is this? The little junior sister blinked playfully and smiled mischievously. Hee, this is the spirit brew, ice spirit jade dew, from the drunken immortal pavilion. Su Qing, is it 1,000 spirit stones per bottle? Ah, the little junior sister nodded fervently. Noticing a change in Su Qing's expression, she quickly clarified, oh, this is something I specifically brought back from the drunken immortal pavilion with sister when last time. It's perfect timing since master has returned. We can enjoy it together. After saying this, the little junior sister attentively poured a cup for Su Qing and Jiang Yunqi. Woof, woof, woof. The little junior sister cradled the ice spirit dew like a treasured possession, turning her head away from the little white dog. Little white, you must keep your promise. You agreed that you wouldn't drink from this bottle. Woof, woof, woof. Xiao Qing sighed inwardly, recognizing the two gluttons. Lingsha, could you pour a cup for Tobruk? Upon hearing her elder brother's request, the younger sister obediently served a cup to the little white dog. Master, please try these dishes. Although Lingsha's culinary skills may not rival those of the drunken immortal pavilion, they are still quite commendable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqi picked up his chopsticks, delicately lifted a piece of grilled fish to his lips, savoring it thoughtfully, and then nodded gently. The flavor is delightful. Lingsha's skills are indeed impressive. Seeing Jiang Yunqi's serene and tranquil demeanor, Su Qing raised his cup and cleared his throat. Today marks the first gathering of our trio, and we, the Qingzhou Peak, have finally assembled. Come, let us raise our glasses in celebration of our master's return. Lu Lingsha gazed intently at Su Qing and softly inquired, Senior brother, we aren't holding a meeting today, are we? Upon hearing this, Su Qing's smile faltered. When I speak of such matters, is it not customary to convene a meeting? No meeting, replied Lu Lingsha, her delicate features brightening once more with a radiant smile. Hooray! Welcome, master. Let us toast. The young junior raised her cup, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Jiang Yunqi. Though she could not fathom why Lu Lingsha was so elated at the absence of a meeting, she too lifted her cup to clink it with theirs. Jiang Yunqi was equally taken aback by the sudden addition of two disciples upon returning to the sect. By the way, Su Qing, how have you all been faring in my absence this past year? Su Qing was taken aback by her inquiry. After all, as a direct disciple of the Tao sect, it was inconceivable for her to have a lamentable experience. In truth, her circumstances were not markedly different from those of her fellow disciples. She engaged in the usual cultivation practices and occasionally attended lectures at the Tao Transmission Peak. The junior sister paused her meal, a playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, I feel much the same. Although our master is absent, my senior brother still provides me with spirit stones. Su Qing, Jiang Yunqi also engaged in conversation with Lu Lingsha about the events that transpired among their fellow disciples in the Windazong over the past year. As night fell, after Su Qing and his companions finished their meal, Jiang Yunqi returned to her dwelling on Qingzhou Peak. Initially, Su Qing had chosen to construct a bamboo house rather than simply excavating a cave on the mountain like Jiang Yunqi for the purpose of residence and cultivation. Just as Su Qing was about to activate the formation for his practice after closing the door, a knock resounded, perplexing him. He opened the door to find Lu Lingsha standing outside. Su Qing lightly tapped his junior sister's forehead with his finger and, with a hint of irritation, inquired, "Why are you here, disturbing me at this hour instead of focusing on your cultivation or getting some rest?" The junior sister shook her head and gazed at Su Qing with her sparkling, watery eyes. Su Qing rolled his eyes and said, "If you have something to say, please do so quickly." Senior brother, do you happen to have an extra blanket? The bed given by our master is too hard and uncomfortable." Su Qing, "Alas, when my master took away my bed, he even confiscated my blankets. Haven't you gotten accustomed to it these past few days?" The junior sister hastily clarified, "How can that be the same? A few days ago, I was in seclusion, and I hadn't slept for several days. It was quite uncomfortable without a blanket." Su Qing was taken aback, finally comprehending the situation. "So, you have only just broken through to the foundation establishment stage? Were it not for my return, would you have remained in the qi refining period indefinitely?" The junior sister, feeling somewhat guilty under Su Qing's gaze, murmured softly, "But I have indeed made a breakthrough." "Haven't I?" Su Qing's voice faltered momentarily. "All right, just wait while I fetch it for you." After a brief interval, Su Qing returned with a set of bedding and a pillow for Lu Lingsha. The young junior sister beamed as she embraced the quilt. "Thank you, senior brother. I'm off to sleep now. By the way, please do not mention this to master." Su Qing shook his head, dismissing his junior sister. Chapter 36. The Trials of the Alchemist. The following day, Su Qing emerged from his chamber, showing no signs of fatigue after a night of rigorous cultivation. Upon reaching the bamboo cottage, he spotted Jiang Yunqi seated, savoring a cup of tea. "So early?" Although puzzled, Su Qing approached to greet her. "Master, is there something you need at this early hour?" A subtle smile graced Jiang Yunqi's lips. "Did you not mention yesterday your desire for an alchemical furnace? I sought one upon my return and thought to bring it to you." Su Qing was overjoyed, never expecting his master to be so efficient in handling matters. "Master, I am truly grateful to you for your assistance in delivering this." Su Qing was on the verge of suggesting that in the future, she could simply be summoned for such matters, clearly exuding an air of seasoned expertise. She merely shook her head and retrieved a somewhat antiquated alchemical furnace. Su Qing stood in a daze, gazing at the ancient alchemical furnace, its surface coated in a thick layer of dust. Jiang Yunqi's expression was equally awkward. Oh dear. In her haste yesterday, she had forgotten to clear away the dust. Nonchalantly, she cast a cleansing spell upon the furnace. Ahem. This is the very furnace I used during my initial forays into alchemy. Although it appears worn, it is truly remarkable, surpassing even spirit artifacts in quality. I hope you do not allow it to gather dust as I have. In truth, this furnace is all that Jiang Yunqi possesses. Su Qing repeatedly gazed at Jiang Yunqi and the alchemical furnace, confirming that she was indeed not jesting. Gathering her thoughts, she expressed her gratitude to Jiang Yunqi. "I possess little knowledge about alchemy. You may search for relevant books and jade scrolls in the Sutra repository, or visit the Transmission Peak, where alchemists from the Danding Peak occasionally hold lectures." When Jiang Yunqi produced the rather aged alchemical furnace, Su Qing realized that Jiang Yunqi also had a limited understanding of alchemy. However, Su Qing was indifferent. For the Sutra repository of the Tao-seeking sect housed an abundance of texts. After storing the alchemical furnace away, she bid farewell to Jiang Yunqi, as she still needed to instruct Lu Lingsha in some spells. After all, now that her junior sister had established her foundation, it was indeed time for her to learn some magical arts. Su Qing ascended with a radiant sword light and arrived at the Sutra repository, where he entered the area dedicated to alchemy. This space housed not only the majority of the alchemical formulas from the realm of immortality, but also the esteemed works of the alchemists of the sect of inquiry. Su Qing picked up a book titled An Introduction to Alchemy and found a spot to begin reading. Filled with excitement, he turned to the first page, where a striking phrase caught his eye. "Alchemy consumes 3 generations, the furnace can ruin a lifetime. Once one delves into the depths of alchemy, spirit stones become mere passers-by." Su Qing felt a peculiar thought arise upon reading this statement, a notion questioning the efficacy of his cultivation. Shaking his head, he suppressed the intrusive idea. Indeed, the axiom to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools, resonates profoundly within the realm of alchemy. Many believe that possessing a superior alchemical furnace is of utmost importance. However, this belief is somewhat misguided. Even with an exquisite furnace, the absence of an optimal environment may hinder the successful creation of elixirs. It is my conviction that, alongside a fine furnace, a well-appointed alchemical chamber is indispensable for a master alchemist. The nature of the fire employed in the alchemical process significantly influences both the quality and speed of the concoction. One may utilize flames conjured by the practitioner's spells, ignite them with spiritual wood, or even summon the earth's fire for alchemical endeavors. Naturally, those with extraordinary fortunes may harness the ethereal flames of heaven and earth for their crafting. However, the efficacy of such spiritual flames is contingent upon the skill of the alchemist wielding them. For novices embarking on their alchemical journey, it is advisable to commence with concocting potions of lower cost. Yet, it is a common misconception that the lower the cost of a potion, the simpler its formulation. Novice alchemists often expend considerable resources on spiritual herbs. Therefore, I recommend the following 3 potions: the Gathering Chi Pill, the Nourishing Essence Pill, and the Purifying Spirit Pill. These 3 elixirs are not only cost-effective but also in high demand, ensuring a swift return on investment. Qing devoted an entire hour to perusing this book. Although the content was scant, it repeatedly emphasized 2 words: burning money. In the realm of alchemy, expenditure is inevitable. Qing was not afraid of consuming spiritual herbs, but rather, he feared the notion of failing to expend them. This introductory text on alchemy also included several formulas and methods for crafting various elixirs, which, while not particularly sophisticated, were perfectly suited for Qing's learning. As the book wisely stated, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen one's tools. Qing intended to establish an alchemical chamber atop Qingju Peak. While he could manage this minor task independently, he deemed it prudent to enlist the expertise of professionals from the Earth and Wood Pavilion, given the specialized nature of the undertaking. What? 4,000 contribution points? To construct a mere alchemical chamber, it requires 2,000 contribution points? Why not simply resort to theft? Qing recalled that his bamboo dwelling had only cost 3,000 spiritual stones. Thus, it seemed unreasonable that a modest alchemical chamber should demand 4,000 contribution points. Junior brother, a properly designed alchemical chamber encompasses not just various formations but also ample materials. Moreover, it necessitates the invocation of underground fire. 4,000 contribution points is already quite modest. However, I do not require underground fire. Can the cost not be reduced? That is out of the question. A chamber constructed by our Earth and Wood Pavilion without underground fire would be a slap in the face for us. Farewell, Qing exclaimed, exasperated. What is this? Even to build an alchemical chamber, they engage in bundling sales. Humph, I might as well construct it myself. Qing left the civil engineering pavilion in a huff, heading towards the Spirit Medicine Valley. What? These spiritual herbs cost 3,000 spirit stones? Have the people of the Spirit Medicine Garden taken to banditry? Initially, Qing sold the spiritual herbs he had retrieved from a secret realm, which fetched him 30,000 spirit stones. Yet now he was being asked to pay 3,000 for such a meager amount of herbs. Junior brother, do not hastily label our Spirit Medicine Valley. The quality of the herbs we produce far surpasses those from certain secret realms where spiritual energy is scarce. Moreover, most of the herbs you seek here are suitable for foundation establishment. 3,000 spirit stones is already a reasonable price. Couldn't you offer a discount? Regrettably, the Spirit Medicine Valley does not entertain discounts. Very well, 3,000 it is. By the way, do you sell spirit herb seeds as well? We do. But cultivating spirit herbs is no simple task. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Absolutely. After a brief moment, Qing purchased the herbs for 3,000 spirit stones and the seeds for 500 spirit stones before departing from the Spirit Medicine Valley. He then hurried to the Array Peak to negotiate the purchase of several formations for alchemy. In the bamboo forest behind Qingju Peak, Qing, wielding the Qing Shuang sword, intended to chop some bamboo to construct a rudimentary alchemical chamber, planning to employ the formation purchased from the Array Peak, which he believed would suffice. Senior brother, what brings you here? Approached the delicate figure of junior sister Lu Lingsha, who clasped a finely crafted 3-foot-long sword in her hand as she made her way towards Qing. Qing looked at her in confusion. Did not the master say she would teach you spells? What brings you here? And what is the story behind that sword? It is even more exquisite than Qing Shuang's. The junior sister proudly raised the long sword in her hand, a look of triumph on her face. Hee hee, This sword is called Feng Wu, given to me by the master. Isn't it beautiful? Su Qing recalled his Qing Shuang sword, stubbornly pouting his lips. What good is beauty? Look at my Qing Shuang. It is a spiritual artifact. Mine is too, and it can even transform. As she spoke, the Phoenix Dance sword transformed right before Su Qing's eyes into an exquisitely crafted golden red hairpin. Su Qing, isn't it just a spiritual sword? It seems I have nothing to do with it. My Azure Frost sword remains a formidable weapon for fishing. Moreover, the alchemy furnace bestowed by my master is quite exceptional. Chapter 37, Alchemy. My master has instructed me to practice sword control here. You may attend to your own matters, elder brother. Su Qing suddenly shifted his gaze with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Lingsha, how about this? Use your Phoenix Dance to assist my senior brother in cutting some bamboo. The young junior sister widened her eyes, looking pitiful as she said, Ah, how can you bear to let my beautifully crafted sword go to chop bamboo? Su Qing waved his hand. Hey, look, I too am wielding the Qing Shuang sword to cut. Besides, aren't you also supposed to practice sword control? You could conveniently assist me in chopping the bamboo. Well, but my master instructed me to avoid those bamboos. Then you can simply transform into one who cuts bamboo, can't you? It's all the same. Su Qing gestured to indicate the length of the bamboo, and his junior sister, unable to resist his insistence, obediently set about cutting the bamboo. Oh. And do remember to trim the branches off the bamboo, he added. Also, let us dig up a few bamboo shoots to take back for a meal. Once his junior sister had nearly finished her task, Su Qing transported the bamboo to a location not far from the bamboo hut. Initially, he had considered constructing the alchemy room adjacent to the hut, but his lack of confidence in his alchemical skills made him reconsider. He feared that an explosion might ruin the hut. Before long, Su Qing had completed the main structure of the alchemy room. As for its sturdiness, it was merely adequate, and its aesthetic appeal was rather mediocre. Naturally, he still needed to arrange some formations. After dedicating some time to the task, he set up a variety of formations purchased from the formation peak. Now, the bamboo hut had gained a semblance of sturdiness, equipped with soundproofing and fire resistance. It was almost ready for use. Brother, your alchemy room is quite unattractive, remarked his junior sister. Su Qing's forehead was adorned with dark lines as he stubbornly declared, What do you know? Appearance is of little consequence. What truly matters is the essence within. The junior sister cast a glance at the so-called essence and grew even more perplexed. Senior brother, is it not true that your essence consists merely of a single alchemical furnace? Moreover, it appears rather worn and antiquated. Su Qing, having sent his junior sister off to cultivate, returned to his chamber to indulge in a cleansing bath, accompanied by fragrant incense and a change of attire. This ritual bore little connection to alchemy. However, Su Qing contemplated visiting the Danding Peak for a moment of reverence, only to dismiss the thought, realizing he was not a professional alchemist. In the alchemy chamber, Su Qing sat cross-legged upon a mat, gradually opening his eyes as he meticulously activated various formations. A wisp of azure spiritual fire soared from his hand, gracefully descending into the alchemical furnace. Su Qing placed a precious herb into the alchemical furnace, enveloping it gradually with the essence of the life force. Under the guidance of Su Qing's magical prowess, the azure flames incessantly consumed the herb. After a period of time, the once withered herb blossomed into a more vibrant shade of green. Su Qing remarked, The spiritual herbs of the Taoist sect are abundant. There is no need for me to hasten their maturity. I wish to refine elixirs. Thus, Su Qing commenced his endeavor, wielding the Tai Ching fire control technique to manipulate the azure spiritual flame. While practicing the fire control art, he discovered that he could not only suppress the vital energy of the living flame but also elevate its temperature. Initially, Su Qing sought to harness the unique properties of the living flame to concoct elixirs of superior efficacy. However, he soon realized the futility of his aspirations, as he found himself incapable of refining even the spiritual herbs, and he was on the verge of resorting to ordinary flames for his alchemical pursuits. Su Qing suppressed the vitality of the flame of life, gradually regulating the temperature. The process was slow, yet his magical energy and consciousness were depleting at an accelerated pace, particularly his consciousness. Refining elixirs is inherently a task that drains one's mental acuity, yet Su Qing was voluntarily raising the stakes, embodying the audacity of a naive young calf unafraid of tigers. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from the alchemical furnace, accompanied by an unbearable stench that permeated the alchemy chamber. In a moment of distraction, Su Qing inadvertently inhaled a foul substance, causing his complexion to shift dramatically as he began to retch. He quickly held his breath and opened the ventilation in the alchemy chamber. The book had not warned of such a repugnant odor resulting from a failed refinement of spiritual herbs. With tears streaming down his face, Su Qing employed a water-based spell to cleanse the impurities from the alchemical furnace before embarking on yet another attempt at concoction. Time passed gradually, and Su Qing lost count of how many spiritual herbs he had burned. Nearby, in the bamboo grove, Lu Lingsha practiced her spells while wielding a sword, her beautiful brows furrowing as she expressed her disdain. Is this alchemy chamber constructed by my senior brother, or a latrine? The stench is unbearable. Woof woof. The little white dog, observing the commotion, barked in protest. After a while, a loud explosion emanated from the alchemy chamber, startling both Lu Lingsha and Jiang Yunxi, who were engrossed in their spellcasting. The long-sealed chamber finally swung open, and out emerged Su Qing, his appearance disheveled and hair frizzed from the blast. Yet his face radiated excitement. I did it. I succeeded. I have become the Taoist. His jubilant proclamation echoed throughout Qingzhou Peak. Jiang Yunxi was left speechless, while Lu Lingsha pondered, Master, has my senior brother lost his mind? Jiang Yunxi, at a loss for words, could only sigh, recognizing that this eldest disciple was indeed quite extraordinary. Upon emerging from the alchemy chamber, Su Qing sought out Jiang Yunxi and Lu Lingsha. However, the younger sister wrinkled her nose in distaste, clearly expressing her disdain. Senior brother, what on earth have you done to become enveloped in such an odd odor? Su Qing waved his hand dismissively. This is of little significance. What truly matters is that I have successfully refined it. Behold, the freshly crafted gathering chi pill. Lingsha, would you care to give it a try? Su Qing produced a pitch-black pill, exuding an unmistakable aura of counterfeit quality. The junior sister quickly retreated several steps, vehemently shaking her head. No, no, no. Senior brother, this is your first elixir. You should consume it yourself. Su Qing glanced at the little white dog beside him, showing no interest in Jiang Yunxi. Why not give it a try? Woof woof woof. The little white dog's exclamation was abruptly interrupted by his junior sister. Senior brother, do you not perceive a strange scent emanating from this elixir? Su Qing, filled with curiosity, flared his nostrils in an attempt to catch a whiff of something. Nothing at all. Jiang Yunxi rolled her eyes, and a stream of magical energy struck Su Qing's nose. Ugh, how foul. Su Qing glanced disdainfully at the pill in his hand, waved his arm, and flung it far away, letting out a dry chuckle. Haha. I shall first change into a different outfit. With that, Su Qing darted back to his room, employing various cleansing techniques and spells. After changing his attire, he still felt it insufficient and sought out a fragrant pouch that Lu Lingsha had gifted him. Upon his return, his young junior sister approached with concern, leaning in to sniff. Oh, senior brother, I thought you disliked wearing fragrant pouches. Why are you adorned with one now? Su Qing gently moved his junior sister's head aside and said, If I don't take you along, you will inevitably accuse me of being unpleasant. At that moment, Jiang Yunxi called out to him, Su Qing, please come here for a moment. Su Qing, not daring to be negligent, approached and took a seat, extending his hand to rest upon the table. Jiang Yunxi gestured towards the chair beside her. Su Qing sat down in perplexity, a delicate fragrance wafting through the air. It was uncertain whether it emanated from Su Qing's sachet or from Jiang Yunxi herself, yet it was undeniably delightful. In Chapter 38, Unfamiliar, Jiang Yunxi extended her pristine wrist from her sleeve, her fingers gently resting upon Su Qing's hand. Though slightly cool to the touch, it was remarkably soothing. She closed her eyes, and the magical energy flowed gradually from her fingertips. Su Qing could sense that Jiang Yunxi was probing into his body, prompting him to hold his breath and refrain from any sudden movements. After a brief moment, Jiang Yunxi opened her eyes, withdrew her hand, and gazed at Su Qing with her sparkling eyes. The spiritual fire within you has only recently been subdued, although it appears you can wield it normally. You are far from mastering it. In other words, your connection with the spiritual fire remains tenuous. Su Qing's eyes widened like bronze bells. Do I really have to lick the spirit fire? Master, this is indeed a spirit fire. It would be far easier for me to roast it. Jiang Yunxi shot Su Qing an exasperated glance and patiently began to enlighten him. The heavenly spirit fire is not an ordinary flame. It possesses a certain degree of sentience. Moreover, given that this is a fire born of a living being, albeit relatively weak, it still embodies its own essence. Su Qing scratched his head. A look of confusion etched upon his face as he inquired, "Master, how am I to become acquainted with the spiritual fire? Should I present it with gifts?" "Perhaps a bun," his senior brother interjected. "Surely, the spiritual fire does not consume buns." The younger sister, with a lively demeanor, chimed in. "This little foodie. It is not that kind of bun. Never mind, she is still young. Best to overlook her." Jiang Yunxi was also momentarily taken aback, clearly unaware of the rationale behind offering a bun. "It is not a matter of presenting it with any object," the master clarified. "In truth, refining elixirs is also a means to familiarize yourself with the spiritual fire. However, this method is considerably slower, and utilizing the essence of life itself for alchemy proves to be quite challenging." Su Qing was a person who favored expedient methods, thus he hastily inquired, "Master, is there a quicker approach?" The reply came, "Simply ignite yourself with spiritual fire. Let it envelop your entire being at all times, even during your cultivation." While it is true that the spiritual fire he had tamed could not inflict harm upon him, the constant activation of such flames was inherently taxing on one's magical energy. Furthermore, this was the fire of living beings. Should one lose control, the consequences would be dire. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. The path of your cultivation ultimately rests in your hands. Su Qing understood as well. However, it would indeed be quite advantageous to swiftly master the flame of life. Why is it that others can directly wield the spiritual fire after subduing it? Could it be that my lack of suffering during the process of subduing the flame of life is the reason? Very well. I shall heed the master's advice and commence now. Just as Su Qing intended to envelop himself in the flame of life, he was interrupted by Jiang Yunxi's voice. "Wait a moment. The flame of life is beneficial for the growth of spiritual herbs. You should cultivate over at the spiritual herb valley. It will be an excellent opportunity to utilize the flame of life." Su Qing knew that with the spirit fire in his possession, it was only a matter of time before he would be captured and conscripted as a spirit plant master, destined for agricultural toil. He did not expect it to happen so swiftly. "Rest assured, I shall ensure that the individuals from the Spirit Medicine Valley provide you with a place for cultivation. Whether you choose to cultivate or practice spells is entirely up to you, as long as you do not allow the spirit fire to extinguish." It is unlikely that Su Qing has ever contemplated that what would drain him not be a wealthy woman, but rather a multitude of spiritual herbs. Jiang Yunxi, observing the reluctant expression on Su Qing's face, could discern his thoughts. "Rest assured, I shall ensure that the Spirit Herb Valley compensates with contribution points." Su Qing's expression shifted from gloomy to bright in an instant, embodying the essence of a money-minded individual. "Regarding this matter, Master, when do you suggest I make my visit?" Jiang Yunxi found amusement in Su Qing's rapid change of demeanor. "Allow me to send a message to the elder of the Spirit Herb Valley. If there is anything you wish to take along, do prepare it. By the way, are there any spells you wish to learn? It would be an opportune time to acquire knowledge there." Su Qing pondered for a moment. He had originally intended to learn some swordsmanship, as he only possessed the skill of sword light and shadow technique. However, he had also found some techniques of interest in the scripture pavilion. As the saying goes, if one cannot win, it is better to flee. Su Qing believed it prudent to acquire a form of evasion technique. Although flying on a sword was indeed swift, it was merely suitable for travel. "Master, I wish to learn a more rapid evasion technique," he expressed. His junior sister, perplexed, inquired, "Senior brother, did you not always say that flying on a sword is exceptionally stylish? Why then seek other evasion techniques?" What could the young girl possibly understand? When faced with an opponent one cannot defeat, it is wise to escape. Jiang Yunxi comprehended Su Qing's intentions. She recognized the significance of evasion techniques. Thus, she refrained from further conversation, and with a flick of her finger, she imprinted a technique known as the Earthbound Golden Light Technique into Su Qing's consciousness. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing this technique." Su Qing bowed respectfully. Jiang Yunxi nodded, feeling quite pleased in the role of a mentor. Not only did he impart spells to his young disciple, but he also elucidated doubts and shared teachings with his senior disciple. Such is the essence of guiding and educating others. "All right, gather your belongings. I shall convey a message to the elder of the Spirit Herb Garden. You may proceed directly there." Xu Qing greeted softly before heading to his chamber, intending to bring along several sets of clothing. Subsequently, he made his way to the scripture repository to borrow a manual on swordplay and boxing techniques. He had been quite captivated by Zhu Xiaowen's powerful and visceral fighting style. After leaving the repository, Su Qing took to the skies on his sword. only to find himself returning shortly after. Upon entering the Spirit Herb Valley, he was once again taken aback by the breathtaking scenery. As a major production base for spiritual herbs under the sect of Wendazong, the valley was not only rich in spiritual energy, but also adorned with picturesque landscapes, reminiscent of an ethereal realm, with countless spiritual rivers meandering through the fertile fields. Approaching him was none other than his junior disciple, a stunning woman clad in a dress of emerald green, radiating the fresh fragrance of grass, reminiscent of a sprite of nature. Su Qing performed a respectful bow. At Qingzhou Peak, he greeted his senior sister. The beautiful woman, with a gentle smile, welcomed her junior brother, Zhao Meng'er from the Spirit Herb Valley. Junior brother, I have already arranged a place for your cultivation. I wonder how you wish to proceed now. The azure flames flickered around Su Qing, his gaze resolutely steadfast as he spoke in a low voice, always prepared. Zhao Ming'o paused momentarily before leading Su Qing to the base of a grand tree. With a gentle smile, she said, Junior brother, this shall be your training ground. There is a tree house within this ancient tree, available for your cultivation and rest. However, I would recommend that you practice beneath its boughs. Su Qing nodded in satisfaction and said, Thank you, senior sister. I wonder, since this place is abundant with spiritual herbs, am I unable to cultivate spells here? Do not worry, junior brother, replied the senior sister. This area is embedded with a formation. Ordinary cultivation is still feasible. However, I kindly advise you to refrain from practicing any high-powered spells. Su Qing understood. After all, practicing martial arts could only be beneficial. At that moment, Zhao Meng'er produced a storage pouch and handed it to Su Qing. Junior brother Su, she said, these are some elixirs that will aid you. During your time training at the Spirit Herb Valley, you may use these. We have an abundance of elixirs here at the Spirit Herb Valley. Su Qing expressed his gratitude and accepted it without hesitation, as he was always decisive when it came to indulging in lavish feasts. Chapter 39, Martial Arts. Zhao Meng'er offered a few more words of advice before taking her leave, leaving Su Qing alone. As he surveyed his surroundings, it was evident that various spiritual herbs and elixirs flourished in the area, yet the most striking sight was the towering ancient tree before him. Su Qing focused his mind, summoning forth the life fire within him, which instantly enveloped his entire being in a vibrant azure flame, even causing the strands of his hair to flicker with flames. The surrounding spiritual herbs and the towering ancient tree seemed to stretch their branches and leaves in delight. He produced a mat and sat cross-legged beneath the tree, retrieving a copy of the martial arts manual borrowed from the Sutra repository and began to peruse its contents. The technique was titled 9 Shattering Paths of Heaven, aptly named for its 9 distinct forms. It was a peerless martial art for body refinement, yet Su Qing was not a practitioner of body refinement. According to the manual, he would only be able to grasp the first form with great difficulty. Su Qingpan sat in contemplation, gesturing the exquisite movements of this unparalleled martial art. Yet it appeared he was still at a loss. A surge of mystical energy flowed through his hands, and a small glimmering shadow materialized, hovering above the ancient tome, demonstrating the first technique. Su Qing was captivated, astonished to discover that a mere illusion could execute the martial art so proficiently. Closing the ancient tome, he rose from the mat and assumed a stance, performing the movements with remarkable authenticity. The text had indicated that practitioners lacking physical cultivation would experience excruciating pain while practicing this technique, yet he felt no such discomfort. Su Qing, filled with skepticism, struck once more, unleashing a punch that resonated with a dull thud, causing the air to ripple gently. Yet, he still felt no pain as he gazed upon the azure spiritual flames enveloping him. Could it be due to the essence of the life force? Perhaps he would discover the truth through experimentation. With that thought, Su Qing retracted the azure flames, and at that moment, the ancient tree beside him began to tremble, its leaves rustling softly, as if imploring Su Qing not to withdraw the life force. Su Qing cast a perplexed glance at the ancient tree, yet chose to disregard it. Instead, retrieving a vial of emerald green elixir, an essence he had procured from the pool of the vital fire. After sustaining the spiritual flames for such an extended period, Su Qing found his own magical energy nearly depleted. Upon uncapping the vial and taking a small sip, a surge of vitality flooded through him, replenishing his energy instantaneously. As he reveled in the sensation of being invigorated, a fierce determination ignited within Su Qing, his gaze sharpening with intensity. He assumed a combat stance and initiated the first form of the earth-shattering 9 cracks. A heart-wrenching cry erupted from his lips, His visage contorted in agony as he curled up and collapsed onto the ground, clearly suffering. Ah, must it be this painful? Just as Su Qing writhed in torment, a somewhat aged voice resonated within his mind. You fool, why have you not yet summoned the vital fire? Su Qing, caught off guard, swiftly summoned the azure spirit fire within him. After a brief moment, he finally rose from the ground, exhaling deeply as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Casting his gaze around, he sought the individual who had offered him a timely reminder. Which esteemed elder had provided such guidance? He wondered if it would be possible for them to reveal themselves, allowing him the opportunity to express his gratitude in person. Su Qing clasped his fists and shouted loudly. Yet received no response, only the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Scratching his head, he contemplated giving up. For there were countless individuals wandering about inquiring about the elusive Taoist. Hey, you there, young one. I have assisted you. Why do you not show any gratitude? Su Qing, perplexed, scanned his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Elder, do reveal yourself. I cannot see you at all. Another rustle of leaves echoed through the air. Youngster, are you genuinely unable to see me or merely pretending? I stand right before you. Ah, Su Qing was taken aback, frantically searching as if he might dig into the ground itself, yet his efforts proved fruitless. Suddenly, he raised his gaze towards the towering ancient tree before him. A look of skepticism crossing his face as he murmured, could it be this tree? Yet, aside from its immense size, I see nothing particularly remarkable about it. Hey, you little rascal dare to speak ill of me to my face. What? Su Qing was somewhat astonished. It truly was this grand tree. However, within the sect of Tao inquiry, peculiarities abound. Ah, esteemed elder, you are indeed a tree. What of it? Has the tree consumed your family's rice? I was born a tree, and so I shall remain. Su Qing, feeling dazed, acknowledged his confusion. He realized that it was futile to engage in idle chatter with a tree when he should be diligently cultivating his skills. The junior expressed his gratitude to the senior for the valuable guidance just received. Su Qing bowed to the ancient tree and expressed his gratitude, intending to resume his cultivation. Hey, is that all the thanks you offer, young one? There is no sincerity in your words. Senior, you may speak frankly. The massive branches of the ancient tree trembled once more, seemingly pleased by Su Qing's response. Hee, young lad, do not just sit there. Ignite the flames of life to burn this old man. Su Qing gazed at the colossal ancient tree before him, feeling a wave of trepidation. Senior, this is truly immense. My cultivation is insufficient, and I fear I may not be able to manage it, he remarked. If one were to call you foolish, it would not be without reason. Why not simply burn a portion of it? Very well. Su Qing did not refuse the ancient tree once more, for he had come here to familiarize himself with the essence of life as fire. Approaching the colossal trunk of the ancient tree, he placed one hand upon it, urging the life fire to envelop the tree as much as possible. The azure flames spread upwards, causing the ancient tree to tremble incessantly, emitting a rustling sound, akin to a parched wanderer in the desert encountering water, fervently absorbing the essence of life as fire with overwhelming excitement. Su Qing wore a look of helplessness, silently cursing within. Goodness, could you not tremble so violently? If someone were to witness this, it would lead to a tremendous misunderstanding, and I would surely be branded a beast. Ha ha ha, how delightful. The immense ancient tree emitted a sound of profound joy. Su Qing, with a darkened countenance, withdrew the azure spiritual flame after a short while. The significant depletion of his magical energy rendered his complexion somewhat pallid. Indeed, the notion of cultivating spiritual herbs through tilling the land proved to be unfeasible. Upon sensing Su Qing retract the flame of life, the ancient tree expressed its discontent. Youngster, has it been but a brief moment, and you are already faltering? Hurry and continue. Su Qing took a small sip of the elixir and coldly rebuffed the ancient tree, his expression darkening as he spoke. You are incapable, and so is your entire lineage. This tree is far too immense. As a mere foundation establishment cultivator, I cannot afford to expend my resources on it. Heh, young one, why not consider this? Why not come to the Spirit Herb Valley? I assure you, I will ensure your status as a direct disciple. Su Qing settled down, his tone remarkably nonchalant. I am now a direct disciple. There is no need for the elder to worry. Upon hearing Su Qing's refusal, the ancient tree displayed no signs of anger. Instead, it was exceedingly accommodating. The Spirit Herb Valley is truly splendid, with an abundance of spiritual herbs at your disposal. I must inform you, many outside are eager to gain entry into the Spirit Herb Valley. Su Qing chuckled softly, asserting that he was not in want of spiritual herbs. Hey, you stubborn lad. Should you visit the spiritual herb valley, I shall persuade Elder Yao Qing Yao to accept you as her disciple. Yao Qing Yao, the sixth elder of the sect of inquiry, was a figure of authority in the spiritual herb valley, renowned for her formidable prowess, substantial wealth, and striking beauty. Countless individuals aspired to be her apprentice. However, despite the earnestness of this proposition, it failed to sway Su Qing. Su Qing appeared slightly astonished. It seemed that the ancient tree held considerable esteem within the valley of spiritual herbs. The senior displayed such earnestness that it would indeed be impolite to decline. However, it was still necessary to trouble the elder to persuade my master. Another rustling sound echoed, as if the tree were unwell, inexplicably shaking intermittently. Ha ha, not bad, young one. You're on the right path. Who is your master? I shall personally speak with him. Given my status, it would be quite an honor. Su Qing silently mused that this tree was not only large, but also quite audacious. He spoke softly. My master, Jiang Yunqi, is currently at Qingzhou Peak. Senior, please go swiftly and return hastily. What? Your master is Jiang Yunqi? Does the senior perhaps know my master? However, that makes sense. This ancient tree has likely stood for countless years, so it is not surprising it is acquainted with Jiang Yunqi. The ancient tree seemed to disregard Su Qing's inquiries, merely reiterating its confirmation. Is it the Jiang Yunqi from the enforcement hall, the sister disciple of sect master Yu Hongshang? Su Qing nodded impatiently. It truly is that female tyrant. Gu Shu's tone seemed to carry a hint of fear. Upon hearing the words of the ancient tree, Su Qing could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. You, decrepit wood, how dare you refer to my esteemed master as a witch? Bah, senior, I shall relay your words in their entirety to my master. The ancient tree, however, could only dare to speak of Jiang Yunqi as a witch in secret. Should she learn of it, it would surely lose every leaf it bore. A muffled chuckle escaped the ancient tree. Young one, this is all a misunderstanding. Just pretend you have heard nothing. As for your visit to the Spirit Herb Valley, consider it as if I had never spoken. Senior, your words carry weight. After all, she is my master. How could I, as her disciple, simply turn a blind eye to matters concerning her dignity? Moreover, did you not intend to seek her approval for my change of masters? My master is but a young one. While you possess considerable seniority, what is there to fear? Nay, absolutely not. She must not find out. Why must I be so reckless, daring to undermine even the witch's domain? No, I must silence this young man. With a gentle shake of its branch, a single leaf adorned with intricate patterns floated gracefully before Su Qing. Su Qing lifted his gaze and, lacking knowledge, could not discern what this object was. He reached out and, upon touching it with his fingers, realized, indeed, it was merely a leaf. Su Qing rolled his eyes and remarked, Senior, it seems that with age, you have begun to shed your leaves. Does the Spirit Herb Valley not assist you in maintaining your vitality? If the ancient tree were a person, it would undoubtedly be fuming with indignation, its branches trembling in anger. Bah, you insolent brat! How dare you fail to recognize the true treasures of this old man? The words were utterly outrageous, leaving Su Qing on the brink of expelling a mouthful of blood. Senior, you must not speak so recklessly. It is merely a leaf. How could it possibly be a great treasure? The ancient tree, now irate, raised its voice. You wretched boy! Do you have any idea how many souls long for my leaves, consumed by dreams and sorrow? Su Qing, Senior, do you think this leaf can be reattached? I am, after all, the ancient tree of enlightenment. Can you guess the name of this leaf? Su Qing gazed at the leaf in his hand, pondering the exquisite patterns it bore. It was no wonder it was so beautiful, for it belonged to the ancient enlightenment tree. The scripture repository contained records stating that within the realms of heaven and earth existed spiritual roots, and the enlightenment tree was among them. Its leaves possessed the remarkable ability to enhance a cultivator's comprehension, rendering it a coveted treasure sought after by all practitioners in the realm of immortality. To his astonishment, he discovered it right within the confines of the Windazong. Su Qing carefully tucked the leaf in his hand away. Ahem, esteemed senior, my master is indeed my beloved kin and a revered minor. The ancient tree of enlightenment fell silent for a moment, contemplating the apparent closeness between this young man and Jiang Yunqi. What to do? Should he knock him unconscious to induce amnesia? No, that would not do. If Jiang Yunqi were to find out, it would be a calamity. Young man, speak if you wish. I harbor no fear of Jiang Yunqi. Return the leaf, and I shall retrieve it once more. Su Qing's expression subtly shifted. Ahem, senior, you have misunderstood me. What I meant to convey is that you should offer more compensation. The ancient tree of enlightenment responded with silence. Moments later, another leaf fluttered gently into Su Qing's hand. Senior, given your grand stature as a tree, surely you could bestow a little more. Just 2 leaves. If you possess no more, then you might as well inform Jiang Yunqi. Very well then. Su Qing carefully preserved the leaves, feeling quite pleased to have obtained even 2 without cost. The ancient tree, witnessing Su Qing's action, let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this young man did not persist. Otherwise, if Jiang Yunqi were to find out, it would have resulted in far more than just these 2 leaves. Very well, esteemed elder, I shall cultivate beneath your branches. Please refrain from urging me to ignite a fire upon you. The ancient tree did not press Su Qing further, for the risk of him returning to Qingzhou Peak out of displeasure would render the situation a regrettable loss. After completing his meditation, Su Qing was ready to resume his martial practice, yet this time he dared not extinguish the flame of life. 10 days swiftly passed, beneath the tree. Su Qing either practiced his martial arts or sat cross-legged on the mat in deep cultivation. Of course, he did not cease the burning of the azure spiritual fire, which continued to blaze around him. These 10 days were arduous for Su Qing, as he continuously consumed elixirs and spiritual liquids to restore his magical energy. Occasionally, Zhao Ming'er would also bring him some herbal remedies. However, for the ancient enlightenment tree and other spiritual herbs in Su Qing's vicinity, it was nothing short of paradise. After a prolonged period, Su Qing ceased the operation of his cultivation technique, exhaling gently as he gradually opened his eyes. Suddenly, he felt an unusual sensation. What is this? What is it doing, burrowing into my trousers? Su Qing quickly reached out and grasped it. Ginseng. Its hue is rather pleasing. Su Qing leaned closer to take a whiff, and it was indeed quite fragrant. The chicken soup would surely be delectable. Kid, these are all little medicinal kings from the Valley of Spiritual Herbs. 1 bite, and you will undoubtedly meet your demise. All of them? Isn't there only one? Su Qing looked around in bewilderment. The area where he sat was surrounded by a variety of flourishing flowers and plants, exuding a gentle radiance. Could it be that these are all the medicinal herbs? Su Qing was evidently taken aback by the plethora of spiritual herbs surrounding him. Who had planted them beside me? Young man, have you seldom visited the scripture pavilion of the Taoist sect? Is it possible that you are unaware of such fundamental knowledge? Xiao Qing, with a gesture of helplessness, remarked, Senior, I have only been in this field for a little over a year. As a mere foundation establishment cultivator, how could I possibly possess such extensive knowledge? To his surprise, the enlightenment tree did not reprimand him. Instead, it patiently elucidated, these spiritual herbs have existed far longer than you, young one. Moreover, having thrived in the abundant spiritual energy of the Windazong, they have long since developed their own sentience, allowing them to choose their growth environments. In essence, they came here of their own volition. Chapter 41. In demand, surrounded by a profusion of vibrant flowers and grasses, and backed by a towering ancient tree. If one were to envision Lu Lingsha in place of Xiao Qing, she might well resemble a fairy among blossoms. Yet, the reality remained that it was Xiao Qing. Young one, ignite some fire to let them revel, came the suggestion. For the past 10 days, Xiao Qing had been tirelessly conjuring azure spiritual flames. Though he had yet to master them completely, he had become increasingly familiar with the essence of the flames, thus alleviating the need for excessive focus and mental effort in their control. Su Qing surveyed the surrounding spiritual herbs, and with him at the center, azure spiritual flames surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the floor around him. At the sect of inquiry, atop Qingzhou Peak, Jiang Yunqi had just finished instructing Lu Lingsha on her spellcasting, and was now seated in her bamboo cottage, sipping tea. During this period, she had fully grasped the challenges of being a master, as these spells were mere constructs to her, yet imparting them to Lu Lingsha was an entirely different endeavor. Lu Lingsha, her junior sister, appeared utterly perplexed by her explanations, leading Jiang Yunqi to suggest that Lu Lingsha first practice according to the manual, with Jiang Yunqi providing guidance thereafter. Hee, master, do try the spiritual fruit preserves I made, Lu Lingsha exclaimed, entering with a bamboo basket filled with an array of delicacies. Jiang Yunqi had sampled many of Lu Lingsha's creations during her time at Qingzhou Peak and was already accustomed to them. Quite delicious, tangy and sweet, she remarked appreciatively. Hee, if it pleases you, master, do indulge, for my junior sister revels in compliments about her culinary skills. Lu Lingsha took a bite and then inquired, by the way, master, when will senior brother return? It had been some time since she last saw Su Qing. Although she couldn't claim to miss him terribly, he was often on her mind. Well, Jiang Yunshi pondered momentarily. He should be back soon. Mastering the spiritual flames is not an overnight endeavor. He had only recently fused with them and required this method initially. Once he becomes more accustomed, he can practice gradually. Jiang Yunshi was aware of Lu Lingsha's attachment to Su Qing and understood her feelings for him. He understood. Master, do let me know if there's anything you desire. If I cannot prepare it, I can certainly procure it, as I still possess ample spiritual stones. Jiang Yunshi chuckled and shook her head. You should hold off for now. You've rested enough. It's time to return to your cultivation. Just as Lu Lingsha pouted, preparing to resume her training, Jiang Yunshi produced a jade talisman. Junior sister, are you there? A voice echoed from the talisman. It was Yu Hongshang. Speak quickly if you have something to say. Jiang Yunshi retorted, her tone cold and unyielding. Upon recognizing the voice of the sect leader, Lu Lingsha paused her training, nibbling on a piece of fruit preserve while listening intently. Yu Hongshang, accustomed to Jiang Yunshi's demeanor after many years, replied, Oh dear, must I not seek you out if there's nothing pressing? However, this time I do have a matter at hand. Did you not send your eldest disciple to the Spirit Herb Valley to cultivate herbs? Are you aware of this? Jiang Yunshi had informed Elder Lu of the situation, deeming it trivial enough for the sect leader to know. Indeed, it was Elder Lu who informed me. I had not anticipated that your disciple could even acquire the fire of life. I heard he discovered it during his previous excursion beyond the sect, while investigating remnants of ancient demonic cultivators, though he did not elaborate further. Jiang Yunshi had also been astonished upon first witnessing Su Qing's spiritual flames. They even wished to have Su Qing serve as a direct disciple at the Spirit Herb Valley. How outrageous. A group of shameless old folks dares to dig at the corners of our lineage. Jiang Yunshi never anticipated that Su Qing would be so well received in the Spirit Herb Valley. By the way, I heard it was that old rascal, the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, who suggested it. Make sure to pluck all his leaves later. Yu Hongshang said, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Jiang Yunshi. Seeing Jiang Yunshi's lack of anger, she felt compelled to stoke the flames. By the way, I heard that old fellow secretly referred to you as a female demon. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yunshi replied coolly, Very well. I shall pay him a visit one day. Oh, I almost forgot. The Spirit Beast Hall also wishes for Su Qing's assistance. What kind of help? Spirit beasts are injured. He cannot treat them, can he? The disciples of the Spirit Beast Hall are adept at nurturing spirit beasts. What need have they for an outsider like Su Qing? It's like this. Last time, didn't he Elder for administer aphrodisiacs to the spirit beasts in the refining chi stage? It resulted in a mountain full of pregnant spirit beasts. Now, a group of them is about to give birth, and the numbers are simply too overwhelming. Moreover, Elder 4's concoction was too potent. Many are likely to face complications during labor. Jiang Yunshi gently rubbed her temples, full of helplessness. So why do they seek out Su Qing? They want Su Qing to help with the deliveries. Yu Hongshang's unrestrained laughter echoed from the jade talisman. Does the vitality fire have such a function? Jiang Yunshi felt this exceeded her understanding. Nearby, Lu Lingsha, who had been eavesdropping, was equally astonished. After laughing enough, Yu Hongshang gasped for breath and said, All right. It's about this matter. You should quickly inform Su Qing. With that, she severed the transmission, leaving Jiang Yunshi with a face full of distress. She understood that this matter was indeed a bit difficult to broach. By the way, Lingsha, how do you suggest we approach Su Qing about this? Jiang Yunshi, genuinely at a loss, cast a pleading glance at Lu Lingsha beside her. Without hesitation, the junior sister replied, Simple, master. Just tell senior brother that the Spirit Beast Hall has made a significant contribution of points and spirit stones. He will definitely go. Jiang Yunshi nodded, feeling her junior sister's reasoning was sound, and even if the Spirit Beast Hall did not offer it, she would ensure they did. Having formulated her approach, Jiang Yunshi picked up the jade talisman, preparing to contact Su Qing. At that moment, beneath the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, Su Qing, having just burned a patch of flowers and grass, retrieved the jade talisman and discovered it was a transmission from Jiang Yunshi. Su Qing, have you finished your training? Master, I just completed my training. Is there something you need? Jiang Yunshi pursed her lips and said, Su Qing, the people from the Spirit Beast Hall say they need your vitality fire to assist them with something. Of course, they have also prepared generous rewards. Will you consider going? Upon hearing the words generous rewards, Su Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed, rare talents are the most valuable. No problem, master. When shall I go? Upon hearing Su Qing's affirmative response, Jiang Yunqi's face illuminated with joy as she eagerly exclaimed, right now would be best. The sooner, the better. Very well. I shall make my way there at once. With that, Su Qing tucked away the jade talisman, brushed aside the branches and leaves entwined around him, and bid farewell to the ancient enlightenment tree. Esteemed elder, my master has summoned me. I must take my leave. So soon? Young one, when shall you return? Su Qing smiled meaningfully and said, come by whenever you have the time. Chapter 42. The First Midwife of the Spirit Beast Hall. Su Qing bid farewell to the ancient trees and blooming flowers, then proceeded to seek out Zhao Menger. Upon hearing that Su Qing was about to depart, she felt a pang of reluctance. Su Shidi, since you have matters to attend to, I shall not detain you any longer. Zhao Menger refrained from uttering any further pleas for him to stay, and instead produced her identification token to transfer a sum of contribution points to Su Qing. As a figure materialized on the token, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. 3,000 contribution points? He had not anticipated such a generous amount. Zhao Menger offered a gentle smile and remarked, Su Shidi, do visit often. Su Qing, with a gleam of avarice in his eyes, chuckled as he hastened along. The prospect of a lucrative venture at the Spirit Beast Valley spurred him on, and with determination, he mounted his Qing Frost sword, striving to reach the Spirit Beast Hall at the swiftest pace possible. Nestled amidst the majestic mountains of the Windazong, the Spirit Beast Hall is undoubtedly the most vibrant locale within the sect, teeming not only with people, but also with a myriad of spirit beasts, both grand and diminutive, their rarity beyond count. At that moment, within the Spirit Beast Hall, a throng of men and women anxiously awaited his arrival. Su Qing rushed into the hall, barely having the chance to greet anyone, when he found himself encircled by a cacophony of voices. Su Qing, you are indeed the esteemed junior brother Su Qing, are you not? Su Qing nodded, affirming his identity. Indeed, it was Su Qing, the junior disciple. How wonderful! Junior disciple Su has truly arrived. Junior disciple Su, you must assist us. Come, hurry along with me. What do you mean by following you? I am in a hurry. You should accompany me first. Su Qing had never encountered such a scene before, where there was a tangle of hands and a hint of impropriety. The women were one thing, but why was a grown man also involved? Fellow brothers and sisters, please refrain from pulling at each other. If you require something from me, do not hesitate to articulate your wishes. Su Qing hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, where a cacophony of voices clamored and chattered incessantly, overwhelming his senses. Silence! What is all this noise? A figure resembling an elder bellowed, instantly quelling the commotion. The crowd, in perfect unison, propelled Su Qing towards the elder. Ha! So this is your esteemed nephew Su. Indeed, he is a paragon of talent and grace. Su Qing automatically disregarded the pleasantries of the moment. His sole desire was to depart from this place. Elder, may I inquire as to the purpose of summoning a junior like myself? The elder retracted his smile, adopting a more solemn demeanor. Disciple, the matter at hand is rather urgent, so I shall be brief. Thus, the elder swiftly conveyed the circumstances surrounding the unprecedented breeding of spirit beasts to Su Qing. The urgency stemmed from two primary concerns: the sheer number of spirit beasts involved, and the presence of exceptionally rare species whose breeding was already challenging. Now, with the complications arising from the fourth elder's medication, the birthing process had become exceedingly difficult. To mitigate any potential issues, upon hearing from the personnel of the Spirit Herb Valley that Su Qing possessed the flame of life, the master of the Spirit Beast Hall hastily sought out Hongshang, insisting on locating Su Qing without delay. Although Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, he quickly grasped the essence of the situation. Are you suggesting that I assist in the delivery of spirit beasts? Su Qing exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, you have understood correctly. Su, my esteemed nephew, you are indeed the worthy disciple of the Hall Master of the Enforcement Palace. That is precisely the task at hand. But fret not. You will merely be assisting from the sidelines. Ah, no, wait. There is no need for hesitation. It is you, Su, my esteemed nephew. Come now, let us attire you appropriately. With a grand gesture, the elder summoned several disciples, who approached Su Qing and, to his horror, dressed him in protective gear, complete with gloves and shoe covers. Splendid. You look most distinguished, the elder remarked, stroking his non-existent beard with satisfaction. Su Qing opened his mouth in astonishment. Yet words eluded him. How dare you? His face was shrouded in disbelief. From where did you perceive such a remarkable talent? Soon, at the command of the elder, Su Qing was escorted to the foot of a grand mountain. The air was filled with the haunting cries of various spirit beasts, evoking a sense of desolation. Come, junior brother Su, let us commence quickly. The numbers are rather overwhelming. A disciple from the spirit beast mountain led Su Qing to the base of a towering tree, where a small spirit beast lay, its belly swollen, wailing pitifully. Beside it stood a female disciple, continuously offering words of comfort. Let us begin, junior brother Su. Since we are here, we might as well embrace the role of midwives. Earning contribution points is the ultimate truth. Su Qing took a deep breath and, under the guidance of the female disciple, gradually enveloped the spiritual beast with the flame of life. As the azure flames consumed the creature, it slowly became tranquil. Before long, a faint sound emerged. It has been born. Su Shidi has brought forth life. The female disciple, brimming with excitement, grasped Su Qing's hand and incessantly chattered. Dear lady, could you please refrain from such exuberance? You have just given birth, while I, a mere man, can only suffer from hemorrhoids. Su Qing pried open her hand and gazed at the bloodstains adorning her body, a grimace involuntarily twisting her lips. Oh, my esteemed master, is this what you refer to as a grand venture? Su Qing felt an overwhelming urge to turn and flee. Dear junior brother Su, you have toiled greatly. Now, let us proceed to the next endeavor. Su Qing gazed blankly at the vast expanse of spirit beasts, his expression vacant as he mechanically nodded. Su Shidi, we cannot linger here. At the sound of his elder brother's anxious words, Su Qing lifted his head in confusion. Suddenly, a pregnant spirit beast kicked him fiercely, sending him sprawling to the ground in a most undignified manner. Su Shidi, are you all right? His elder brother hurried over to assist him, lifting him back to his feet. Su Qing spat out a few mouthfuls of mud and waved his hand to indicate that he was unharmed. Fortunately, it was merely a spirit beast in the Qi refinement stage. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. At that moment, Su Qing was preparing to assist in the delivery of a female leopard when he was abruptly halted by a gesture from a nearby individual. Junior brother Su, please hold on a moment. Beneath Su Qing's puzzled gaze, a female disciple emerged, having knocked out the male leopard that had been howling beside the female. Senior brother, what is happening here? Ha ha. Junior brother, you are unaware that the wind chaser leopard is extremely hostile towards other male creatures approaching the female. If provoked, it could become dangerously aggressive. However, rendering it unconscious so it cannot see suffices. Su Qing, that makes sense. It would be better not to bring it out at all. Goodness, it directly violates the norms of propriety. Su Qing, enshrouded in filth, squatted beneath a tree, his gaze vacant. Who could fathom the number of spirit beasts he had assisted in delivering during this period? Were it not for the ample supply of elixirs restoring his magical prowess provided by the spirit beast palace, he could scarcely comprehend where he might have lain dormant. To think that a figure of his illustrious stature, a distinguished foundational cultivator, would find himself reduced to this, drained by spirit herbs or spirit beasts alike. What a lamentable affair. Had he foreseen this predicament, he would have refrained from undertaking such tasks. What would others think if this were to be divulged? Would it tarnish his reputation as a notable figure in the Taoist sect, branding him as a disgrace to the literary realm of the great Xia? A seasoned expert in spirit herb cultivation? The foremost midwife of the spirit beast palace? What a travesty! Alas, youngsters, eager to take on any task, often bring about their own demise. Chapter 43, marinated to perfection yet. This experience has indeed broadened his horizons, encountering a plethora of peculiar spirit beasts, which proved to be quite beneficial for Su Qing, who was otherwise a neophyte in the cultivation world. Junior Su, there you are. Come with me at once. The elder seeks your presence. During this time, Su Qing had been akin to a brick, moved wherever he was needed. Thus, upon hearing someone call for him, his immediate instinct was to flee. Consequently, his body reacted faster than his mind, and he bolted. Hey, Junior Su, don't run. The elder requires you for something else. Something else? Is it the final payment? No, that couldn't be right. There was not even a deposit from that old coot. As Su Qing had barely taken a few steps, he was intercepted by a senior from the Spirit Beast Hall. Given that this was, after all, their territory, Su Qing had no choice but to comply and was escorted to a wooden cabin on the mountain where the Spirit Beast Hall housed its mystical creatures. One seldom encountered opulent palaces. Instead, the structures were predominantly wooden cabins, bamboo houses, or even caves. Nevertheless, even the wooden cabins were impressively spacious. Esteemed elder, I have brought junior brother Su, announced the newcomer, who was none other than the elder of the Spirit Beast Hall, known for his flattering demeanor. Ha ha ha, dear nephew Su. You have worked tirelessly these past few days. It is thanks to your efforts that matters have proceeded so smoothly. Su Qing struggled to muster a faint smile. The elder's words were indeed profound. Such actions were merely the responsibilities of the younger generation. The elder regarded Su Qing with an ever-increasing admiration. Ha ha. Not only is Master Su a paragon of talent, but his abilities are equally remarkable, truly a testament to the adage that a great teacher begets an exceptional disciple. Su Qing stood there in a daze. Were it not for my current disheveled appearance, I might have believed it. The elder indeed could choose to remain silent. Ha ha. Su disciple has rendered such great service to our Spirit Beast Hall. Let these contribution points and spirit stones serve as our token of gratitude. Having said that, he presented a sum of 5,000 contribution points along with a considerable amount of spirit stones. Is everyone in the Spirit Beast Hall so generous? I recall that when Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen labored tirelessly in Jinyang County, their rewards were not much different. Ah, thank you, elder. Su Qing smiled with utmost sincerity. There is no need for you to be modest, my dear disciple. This is what you rightfully deserve. It is bestowed upon you by the fourth elder of Danding Peak. Take it without hesitation, the elder of the Spirit Beast Hall said with profound significance. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling the matter regarding the Spirit Beast's requisition for the Dao sect's assessment. It seemed that Elder 4 had administered an aphrodisiac to the Spirit Beast in the Spirit Beast Hall during their Qi refinement period. It appears that this incident warrants appreciation for Elder 4. Not only did he achieve a breakthrough and earn spirit stones, he also gained quite a bit. Though the circumstances are somewhat complicated. Su Shiji, for the matters ahead, you may leave them to the disciples of the Spirit Beast Hall. You can return to rest, and feel free to visit the Spirit Beast Hall again when you have time. Indeed, please ensure that Su Qing cleanses himself of any filth and changes into fresh attire. Yes, having been cleansed of all impurities, Su Qing exited the Spirit Beast Hall under the guidance of his senior brother. Su Shiji, you have endured much these past days. This is a modest token of appreciation from us, your senior brothers of the Spirit Beast Hall. With that, he pressed a storage bag into Su Qing's hands. This contains the Spirit Beast feed we prepared ourselves. We hope you do not find it lacking. A glimmer of light sparkled in Su Qing's eyes. This was indeed a precious item. Back in Jinyang County, that unscrupulous auction house had sold similar spiritual stones for several thousand. Thank you, brothers, he exclaimed. Haha. Junior brother must visit the Spirit Beast Hall when you have the chance. Certainly. After bidding farewell to the Spirit Beast Hall, Su Qing soared on his sword towards Qingzhou Peak. Upon reaching Qingzhou Peak, Lu Lingsha, fatigued from her recent swordsmanship practice, lay sprawled across a stone table. Jiang Yunxi, embodying the demeanor of a strict mentor, clandestinely perused a small notebook, occasionally nodding thoughtfully. Master, what are you reading? Upon hearing her junior sister's voice, Jiang Yunxi abruptly lifted her head, hastily concealing the notebook. Ah, ahem, indeed, Lingsha, your recent spell cultivation has been commendable. It is time to shift your focus towards enhancing your cultivation level. Of course, if you wish to practice more spells, feel free to visit the scripture pavilion or come to ask me again. Really, master? Lu Lingsha, disregarding her weariness, sprang up with excitement. Jiang Yunxi gazed at her elated disciple with a gentle smile, reminiscent of the times spent practicing spells with Yu Hongshang. Jiang Yunxi was exceptionally diligent, never uttering a word of fatigue, in stark contrast to Yu Hongshang, who often sought to evade her responsibilities. However, she felt fortunate that her eldest disciple was quite self-sufficient and required little guidance, while her younger disciple, though somewhat mischievous, was far less worrisome than Yu Hongshang. Yes, but you must also practice diligently. The junior sister produced a large meat pie she had made, savoring a hearty bite. At that moment, a beam of sword light shot in from the distance, and a familiar figure approached Lu Lingsha. Senior brother, you're back. What is that strange smell? The junior sister abruptly halted her advance towards Su Qing, pinching her nose with a look of disdain. Taken aback by this unexpected blow, Su Qing stood frozen, feeling as though he had been unjustly reprimanded at Spirit Beast Peak. Woof, woof, woof. The little white dog covered its nose with its front paw, emitting a pained whimper. Must it be this exaggerated? Su Qing's expression darkened as he snatched the meat pie from his junior sister's hand, rushing into the room without even greeting Jiang Yunxi. The junior sister gazed at her empty hands, expressing her discontent with a loud cry. "Ah, smelly senior brother, give me back my meat pie." As Su Qing returned to his chamber, he swiftly locked the door behind him. He procured a large bathtub and filled it with pristine water, fervently adding an assortment of spices and petals. These were all purchased by Lu Lingsha, and while he had once scoffed at such frivolities, he now yearned for even more. In an instant, he shed his garments, immersing his entire being, hair included, into the fragrant concoction. The breath-holding technique he had once learned out of sheer boredom now proved to be of great utility for today. Su Qing was determined to marinate himself in this aromatic blend. After a considerable time, Su Qing, impeccably dressed and adorned with numerous fragrant pouches, could finally no longer detect the peculiar odor. Cough, cough. Senior brother, you are a bit overly fragrant now. It's quite overwhelming. Hey, you complained about the stench earlier, and now you have an issue with the fragrance? If you're not satisfied, just hold it in. Jiang Yunqi gracefully lifted her fair hand to disperse much of the intense aroma. Cough, cough. Su Qing, what on earth did you experience in the Spirit Beast Hall? Alas, master, you have no idea. It was utterly inhumane. Su Qing, with a sorrowful expression, recounted to Jiang Yunqi the events that had transpired during his time at the Spirit Beast Hall, pouring out his thoughts like water. Nonetheless, the elder of the Spirit Beast Hall had indeed bestowed upon him a considerable reward, which was somewhat acceptable. Oh, so you truly went to assist in the birth at the Spirit Beast Hall, senior brother. Su Qing's expression darkened as he instinctively flicked his small apprentice's forehead. The little apprentice yelped in pain, pouting with a look of utter grievance. Ahem, Su Qing, raise your hand. Let me take another look. Chapter 44, Regrouping the Moonlight. Like liquid silver, cascaded over the tranquil Chiju Peak, illuminating the bamboo cottage adorned with various luminous artifacts, resembling a resplendent jewel amidst the serene landscape. Inside the brightly lit bamboo dwelling, Su Qing and his companions sat closely together. Jiang Yunqi, with her delicate hands emerging from her sleeves, let her cool. Ethereal fingertips glimmer like stars as they gently rested upon Su Qing's hand. After a brief moment, Jiang Yunqi slowly opened her eyes. Su Qing found himself under the peculiar impression of an experienced traditional Chinese physician assessing a patient's pulse. Gazing at Jiang Yunqi's serene and lovely countenance, he anxiously inquired, "Master, what is your assessment? Am I beyond hope?" Jiang Yunqi was momentarily taken aback. Her intention was merely to observe the state of the vital fire within Su Qing, not to determine his fate. With a glimmering gaze, she cast a reproachful look at him before retracting her hand. "What are you pondering? This period has not been in vain. The spiritual fire within you has now harmonized splendidly with your being. I trust you are now capable of wielding it proficiently." Throughout this time, Su Qing had been incessantly channeling the azure spiritual fire, be it to incinerate spiritual herbs, spiritual beasts, or even himself. His magical energy had been depleted on numerous occasions, and had there been no benefit, he would have surely been in despair. Upon hearing Jiang Yunqi's words, Su Qing's expression brightened with joy. "Tomorrow, I shall attempt the alchemical process once more. However," she continued, "your vital fire is inherently weak, now that it has acknowledged you as its master. Diligent cultivation is imperative to strengthen the fire for future endeavors." "Yes, master." Su Qing smiled brightly and readily agreed. Although he found the spirit fire somewhat unreliable, it was, after all, a heavenly and earthly flame, which held its own merit. Jiang Yunqi, witnessing Su Qing's teachable nature, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, he was one step closer to becoming a master. "All right, let us return to our respective chambers to cultivate," Jiang Yunqi declared, rising and making his way towards the staircase leading to the second floor of the bamboo house. Su Qing, with a face full of confusion, spoke up, "Master, have you perhaps taken a wrong turn? This is the staircase leading to the second floor." "Indeed, I am headed to the second floor," came the reply. Beside them, the younger disciple, who was eagerly observing, playfully nudged Su Qing. "Silly, senior brother. Master has already moved in with us. From now on, the second floor will be Master's domain." "Hee, you shouldn't go up there either." Su Qing gaped in astonishment, although somewhat taken aback. He had no choice but to accept the outcome. How infuriating it was that his grand balcony had come to this. "What is the matter? Su Qing, are you not welcoming me to move in?" Jiang Yunqi inquired with a puzzled tilt of her head. "Not at all. Quite the contrary. I am genuinely delighted. How could Su Qing possibly refuse a warm welcome? After all, the bamboo house still has ample rooms, and the spacious second floor will certainly not inconvenience Jiang Yunqi. If it feels cramped, we can always construct a larger dwelling at the Outhwood Pavilion. Qing, with his considerable contributions and abundant spirit stones, is not lacking in resources. And neither is Jiang Yunqi. After graciously escorting the two esteemed guests to their quarters, Qing returned to his own room. However, he had no intention of engaging in cultivation. Instead, he succumbed to slumber, exhausted from the relentless days and nights, particularly during his time at the Spirit Beast Hall, where the workload was even more daunting than his previous endeavors. After a night of restorative sleep, Qing felt rejuvenated. Following a delightful meal prepared by his junior sister, he hastily made his way to the alchemy chamber. Today, he had three singular objectives: alchemy, alchemy, and yet more alchemy. Once he had settled into the right mindset, the vibrant azure spiritual flames blazed fiercely within the alchemical furnace. As the time approached, Qing confidently cast a spiritual herb into the furnace. The azure flames gradually enveloped the herb, and under Qing's meticulous control, it slowly transformed into a pool of spiritual liquid, with impurities being refined away, releasing a rich and enticing fragrance. With the assistance of the azure flames and the Ta Qing fire control technique, Qing was beginning to embody the essence of an alchemist. As time flowed steadily onward, he successfully refined the spiritual herbs required for the qi gathering pill, leading him to the crucial phase of fusion and pill formation. Under the powerful guidance of his spiritual awareness, the pools of liquid harmoniously merged in an orderly fashion. Qing's hands moved with precision as the azure flames danced, solidifying the spiritual herbs into pills. In that moment of pill formation, a captivating aroma wafted from the furnace, and Qing's face lit up with joy, his heart racing and hands trembling as he gently lifted several qi-gathering pills. With a satisfied smile, Master Qing felt a sense of fulfillment. All his recent toil was not in vain. Ha ha ha, I've succeeded. I have triumphed once more. Wait, why do I say once more? Never mind that. I shall first seek someone to test the effects. Qing darted out of the alchemy chamber like a rabbit, hastily sprinting towards the bamboo cottage. Lingsha, I have something wonderful for you, my senior brother. Qing circled around the bamboo house. Yet he found neither his junior sister nor Jiang Yunqi. Even the little white dog was nowhere to be seen. It was not until Qing approached his junior sister's room that he noticed the sign hanging on the door. In the midst of cultivation, please do not disturb. Well, he dared not venture to the second floor at this moment. With a face full of disappointment, Qing arrived at the stone table and suddenly discovered a piece of white paper inscribed with words. Upon lifting it, he realized it was written by Lu Lingsha. Stupid senior brother, I knew you would come looking for me to test your medicine again. Fortunately, I am clever enough to have anticipated this. Dream on. However, I specifically went to Danding Peak to procure a few little white mice for you. Don't say I don't support your alchemical endeavors. You can let them test your concoctions. Oh, by the way, the little white dog has run off, so now you only have the white mice. TSK. This little girl is quite astute, Qing thought as he glanced at the small cage on the ground, containing 4 little white mice. Well, since they are from Danding Peak, they should be of decent quality. Qing leaned closer to the cage, scrutinizing the small, white mice within. The sudden appearance of his large face sent the mice trembling in fear. He grasped one of the mice and lifted it out of the cage. The creature, seemingly aware of its impending demise, flailed its limbs and squeaked in distress. The malevolent Qing effortlessly pried open the mouse's mouth and administered a vitality pill. After swallowing the elixir, the mouse let out a desperate, agonized cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The remaining mice in the cage were utterly heartbroken, weeping inconsolably as if they had glimpsed their own grim fate. Qing, undeterred, prodded the lifeless little white mouse with his finger. Alas, the blood trickling from its mouth bore testament to the fact that it was irrevocably deceased. This should not have happened. After all, it was a qi-gathering pill. Not a poison. How could it possibly lead to death? Qing was utterly perplexed. He took out a qi-gathering pill, scrutinizing it closely and inhaling its rich medicinal fragrance. There was no doubt about it. It was indeed a qi-gathering pill. Should I give it a try? Yet, gazing at the lifeless little white mouse, Qing found himself lacking the courage to proceed. Turning his attention to the other 3 mice in the cage, he pondered. Could it be that their small size rendered them overly susceptible to poison? Perhaps I should reduce the dosage. This notion seemed increasingly plausible to him. An excessive amount could indeed prove fatal. After all, a remedy carries its own risks. Qing divided the qi-gathering pill into 2 halves and administered one half to another fortunate little white mouse. As expected, contrary to all expectations, the little white mouse perished after consuming the half of the qi-gathering pill. Qing, Chapter 45, Poisonous Peril. One fateful day, the once tranquil cage was suddenly besieged by an unidentified creature, its cries echoing, "Retreat swiftly, and farewell forever." How could it be that a family of four, once living harmoniously, now lay lifeless on the ground, blood seeping from their orifices? What malevolent force would dare to extend its poisonous hand towards these innocent white mice? Is this a reflection of moral decay or the annihilation of humanity itself? Despite Qing consistently reducing the dosage by half for the mice, by the third one, he had resorted to administering merely an eighth of the pill. Yet, the outcome remained tragically the same. Upon ingestion, they succumbed instantly. As he grasped the last white mouse, Qing, ever cautious, refrained from having the dosage again. Instead, he chose to scrape a small amount of powder from the pill to feed the mouse. Unexpectedly, the good news was that the mouse managed to crawl over to its three companions, but the bad news was that it too met its demise. Qing, with a visage of sheer terror, emitted a piercing scream and hastily discarded the pill in his hand, swiftly wiping his palms against his garments. This is outrageous. What on earth have I concocted? Why has it resulted in such a deadly powder? This is exceedingly toxic. The elixir possesses a pleasant aroma, hardly resembling a poison. How could it lead to such demise? Am I veering off course once more, unwittingly transforming into a master of toxins, a ruthless purveyor of lethal brews? Or perhaps a merciless exterminator? Qing shook his head, feeling an overwhelming impulse to demolish the alchemy chamber. Alchemy, what a futile endeavor. At that moment, his junior sister, Lu Lingsha, peered curiously from the bamboo house and caught sight of the utterly despondent Qing. Oh, Lu Lingsha then noticed the four small white mice lying lifeless on the ground, their demise most tragic. Her eyes widened with terror, and her voice trembled as she asked, "Senior brother, did you do this to them?" Qing yearned to defend herself, yet could only nod in response. Alas, it seemed she had emerged at an inopportune moment. Would her senior brother truly consider using her as a test subject for his concoctions? The junior sister was on the verge of tears, though not a single drop fell, which made no difference. "Oh, senior brother, I am your only junior sister. In the truest sense, please do not let me meet my demise by your hand." Qing wore a grim expression as he observed the overly dramatic antics of Lu Lingsha. With a swift motion, he flicked her forehead. "Ouch!" The young apprentice halted her sobs, tenderly rubbing her forehead. "What nonsense are you spouting? This was merely a mistake." "Ah, senior brother, do you still wish for a next time?" It seemed that the little girl, growing older, had developed quite the tongue. However, in a bid to cultivate an image of unwavering dedication to the noble pursuit of alchemy and to restore his reputation as a diligent senior brother, Qing felt compelled to elucidate, from various perspectives, professional, historical, and contemporary, the profound significance of the sacrifices made by the four little white mice. Their contributions to the advancement of the alchemical endeavors at Qingzhou Peak were indelible, marking a solid step towards a more prosperous future for the peak. As Qing passionately expounded, replete with citations and references, the young apprentice realized that she could never match her senior brother's ability to weave tales with such ease. Soon after, beneath an unremarkable tree at Qingzhou Peak, there lay a small mound adorned with wildflowers, marked by a wooden sign that read, "Tomb of the Four Brave Warriors of the Mouse Clan." Qing stood in silent mourning. Moments later, he wiped away his crocodile tears and left with his young apprentice, the setting sun stretching their silhouettes into the horizon. Senior brother, perhaps we should just forget about alchemy." As the siblings conversed leisurely on their way back to the bamboo dwelling, they encountered Jiang Yunxi, who had just returned from outside. The young apprentice dashed over and retrieved a bouquet of wildflowers from the basket she carried. Master, you're back. These flowers are for you." Jiang Yunxi smiled as she accepted the flowers and gently patted Lu Lingsha on the head. "They are beautiful. Thank you, Lingsha." Qing felt compelled to make his presence known. "Master," Jiang Yunxi glanced at them and inquired, "What are you up to? Gathering flowers?" "Not at all, master. It's senior brother." Thus, Lu Lingsha animatedly recounted the harrowing tale of how Qing had tragically poisoned an entire family of four white mice. Qing stood there, a look of helplessness etched upon his face as he said, "Ahem, Lingsha may have exaggerated a bit. It was merely during the trial of the medicine that one perished." However, Jiang Yunxi found her little junior sister's words piqued her curiosity. "Is it truly the qi-gathering pill that you have refined?" Su Qing was resolute and certain, for the cost of other elixirs was prohibitively high, and the value of the gathering qi pill was unmatched. Are there any remaining gathering qi pills? Bring them forth for me to examine. Although Jiang Yunshi had not extensively studied alchemy, one could hardly ignore the fact that her realm was elevated. She may not have witnessed a pig run, yet she had certainly tasted pork. Su Qing hastily produced the remaining few qi gathering pills he possessed. Jiang Yunshi delicately picked up one of the pills, bringing it to her nose for a gentle inhalation, her nostrils slightly wrinkling in a captivating manner, truly enchanting. Indeed, it was a qi gathering pill, and its fragrance was exquisite, suggesting its efficacy surpassed that of the ordinary variety. With a slight furrow of her elegant brows, she raised her hand to conjure a sphere of clear water. Jiang Yunshi dissolved the qi gathering pill within the water, meticulously probing it with her spiritual sense. Moments later, she dispersed the water infused with the essence of the pill. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Yunshi turned her gaze towards Su Qing and slowly inquired, "Are you familiar with pill poison?" Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. Although he was illiterate in the realm of cultivation, he was not devoid of understanding to such an extent. He was aware that pill toxicity stemmed from certain noxious substances present in spiritual herbs. Alchemists, during the refinement of these herbs, would endeavor to eliminate these impurities, commonly referred to as dross. However, not every alchemist possesses the skill to completely eradicate these impurities, leading to the formation of pill toxicity during the concoction process. Consequently, when cultivators consume these pills, they often rely on their magical powers to refine them, rather than solely depending on their own digestive capabilities. Su Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, every time he consumed a pill, he would harness his magical power for refinement. To cultivate immortality without employing any means would be to underestimate my abilities. This approach not only accelerates the efficacy of the pill, but also purges the faint toxicity inherent in the elixir. The gathering qi pill you concocted also harbors such toxicity, albeit to a significantly greater extent than that found in other medicinal pills. Su Qing was taken aback. Could it be that I have truly become the master of deadly poisons, transforming elixirs into toxic concoctions? Su Qing's expression was one of despair as he implored, "Master, is there still hope for me?" Jiang Yunshi paused momentarily before responding. "I suspect this is related to your spirit fire. While enhancing the efficacy of the medicinal herbs during your alchemical process, you inadvertently intensified their toxicity. You failed to completely eliminate the impurities, resulting in this predicament. This gathering qi pill is indeed potent, yet perilous." Jiang Yunshi continued, "For a laboratory mouse, it is a lethal poison. However, for a cultivator, it may require the simultaneous consumption of an antidote." Upon hearing that his elixir was effective, Su Qing was overwhelmed with joy and exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that I simply concoct more detoxifying pills? Brother, are you certain that your detoxifying pills are completely devoid of toxins?" The words of his junior sister pierced Su Qing's heart like a sharp sword. Chapter 46. Sudden wealth. Su Qing felt somewhat bewildered. Does this not imply that I must concoct another detoxifying pill to counteract the toxin of the detoxifying pill? A rather niche toxin, indeed. Wait a moment, my head itches. It feels as though I am about to gain wisdom. Gazing at the few pills he had painstakingly crafted, memories of the trials he endured in the spirit beast hall flooded his mind. His gaze gradually grew resolute as he gritted his teeth and proposed, "Master, perhaps I should give it a try?" Su Qing believed that as long as the poison did not prove fatal, it would suffice. Jiang Yunshi also regarded this as a commendable suggestion, her gaze encouraging Su Qing to partake, assuring him of her presence and support. Su Qing settled down with crossed legs and consumed a spirit-gathering pill, channeling his mystical energy to refine it. After a period of time, he slowly opened his eyes, sensing a slight enhancement in his cultivation, and surprisingly, he exhibited no signs of poisoning, which filled him with joy. "Master, this pill indeed proves to be more effective than the ordinary spirit-gathering pills, and it seems I am not poisoned." Jiang Yunshi placed her hand upon Su Qing to assess his condition. Moments later, she confirmed, "Indeed, there are no traces of poison within you." "Does that mean this pill can be used by cultivators?" Su Qing inquired. Jiang Yunshi shook her head and replied, "The poison within you has likely been directly refined by the essence of the spiritual fire, which implies that you may be regarded as possessing a form of immunity to all toxins." Upon hearing Jiang Yunshi's words, Lu Lingsha hastily set down the spirit-gathering pill she had been holding. Initially, she had contemplated tasting it, having noted that Su Qing exhibited no signs of poisoning. But lacking any spiritual fire, she prioritized her own safety. The smile on Su Qing's face gradually faded. Am I destined to rely solely on self-production and self-consumption? Perhaps. I could let Zhu Xiaowen give it a try another day. If he were to suffer any adverse effects, I could still save him. As for Ling Sha, it would be better to forego that option. If anything were to go awry, it would be quite unfortunate, and outsiders might mistakenly believe that we, as fellow disciples, are at odds with one another. For now, it would be wise for you to keep these elixirs for your own use, Jiang Yunxi advised earnestly. Although these potions are quite beneficial for cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, it is unlikely that many would be willing to risk potential poisoning to consume them. Brother, don't look at me. I certainly want tea. The younger sister pouted, her expression one of distaste. Su Qing let out a faint sigh. Well, it seems that I must concede to Zhu Xiaowen. No matter, the resilience of body refinement is commendable. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Suddenly, Su Qing's jade talisman resonated with the transmission from Zhu Xiaowen. He chuckled to himself. It appears I am indispensable now. Old Su. We are on the brink of prosperity. Su Qing rolled his eyes in exasperation. My dear brother, your family is the wealthiest in the great Xia, yet you still speak of riches. What are we, the impoverished common folk, to do? Has your sister sent you more spirit stones again? What nonsense is this? Do you truly believe that my fortune hinges solely on my sister's generosity? Do you have any idea how much those essence liquids we procured last time are worth? How much? That tiny vial you gifted to Xiao Yan is worth a staggering 10,000 spirit stones. Believe it or not, I sold a total of 200 vials, earning myself a grand total of 2 million spirit stones. How much is that? Su Qing was no longer composed. He possessed this item as well, and in considerable quantity. However, during this recent period, he had consumed an entire bottle, which amounted to 10,000 spirit stones, more than what the spirit beast hall had provided him. What a significant loss. 200,000 spirit stones. Su Qing's eyes seemed to radiate a dazzling brilliance. 2 million spirit stones, an amount one could scarcely hope to exhaust in a lifetime. Struggling to swallow, Su Qing eagerly inquired, Old Zhu, to whom did you sell them? The Danding Peak had previously acquired a single vial for appraisal, yet today they unexpectedly returned to purchase 200 vials at once. It appears that the rewards from their last mission pale in comparison to these spirit liquids. Who would have imagined that their first venture beyond the sect would bring such extraordinary fortune? By the way, Old Su, tomorrow evening at the Zui Xian Lu in the City of Enlightenment, I shall host a banquet. No one shall leave until thoroughly inebriated. Be sure to bring along Sister Lu. Simply inform her that Brother Zhu is treating. Zhu Xiaowen, with an air of wealth and extravagance, appeared unexpectedly dashing. Perhaps I, too, could capture such charm. Lu Lingsha observed Su Qing's foolish grin and waved her hand before his eyes, yet he remained oblivious. Oh dear, brother, awaken. Clear your head. The younger sister grasped Su Qing's arm, shaking him fervently in an attempt to rouse him. Suddenly, Su Qing broke free, playfully pinching her cheek. Ha ha, Lingsha. We are rich. We are rich. Jiang Yunxi looked on, bewildered. Her eldest disciple had truly lost his senses, frequently falling into such fits of folly. All right, Su Qing. Do explain what exactly transpired. Su Qingsong released his junior sister, his face unable to conceal the joy that radiated from him. Master, I regret to inform you that during our last expedition in the cave where we discovered the flame of sentience, we stumbled upon a pool of spiritual liquid. Zhu Xiaowen and I divided it equally. Zhu Xiaowen sold his share for 10,000 spirit stones per vial, totaling an impressive 2 million. Behold, this is it. Su Qing produced a vial of azure elixir and handed it to Jiang Yunxi. Jiang Yunxi uncapped the bottle and took a small sip, savoring it as if indulging in a fine delicacy. Indeed, this vial of elixir was worth 10,000 spirit stones. Su Qing was overjoyed. Since Jiang Yunxi had expressed such sentiments, it seemed that the matter was indeed settled. However, Jiang Yunxi placed the spiritual liquid down and, with a contemplative expression, remarked, These spiritual liquids will greatly aid both you and Ling Sha in your current cultivation. Even when you reach the golden core stage, they will prove far superior to any medicinal pills. Are you certain you wish to sell them? Upon hearing Jiang Yunxi's words, Su Qing swiftly regained his composure. Indeed, why keep such treasures solely for oneself? In the past, Su Qing would have felt unworthy of such expensive items. Wasn't it more appealing to exchange them for money? However, Circumstances had changed. As a formidable foundation cultivator, he deserved to indulge in finer things. Nonetheless, selling a few could also be considered. Perhaps parting with 50 vials in exchange for 500,000 spirit stones would suffice. Thus, he decided to sell a modest amount, reserving the remainder for their cultivation needs. Having made his decision, Su Qing generously distributed 100 vials to Lu Lingsha. She accepted them, noting that it was just 100, and planned to rinse her mouth with them first, intending to seek more from her senior brother if necessary. Lu Lingsha, filled with curiosity, promptly opened one vial and took a tentative lick, her expression shifting to one of disappointment. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, "Senior brother, this spirit liquid lacks flavor and sweetness. It's not nearly as delightful as the 100-fruit spirit nectar." With a grand gesture, Su Qing exuded an air of extravagance. "No worries, no worries. Tomorrow, we shall head to Zue Xianlu to procure 100 bottles of the 100-fruit essence for our enjoyment." Hooray! In an instant, the junior sister's eyes sparkled with admiration for her senior brother. Jiang Yunxi thought to herself. She once considered Su Qing to be quite dependable, but now he seems increasingly unreliable. As night fell, the three of them returned to their respective quarters to cultivate. Su Qing, oblivious to the practice of cultivation, lay restlessly upon his bed, unable to find solace in sleep. The sudden transformation into a millionaire stirred within him a whirlwind of emotions, compelling him to rush to Danding Peak, yearning to gather 50,000 spirit stones and count them with eager anticipation. Chapter 47. Su Qing's Apothecary Chronicles. Su Qing resembled a fortunate individual who had just won 5 million in the lottery, his mind brimming with visions of spirit stones. As for alchemy, he could hardly muster the enthusiasm to concoct even the most rudimentary elixirs. Had he not heard Jiang Yunxi proclaim that this spirit liquid surpassed any gathering essence pills? Whoever wishes to refine it may do so. Perhaps the affluent elite now scoff at Su Qing, but it was a different tale when Jiang Yunxi was absent. Su Qing bore the entire financial burden of Qingzhou Peak alone, and the struggle was palpable. Sleep eluded him, no matter how hard he tried. He desperately sought something to alleviate his restlessness. Thus, driven by impulse, Su Qing brandished his Qing Shuang sword and stormed out of his chamber, heading straight for the alchemy room. As he hummed a tune, he wielded the Qing Shuang with fervor, demolishing the unsightly alchemy chamber to smithereens. With newfound wealth, he aspired to erect something far more splendid. He was acutely aware of its unattractiveness, yet he feigned indifference. The extravagant Su Qing would not permit such an eyesore to tarnish the beauty of Qingzhou Peak. Tomorrow, he would head to the wood and stone pavilion for a lavish expenditure. Su Qing returned to his chamber, calmly entering a state of cultivation. The following day, after concluding a night of cultivation, Su Qing, having completed a brief ablution, soared into the sky on a beam of sword light, heading straight for Danding Peak. Upon reaching Danding Peak, Su Qing strode confidently into the grand hall and approached a senior sister responsible for the procurement of items. "Esteemed senior sister, I possess some spirit liquid I wish to sell. May I inquire if Danding Peak is open to such transactions?" The senior sister responded with a smile that radiated professionalism. Su Qing subtly nodded. This smile was truly delightful. One wonders which type of spiritual elixir the junior brother intends to sell. Su Qing cautiously placed a vial of azure elixir upon the counter. The senior sister picked it up, examining it with great attention, then unscrewed the cap to inhale its fragrance before replacing it and setting the vial down once more. She maintained a gentle smile that uplifted the spirits, and Su Qing felt as though 500,000 spirit stones were beckoning to him. With a warm smile, the senior sister addressed Su Qing, saying, "I regret to inform you, junior brother, that we are not accepting this type of elixir at the moment." Su Qing nodded with a composed demeanor. "Very well, I shall offer 50. Huh, what? Not accepted? Panic set in as Su Qing's mind raced. Was there something amiss with the spiritual liquid? It seemed implausible, especially since even Jiang Yunxi had claimed its worth to be 10,000 spirit stones. Why then? Was it not accepted? The explanation came swiftly. Yesterday, a junior brother sold 200 bottles of the spiritual liquid in a single transaction. The Pill Cauldron Peak's acquisition of these liquids is primarily for the purpose of researching their formula. 200 bottles are sufficient for their needs. Hence we cannot accept more at this time. It was as if a thunderclap had struck. Su Qing was left in a state of despair as he exited the Pill Cauldron Peak. If they would not accept it, so be it. In such a vast Taoist sect, would there not be others eager for it? A good treasure would always find its admirers. Su Qing departed from Danding Peak and headed directly towards the mission hall, which also engaged in the acquisition of disciples' items. What? A mere 1,000 contribution points? He exclaimed. This senior sister, Danding Peak, offered 10,000 spirit stones. It must be worth more than just 1,000 contribution points. The senior sister shook her head, indicating that she would not entertain any negotiations. Muttering curses under his breath, Su Qing exited the mission hall and traversed several locations in search of better offers. Yet none surpassed the 7,000 spirit stones mark. Had he been unaware that Zhu Xiuwen had sold a bottle for 10,000 spirit stones, he might have relished the prospect of selling for 7,000. Now, however, it felt akin to a severe loss for Su Qing. Determined to achieve a sale of at least 10,000 spirit stones, he set off towards his final destination, the trading area within the sect of inquiry, which primarily operated through stalls set up by disciples. Su Qing soon arrived at his destination and inquired about the marketplace within the sect, where coercive buying and selling, as well as counterfeit goods, were virtually non-existent. Of course, one could always test the authority of the law enforcement hall if they so desired. Upon entering the marketplace, the first impression was one of exuberance, reminiscent of a bustling vegetable market, with stalls of various sizes dotting the landscape. Although Su Qing had never visited before, he mimicked the vendors, producing a piece of floral cloth and a small stool. He placed vials of spiritual liquid atop the cloth and inscribed the prices on a wooden board. Spiritual liquid for sale, exquisite spiritual liquid. Su Qing possessed no prior experience in street vending, his skills in this art being akin to that of selling spicy chicken skewers. Before long, a throng of onlookers had gathered, drawn not by the allure of Su Qing's calls but by curiosity regarding the vial of spirit liquid priced at 10,000 spirit stones. Junior brother, what is the origin of this spirit liquid? It seems excessively expensive, one elder remarked. Senior brother, please refrain from making hasty judgments. This spirit liquid contains the essence of various spiritual herbs, meticulously refined through a rigorous process of 81 steps. Just a single drop rivals the efficacy of a top-grade Qi gathering pill, Su Qing replied confidently. Is that truly the case? Junior brother, one must be cautious with such claims. Should your assertions prove exaggerated, one might find themselves summoned to the law enforcement hall, the elder cautioned. Su Qingxi, undaunted, struck his chest with a resounding thud. Here stands Su Qing of the Qingzhou Peak, the esteemed disciple personally chosen by the master of the law enforcement hall. A testament to his impeccable character. However, I must say, the price is rather exorbitant. After all, it is your own possession. So of course you would speak highly of it. Do you possess the certification from the Danding Peak? Pray let us see it. Su Qing, is there really such a thing? Isn't the cultivation world typically straightforward and rudimentary in its transactions? Must it be so stringent? If not, why not allow us to test its efficacy? Indeed, how can we ascertain its worth of 10,000 spirit stones without a trial? Let us give it a try. Su Qing did not sense any desire to purchase from them. All that remained was a sense of entitlement. In this case, let us find someone to give it a try. I shall volunteer. My aspirations are lofty. I shall step forward. My blood pressure is elevated. I shall take part. My cholesterol levels are high. I shall engage. Ultimately, they settled on a stunning senior sister at the golden course stage. Bah, I shall never align myself with sycophants. Su Qing reluctantly extracted a single drop from a vial of spiritual liquid to offer her. The senior sister examined it closely for a moment, then without hesitation, consumed the elixir. Indeed, although it was not as exaggerated as the junior brother had claimed, it was undeniably suitable even for those in the golden core stage to cultivate with. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's smile broadened, and he clasped his fists, proclaiming, "Esteemed brothers and sisters, this exquisite spiritual liquid is priced at 10,000 spirit stones per vial, non-negotiable, and supplies are limited. Pre-order swiftly. So what say you? Senior sister, would you care for a vial?" The beautiful senior sister chuckled awkwardly, replying, "I'm afraid, junior brother, my spirit stones are rather scarce. Haha, perhaps next time." She hastily slipped away under Su Qing's penetrating gaze, her beauty striking, yet she dared to partake without payment? Bah, what a gold digger. Could this possibly be a ruse? An incongruous voice emerged from the crowd. Su Qing's face grew increasingly dark. Damn it, weren't you the ones who chose this? There was some truth to that. Perhaps it was worth trying a few more times. Yes, let us give it a go as well. But the junior disciple won't allow us to try. Could it truly be a scam? Let us give it a shot. Just one more time. Moments later, gazing at the nearly emptied vial of spirit liquid, Su Qing found himself engulfed in existential contemplation and self-doubt. Were they merely indulging in free trials without any intention of purchasing, treating me as a fool? It would be more profitable to return and utter a few flattering words to the master for some spirit stones. Chapter 48. Dining with the affluent indeed. The perception that the cultivation world is a place where practitioners can set up stalls is misguided. After such a lengthy stint, Su Qing had earned not a single spirit stone, but rather incurred a loss of 5,000. Rather than being exploited here, he might as well put it to use himself. In a fit of rage, he abandoned his stall, leaving without even taking his stool, and fled the market in dismay. Qingzhou Peak. Su Qing refrained from selling spirit liquid any longer. Upon returning to Qingzhou Peak, he tearfully repaired the dilapidated alchemy chamber that he had dismantled the previous night. Fortunately, the formation plate remained intact, retaining its original function, albeit now appearing more unsightly. It is a great taboo to open champagne halfway. Nevertheless, since spirit liquid surpasses elixirs, Su Qing resolved to abandon alchemy and focus primarily on cultivation henceforth. Upon his return to the bamboo cottage, Su Qing did not encounter Jiang Yunqi. Instead, he found Lu Lingsha practicing swordplay in front of the cottage alongside a little white dog. Lingsha, what are you doing? Why are you practicing swordsmanship here? Senior brother. You're back. Young sister Lingsha exclaimed excitedly as she sheathed her sword and hurried towards Su Qing. Senior brother, why were you gone for so long? Did you manage to sell a lot of spirit stones? Su Qing felt a warmth rising to his face, as if he had been struck. Well, the truth is, I have given this considerable thought. Since this spiritual liquid is of immense utility to us, I have decided to keep it for myself. You see, those individuals are well aware of the extraordinary effects of this liquid and are bidding up the price, yet I refuse to sell. Su Qing gently patted his junior sister's shoulder, embodying an expression that suggested, I am doing this all for your sake. Is that truly the case? Su Qing was resolute and unwavering. Lingsha, just look at how kind your senior brother is towards you. However, the younger apprentice sister wore an expression of deep disappointment, perpetually feeling as though Su Qing was deceiving her. It's gone. It's all gone. 100 bottles of the 100 fruit spirit nectar have vanished. Lu Lingsha shook her head, appearing utterly despondent. A sudden wave of guilt surged within Su Qing. Zhu Xiaowen, you old man. No, who said it was gone? Senior brother, are you all right? The little junior sister was startled by Su Qing's abrupt exclamation. Senior brother, 100 bottles require a substantial amount of spirit stones. Buying 1 or 2 would suffice. No. I insist on 100 bottles, or even 200. Furthermore, we shall drink one and pour out another. We must go buy them today. The little junior sister raised her hand to touch Su Qing's forehead. It's not warm. Then why are you talking nonsense? Su Qing confidently remarked while playfully tapping his junior sister's hand. Today we shall feast lavishly, without needing to contribute any spirit stones. For the entire occasion will be graciously covered by young Master Zhu. Su Qing believed that he could not let Zhu Xiaowen off so easily. After all, he had indulged in meat and even drunk the soup. Not to mention, he had taken the entire pot. Furthermore, he had caused Su Qing to incur a loss of 5,000 spirit stones, and Su Qing was intent on reclaiming all that he had lost, cackling with determination. Lu Lingsha interjected, by the way, where's our master? We should summon her as well. Recently, Jiang Yunqi had ceased instructing Lu Lingsha in her magical practices and sometimes was absent from Qingzhou Peak. It was likely that their master would not come, as she had matters to attend to at the main peak. What a pity, even a source of sorrow. If their master were present, it would bolster their confidence immensely. Perhaps they could invite the senior sister of their master, but Su Qing deemed this thought somewhat perilous. Recalling the blades of fate, perhaps it was best to let that notion go. Instead, he decided to prepare a meal for their master to bring directly to the main peak. Furthermore, there was also Sister One. They should invite her too. All right. The junior sister replied thoughtfully, for given their relationship, it would indeed be splendid to include Wen Ruyan. And let us pack something for the breakthrough as well. I've noticed she has lost some weight lately. Today's feast will be about both indulgence and acquisition. A balance of both. In the city of Inquiry at the drunken immortal pavilion, the vibrancy of the locale was not solely attributed to the disciples of the sect of Inquiry. Many clans and families had established their businesses here, and numerous wandering cultivators resided and trained in this bustling city, provided they possessed the requisite spirit stones. The drunken immortal pavilion, renowned as the finest tavern in the city of Inquiry, served exquisite delicacies and celestial brews that left patrons in awe. Some even journeyed to the city of inquiry solely to dine at the drunken immortal pavilion, yet Su Qing, having been part of the sect for over a year, had never set foot within its walls. On the second floor of the drunken immortal pavilion, Zhu Xiuwen, clad in splendid attire, sat opposite a young girl in a white dress. A single pot of tea graced their table, indicating that they had only just arrived. Shueshimi, please peruse the menu. Lao Su and the others should be arriving shortly. Xueninger, a recent inner disciple of the sect of inquiry, could be considered as having been recruited by Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen. Are you referring to that Su Qing senior brother? She inquired. After the recent assessments, she had learned from her peers that the spirit herbs they had lost in the secret realm had been taken by the spirit beast of a disciple named Su Qing, who had cared for a small white dog during the evaluations. Consequently, her curiosity about Su Qing had been piqued, yet she had yet to encounter him. Ha, indeed. That is him. Upon hearing Zhu Xiuwen's response, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Xueninger's eyes. At the mountain gate of the sect of inquiry, a radiant figure gracefully descended from a cloud, exuding an ethereal aura. When Ruyan, her smile as radiant as a flower and her demeanor as gentle as water, greeted. Su Shixiang, Ling Sha, I apologize for the wait. Su Qing shook his head with a smile and remarked, long time no see, Sister Wen. Lu Ling Sha decisively abandoned Su Qing and approached Wen Ruyan, linking arms with her. Hee, Sister Wen, today we shall feast at the Zui Stin Lu. Wen Ruyan cast a puzzled glance at Su Qing. Ahem, indeed, we are indulging in a grand banquet today, courtesy of a wealthy patron. Without further ado, let us depart. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of Zui Stin Lu, where an enticing aroma wafted through the air, a testament to the exquisite delicacies and fine wines within. Renowned throughout the Taoist city and beyond in the Great Xia, the establishment was bustling with patrons, and the lively atmosphere was palpable. Had it not been for Zhu Xiuwen's early arrival, Su Qing and his companions would have likely encountered a delay. Old Su over here, called Zhu Xiuwen, a dapper figure, as he waved his flamboyant fan towards Su Qing. Upon recognizing the trio, Zhu Xiuwen mischievously quirked his eyebrows and remarked, Oh, Old Su, you truly are impressive. Even Sister Wen has been persuaded by you. Su Qing shot him a speechless glance, declaring, Next time you host, I shall bring along the sect leader. When Ruyan responded with a charming smile, her demeanor exuding grace. Brother Zhu, you jest. Upon hearing that you were hosting a banquet at the drunken immortal pavilion, I could not resist coming uninvited. I hope for your understanding. Zhu Xiuwen grinned widely. Sister One, please, there is no need for formality. We are all like family. He then added, By the way, allow me to introduce our newly initiated junior sister from the Body Peak. This is Xueninger. Su Qing was rather taken aback that Zhu Xiuwen had actually brought her to the Body Peak. What could have possessed this young girl to make such a choice? He held quite a vivid memory of the fortunate girl in the white dress from their earlier encounters. Brother, she addressed me as sister, the younger junior sister, while at the Daomen had taken to calling everyone brother or sister, being the last to join and the youngest among them. She felt an odd sense of novelty upon being referred to as sister by someone. All right, we're all family here. No need for such politeness. I've already ordered some dishes. Feel free to let me know what you'd like to eat. It's on me. One could not help but admire Zhu Xiuwen, a true son of a noble house, undoubtedly well-versed in the art of hospitality. Since you insist, I shall not hold back. Chapter 49. The drunken immortal pavilion. Su Qing picked up the menu and glanced at it, instantly feeling like the most unsophisticated of country bumpkins, the king of all bumpkins. The dishes listed were not only unfamiliar to him, but were also beyond anything he had ever tasted. The cheapest item was priced at 500 spirit stones. Upon examining the prices of the spirit brews, he discovered that the most expensive, the 9 fragrant jade brew, cost a staggering 5,000 spirit stones, while the least expensive was the 100 fruit spirit essence at 300 spirit stones. In truth, Su Qing was unaware that this was not even the most expensive spirit brew available at the drunken immortal tower. However, given their current realm, they were unable to indulge in such luxuries. Su Qing's eyes are now filled with visions of the 5,000 spirit stones essence, leaving no room for the fruit spirit brew. He directly opts for the most expensive choice. Su Qing directly selected the most expensive dishes along with 2 bottles of the exquisite 9 fragrance brew, then handed the menu to Lu Lingsha, casting her a glance that urged her to order the priciest items. The junior sister nodded in understanding. Lu Lingsha, having visited several times before, confidently raised her gaze to the waitress without even glancing at the menu. With a resolute tone, she raised a single finger and declared, "I shall have 100 bottles of the 100-fruit essence." Ahem. Su Qing nearly spat out his tea, gazing at Lu Lingsha in astonishment. "I thought you understood?" The junior sister cast Su Qing a reassuring glance once more. With a loud clap, Zhu Xiuan slammed his fan onto the table, his expression seemingly displeased. "Oh no." Su Qing mused, "It appears we have crossed a line." "Old Zhu, Lingsha." Before Su Qing could finish speaking, Zhu Xiuan interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Dear Sister Lu, are you trying to save me some money? There's no need to mention the 100-fruit essence. Let us procure 100 bottles of ice spirit dew, and should we require more, we shall add accordingly." Su Qing's mouth fell agape. Are the affluent truly this extravagant? And you, old Su? What about my affairs? Su Qing was puzzled. He believed he had already been rather impolite. What do you mean by just ordering a few dishes? Do you fear I cannot afford it? How absurd. Order a few more. Su Qing was unaware that Zhu Xiuan had been heavily pressured by his father in the past. Now that he possesses wealth, he feels a sense of discomfort if he does not spend some of it. Ahem, enough of that. It is a rare occasion for everyone to gather. Happiness is of utmost importance. Moreover, after the last outing with old Su, where a small fortune was made, it is only fitting to indulge a little. Su Qing couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth as he recalled his 500,000 spirit stones. Suddenly, he slammed his thigh. Indeed, he needed to place several more orders. "Lingsha, please bring me the menu." "Oh." Su Qing eagerly seized the menu, casting aside all hesitation as he exuberantly placed his orders. Despite the bustling crowd at the drunken immortal pavilion, the speed of service remained unaffected. It was but a brief moment before a procession of waitresses delivered the dishes. Soon, the table was adorned with an array of delectable culinary delights, each more enticing than the last. Unable to contain his excitement, Su Qing took a bite, and the taste was ineffable, a flavor he had never encountered in his life. Worth hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones. It was no wonder that Lu Lingsha adored dining here. "Kiki, senior brother, do try this. This dish, snowy red jade, is a favorite of mine and sister one." Su Qing took a taste, and indeed found it to be something that the younger sisters would relish. It was enveloped in an exquisitely delicate white exterior, concealing a filling reminiscent of red jade, with just the right amount of sweetness complemented by a hint of fragrance. Oh, it is truly delightful. Alas, old Su is typically a reclusive fellow, hardly venturing out. Were it not for this occasion, he would likely still be secluded in his training. When Ruyan gently set down her cup, not forgetting to retort against Zhu Xiuan, Senior Su was indeed preoccupied with overseeing the entire Qingzhou peak, leaving him little time for outings. "Indeed," she added, "Sister One is correct. It is fortunate to have me to step out and indulge in food and drink on his behalf during those idle moments." Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at Lu Lingsha, remarking on her audacity. "By the way, Brother Zhu, you mentioned earlier that you were going out with Brother Su to undertake a task assigned by the sect. The direct disciples of the Tao Inquiry sect are encouraged during their Qi refinement stage to devote themselves entirely to cultivating and breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. However, upon achieving this breakthrough, they are required to embark on a mission for the sect, serving as a form of training. After all, mere solitary cultivation, no matter how advanced, is of little value. The disciples are eager to gain experience in the world outside. Naturally, many hope to acquire some spirit stones and contribution points, and perhaps encounter fortuitous opportunities along the way. Junior Sister One also expressed her desire to venture out for training. When Ruyan nodded, stating, "Indeed, it has been quite some time since I broke through to the foundation establishment stage. It is time for me to explore the outside world." "Absolutely. I too have made a breakthrough. Sister One, count me in, we shall go together." At this moment, the younger sister, who had been immersed in her meal, was equally excited. Although when Ruyan yearned to train alongside Lu Lingsha, she refrained from giving an immediate response to her junior sister, instead casting an inquiring glance towards Su Qing. Su Qing contemplated for a moment before slowly speaking. Recently, Lingsha had learned quite a few spells under the guidance of her master, so undertaking missions posed no significant issues. How delightful! Su Qing disdainfully pushed away his junior sister's hand, which had smeared spiritual essence all over his clothing. "Well then, let me regale you with the tale of my recent expedition with old Su." He began. "This story must start from the sect's assessment. It must be said that even if Zhu Xiuan were not the son of the wealthiest man in the Great Xia, his eloquence could easily earn him a comfortable living as a storyteller in a tavern. He narrated the encounter with the remnants of the demonic cultivator's soul with such vividness that even Su Qing, an eyewitness, found it utterly captivating. Ah, I see. I never imagined your outing from the sect was to investigate the remnants of a demonic cultivator's soul, Su Qing remarked. At this moment, Schwenninger, who had been relatively quiet, interjected, Brothers, could the Xiao Yin you speak of be a young man clad in a black robe, possessing a somewhat hoarse voice? Indeed. But he has since recovered and no longer speaks in that raspy tone. Sister Shui, do you know him? Schwenninger nodded and recounted her acquaintance with Xiao Yin. It turned out that she had met him serendipitously on her way to the Windazong, where he had been misled by the remnants of the soul. Believing himself to be a prodigy blessed with exceptional spiritual roots, among his companions, he enjoyed a considerable reputation, and many were convinced he would surely become a disciple of the Windazong, showering him with flattery. Even now, Schwenninger vividly remembered the excessive praise he received. Indeed, the Windazong places great importance on character when accepting disciples. No matter how high one's talent, poor conduct can hinder entry, she noted. Senior Wen is correct, however. Xiao Yin is indeed a pitiable soul, Zhu Xiuwen continued, sharing the tale of how Xiao Yin was jilted by his fiancée Yi, who absconded with the betrothal gifts, leading to a courtroom spectacle. Senior Zhu, I never imagined you could even contend with golden core cultivators, Schwenninger exclaimed. Having always perceived Zhu Xiuwen as merely a foundation establishment practitioner, yet here he was, vanquishing even those of the golden core realm. Haha, those mere golden core cultivators are hardly a challenge, Zhu Xiuwen replied, tilting his head with an air of superiority. Is this the feeling old Su experiences daily? Being admired by the little sister? He mused. Suddenly, Schwenninger, who had just been admiring Zhu Xiuwen, flushed crimson. Her aura shifted dramatically, ascending from the second to the third layer of qi refinement. Yet her energy continued to surge. This is troublesome. If this continues, she will be overwhelmed, Wen Ruyan said anxiously. In an instant, she moved to Schwenninger's side, channeling her energy to suppress the burgeoning aura. After a brief moment, the blush on Schwenninger's face gradually faded, and her energy stabilized at the third layer of qi refinement, though she had sustained significant injuries, with multiple meridians damaged. Thank you, Senior One. I apologize for causing everyone concern, Schwenninger said gratefully. Wen Ruyan shook her head, producing a healing pill. No need for such formalities among fellow disciples. Such incidents frequently occur at the Zui Xianlu. However, Zhu Xiuwen intervened, turning to Su Qing. Senior One, there is no need for such trouble. Let old Su handle it. Oh, could it be that Senior Su has a superior method? Wen Ruyan gazed at Su Qing with palpable anticipation. Had their meal not been unfinished, Su Qing would have been tempted to deliver a swift kick to Zhu Xiuwen. To his surprise, even Schwenninger was brimming with expectation. Come on, senior brother, show them your prowess, Lu Lingsha exclaimed, raising her small fist enthusiastically. Su Qing, feeling helpless, summoned a wisp of azure spirit flame at his fingertips under the expectant gazes of the crowd. He raised his hand and directed the flame towards Schwenninger, where it swiftly enveloped her entire being. A look of alarm washed over Schwenninger's face, but it soon transformed into a deep crimson hue as her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Su Qing's expression shifted in concern, and he hastily employed a spell to bind Schwenninger, sealing her mouth to prevent any sound from escaping. Moments later, he withdrew the azure spirit flame from Schwenninger, ensuring she would remain still before lifting her restraints. The flush on her face gradually faded as she anxiously assessed her internal injuries. How remarkable! My meridians are fully restored, and even the wounds from my physical training have healed. Su Shixiang, you are truly extraordinary. Su Qing chuckled softly. Had it not been for my swift intervention, you might have been left unable to smile. When Ruyan's mouth slightly agape, her astonishment was palpable. The azure spiritual flame could also possess healing properties? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes sparkled with realization. Brother Su, could it be that the person the disciples of the Spirit Beast Hall spoke of is you? Su Qing gazed at Wen Ruyan in bewilderment, exclaiming, How is it that you, a young lady from a scholarly family, can be so gossipy? Indeed, it is I, she replied. The Spirit Beast Hall has requested my assistance with a minor task. Zhu Xiuwen, utterly perplexed, looked between the two. When Shimmy, what are you discussing? When Ruyan smiled faintly, oh, it's nothing. The Spirit Beast Hall simply asked Su Shixiang for help in treating a spirit beast. Suspicion brewed within Zhu Xiuwen. He doubted the simplicity of the matter. All right, Let's continue eating, or the food will grow cold. Noticing that neither Su Qing nor Wen Ruiyan would elaborate, Zhu Xiuwen chose not to press further. Yet, he was more inquisitive than most women, and if they remained tight-lipped, he would undoubtedly seek answers elsewhere. Nevertheless, Su Qing found great pleasure in the meal, consuming nearly half of the dishes. After her breakthrough, Xueninger dared not indulge further, opting instead for a bottle of fruit spirit nectar. Wen Ruiyan also ate sparingly. Only Su Qing and the two others possessed any real appetite. Having feasted to their satisfaction, Su Qing observed Zhu Xiuwen's unwavering focus as he settled the bill. The thought of depleting Zhu Xiuwen's resources seemed foolish. Should Su Qing falter, Zhu would likely remain unfazed. Just as they prepared to depart, a wave of elegant melodies filled the air. Women clad in diaphanous fabrics appeared, their ethereal forms shrouded in mystery, cradling azure glass-like vessels. Like celestial beings, they danced gracefully, their movements as supple as willow branches, exuding an enchanting allure. Old Zhu, does the Drunken Immortal Tower host performances as well? I am unsure. I seldom visit. Su Qing was unperturbed. After all, he had witnessed far more audacious displays than this, rendering him immune to the foolishness displayed by Zhu Xiuwen. Oh dear, Ling Sha, what are you up to? He exclaimed. Humph. Feeling the unusual gazes of the three women, even Su Qing's thick skin began to flush. Ahem, it's nothing, merely an appreciation of beauty, he replied, punctuating his words with a playful kick directed at Zhu Xiuwen. Following the dance, a resplendent lady adorned in palace attire emerged from behind. Could this be the legendary elder? Ah, this lady resembles a steward from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Upon hearing Wen Ruiyan's words, Su Qing nodded in recognition. It was indeed the steward, and he had momentarily thought she was someone else. The palace-clad beauty exuded an air of sophistication befitting her esteemed position, instantly captivating the attention of all present. Esteemed guests, I am Chu Hongxiu, steward of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. I trust many of you recognize me, she declared, her every smile and frown stirring the hearts of the men in attendance. Fortunately, Su Qing maintained his composure, managing to resist her allure. After all, the language of the steel ball flower signified not only wealth but also the virtue of restraint. However, this precious trait of restraint was not uncommon among the talented individuals in the realm of cultivation. From all corners of the world, Hongxiu is the fairest. A group of flamboyantly dressed, overly ostentatious young men, even more garish than Zhu Xiuwen, shouted as they waved their hands and craned their necks. If wealth is your sole virtue, I can overlook all your flaws. Yet, if you possess not only beauty but also riches, then restraint shall be my greatest asset. Su Qing was left speechless. Is it possible that the realm of cultivation has become a place for fan support? From every corner of the world, the red sleeves are the most enchanting. Su Qing gazed at Zhu Xiuwen in terror, exclaiming, What on earth are you shouting about? Chu Hongxiu raised her hand to signal for silence. Esteemed guests, today marks the launch of a new product at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Do behold the exquisite glass vials held by the fair maidens. Within them resides our latest spirit, the Drunken Beauty. Upon uttering these words, a flurry of discussions erupted among the attendees. They were taken aback by the revelation of a new offering from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, exclaiming how delightful it was, as they had grown weary of the previous concoctions. Come on, you've only sampled the 100-fruit elixir. How can you still prattle on? One voice chimed in. The new spirit from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion must be tasted. Why are we still talking? Let us get it on the shelves. Esteemed guests, today we will not be selling, but to commemorate the birth of Drunken Beauty, I have decided to host a poetry contest inspired by our fine spirit. The one who composes the best poem shall receive 10 vials of Drunken Beauty along with a feast worth 10,000 spirit stones. For many who frequented the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, 10,000 spirit stones was not a considerable sum. Yet the allure of savoring the new spirit stirred excitement in many hearts. How shall we determine the best poem? Indeed, how shall we? Chu Hongxiu smiled enchantingly. Naturally, I shall be the judge. Do you not trust my judgment? Of course we trust you, Hongxiu. Indeed, even if we have doubts about the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, we trust in Hongxiu. Since you all have faith in me, let us proceed. Using the theme of wine, compose a poem within the duration of a single incense stick. Su Qing looked at Wen Ruiyan with some bewilderment. Is poetry and verse a practice in the realm of cultivation as well? Wen Ruiyan replied, astonished, of course. Surely, senior brother Su does not underestimate us scholars of Confucianism. How unfortunate. To have so many words yet fail to convey understanding. Su Qing stammered, of course not. Not what? Lu Lingsha questioned. Hands on her hips, a look of righteous indignation on her face. She was usually quite eloquent. Why was she suddenly at a loss for words? Su Qing opened his mouth, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. He could recount the tales of cultivation novels he had read, where the protagonists wielded swords, cleaving their way from east to west and south to north, their time consumed solely by training or engaging in duels with the female leads and rivals, leaving little room for poetic musings. When Ruyan stifled a laugh, amused by Lu Lingsha's playful antics. All right, Lingsha, that's not what Brother Su meant. Seeing that when Ruyan was unperturbed, the younger apprentice spared Su Qing and turned to lean affectionately against Sister Wen, casting Su Qing a reassuring glance. Su Qing. Chapter 51. Manifesting glory before others as time gradually passes, many have composed verses. Yet none seem to have garnered the approval of the elegantly adorned lady of the palace. Sister Wen, why not give it a try? Among the five. Only when Ruyan was a scholar, so Xuan Ninger felt no hesitation in asking her. Upon hearing this, when Ruyan shook her head gently and replied, although I am a scholar, I am not adept in poetry, so I shall refrain from embarrassing myself. Hee, Sister Wen plays the zither exceptionally well. We should visit Shulin together sometime, Xue Shimi. Really? Of course. Whenever you have the time, do come. I usually cultivate at Shulin. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiuwen and Su Qing were preoccupied with exchanging sly glances, indifferent to their conversation. Zhu Xiuwen, with an ingratiating expression, transmitted a message to Su Qing. Old Su, I beg you for a favor. Today, my brother wishes to make a grand appearance before others. Su Qing raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. I cannot write poetry. How can I assist you? You might as well seek the help of junior Sister Wen. Zhu Xiuwen's expression was one of intense disbelief, his eyes and brows nearly bursting with frustration. Nonsense, old Su. You have penned numerous books, many of which contain poetry. How can you claim you cannot write? Su Qing rolled his eyes. That was all my work, he said. Zhu Xiuwen widened his eyes in disbelief. Come on, Lao Su, must you be so harsh? Considering I bought 100 bottles of ice spirit dew for Lu Shimi, could you do me this favor? Zhu Xiuwen's mention of the purchase only fueled Su Qing's anger. How dare you bring that up? You single-handedly sold 200 bottles of spirit liquid from Danding Peak. Now, look where we are. No one wants to buy any more. And I have no place to sell my share. You feast while I am left with nothing but the scraps. Zhu Xiuwen fell silent for a moment, then responded. Haven't you always wanted those talismans of mine? I'll give you a stack. That should suffice for our brotherhood, right? Su Qing curled his lips in disdain. I refuse. Zhu Xiuwen grew anxious. Old Su, do you believe I would reveal to Wen Ruyan that you are indeed Lu Huashu and have penned forbidden texts? Su Qing nearly jumped up, delivering a sharp kick to him. You, Zhu Xiuwen, are quite something. Very well, I demand a stack of talismans, and I want them now. Deal. Zhu Xiuwen wasted no time, discreetly slipping Su Qing a storage bag right then and there. What are you two up to, exchanging furtive glances? Surely, you aren't planning something nefarious? Su Qing promptly stowed away the storage bag, his expression returning to normal as he playfully flicked the forehead of his junior sister. What does that little girl know? Ha ha ha, Sister Lu misunderstood. I was merely discussing matters with old Su. Oh, is that so? Have you gleaned anything from your discourse? Indeed. With a flourish, Zhu Xiuwen opened his folding fan and exclaimed towards Chu Hongxiu. I have composed a poem that I would like to present for your appreciation. Manager Chu. Chu Hongxiu smiled gently, indicating for him to proceed. Zhu Xiuwen waved his fan, feigning contemplation, while secretly reciting the poem Su Qing had given him. Confirming its accuracy, he began to speak slowly. In the midst of blooming flowers, a jug of wine. I drink alone, none to share my company. I raise my cup to invite the bright moon, and with my shadow, we become three. In matters of flattery, Su Qing could not compare. He recited the entire poem drinking alone under the moon line by line, and with a rather flamboyant gesture, raised a wine cup towards Chu Hongxiu in a distant salute, ultimately downing it in one gulp. Su Qing could only watch in exasperation. What the devil? If there is wine, drink it, but at least use your own cup. That was mine. Brother, this scoundrel is infuriating. He actually wishes to woo Hongxiu. Do not stop me. Allow me to confront him. Silence, you oaf. Do not disgrace yourself here. Did you not hear the invitation to the moon? It refers to a lady named Mingyue, not Hongxiu. The crowd discreetly distanced themselves from the two towering, bare-chested bald men, appearing quite embarrassed to associate with them. Chu Hongxiu remained silent, seemingly savoring the moment. Very well, excellent poetry. Might I inquire the name of this poem, young master? Zhu Xiaowen's expression stiffened. A hint of panic in his eyes. Alas, he had charged in too boldly, and that rascal Su had not informed him of the title. Ahem, this was composed spontaneously. Without a title, ha ha ha. The young master Zhu showed no signs of distress, merely fanning himself with a flourish. Lu Lingsha tugged at Wen Ruyan, whispering, Sister Wen, is this poem commendable? Wen Ruyan, however, appeared puzzled, glancing at Su Qing, who had been staring intently at the ground. While she was only slightly familiar with Zhu Xiaowen, she doubted he could craft such a piece, yet Su Qing did not seem likely either. Could it truly be that Zhu Xiaowen authored it? Indeed, it surpasses the works of those others. Barring any unexpected developments, this should certainly claim the top position. Wen Ruyan, though not particularly adept in poetry herself, spoke humbly, in terms of poetic understanding. Even the collective knowledge of Su Qing and his companions could not match hers. Xuening found herself increasingly bewildered by her senior brother, who had not only transcended the foundational stage to defy the golden core, but also possessed such remarkable talent. Upon hearing the poem lacked a title, Chu Hongxiu appeared even more delighted, suggesting, then let us call it Drunken Immortal Pavilion Gifts to Hongxiu. What do you think, young master? Inxi cast flirtatious glances at Zhwen, her soft, melodious voice shattering his resolve. This woman was nothing short of a seductress, an embodiment of aphrodisiac allure, and the inexperienced Zhwen found himself utterly defenseless against her charms. However, XQing was different. The 1024 G seed rendered him immune to all temptations, even the intoxicating effects of aphrodisiacs. And to add insult to injury, she had the audacity to bestow her affections upon him. Bah, what a shameless woman. Su Qing, wielding the soul-resonating hammer, roused Zhu Xiaowen from his slumber and vehemently conveyed his thoughts. Zhu Xiaowen, you scoundrel, this poem is titled Drinking Alone Under the Moon. Should you dare to call it a gift to Hongxiu, I shall reveal all your secrets. Zhu Xiaowen felt a sharp pain in his consciousness. Yet he managed to extricate himself from Chu Hongxiu's allure. Hop ha ha, Manager Chu speaks the truth. This poem shall indeed be called Drinking Alone Under the Moon. Chu Hongxiu's radiant smile momentarily faltered, but she quickly regained her composure, gazing at Zhu Xiaowen with interest. Very well, as you wish. It shall be called Drinking Alone Under the Moon. I wonder if any other esteemed guests would like to share their exquisite works. The crowd murmured among themselves. Yet none stepped forward to compose a poem, and time was swiftly running out. In that case, I shall declare that today's top honor goes to this poem, Drinking Alone Under the Moon. What? This is a travesty. What difference does a cup or two make? Silence. You hideous creature. Stand back and do not frighten Hongxiu. From the ends of the earth, Hongxiu is the fairest. Chu Hongxiu gazed at Zhu Xiaowen with a beaming smile, her lips parting slightly. May I inquire your esteemed name, sir? I am Zhu Xiaowen, a disciple of the Taoist sect. Zhu Xiaowen, without the insignia of his sect, appeared every bit the actor as he enunciated his name. Ah, so you are a talented disciple of the Taoist sect. No wonder you possess such remarkable talent. Suddenly, a man nearby erupted in anger, striking the speaker down to the ground. Damn it, you are the only one chattering here, who wants to listen to you and disrupt Hongxiu's speech. Chapter 52. The story. So young Master Zhu is a prodigy of the Taoist sect. I must admit my oversight. Chu Hongxiu gracefully inclined her head. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion, being situated in the Taoist Immortal City, possessed considerable knowledge of the Taoist sect. To be a direct disciple of the Taoist sect, one is destined to become a formidable figure, at the very least at the integration stage. Although Chu Hongxiu managed the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, her cultivation was merely at the nascent soul stage, and thus she dared not underestimate a direct disciple of the Taoist sect. Such poetic talent. Could it be that young Master Zhu is a scholar from the Taoist sect's literary hall? Zhu Xiaowen suddenly felt that his identity as a body cultivator was the greatest hindrance to his display of brilliance. Certainly not. Poetry is merely a pastime. I see. Then it must be that young Master Zhu possesses extraordinary talent in poetry. Oh, not at all. It is just passable, really. Su Qing suddenly felt regret. Why was this scoundrel still lingering, engrossed in conversation with an alluring beauty? Chu Hongxiu, with her wealth of professional experience and keen insight into human nature, maintained her composure. Young Master Zhu is indeed charming. I have a modest request, and wonder if you might grant it," she said, her eyes fluttering like a swarm of mosquitoes, sending a chill down Su Qing's spine. "Agree to her. Agree to her. Bah, I shall not align myself with sycophants." Zhu Xiuan was also feeling the pressure. "Chu, if you have a matter to discuss, please state it plainly. I assure you, I will assist you in any way I can." "Hee. Then allow me to express my gratitude in advance, young Master Zhu. For someone as talented as you, I imagine this task would be a mere trifle." Chu Hongshio pointed to one of the new bottles of spirit. "Do you know why this drink is called Red Beauty's Intoxication? Is it because the liquor is red?" "Oh, young Master Zhu truly has a knack for humor." She then retrieved a bottle of Red Beauty's Intoxication from among the women nearby, uncorking it to release a rich, fragrant aroma that enveloped the air. Su Qing also took a whiff, finding it acceptable, though it paled in comparison to the exquisite Jiuxiang Yunyang priced at 5,000 spirit stones. However, its cost should not be underestimated. This wine is one of the proud creations of a predecessor from my Zue Xianlu. In his youth, this elder faced poverty, yet was fortunate enough to receive assistance from a cherished confidant, a lady of a renowned winemaking family. Aware of their disparate backgrounds, the elder felt compelled to venture far and wide in pursuit of a life worthy of her. It became clear, yet another age-old tale of the cyclical nature of fortune, where the youth transforms into a formidable figure, returning to confront his past and reclaim his beloved. Upon achieving mastery in his cultivation, the elder sought out this cherished confidant, and their conversation flowed with joy. It was then revealed that she, too, had yet to find a partner. The elder promptly proposed, and her relatives began to regard him with newfound respect, consenting to his courtship. Yet, the lady stipulated that he must craft a wine and compose a poem that would satisfy her, thereby proving the authenticity of his love before she would agree to unite with him. As for the wine, the elder had already concocted it. Yet the poem remained elusive for 2 centuries, failing to meet her expectations. One wonders if young masters you might pen another verse. Rest assured, I shall not let him toil in vain. Upon hearing the tale of Zhu Hongxiu, many present were deeply moved. Goodness! To search for a poem over 200 years, how devoted this elder must be. Oh, how unexpected it is to discover such a passionate man in this world. Why has fate not granted me such an encounter? When Ruyan and her 2 companions were equally touched. Senior sister Wen. Is such a story something one can only find in tales? When Ruyan, herself a young lady of stature, often fantasized about whether her destined partner would offer her a love so profound. Perhaps. Oh, it truly is overwhelming. Su Qing, as their senior, felt it was imperative to impart a lesson to them. Otherwise, they would all succumb to the folly of infatuation. Is it not possible that the young woman never harbored any affection for him in the first place? When Ruyan and the other 2 turned their gazes towards Su Qing in unison, Su Qing shrugged and said, "Why not? Is it really impossible that after 200 years of searching for poetry, not a single piece resonates with her? It is evident that the lady is merely stalling. While she may not favor the verses, she finds them difficult to refuse. Sometimes, procrastination serves as a strategy. Yet one cannot dismiss the possibility that the woman is intentionally baiting the man for her own gain." Lu Lingsha, aware that her senior brother had penned numerous works, urged Su Qing to continue the tale. Thus, Su Qing recounted the story of a benevolent heiress who inadvertently rescued a destitute youth, a commonplace occurrence in the eyes of the young lady. In the ensuing interactions, she regarded the youth as a cherished friend. However, one day, the boy abruptly vanished. Although the girl mourned his absence for a time, she eventually returned to her spiritual cultivation. In due course, the youth evolved into a figure whom the girl and her family could only revere from afar. One day, the man appeared before the girl, and upon learning of her lack of a Tao partner, he sought to forcibly bind her in such a union. The elders in her family, fearing the man's wrath, acquiesced. Yet, the girl recognized that he was beyond her current capacity to confront, so she devised a delaying tactic that lasted for 2 centuries. When Ruyan was taken aback, this narrative diverged from the tales she had previously encountered at home. The literature of the immortal cultivation realm seemed rather juvenile. Her readings typically featured a male protagonist rescuing a female counterpart, or vice versa, leading to mutual affection and ultimately overcoming numerous obstacles to be together. Such cliché plots utterly failed to capture Su Qing's interest, as he found it all too predictable. Initially, he had contemplated sharing a tale of a malevolent heroine who ensnared the hero like a fish on a hook, but after some reflection, he decided against it. Ahem. Sometimes one must consider multiple perspectives, and one ought not to place unwavering trust in the tales of books, for they are mere human fabrications, Su Qing admonished earnestly. While Su Qing regaled them with stories, Zhu Xiuwen began to feel uneasy. Su Qing had already gifted him one poem, and now there was a second waiting for him. What was he to do? Should he refuse? Please, Master Zhu, compose another. Another one, Master Zhu. Master Zhu. Zhu Xiuwen panicked. This was akin to being thrust onto the stage without preparation. He furtively glanced at Su Qing, only to find him engrossed in lively conversation with Wen Ruyan and the others, utterly disregarding his plight. Ahem. I wonder what type of poem Master Zhu intends to compose next? Upon hearing Zhu Xiuwen's agreement, Chu Hongxiu beamed with delight, casting a flirtatious glance his way. It should be a poem celebrating the virtues of women. I trust it will be a trivial task for Master Zhu. Ha ha ha, indeed. Zhu Xiuwen laughed broadly, attempting to mask his anxiety, though his expression revealed inner turmoil. He frantically conveyed through thought to Su Qing, "Old Su, you scoundrel, stop chatting and respond to me. Can't we continue this conversation at the sect?" Zhu Xiuwen anxiously tapped his fan against his palm, bowing his head as if deep in contemplation. Eureka! Zhu Xiuwen's eyes sparkled, and the panic on his face vanished in an instant. Master Chu, composing poetry to praise women is not my forte. I fear that whatever I write may not satisfy a beauty such as your esteemed acquaintance. Ah, but do not fret, Master Chu. I happen to have a fellow disciple who excels in crafting verses for ladies, and he is conveniently located at the Zui Stin Lu. Oh, may I inquire as to which young gentleman this might be? Hiki. Zhu Xiuwen chuckled mischievously as he approached Su Qing, lifting Su Qing's hand. It is none other than this very Su Qing, Master Su. Chapter 53. The main peak. Su Qing gazed at the imposing visage of Zhu Xiuwen, almost unable to restrain himself from delivering a sharp slap. This young Master Su, undeniably handsome and extraordinary, must surely be a distinguished disciple of the Taoist sect. Upon noticing the considerable disparity in appearance between Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen, Chu Hongxiu's tone softened considerably. It was a misunderstanding. I was merely passing by. Suddenly, Zhu Xiuwen swiftly covered Su Qing's mouth. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Manager Chu possesses keen discernment. My esteemed companion here is none other than the cherished disciple of our law enforcement hall's master. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chu Hongxiu's eyes. Could it be that the master of the law enforcement hall of the Taoist sect is that person? Su Qing pried open Zhu Xiuwen's hand and shot him a fierce glare. Old Su, please assist and hold the fort. When Ruyan expressed her helplessness, Brother Zhu, what on earth are you doing? Brother Su cannot compose poetry. Fear not, Junior Sister One. Why not inquire with Junior Sister Lu? Surely, Old Su possesses such talent. Zhu Xiuwen replied, his tone laced with seduction, fully aware of Su Qing's infatuation with his sister. Junior Sister Lu. It was mentioned earlier by Manager Zhu that there would be a substantial reward. Lu Lingsha had indeed perused Su Qing's writings, having read several of his poems. She directly posed the question, may I ask, Manager Zhu, what is the substantial reward you speak of? Ah, dear girl, you are quite adorable. The reward, naturally, is considerable. At the very least, it would grant young Master Su a VIP card with a 30% discount. Of course, this is contingent upon young Master Su producing a satisfactory poem. Sister One, what does a 30% discount entail? When Ruyan chuckled softly, shaking her head, well, it's simply 1,000 minus 300 or 10,000 minus 3,000. The junior sister nodded, her expression resolute as she patted Su Qing's shoulder. Go for it, brother. Smack. Ouch. Su Qing smoothed the creases on his garment, realizing that revealing his true identity was inevitable today. He turned to Chu Hongxiu and spoke softly. Since you are so earnest, I will not decline any further. As for praising the fairer sex, lend me your ears. In the north resides a maiden, unparalleled and solitary. One smile can topple a city, and another can bring a nation to its knees. When Ruyan gazed at Su Qing in disbelief, astonished by his poetic talent. When had he acquired such a skill? Lu Lingsha had never mentioned it. And could it be that the poem recited by Zhu Xiuwen earlier was also penned by him? Lingsha, when did senior brother start writing poetry? That earlier piece couldn't possibly be his, could it? Hee, it must be. He just asked me not to say anything. But I will tell you when we return. Suddenly, Chu Hongxiu became a touch animated. Young Master Su, the elder truly appreciates your poem. By a stroke of coincidence. The elder hails from the northern regions of the Great Xia. In gratitude, the elder has invited you to the drunken immortal pavilion, where where the enchanting beauty shall be at your service for unrestricted indulgence. Moreover, I shall present you with an exclusive VIP card for the establishment, granting a generous 70% discount. Chu Hongxiu, true to her role as steward, swiftly delivered an exquisite jade token. The young disciple eagerly accepted it, examining it closely. Hee. Does this mean we can frequently visit the drunken immortal pavilion from now on? Oh, and about those 10 bottles of red-faced drunkenness, just give them to me. Also, the feast worth 10,000 spirit stones. Choose your finest dishes and package them for me. The maid turned to Zhu Xiuwen. You may follow his instructions. Zhu Xiuwen smirked. Old Su, haven't you had enough to eat? What are you thinking? This is for my master. Though it wasn't Zhu Xiuwen footing the bill, it was still something he had procured. They were almost equivalent. Hee, splendid. I can enjoy a meal with my master again. Su Qing pinched her cheek, bemused. Despite consuming such a considerable amount, she showed no signs of gaining weight. Shall we return to the sect? As Su Qing and his companions exited the drunken immortal pavilion, they chose not to linger in the city of Inquiry, but rather set their course directly towards the gates of the Inquiry sect. Upon arriving at the mountain entrance of the Inquiry sect, Zhu Xiuwen bid farewell to Su Qing and Xuanning. Despite the unforeseen events of the day, the overall experience had been pleasant, and they cheerfully ascended towards the body peak. Su Qing observed Wen Ruyan, who appeared to be hesitant to speak. Not daring to linger any longer, he exchanged farewells and grasped Lu Lingsha's hand, directing their flight towards the peak of the sect leader. Earlier, the junior sister had inquired through a jade talisman about Jiang Yunxi, learning that she remained at the main peak. Su Qing initially intended to return to Qingzhou Peak to await Jiang Yunxi, but Lu Lingsha insisted on visiting the main peak. Unable to resist her determination, he reluctantly followed her lead. Having previously visited the main peak with Jiang Yunxi, Lu Lingsha navigated the path with ease, swiftly arriving at a courtyard within the palace where Hongshang resided. Hee, master. The young junior sister bounded forward, embracing Jiang Yunxi, which filled Su Qing with a sense of envy. Hey, Lu Lingsha, always hugging your master. Why not come over and give me a hug? Hongshang playfully snatched the junior sister away from Jiang Yunxi, teasingly engaging with Lu Lingsha. Su Qing pondered. Am I truly permitted to act in such a manner while still here? Clearing his throat, he acknowledged the presence of his esteemed master, or rather, the sect leader. Jiang Yunxi smiled and nodded, inviting Su Qing to take a seat. Oh, is that not Su Qing? What brings the busy individual to the main peak? After releasing her junior sister, Hongshang couldn't resist teasing Su Qing. Su Qing remained unperturbed, for Jiang Yunxi was still present. Even if their master could not be relied upon, Su Qing could always resort to copying a few more tomes to silence her. He and a few fellow disciples had visited the drunken immortal pavilion and brought back some items. As he spoke, Su Qing produced several meal boxes and a few bottles of spiritual brew. Master, do you know? These were won back by senior brother. Oh, and here is a discount card for the drunken immortal pavilion. Lu Lingsha, with an air of pride, presented the jade token and recounted the events that transpired at the pavilion, including the melodramatic tale Su Qing had shared with them. However, upon hearing this, Hongshang became displeased. Humph, junior sister, I told you to let him write, and now I have been left without any scripts to read. Jiang Yunxi shook his head with a wry smile. All right, do not dwell on it. I have already told him not to write any more nonsensical pieces. Hongshang sighed softly. If I had known Su Qing possessed such talent, I should have taken him under my wing from the beginning. Truly, you have been fortunate. Jiang Yunxi rolled his eyes in response. Isn't it simply your own laziness? Su Qing felt immensely fortunate that his mentor was Jiang Yunxi. Had it been Hongshang, he would undoubtedly be confined to a darkroom daily. Lu Lingsha remained silent, merely presenting an array of exquisite delicacies. Ahem, master. Do try the new offerings from the drunken immortal pavilion first. Hongshang gazed at the azure liquid in her cup, took a delicate sip, and wrinkled her nose, remarking, Is this truly brewed by that old white face? Rather mediocre. Old white face. Is there an underlying story? Chapter 54. The underlying story, master. What does old white face imply? Do you truly not know? Su Qing was rendered speechless. Is this something I ought to know? How long have I even been here? Noticing Su Qing's ignorance, Hongshang took an interest and set down her cup, eager to elaborate. Ahem, the drunken immortal tower is, in fact, a property of the immortal wine sect. The esteemed senior you mentioned earlier is an elder of the sect. What was his name again? Yang Yanchang. This individual possesses a certain degree of capability. Although his cultivation level is merely at the transformation stage, he has mastered the art of brewing exquisite wines, thus earning his place in the world. Merely at the transformation stage? What does that make me? Yang Yinchang, with average talents and a rather insignificant background, would likely be lost to obscurity were it not for his prior association with the former matriarch of the immortal wine sect, from whom he gained favor as a consort. Ahem. What? A consort? Su Qing nearly choked on his own saliva. What astonishing news. Yu Hongshang cast a disdainful glance at Su Qing. The youth simply had a poor capacity for acceptance. Yet, she seemed to forget that when she first learned of this matter, her reaction was no better than his. Indeed, how else could he have gained admission to the immortal wine sect and eventually become an elder therein? Was it not the case that he had toiled away from home to be worthy of her cherished confidant? When Yang Yinchang embarked on his path of cultivation, devoid of spirit stones for training, he had no choice but to hunt beasts on the mountains to exchange for resources. However, those creatures were not so easily vanquished. Had it not been for the rescue of that affluent young lady, he would have surely fallen prey to the spirit beasts. Nevertheless, that rascal had been quite handsome in his youth. Oh, certainly not comparable to you. I thank you for the compliment. The wealthy heiress fell for him at first sight, and upon learning of his circumstances, she brought him to her family's tavern to learn the art of brewing. Soon after, they intended to pledge themselves to one another, but her family disapproved. At that moment, the former matriarch of the immortal wine sect intervened, taking a liking to Yang Yinchang and promising to provide him with cultivation resources in exchange for his servitude as her consort, to which he acquiesced, subsequently joining the sect. Did he not struggle or refuse? It seems, according to others, that he did not. He agreed without hesitation. And what followed? He then went to the immortal wine sect, where he served as the consort for nearly 9 centuries, until the former matriarch passed away, after which he ascended to the rank of elder. Su Qing suddenly felt a twinge of admiration for the elder of the immortal wine sect, who had wielded a steel wool for nearly a millennium. Indeed, the realm of cultivation is replete with exceptional talents, individuals achieving what others cannot. But what about his beloved confidant? Yu Hongshang waved her hand and replied, I am unaware of that. These matters have been meticulously concealed by Yang Yinchang since he ascended to the position of elder, and the average person remains oblivious. Nonetheless, it appears that the woman has managed to thrive by leveraging Yang Yinchang's status. After all, that old white-faced man seems quite content to let her ensnare him. Senior brother, are you not going to eat? If you delay any longer, I shall consume everything myself. Upon hearing his junior sister's call, Su Qing ceased his inquiries toward Yu Hongshang and began to partake in the meal. 10 days later, at Qingzhou Peak, in the main hall of the bamboo house, Jiang Yunqi bore a hint of worry on her brow as she gazed at the letter in her hand, momentarily at a loss for words. She had only recently assumed the role of master. How could she be confronted with such a situation so soon? Was the progression truly this swift? Perhaps she should consult Su Qing. He possesses a wealth of clever ideas and has spent considerable time with Ling Sha. Su Qing. A voice tinged with urgency resonated through the formation surrounding Su Qing's room, rousing him from his deep meditation. For the past 10 days, Su Qing has devoted himself entirely to cultivation, neglecting even the art of alchemy, and he is on the verge of breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage. Upon hearing Jiang Yunqi's words, Su Qing hastily burst through the door and rushed to her side. Master, what is the matter? Sensing Jiang Yunqi's evident anxiety, Su Qing felt a sense of foreboding. He had never witnessed her in such a state. What could possibly cause her such distress? Take a look at this letter. Su Qing hastily received the letter tossed over by Jiang Yunqi and upon glancing at it, realized it was concerning Lu Lingsha and Wen Ruyan's venture into the world for training. Both Su Qing and Jiang Yunqi had been preoccupied lately, leaving only a letter from their junior sister. Was this not the very expedition that Lingsha had mentioned to him previously? Jiang Yunqi, noticing Su Qing's nonchalance, immediately felt displeased. Muttering under her breath, I have only just assumed the role of master for a few days. How could she embark on training? Does the book not state that one must be equipped with life-preserving talismans? I have yet to prepare them. Master, what are you saying? Nothing. I merely wondered why Ling Sha did not inform me. Isn't this letter addressed to you? It clearly states esteemed master. Jiang Yunqi paused, pondering. Is this truly a matter of notice? She hasn't even provided her life-saving trump card. Ling Sha is still so young, merely 12 or 13. What if she encounters danger? Concern for her young disciple began to stir within her. How long has Lingsha been in Foundation establishment? I too ventured out to vanquish the remnants of demonic cultivators shortly after my own foundation was laid. Perhaps I should go protect her? With that, she made to leave in search of Lu Lingsha. Seeing this, Su Qing quickly stopped her. Master, please remain calm. The others are also Foundation establishment disciples who venture out on missions for training without your accompaniment. If this were to be known, it would surely lead others to believe that King Dishong Peak is receiving special treatment. Moreover, Lingsha has likely boarded the spirit vessel by now. Hasn't she learned numerous spells during this time? And what about that Feng Wu? There is no cause for concern. Despite Su Qing's words, Jiang Yunxi remained unable to compose herself. Su Qing pressed her down into her seat and poured her a cup of tea, saying, "The tasks assigned by the sect for those in the Foundation establishment stage are generally not too arduous. Moreover, with junior sister when accompanying you, there is no need for concern." Jiang Yunxi, however, remained clouded with worry, lacking even the inclination to accept the tea. Su Qing, feeling helpless, could only place the teacup on the table. "How about this? May I accompany you?" Jiang Yunxi pondered for a moment, acknowledging the validity of Su Qing's words. "Then what are you still doing here? Hurry along, and take care on your journey." Su Qing dashed out, eager to leave. "Wait a moment," Jiang Yunxi said, presenting him with a pristine white jade tablet. "Take this, it is your lifeline. Oh, and here's this storage pouch. The items within may prove useful. Don't hesitate to use them." Su Qing marveled. Is this the joy of having a master? Back when I accompanied Zhu Xiuwen to hunt the remnants of demonic souls, I couldn't help but drool over his talismans. Su Qing bid farewell to Jiang Yunxi and soared towards the city of inquiry on his sword, heading straight for the spiritual vessel of the Merchant Association. "I apologize, esteemed traveler, but the spiritual vessel to Jingzhou is expected to be delayed for another 3 days." 3 days? Is there not a quicker option? The ticket seller remained silent, merely shaking his head in response. Su Qing suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. Hadn't he been diligently cultivating? How had he ended up here? 3 days? Perhaps Jiang Yunxi would have departed on his own by then. Must he truly take to the skies on a sword? Glancing at the Qing Shuang's sword in his hand, Su Qing surmised that the sword would likely not acquiesce to his intentions either. He was left with no choice but to procure a flying magical artifact. Su Qing, unwilling to linger, hastened towards the mission hall with utmost urgency. "This is the Lingfeng boat," the elder explained. "It is a superb flying treasure, crafted by a master of artifact refinement from the Qi Peak, and contains an exceptionally powerful formation devised by a master of array techniques. Its flying speed is unparalleled, and the interior is lavishly adorned. Just look at it." "Enough. Just tell me how many contribution points it costs," Su Qing interjected impatiently. "It's not expensive at all, just 13,100 contribution points," the elder replied. "What? So exorbitant? Is there no room for negotiation?" "Oh dear brother, rest assured. This is truly worth the price," he insisted. Had Su Qing not been pressed for time, he would have haggled for at least 3 days and nights. Now, he could only pay with a heavy heart. Chapter 55. An unexpected encounter upon exiting the task hall. Su Qing devoted some time to refining and establishing a bond with the spirit wind boat. He subsequently released it, transforming from a mere palm-sized model into a small spiritual vessel. While not overly large, it was equipped with a cabin. Su Qing, not daring to procrastinate, leaped into the cabin and activated the formation with a spirit stone, causing the spirit wind boat to transform into a streak of azure light, vanishing into the distance. Inside the Merchant Association's spirit boat, Lu Lingsha leaned against the window, gazing at the scenery outside, while Wen Ruyan sat on a chair, meticulously polishing her instrument. "Lingsha, did you not reassure your master that everything is truly fine?" Wen Ruyan inquired. The younger disciple felt unconcerned, recalling that Su Qing had ventured out alone previously. "It's all right. I left a letter for my master, and my senior brother is aware as well. Besides, I'm not venturing out alone. Hee, I have you with me." Wen Ruyan chose not to press further, recognizing that such occurrences were commonplace within the Taoist sect. Their current mission was to a place called Filiu City, a small town in Jingzhou. They had already flown for a day and a half, with approximately 2 days remaining. "Lu Shiji, do you think it truly is a ghost?" "Yes, it likely is. According to the information from the mission, it is highly probable that ghostly entities are causing the disturbances." Lu Lingsha and Wen Ruyan had only accepted a routine task involving common ghostly disturbances, which typically posed no significant threat, thus allowing Wen Ruyan to bring Lu Lingsha along. When Ruyan smiled and reassured her, however, we must assess the specific circumstances upon arrival. Do not fear, I shall protect you. The younger disciple patted her chest, exuding confidence. Rest assured, Sister One. I am a Foundation establishment cultivator. I shall not hold you back. Meanwhile, aboard a small spirit boat, a disheveled Su Qing was cursing under his breath. What a terrible manual for ghosts. It doesn't even mention that the protective formation must be activated before takeoff. Although the spirit wind boat appeared swift, it was still no match for the Merchant Association's larger vessels. Su Qing had set off later than when Ruyan and the others and feared he might not catch up. Fortunately, Lu Lingsha had left specific coordinates in her letter. After a day of travel, Su Qing was gradually becoming familiar with the control of the spirit boat, no longer careening straight into the forest as he had at first. It seemed he would need to fly for approximately another 5 days. Since there were no direct spirit boats to Filiu City, he would need to fly for a while. Hoping to catch up, little did Su Qing know that 3 spirit boats were trailing him from a distance. Brother, I've been following that spirit boat for an hour. It's just a young lad, with cultivation at most at the Foundation establishment stage. Based on the spirit boat he uses, he is undoubtedly a plump target. Ha ha ha, splendid. It has been a while since we've made a haul. Who among you shall go this time? The one-eyed leader did not object, for it was indeed rare for them to encounter a suitable target they could handle given their cultivation levels. Brother, let our second team go this time. No, let our first team handle it. We are all professionals, ensuring absolute success. Please, my brother, our second team has not taken the lead in quite some time. In terms of professionalism, we are no less capable than the first team. Dealing with such fledgling young rascals is child's play for us. The one-eyed elder pondered for a moment. Very well, this time, the second team shall take charge. Whether my brothers can feast upon meat depends on your efforts. Rest assured, my brother, the captain of the second team, with his shifty eyes, displayed an unmistakable glimmer of avarice. Brothers, let us rally our spirits. This time, the honor of the first achievement belongs to our second team. I shall ensure that the first team comprehends that we are not mere idlers. Let us depart. With that, one of the spirit vessels broke away from the formation, hastening towards Su Qing's direction. As the spirit vessel drew near, the captain quickly discerned its considerable worth, and his greed intensified. Charge ahead. The spirit vessel sped forward, aiming to intercept Su Qing's vessel. You in the front vessel, you are surrounded. Surrender at once. We seek only your wealth, and we mean no harm to your life. Inside the cabin, Su Qing was startled by the sudden appearance of the vessel. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter a robbery so soon after setting out. By the way, how does one even stop this spirit vessel? Su Qing hastily retrieved the manual for the Lingzhou, seeking a means to halt its relentless course. You there, bring this to a swift stop. We are of reputable standing. We speak of wealth, and it shall come to us. Noticing that Su Qing's vessel showed no sign of slowing, the shifty-eyed rogue began to grow anxious. By the heavens! Do you wish for your own demise? Cease immediately. A trembling subordinate interjected. Captain, what shall we do? We are on the verge of collision. Curse it. That lad intends for us to perish alongside him. What are you dawdling for? Jump ship at once. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the Lingfengshu struck the Lingzhou with the force of a released arrow, shattering it into splinters. The Lingfengshu was propelled far away before it gradually came to rest. While Su Qing, clutching a pile of spirit stones, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, his expression twisted into one of fury. Damn it all. They have dared to rob me. Su Qing stormed out of the cabin, only to find the outside world serene and tranquil, with gentle clouds drifting lazily across the sky. Are today's bandits truly so insidious? Robbery is typically executed in concealment. Who among them is so foolish as to dare rob a direct disciple of the Taoist sect? Come forth and let me behold your audacity. The scene was one of calm, save for the echoes of Su Qing's indignation. Su Qing circled around the spirit vessel. There was not a single soul in sight, not even a bird. Su Qing's face was etched with confusion. Could it be an illusion? After inspecting once more, he still found no traces of anyone, not even a scratch on the spirit wind boat. Su Qing scratched his head, suppressing the urge to overturn the spirit vessel. He returned to the cabin to stow the spirit stone away and activated the vessel to continue their journey. In the distance, the one-eyed leader's face was etched with a terror born of survival. Brother, what shall we do? Are we not pursuing them? The one-eyed leader, in a fit of rage, sent one of his subordinates sprawling to the ground with a hefty slap. Are you deaf? Did you not hear him claim to be a direct disciple of the Taoist sect? But brother, what if he is just bluffing? Another hefty slap sent another subordinate tumbling. Are you blind? Did you not see how effortlessly he destroyed the second team's vessel? What about the second team? A resounding slap from the one-eyed leader. Second team? We have never had a second team. The subordinate fell silent, merely covering his face. The one-eyed leader's frustration boiled over. Is everyone utterly foolish? Hurry and flee. Do you wish to wait for him to catch up? Swiftly, the remaining 2 spirit vessels fled at their utmost speed. Chapter 56, A Fortuitous Encounter? 2 days later. Within the borders of Yunzhong County, Jingzhou, in Lu Lingsha's hand, the phoenix dance transformed into a golden-red arc that pierced through a wild, boar-like demon beast. The destination for Wenrian and Lu Lingsha was Filiu City, a small town in Yunzhong County. Thus, upon disembarking from the spirit vessel, they hastened toward Filiu City without delay. Lu Lingsha stowed away the phoenix dance, assessing the wild boar demon beast before her, nodding in approval. This boar looks quite promising. Sister Wen, would you like some roasted meat? Wenrian chuckled and shook her head, opting to store the wild boar demon beast instead. We must continue on our journey. We can eat when we have time. Lu Lingsha did not press the matter further, instead moving forward to collect the spirit herbs guarded by the wild boar demon beast before departing alongside Wenrian without lingering. If Su Qing were to know, he would undoubtedly agree fervently, pleading for you not to drive it away. As he gazed at the vile, white, stinking mess, he could not help but lean against the cabin and retch, fortunately having not eaten anything in the past few days, thus producing little. Just moments ago, a gigantic bird incessantly circled the spirit wind boat, intermittently assaulting its protective array. Initially, Su Qing paid it no heed. However, as the wretched creature, frustrated by its inability to breach the defenses, resorted to defecating upon the spirit wind boat, its intention was clearly to repulse Su Qing. Su Qing, pushed beyond the limits of his patience, brandished his Qing Shuang sword and charged out of the formation, launching a frenzied assault on the colossal bird. Initially, the avian creature regarded Su Qing with disdain. However, Su Qing, ever cunning, seized the opportune moment to unleash the god-subduing hammer. In an instant, the creature was assailed by dozens of shimmering sword lights, and it was not long before it succumbed to its fate, plummeting from the sky. Su Qing was venting his frustrations, yet Ling Fengzhou lay in utter disarray, exuding an unpleasant odor. What a loss indeed. Had he known better, he would have brought that wretched bird along. It might have fetched a few spirit stones, suppressing the foul odor. Su Qing conjured a stream of pure water through his magic to cleanse the Lingfeng boat before continuing on his journey. Wow, this place is absolutely stunning, exclaimed the junior sister, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she beheld the enchanting realm before her. The meandering stream beautifully partitioned this small secret domain into various areas, adorned with countless peach trees heavy with succulent fruit. Lu Lingsha reached up and plucked a peach, wiping it with her sleeve before taking a hearty bite, juice bursting forth instantaneously. So sweet. Sister Wen, you must try this. This peach is divine. A flicker of intrigue danced in Wenrian's eyes, the fragrant allure of the peach tantalizing her senses, prompting her to pluck one for herself. With a single bite, even Wenrian, who had tasted myriad rare fruits since childhood, found herself utterly enamored by the peach. It is indeed exquisite and infused with abundant spiritual energy. It appears to be a fruit of considerable grade. So delicious, I shall indulge a little more. Wenrian chuckled at her timid junior sister's enthusiasm. All right, Lingsha, if you consume so many, you might very well burst. Let us gather these peaches first. Yes, and we must bring some back for our master and senior brothers to savor. However, we ought to be cautious. We cannot predict what dangers might lurk in this secret realm. After finishing the peaches they held, the two began to harvest the fruits from the secret domain. Fortunately, they encountered no peril, and with hearts full of satisfaction, they exited the realm and continued on their journey. At this moment, amidst the vast expanse of water, the Lingfeng boat floated serenely above. Throughout their journey, they had been assailed by numerous flying demonic beasts, but fortunately, the protective array had withstood their attacks. Su Qing, having learned to be prudent, stayed within the cabin, disregarding the disturbances outside, and simply kept his head down as they sailed onward. At this moment, Su Qing wore a befuddled expression, gazing out at the boundless waters, feeling that something was amiss. What is this place? Is this still Jingzhou? Su Qing hesitated to continue on his journey, pulling out a map to study it intently. To his surprise, The vast body of water depicted at Hongshang County appeared much smaller than he had anticipated. After much deliberation over the map, he found himself wishing to take the Qing frost sword nearby and deliver a strike to himself for having taken a wrong turn. At that moment, a colossal spirit fish leapt from the surface of the water, its gaping maw resembling a black abyss, swallowing both the spirit wind boat and its occupants whole. The immense creature crashed back into the water, creating gigantic waves as it swished its tail, heading off into an unknown direction. Meanwhile, when Ruyan and her companion, having seized countless spirit beast elixirs and fortuitous opportunities along their path, finally arrived at Filiu City. With their cultivation levels, they were considered prominent practitioners within the city, gaining entry with ease. Their destination was the Li family, where they hoped to uncover the truth behind their mission. The residence, modest in size, did not seem to belong to a wealthy household. Yet when Ruyan was uncertain, as their task had been commissioned by the Daxia court and subsequently announced by the Wendazong. This was merely one of the channels. Many had also received their directives directly from the Wendazong. Upon announcing their identities to the gatekeeper, the servant hastily escorted Wen Ruyan and her companion inside. In the Li family hall, a distressed woman lamented, "My lord, it has been so long, and still no one has arrived. I fear for Ji's safety. He may truly be beyond rescue." The head of the Li family was also a cultivator, yet his innate talent was lacking, confining him to the first layer of Qi refinement. As he aged, he lost the desire to pursue cultivation, returning home to engage in commerce, marry, and raise a family. Fortunately, his son was born with a spiritual root, prompting him to invest spirit stones to send the boy to a small sect in Hongshang County for training. Everything seemed to progress smoothly until a year ago when Li Ji abruptly returned from his sect. The elderly couple had been thrilled to see their son's accomplishments in cultivation, but he suddenly expressed a desire to remain at home indefinitely, severing ties with the sect. Confused, the Li couple acquiesced to their son's wishes. However, over the past year, his health deteriorated significantly. The Li family patriarch, a Qi refining practitioner, suspected that his son might be haunted by an evil spirit and reported the matter to the authorities. Yet, the constables of Filiu City claimed they could find no evidence, though they promised to escalate the issue, leaving the couple in wait for assistance from higher authorities. At that moment, a servant dashed in to inform the Li patriarch of Wen Ruyan and her companion's arrival. Lady Li, her frown replaced by a glimmer of hope, urged her husband, "My lord, this is wonderful news. Ji may yet be saved. Hurry, summon our esteemed guests." On a tranquil surface of water, a sudden splash of crimson erupted, gradually spreading until the entire expanse appeared stained with blood. A figure soared from the water, wielding a long sword, sending forth a torrent of red droplets, though somewhat disheveled. It was evident that he was a striking young man. This individual was Su Qing, who had recently been swallowed along with his boat by a monstrous fish. After a harrowing escape from the creature's belly, aided by the Qing Shuang sword, which proved effective against aquatic beasts, he was fortunate not to remain trapped any longer. "Damn this fish. If I weren't pressed for time, I would make sashimi out of you," he thought. Su Qing, still in a state of disarray, found himself in an unfamiliar place, but he was relieved to see the shore and chose not to summon a spirit vessel, instead transforming into a beam of golden light and racing towards the bank. Chapter 57. Haunting at the Li residence. As the Li couple prepared to welcome Wen Ruyan and Lu Lingsha, the two young women, guided by a servant, arrived at the grand hall of the Li residence. Upon seeing their extraordinary demeanor, the Li couple was overwhelmed with excitement. Fully aware that the visitors had come for their son, they promptly attempted to pay their respects. "I apologize for not receiving you properly," the elderly said, bowing deeply. Wen Ruyan quickly used her magic to assist the couple, returning their greeting with a simple clasp of her fists. "I am Wen Ruyan from the Dao sect. This is my junior sister, Lu Lingsha." The young Lu followed suit, mirroring her senioress gesture. Upon learning the identities of Wen Ruyan and Lu Lingsha, the elderly was rendered speechless with excitement, while Madame Li covered her face, weeping and murmuring, "Our Ji has been saved." Sensing the awkwardness of the moment, Wen Ruyan hastily interjected, "Ahem, let us discuss the matter at hand." "Yes, indeed. Let us focus on the matter." "Dear, please bring tea," the elderly replied. After Wen Ruyan and Lu Lingsha took their seats, the elderly recounted his son's affliction by malevolent spirits, which had left him increasingly weakened. Wen Ruyan's face showed confusion. Ordinarily, such disturbances caused by vengeful spirits should be investigated by the local authorities. Although Filiu City was a small town, It seemed implausible that they would be unable to uncover the truth. It should not be difficult to investigate the matter of these malevolent spirits. Could it be that the officials are being negligent? The elderly pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That does not seem likely. The officials have visited several times, detecting the presence of malevolent energy in Ji's room. They even staked out the area at night, but found no signs of any spirits. Could it be that only higher-tiered spirits are involved? The officials in Filiu City are likely at the Qi refinement stage. If the spirits possess foundational strength, they would undoubtedly remain undetected. Yet, why would a foundational-level spirit target a low-tier Qi refinement cultivator? Lu Lingsha, observing when Rian, deep in thought, refrained from interrupting. She was acutely aware of her role, an accessory to Wen Rian's strength. When did you first notice the presence of malevolent energy around Li Ji? The esteemed Master Li recollected with clarity, responding without hesitation. A month and a half prior, upon returning from Yunzhong County after selling goods, I soon perceived a presence of negative energy surrounding him. Was this presence there upon his return from Yunzhong County, or did it manifest after? Master Li shook his head, awkwardly stating, "My cultivation is insufficient. I cannot detect such energy unless it reaches a certain intensity. Thus, I am unable to ascertain the exact moment it appeared. Is it possible for Li Ji to come forth?" The Li couple exchanged glances, seemingly burdened by unspoken concerns. "Forgive me, esteemed ones, but Ji has not resided in the manor for some time." When Rian furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is the reason for this?" Ji expressed a desire to shield his wife from being tainted by negative energy, as she is but a mortal. Therefore, he proposed to move out and has since taken residence in a courtyard on the outskirts of the city. When Rian scrutinized the Li couple, "I observe that neither of you bears any trace of negative energy, nor have you lost your vitality. You do not appear to be afflicted by malevolent spirits. When did Li Ji relocate to the outskirts?" "Approximately 7 days ago." "Has he returned to the Li Manor?" "He has not." When Rian nodded, understanding the situation, "Please, I ask you both to guide us to Li Ji's quarters." The Li couple promptly rose to escort Wen Rian and Lu Lingsha to Li Ji's room. Meanwhile, a figure hurriedly exited the hall and dashed towards the manor's entrance. Shortly after, the Li couple led Wen Rian and Lu Lingsha to Li Ji's chamber. The room was tidy and immaculate, devoid of any dust, indicating that even in their son's absence, the Li family frequently had servants maintain the space. A subtle flow of magical energy flickered in Wen Rian's eyes. After a thorough examination, she spoke slowly. "Indeed, traces of negative energy linger, albeit not intensely. It seems that after Li Ji's departure, the malevolent spirit has not returned." Upon hearing this, Madame Li's countenance paled, and she grasped Master Li's hand. "My lord, that ghost must have gone after Ji. After all this time, he may be in peril. What shall we do?" Master Li hastily replied, "Esteemed ones, perhaps I should take you to my son's dwelling at once. If we delay any longer, it may be." Yet, when Rian interjected, "Master Li, there is no need for haste. During the day, malevolent spirits dare not manifest. We shall wait until nightfall to proceed." Madame Li tugged at Master Li's sleeve, imploring him to persuade Wen Rian, yet Master Li refrained from speaking further. "Then allow me to arrange a room for the esteemed ones to rest. It would be wise to recuperate. My disciple and I are visiting Filiu City for the first time. This opportunity to explore is most fortuitous." Upon hearing the suggestion of an outing, Lu Lingsha's eyes sparkled with excitement, instantly dispelling her earlier disinterest. The Li couple gazed at the departing figures of Wen Rian and Lu Lingsha, their faces etched with worry. "My dear, do you think these two fairies are truly reliable, given their youth?" Mrs. Li inquired. Mr. Li quickly interrupted her, "Do not speak carelessly. These two fairies are of no small origin and undoubtedly possess extraordinary abilities. They will surely save our son." Before long, Wen Rian led Lu Lingsha out of the Li residence. With enthusiasm brimming, Lu Lingsha asked, Sister Wen, where shall we go first?" Wen Rian gently tapped Lu Lingsha's forehead with her slender finger. "We are not going out to shop. I am taking you to find someone." Lu Lingsha's expression turned curious. "Do you know someone in Filiu City?" she queried. "Who are we looking for?" "Just follow me," Wen Rian replied, while conversing with the Li couple in the main hall. Wen Rian had sensed that someone outside was eavesdropping, employing rather crude methods, most likely a servant of the Li family. Her earlier mention of going shopping had merely been a pretext. The Li couple were concerned that their son, Li Ji, might not be capable of deceit. Yet they had learned he was merely a third-layer Qi cultivator. entangled with a suspected foundation-building ghost for half a month without succumbing to the loss of his yang energy, a most peculiar circumstance. Moments later, when Ruyan discovered the eavesdropping servant on a small path leading to the city gate, observing the unremarkable figure, Lu Lingsha was puzzled as to Wen Ruyan's intentions. Sister Wen, is this the person you were looking for? Wen Ruyan smiled and nodded, avoiding unnecessary words as she swiftly appeared before the servant. The servant, clearly startled by Wen Ruyan's sudden appearance, averted his gaze and stammered, "Why do you block my way, esteemed fairy?" Chapter 58, Evil Arts? After escaping from the belly of the great fish and reaching solid ground, Su Qing inquired of several individuals to learn that he was in Fengkai County, still within the borders of Jingzhou and not far from Yinchong County. It seemed that his time spent within the fish had not delayed his journey. Perhaps the fish had come to his aid? At that moment, Su Qing felt no remorse towards the great fish. Emerging from its belly, he was enveloped in a foul stench. Had he not been wielding the Qing Shuang sword, passers-by might have been disinclined to assist him. Nevertheless, he did not rush to change his clothes, for who could tell what other encounters awaited him. He summoned the Lingfeng boat once more, carefully confirming his direction, and then steered the vessel as it vanished beyond the horizon. Throughout his journey, relying on the sturdy resilience of the Lingfeng boat, he barreled through, cutting down countless obstructive beasts, finally arriving at the gates of Filiu City. Sister One, this person clearly recognized us at the Li residence, yet pretends not to know us here. There is surely something amiss. As when Ruyan observed the servant's reluctance to speak the truth, she opted against resorting to severe torture or coercive tactics. Instead, she offered a gentle smile and softly uttered, "You should know that silence is not an option." Instantly, the servant's gaze turned vacant. "In such haste, whom do you seek?" "I wish to find my young master, Li Ji." "And what is the reason for your search?" "To inform him that someone is coming to investigate the matter of the restless spirits." "And what else?" "I do not know, but my master instructed me to inform him immediately should anyone inquire about the spirits." This exchange sparked a glimmer of intrigue in Lu Lingsha's eyes. When Ruyan raised her hand, prepared to dispel the servant's enchantment, and said with a calm demeanor, "It would be best if you refrain from seeking your young master for now. Accompany us back to the Li residence." At the Li family hall, Mr. Li and his wife exchanged puzzled glances as they witnessed the return of Wen Ruyan and Lu Lingsha. "Ladies, is there nothing in the city that piques your interest? Perhaps my wife could escort you to." Before Mr. Li could finish, Wen Ruyan raised her hand to interrupt. "You misunderstand, sir. We have matters to discuss with you both." She then proceeded to disclose the incident of the servant eavesdropping. Mr. Li appeared perplexed. "Oh, it seems that Ji is aware of the dangers posed by the spirits and has been longing for someone to rescue him." "Oh, my poor Ji. This situation may be more complex than it appears," Mrs. Li interjected. "If he awaited our assistance, why would he choose to reside on the outskirts of the city?" Just as she began to explain, Wen Ruyan interrupted her directly. "Even if he does not dwell at home, he could have sought a secluded place within the city. There was no necessity to relocate to the outskirts, especially if he instructed the servant to relay information. Is it possible he wishes to conceal something from us?" Lu Lingsha quickly concurred. "Indeed, this individual eavesdropped and feigned ignorance when we apprehended him." When Ruyan's tone sharpened, "Mr. Li, ponder carefully whether your son exhibits any peculiar behaviors." Mr. Li grasped Wen Ruyan's implication. However, he was certain that his son had been harmed by the spirits, his life force drained, and he could not possibly be colluding with them. Mrs. Li hastily remarked, "The most peculiar aspect is his growing weakness, yet this too can be attributed to the spirit's influence." When Ruyan scoffed, "Could it be that your son is utilizing the spirits to cultivate some nefarious technique?" The realm of cultivation is not devoid of methods that exploit the restless spirits, transforming oneself into an entity neither human nor ghost. While such practices may facilitate breakthroughs in cultivation, they are equally susceptible to countermeasures. Nevertheless, the longevity gained from such a breakthrough is tangible, which explains why many of lesser talent have pursued this path. However, once the malevolent spirits become insufficient, the gradually desensitized practitioners of dark arts may extend their claws towards ordinary individuals or even low-ranking cultivators. The elder of the Li family comprehended the implications of Wen Ruyan's words. Such a technique had long been prohibited by the great Xia. Should one be discovered practicing this art, a singular fate awaited them. "Fairy, do not misunderstand. How could my son possibly cultivate such a technique? Ever since he returned from the sect a year ago, his progress has been exceedingly slow, rendering it impossible for him to have mastered any dark arts." Suddenly, The matriarch of the Li family recalled something. Indeed, previously, my son mentioned in a letter that he had developed feelings for a female disciple at the sect and wished to take her as his partner. Yet, in this past year, we have heard nothing of this woman from him. Lu Lingsha, with her imagination running wild, exclaimed, "Could it be that this woman was abandoned by Li Ji and has since returned as a vengeful spirit?" When Ruyan was taken aback momentarily, pondering the absurdity of the notion. Yet, there was a semblance of logic to it. It appeared that Li Ji was not only suspected of practicing nefarious techniques, but also bore the mark of a scoundrel. Finding no further inquiries to pursue, when Ruyan decided not to press on, "Since you both suggest this, let us proceed directly to Master Li's residence. I shall accompany you, esteemed fairies," the elder of the Li family affirmed. When Ruyan shook her head gently, saying, "It suffices if Master Li provides us with the address," the elder's eyes revealed a flicker of concern. "Rest assured, we will ensure the safety of Master Li." Meanwhile, a disheveled Su Qing appeared on the streets of Filiu City, looking so ragged that if given a bowl, he could seamlessly blend in with the city's beggars. Lu Lingsha had only mentioned traveling to Filiu City in her letter, but the specific location within the city remained unknown. Although Filiu City was a small place, it was beyond the reach of Su Qing's current spiritual perception. Even if he could cover the entire city, he dared not do so directly, fearing the consequences of what he might uncover. Thus, he wandered the city aimlessly like a headless fly. On the other side, the elder of the Li family was escorting Wen Ruyan and Lu Lingsha out of the estate. "Ah, Fairy Wen, there is one more matter I must discuss with you." "Speak freely, Master Li," she replied. The elder took a moment to gather his thoughts. "My wife is but a mortal and may not grasp this, yet I am a practitioner of Qi refinement myself. I understand the anguish of stagnant cultivation. Yet I have not observed such suffering in Ji over the past year. Moreover, he seems unperturbed by the prospect of malevolent energy infiltrating his body and causing his cultivation to decline." Furrowing her brow in contemplation, when Ruyan mused that if one were to practice dark arts, the notion of stagnation would not apply, yet his apparent lack of fear regarding the malevolent energy was perplexing. At that moment, Lu Lingsha's imagination sparked once more. "Sister Wen, do you think it possible that Li Ji is willingly allowing that spirit to draw from him?" When Ruyan's eyes brightened at the insight, turning to her junior sister with admiration. "Lingsha, your reasoning holds merit. If he were indeed nurturing a spirit, that could certainly be the case. However, should the spirit surpass its nurturer, it would inevitably turn against its master. Given Li Ji's current level of cultivation, such a scenario seems unlikely." As they conversed, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance. A disdainful servant, with one hand pinching his nose and the other waving his sleeve dismissively, shouted, "Begone! You wretched beggar, this is no place for you. Leave at once, or I shall break your legs." A disheveled man, resembling a beggar, bellowed in return, "You are the beggar. Your entire family is composed of beggars. I merely seek to inquire about someone. Do not speak so recklessly. Look at yourself. If you are not a beggar, then who is? Alas, I am unfortunate to encounter you. Here, take this copper coin and be gone." Enraged, the man resembling a beggar brandished a long sword that he had somehow produced, pointing it menacingly at the servant as he cursed, "Bah! Who wants your copper? I ask you, have you seen the person I seek? What is all this noise? What insolence? My lord, we have a beggar here who refuses even a coin." At that moment, Lu Lingsha, who had been observing intently, was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. "Senior brother, what are you doing here?" Chapter 59. Li Ji's deception. Moments later, after thoroughly cleansing himself of grime and donning fresh attire, Su Qing transformed back into his handsome self within the Li household. His junior sister gazed at the rejuvenated Su Qing and nodded appreciatively. "Now, this is my senior brother. As for that beggar-like appearance from earlier, let us forget it." When Ruyan, equally captivated, noted that while Su Qing might not possess an otherworldly handsomeness, he exuded an inexplicable sense of familiarity, perhaps linked to his character. Snapping back to reality, when Ruyan smiled at Su Qing and remarked, "By the way, senior brother Su, how did you come to be here?" Su Qing let out a soft sigh, gesturing towards Lu Lingsha as she spoke. "It is indeed because of her. She left the sect without a word and merely penned a letter. Master, consumed by concern, summoned me directly from my cultivation to accompany her." Upon hearing Su Qing's words, when Ruyan felt an immediate pang of guilt, her eyes reflecting a sense of remorse. "I am truly sorry, Brother Su. I had no idea that Master Jiang would be so worried, causing you to make this special trip." Su Qing waved his hand dismissively, assuring that it was nothing. His master was merely a tad too anxious. After all, she was also a novice mentor. During the time when Jiang Yunxi was instructing Lu Lingsha on Qingzhou Peak, she would occasionally peruse the esteemed master's secret teachings provided by Yu Hongshang. Nevertheless, Jiang Yunxi proved to be an exceptionally competent mentor, as evident from Lu Lingsha's demeanor towards her. Lu Lingsha did not perceive Su Qing's arrival as anything out of the ordinary. Rather, she felt a sense of joy, believing she would have the pleasure of Su Qing's company for an extended period, only to find it was brief. Yet, brother, while your presence is welcomed, what could have led to such a predicament? Xiao Qing's expression darkened, prompting him to forego the spiritual vessel of the trade association, opting instead to procure a small spiritual boat for his journey. Unfortunately, he encountered bandits, became the target of a large bird's excrement, and was ultimately swallowed whole by a gigantic fish. Lu Lingsha. When Ruyan. It seemed that the two of them found it hard to empathize with his plight. After all, their journey had been filled with gathering spiritual herbs and discovering uninhabited secret realms, devoid of any peril, and they had reaped considerable rewards. The younger disciple nodded thoughtfully. Sister Wen, is it truly so perilous outside? Enough, she exclaimed. All right, Xiao Xixiang, we must still venture to the outskirts of the city to find someone. Thus, when Ruyan relayed the information they possessed to Xiao Qing, also seeking his opinion. However, Xiao Qing merely shook his head, stating, This is your trial, you decide. And I shall follow as if I were invisible. When Ruyan understood his intent and refrained from further discussion. If that is the case, let us set forth. The trio wasted no more time and hastened from the Li residence to a spot not far from Li Ji's courtyard on the outskirts. When Ruyan turned to Xiao Qing and Lu Lingsha. Xiao Xixiang, Lingsha, it is not yet dark. Let us wait here for now. If Li Ji indeed has dealings with malevolent spirits, we must not alarm them. Seeing that Xiao Qing and Lu Lingsha had no objections, when Ruyan swiftly set up a concealment formation, then produced a mirror that appeared to be a magical artifact. With a delicate finger, she pointed at the mirror's surface, channeling her spiritual energy, causing it to gradually float before the three of them. As Xiao Qing and Lu Lingsha gazed in astonishment, ripples akin to those on the surface of water emerged on the mirror, slowly revealing the scene within Li Ji's abode. Goodness, this is akin to a live broadcast. What a marvelous tool for spying. Xiao Qing exclaimed, his words unfiltered. When Ruyan's face flushed with a hint of crimson at his unabashed remark, and she playfully glared at him. Xiao Xixiang, do not speak so carelessly. This is merely a legitimate observation, not spying. Indeed, Sister Wen is correct, came the agreement. Su Qing chose not to argue with them. His curiosity towards the mirror was overwhelming. Very well, my mistake. Let's first observe what Li Ji intends to do. From the visuals, Li Ji appeared unremarkable, albeit rather ethereal, as though he had guided spirits multiple times within a single day. Remarkably, he was alone, without even a servant in sight. When Ruyan pondered for a moment before speaking, perhaps he wishes to shield others from the harm of malevolent entities. His relocation here may be a precaution to protect his family from potential disaster. Su Qing curled his lip, harboring disbelief that a young master from a wealthy family would care about the life or death of a mere servant. What is this? Cooking, perhaps? Li Ji emerged from within the house, arriving at a space that appeared to be the kitchen. Through the mirror, it was evident that Li Ji's kitchen housed numerous pots, charred by the smoke of firewood. However, these pots did not seem to be intended for culinary purposes. Su Qing leaned in for a closer inspection. This appeared to be a pot intended for concocting medicinal brews. Was such a large quantity truly necessary? Brewing medicine? When Ruyan murmured softly, it must be for preparing some restorative elixirs. Those who have had their vital essence siphoned by malevolent spirits often find their bodies weakened. Given the condition of the Li family, they likely could not afford high-quality pills, hence Li Ji's choice to brew some tonics. Perhaps a complete restorative soup? Yet, with spirits afflicting them, doesn't that sound quite akin to kidney deficiency? While Su Qing and the others debated this matter, in the kitchen, Li Ji retrieved a porcelain bowl, took one of the medicinal pots, and poured out a thick black liquid. The sight caused Lu Lingsha to frown in dismay. Oh, could this murky concoction possibly be palatable? Su Qing cast a glance at her. For someone like Li Ji, who was so indifferent, the question of suffering seemed trivial. Under the watchful eyes of Su Qing and her companions, Li Ji calmly consumed the medicinal concoction. Strangely enough, He did not exhibit the demeanor of someone unafraid of the insidious influence of dark energy, as the patriarch of the Li family had suggested. Hearing Wen Ruiyan murmur, Su Qing observed the numerous medicinal pots before Li Ji and pondered, if you claim he is unafraid of dark energy, then what purpose do these potions serve? Are they merely enjoyable to drink? After finishing a bowl of the herbal brew, Li Ji discarded the dregs from the pot, retrieved a packet of herbs from a cabinet, and emptied its contents into the cauldron, followed by the addition of water and a flame, all executed seamlessly. Once this task was completed, he proceeded to pour out another pot of brewed medicine, discarding the remnants, replacing the herbs, adding water, and stoking the fire. As if performing a well-rehearsed routine on an assembly line, the trio of Su Qing watched in bewilderment, uncertain of how many times this process had been repeated. Su Qing gaped in astonishment. He had never witnessed anyone consume medicine in such an extravagant manner, especially not a tonic. Was he truly spending the entire day drinking it? Did he not fear overindulgence? At that moment, Wen Ruiyan was at a loss for words. Indeed, Li Ji was indulging excessively. Yet there were no signs of the typical overconsumption, such as a nosebleed. Senior brother, do you think this concoction is exceptionally palatable? Su Qing. After observing for an extended period, Su Qing and the others had yet to witness any ghosts, or even a single bird for that matter. The only constant was Li Ji's relentless consumption of medicine. It seemed that Li Ji's frailty was indeed beyond the ordinary. As the night deepened, and having watched Li Ji consume such a copious amount of medicinal soup, Su Qing felt a bitterness creep upon his tongue. In response, Lu Lingsha offered Su Qing a large, succulent peach. Su Qing took a bite, and immediately his eyes sparkled with delight. This peach is delicious. Where did it come from? Well, we encountered a hidden realm on our journey and picked quite a few. Would you like some more, senior brother? Su Qing paused for a moment, managing a difficult smile as he declined. As the golden sun descended and the silver moon rose, Li Ji also ceased taking his medicine. He firmly shut the doors and windows of the kitchen, as if this action could completely seal away the medicinal aroma. Upon returning to his chamber, he lit the candles within and prepared to change his attire. Su Qing hurriedly covered Lu Lingsha's eyes, while Wen Ruiyan swiftly turned her head away. Only Su Qing remained transfixed, not out of genuine curiosity, but out of concern for what might transpire at that moment. Fortunately, Li Ji merely changed his attire, his skin appearing dull and lacking vitality, yet Su Qing, the sole witness, observed every detail. Su Qing removed his hand from Lu Lingsha's eyes, while Wen Ruiyan, with an air of embarrassment, turned away. You didn't even look. What is this pose for? Li Ji took the discarded clothes outside to soak in a bucket, then returned to sit on the bed in the room. Shortly after, a sudden chill swept through, and the door creaked open, causing the candle flames within to flicker yet remain alight. A figure clad in sheer gauze materialized within the room. Wen Ruiyan and Lu Lingsha exchanged glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. Indeed, it was a female ghost. Su Qing was utterly bewildered. Could it be that there was a male ghost involved? What was amiss with the female ghost? It was then that Wen Ruiyan revealed to Su Qing the matter of Li Ji having a lifelong betrothal within the sect. Could it be that this female spirit had come to claim a life? As Su Qing's imagination ran wild, the ghost, with a delicate voice, called out Li Lang and leaped into Li Ji's embrace. Before long, the two began to share a passionate kiss. Wen Ruiyan, a refined young lady hailing from a scholarly family, had never witnessed such a scene and was on the verge of a loud scream. In the stillness of the night, in such seclusion, Su Qing quickly covered her mouth and reminded his junior sister, Lingsha, close your eyes. Oh, Wen Ruiyan, blushing, gazed with wide, glistening eyes at Su Qing. With a nervous chuckle, he added, Sister Wen, please do not look. I will release my hand now, but do not cry out. Su Qing reluctantly released his grip and stepped back cautiously to avoid any potential harm. Wen Ruiyan's charming face flushed crimson, not due to witnessing a passionate kiss between a man and a ghost, but rather because she had never experienced such intimate contact with a man before. She shot Su Qing a sharp glance and defiantly declared, if you wish to close your eyes, then do so yourself. I shall continue to look. Realizing that her tone differed from her usual gentle demeanor, Wen Ruiyan felt a twinge of surprise and remorse. I apologize, Brother Su. I spoke rather hastily. Su Qing felt an inexplicable sense of contrast. Are you still watching? Wen Ruiyan gently bit her lip, her tone resolute. Yes. At that moment, the kiss between the man and the ghost grew increasingly fervent, evolving from mere fleeting touches to an entangled duel of tongues. When Ruyan's face flushed as she felt hesitant to continue watching, while Su Qing appeared at ease, though his eyes reflected an insatiable thirst for knowledge rather than desire. What sensation accompanies a kiss between a living being and a ghost devoid of corporeal form? If it were akin to kissing the air, why then the fervent engagement? Damn it! Li Ji, that scoundrel, has taken action. How did he manage to unfasten her clothing? Just as Su Qing's curiosity intensified, the scene abruptly cut off. When Ruyan retracted the mirror, her exquisite face flushed crimson, and with averted gaze, she said, "Brother Su, it is inappropriate to watch, perhaps. It would be best to look away." Observing when Ruyan's flustered demeanor, Su Qing felt an inexplicable guilt akin to that of a boyfriend watching an adult film with his girlfriend. Very well, then let us cease watching. In the midst of the awkward atmosphere between Su Qing and Wen Ruyan, Lu Lingsha, who had remained silent for some time, suddenly spoke up. "Brother, may I open my eyes?" It's fine now." When Ruyan regretted her stubbornness, wouldn't it have been better to close her eyes alongside Lu Lingsha? Only Su Qing's eyes brimmed with the regret of mistruths. He had initially contemplated using his spiritual sense to observe discreetly, but recalling Wen Ruyan's earlier expression, he decided against it. Yet, even if Su Qing and the others refrained from watching, the battle between the man and the ghost was just beginning to unfold. Li Ji embraced the partially undressed ghost, preparing for a final assault, but the ghost clung tightly to him, exhaling sweetly. "Li Lang, are you all right? Perhaps we should rest for a day." "Fear not, I am particularly vigorous today." It seemed he had consumed a day's worth of restorative medicine solely to engage with the ghost that night. A ghostly night, terrifying indeed. Just as Li Ji sought to free himself for the impending struggle, a resounding crash shattered the door. A man, somewhat hastily dressed, appeared at the threshold, his expression fierce. Startled by the sudden noise, Li Ji faltered and hurriedly adjusted his clothing. "Xiaolian, you must leave this place." The hasty man cleaved the room in two with a single strike. "Zhang Xiaolian, you truly remain here. Today, I shall ensure your soul is scattered." The ghost, Zhang Xiaolian, clung to Li Ji, weeping bitterly. "No, Li Lang, even if my soul is shattered today, I wish to be with you. Then I shall fulfill your wish." The hasty man swung his weapon toward Li Ji. Already weakened, Li Ji could not even defend himself, sustaining a grievous wound to his chest, blood pouring forth. This is bad. Not far away, Su Qing and the others were not oblivious to the danger that Li Ji faced. When Ruyan and Lu Lingsha swiftly dashed towards Li Ji's courtyard, for she had assured the elder of the Li family that she would guarantee Li Ji's safety. Lu Lingsha wielded the Phoenix Dance longsword, deflecting the blade aimed at Li Ji, while Wen Ruyan swiftly inscribed the character for binding in the air, transforming it into a golden rope that ensnared the reckless man. The female ghost, Zhang Xiaolian, wept bitterly, kneeling beside Li Ji, her trembling hands desperately trying to staunch the flow of blood, yet to no avail. The malevolent energy only exacerbated Li Ji's bleeding. Stumbling toward Wen Ruyan and Lu Lingsha, she grasped at them as if they were a lifeline, kneeling and repeatedly bowing her head. "I implore you, dear immortals, please save my beloved Li Ji. I am willing to do anything if you can save him, I beg of you." Wen Ruyan's expression was equally grim. Had she not been so fixated, it might not have been so dire. She turned to Su Qing, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of plea. Su Qing smiled and nodded, conjuring a wisp of azure spiritual fire that soared towards Li Ji, igniting him. Chapter 61, Qinghua Pavilion. The moment the azure fire made contact with Li Ji's body, it swiftly spread across him. When Ruyan and Lu Lingsha, having witnessed Su Qing employ the spiritual fire on others, were not particularly astonished. However, the female ghost was different. She was about to leap forward, as it was her beloved being burned. When Ruyan quickly intervened, restraining her. "Stay put, Li Ji will be fine." Upon hearing this, the ghost, Zhang Xiaolian, ceased her movements but gazed anxiously at Li Ji. Accompanied by a profoundly pleasurable moan, Li Ji began to thrash about with his hands. Before he could engage in any more profound actions, Su Qing promptly used a spell to bind him. Noticing the puzzled expressions on Wen Ruyan and Lu Lingsha, Su Qing let out an awkward chuckle. "Ha ha ha, it won't be long, just wait a moment." Before long, the wounds on Li Ji's body visibly healed. Seeing the injuries nearly mended, Su Qing dissipated the azure spiritual fire enveloping Li Ji. As the wounds closed, the ghost Zhang Xiaolian's anxious expression transformed into one of joy. "Li Lang, how do you feel?" Li Ji awakened with a dazed look, feeling his body, and soon expressed his delight. Xiaolian, I am fine now, and I feel rejuvenated. The ghost's countenance shifted slightly at his words. Clearing her throat, Zhang Xiaolian regained her composure and hastily took Li Ji's hand, preparing to bow in gratitude to Su Qing. Thank you, sir, for saving Li Lang's life. Su Qing waved her hand and turned to Wen Ruyan, understanding Su Qing's intention. Wen Ruyan nodded and then addressed Li Ji and the female ghost with a tone that carried a hint of chill. Li Ji, we are disciples of the Dao sect, here to investigate the matter of the Yin souls. I ask you, is the Yin soul your parents referred to this woman? Upon hearing that Wen Ruyan was a disciple of the Dao sect, Li Ji felt compelled to disclose the truth. Yes, it is indeed Xiaolian. Having witnessed the intimate scene between Li Ji and the female ghost in the mirror, Wen Ruyan comprehended why the officials had been unable to uncover the truth, as well as why Li Ji had instructed his servant to relay information. In the realm of cultivation, many had fleeting encounters with female ghosts. Yet those who engaged in prolonged affairs not only risked allowing Yin energy to permeate their bodies, but also jeopardized their cultivation. Therefore, cultivators who valued their skills above their very lives would seldom partake in such liaisons. So who is this? Why did they seek to take your life? Wen Ruyan inquired, gesturing towards the hastily bound man. Li Ji, visibly shaken, spoke with a quivering voice, Fairy, he is an assassin from the Lu Xian pavilion, sent to kill me and Xiaolian. Su Qing felt somewhat bewildered. Hadn't this female ghost already met her demise? What profound enmity could provoke such a spirit to seek utter annihilation? In contrast to Li Ji, Zhang Xiaolian exhibited a far greater acuity, immediately kneeling before Wen Ruyan and bowing her head. Fairy, I beseech you, I implore you to save my beloved Li Lang. There is no need for such formality. Simply state your concerns. It remained uncertain whether spirits could shed tears, yet she made an effort to wipe them away. Fairy, Li Lang and I were disciples of a humble sect in Yunzhong County. Wait, you claim to be fellow disciples with Li Ji? Indeed. Lu Lingsha's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she addressed the female ghost. Ah, you are the beloved of Li Ji as spoken of by Madame Li? Su Qing. Wen Ruyan appeared somewhat surprised and gestured for Zhang Xiaolian to continue. It turned out that Li Ji and Zhang Xiaolian were originally fellow disciples, bound by mutual affection and a promise of lifelong companionship. However, their bliss was short-lived. A year ago, during an excursion for training, Zhang Xiaolian tragically fell victim to a beast during their journey. Upon hearing the news in the sect, Li Ji was unable to even recover his beloved's remains. Overwhelmed with grief, he chose to leave the sect and return to Philia City. Upon his return to the Li family, he began to take over his father's business. And during a commercial venture to Yunzhong County, he unexpectedly encountered the spirit of Zhang Xiaolian, who had transformed into a phantom. Li Ji spoke with a hint of awkwardness. At that time, a friend mentioned that there was an establishment of a different race in Yunzhong County. A different race establishment? What is that? Wen Ruyan looked at Su Qing with confusion, as if to say, you, a man, don't even know this? Even Li Ji was taken aback that Su Qing was unaware of such a thing. It refers to a place where the hostesses who entertain guests are not of the human race. Most are from the demon tribe, spirits, or even sea creatures. Su Qing nodded thoughtfully. Is that not the beast-eared maid and the ghostly maiden? It sounds rather intriguing. Just as Su Qing was lost in contemplation, Lu Lingsha tugged at his sleeve. Returning to his senses, Su Qing offered a few awkward chuckles and gestured for Li Ji to continue. After Zhang Xiaolian was slain by a demon beast, she was fortunate enough to have her soul preserved and was taken to a foreign brothel named Qing, where she was taught secret arts to absorb yang energy. Once her ghostly form became sufficiently condensed, she would be able to emerge and entertain, drawing upon the yang energy of men. Through the introduction of a friend, Li Ji found himself at Qing, where he encountered the deceased Zhang Xiaolian. Upon learning of her plight, he spent a considerable sum to acquire a talisman capable of concealing a ghostly soul, and surreptitiously brought Zhang Xiaolian out with him. As they fled back to Yunzhong County, it became evident that, being a spirit, Zhang Xiaolian could not remain in the realm of the living for long. Left with no alternative, Li Ji began to exhaust his own yang energy to sustain her existence. Wen Ruyan, hailing from a family of officials, was naturally aware of the notorious foreign brothels. Had the court long since prohibited such establishments? Why then did they still exist? In the past, the Daxia court had permitted foreign brothels, which were considerably more expensive than ordinary ones and favored by certain cultivators. However, When these brothels began to recklessly siphon the life force and yang energy from cultivators, resulting in numerous fatalities, the Daxia court, in a fit of rage, shut them all down. Li Ji was cognizant of these matters, yet, under the persuasion of his friends, he had unwittingly ventured there. Rubbing the back of his head sheepishly, he remarked, though they were banned, some still risked it for the sake of profit. After all, earning spirit stones is much faster that way. When Ruyan, however, wished to avoid further discussion on the topic. Thus, the assassin was sent to retrieve Zhang Xiaolian. In that moment, Zhang Xiaolian shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "Fairy, that is not the case. He intends to kill me." Qinghuij is not an ordinary foreign brothel. In typical establishments, the women absorb the essence for their own cultivation. Yet, at Qinghuij, we are required to surrender nearly 90% of the essence we collect. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh my, a ruthless capitalist. Why must we surrender?" When Ruyan inquired with a furrowed brow, Zhang Xiaolian shook her head and replied, "I am unsure." The person in charge did not elaborate. "However, I have overheard them mention a name." "What name?" It was, yes, Qilian de Xian." Li Ji seemed to suddenly recall something. "Indeed. Miss, during my travels as a merchant in Yunzhong County, I chanced upon some cultivators and mortals discussing Qilian de Xian, claiming that she grants any request." Chapter 62, The Demon Sect? Qilian de Xian? A being who grants wishes? It is evident that this is not something trivial. Who would bestow such a dubious title? When Ruyan frowned, cultivators absorb the essence of life to enhance their abilities, and in Xia, they are directly labeled as practitioners of the demonic path. Yet, she had never encountered any mention of a demon sect called Qilian, not even in the text she had read. As a disciple of the One Dao sect and the daughter of a provincial governor, she had perused a vast array of literature from a young age, and she was well aware of the demon sects documented in Xia. Her intuition suggested that the Qinghua Pavilion and Qilian de Xian were inextricably linked, and that Qilian de Xian was most likely a practitioner of the demonic path. "Do you know anything further?" The female ghost, Zhang Xiaolian, promptly shook her head. "Miss, all I know is merely this." When Ruyan nodded and turned to face the careless assassin, raising her hand to lift the binding spells placed upon him. The reckless man was not deaf. Rather, he had been bound so thoroughly by Wen Ruyan that even his mouth had been sealed. The assassin staggered to his feet, kneeling on the ground, and began to kowtow in desperation, completely devoid of his earlier arrogance. "Miss, please spare my life. I am merely a hired hand. I know nothing." Upon hearing the words, Su Qing immediately discerned that this individual was certainly not a professional assassin. At such a moment, the less one knows, the quicker one meets their demise. When Ruyan chose not to engage in futile conversation, a mere chi-refining cultivator was not worthy of coercive interrogation. With a single incantation, she compelled him to divulge secrets from his childhood, including the time he had peered at the widow next door while she bathed, much to Su Qing's amusement. The assassin was named Zhang Delu, a cultivator from Yunzhong County. Upon learning from a friend about the method by which the immortal Qilian could facilitate rapid breakthroughs in cultivation, he requested an introduction. His friend, true to his word, successfully recommended an insider from the Qilian sect to him. However, the individual informed Zhang Delu that the blessings granted by the immortal Qilian were reserved for virtuous and benevolent individuals. Despite Zhang Delu's past transgressions, he believed he was unworthy of the immortal's favor. Yet, the insider explained that if Zhang Delu were to complete the task of subduing demons and vanquishing evil assigned by the immortal Qilian and accumulate sufficient merit, he could indeed receive the coveted blessings, making the dream of advancing to the foundation establishment stage a tangible reality. Among the tasks assigned to Zhang Delu was the mission concerning Zhang Xiaolian. Su Qing eventually grasped the situation. Zhang Deshuai was merely an outsourced worker, and one devoid of any remuneration at that, assisting the notorious Qilian Daxian in committing heinous acts of murder. The cost was minimal while the gains were substantial. Even if he were to perish, there would be little consequence. "Are you familiar with Qinghua Pavilion?" Su Qing noted that despite the length of their conversation, he had yet to hear the name escape Zhang Deshuai's lips, who had fashioned himself into a paragon of righteousness dedicated to vanquishing demons. Under the influence of sorcery, Zhang Deshuai numbly nodded and replied, "I am aware. Qinghua Pavilion is an establishment for exotic delights in Yunzhong County. I have visited it a few times, where women from various tribes abound, each more enchanting than the last. Men who enter become utterly entranced, ensnared beyond escape. Just as Su Qing found himself entrapped in that very notion, he suddenly sensed two icy gazes directed at him. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Su Qing swiftly overturned Zhang Deshuai, adopting the guise of a virtuous gentleman. Who inquired about that? You prattle incessantly. He turned to Wen Ruyan and cleared his throat. Mistress Wen, please do not misconstrue this. It appears that Zhang Deshuai is unaware of the connection between Qinghua Pavilion and Chilean Daxian. Wen Ruyan understood Su Qing's implication. Indeed, it seemed that Zhang Deshuai had received the directive from Chilean sect to eliminate Zhang Xiaolian. Yet the question remained. Why had they portrayed Zhang Xiaolian as a malevolent specter responsible for countless misdeeds? What more is there to say? Just play both sides. Huh? Just play the role of A. Well, you understand. When Rian chose to disregard Su Qing's rambling, her delicate brows slightly furrowing as she regarded the fallen Zhang Deshuai, uncertain of how to proceed. Senior Su, how shall we handle this Zhang Deshuai? Su Qing was momentarily taken aback and, without a moment's hesitation, suggested, we could simply report this to the authorities. However, when Ruyan shook her head in disapproval of Su Qing's proposal, that won't do. It might alert the culprits. What? When Ruyan turned to Su Qing, her gaze imbued with earnestness. Sending Zhang to the authorities could potentially raise suspicions at Qinghua Pavilion or with the Celestial Red Lotus. Upon hearing this, Su Qing began to grasp Wen Ruyan's perspective. Junior sister Wen, you don't intend to continue investigating in Yunzhong County, do you? Wen Ruyan nodded affirmatively. Yet your task was merely to look into the incidents of vengeful spirits harming people. We have nearly uncovered the truth. We could directly report our findings to the sect regarding matters in Yunzhong County. Wen Ruyan shook her head gently and replied, at this point, we are still merely speculating. Even if we report to the sect, it is highly likely they would assign us to investigate further. Su Qing recalled the investigation he and Zhu Xiuwen had undertaken regarding the remnants of demonic cultivators, and he had accrued a considerable number of contribution points. If necessary, he could simply rally some support, and with his master's south protective measures in place, he should be safe from peril. Brother Su, there is no need for concern. You should escort Ling Sha back to the sect. As for Yunzhong County, I can manage on my own. However, the previously calm Lu Lingsha immediately expressed her discontent, clinging tightly to Wen Ruyan's arm. No, you must return alone, brother. This task was entrusted to both Wen Jie and me. I cannot abandon her. What do you mean by that? If I return alone, won't the master have my head? And what is with those judgmental looks you are giving me? Return? When did I ever say I wanted to go back? Furthermore, the sect's missions against the demonic sect are highly coveted. How could we possibly let go of such a valuable lead? The Daxia dynasty and the 5 great sects had previously dealt ruthlessly with the demonic sect, resulting in many of the most notorious demonic strongholds being situated beyond Daxia's borders, with only a few branches hidden away in secrecy. Su Qing looked helplessly at Wen Ruyan. Junior sister Wen, how do you propose we deal with this individual? Wen Ruyan replied with a playful smile. Senior brother Su, could you perhaps render him unconscious, ideally in a state of spiritual weakness? Zhang De, lying on the ground, lamented his fate, thinking to himself, if you're going to do it, could you please do so discreetly? Just let me remain unaware. Su Qing pondered for a moment, then sent a wisp of his consciousness into Zhang Deshuai's mind. He was cautious not to exert too much force, as practitioners in the Qi refining stage had yet to establish their own consciousness space. Excessive power could lead to fatal consequences. Zhang Deshuai, grasping his head, let out a cry of pain before succumbing to unconsciousness. When Ruyan crouched down, her finger hovering above Zhang Deshuai's forehead, where she conjured ripples that emitted a clear sound. These formless sound waves surged into his mind. Moments later, when Ruyan suddenly opened her eyes, her complexion pale and seemingly weakened. Senior Su, she said, this man's soul has been bound by a restriction. Su Qing gazed upon Zhang De, whose 7 orifices bled profusely, a sight most pitiful, suggesting that his survival was improbable. The members of the Qinghua Pavilion were rather ruthless in their dealings. Chapter 63, the Luoyan Chamber of Commerce standing nearby. Li Ji and Zhang Xiaolian both visibly exhaled in relief upon hearing Wen Ruyan's words. By the way, Li Ji, might I inquire about the name of the acquaintance who accompanied you to the Qinghua Pavilion? Su Qing believed it prudent to clarify certain matters before venturing to the Yunzhong County, to avoid wandering aimlessly like a headless fly. Upon hearing Su Qing's question, Li Ji shook off his earlier trepidation and quickly responded, in answer to your inquiry, this individual is not quite a close friend of mine. He is the steward of the Luyuan Chamber of Commerce in Yunzhong County, named Feng Hao. The Luyuan Chamber of Commerce? What is that? Indeed. The Luyuan Chamber of Commerce serves as a local merchant association in Yunzhong County. A significant portion of our Li family's business is conducted in partnership with them. I had numerous dealings with Feng Hao, and it was he who suggested taking me to the Qinghua Pavilion. In Su Qing's understanding, such arrangements typically involve concluding business discussions over a meal or enjoying entertainment at a singing house. When Ruyan consumed a medicinal pill and rested for a moment, her complexion gradually returning to a more favorable state, no longer appearing as frail as before. Li Ji, this matter is settled. We must still convey our regards to your parents. As for Zhang Xiaolian. Suddenly, Li Ji's expression shifted dramatically, and he fell to his knees before Wen Ruyan. Fairy, I implore you to spare Xiaolian. It is no small feat for her to exist as a spectral being after her demise. I assure you she will never harm another. Wen Ruyan hastily used her powers to assist Li Ji in rising, looking at Su Qing with uncertainty. Cough, cough. Spectral beings are quite common in the realm of cultivation, and Zhang Xiaolian has not caused any harm. They are both unfortunate souls. I propose we grant them their freedom. No, Sai, senior sister one, do not rush. Su Qing retrieved half a bottle of azure elixir and handed it to Li Ji. This bottle of elixir is for you. Take a drop and dilute it. Remember, it must be diluted. Perhaps one drop should be mixed with a barrel of water. Otherwise, given your current frailty, you would be unable to withstand its potent energy. He continued, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Then use the diluted elixir to brew your restorative medicine. Despite Li Ji's thick skin, he could not bear Su Qing's forthrightness, hastily accepting the elixir. Esteemed sir, this modest amount of spirit stones is my humble offering. Though it may not be substantial, I sincerely hope you will accept it. Su Qing took the remaining spirit stones, amounting to 5,000 or 6,000, and wondered if this was all the wealth he possessed. Nevertheless, it could be considered equivalent to compensating for that vial of spirit liquid. What are your plans moving forward? He inquired. Thank you, young Master Su, and my gratitude extends to both fairies for saving my life. As for Xiaolian, I wish to take her to meet my parents. Li Ji and the ghostly figure, Zhang Xiaolian, exchanged tender glances, embodying a poignant connection between the realms of the living and the dead, prompting Su Qing to marvel at the wonders of the cultivation world. When Ruyan gazed at Su Qing with a hint of melancholy, Brother Su, I never suggested separating them, which makes me appear as the villain in this tale. Upon Su Qing's decisive stance, when Ruyan refrained from further comment, the three of them accompanied Li Ji and Zhang Xiaolian back to the Li residence. In the grand hall of the Li family, Li Ji and Zhang Xiaolian knelt before Li Ji's parents, recounting the events of the past year. Su Qing advised Li Ji to withhold any mention of the Red Lotus Immortal for the time being. The Li couple displayed a mixture of anger and sorrow. Fairy 1. This is entirely my fault for sending you on a fruitless errand. This ungrateful son of mine. Alas. When Ruyan smiled gently, not perceiving it as a wasted journey. There is no need for such lamentation, Master Li. Our trip was not in vain. Young Master Li has indeed aided us. As for Miss Xiaolian's matters, we are outsiders and should not interfere. Master Li rose and clasped his hands in gratitude towards the three of them. Thank you, fairies and young Master Su, for saving my son's life. Please accept this token of appreciation. When Ruyan, showing no reluctance, accepted the gift without examining its contents, knowing that refusing it would trouble Master Li's peace of mind. After bidding farewell to the Li family, Su Qing, Wen Ruyan, and their companions followed the servant to an exquisitely adorned chamber. While the matter of Li Ji and the ghostly Zhang Xiaolian had reached a resolution, the affairs concerning Yunzhong County were yet to unfold. Lu Lingsha produced a vial of ice spirit dew, which she had purchased at the drunken immortal pavilion, and poured each of them a cup. Why not inform the authorities and have them investigate? When Ruyan took a sip of her spirit brew and replied, Brother Su, you are not well acquainted with the intricacies of the Daxia court. Although the Daxia dynasty is adept in governance, we cannot dismiss the possibility that the Red Lotus Immortal may have connections with the local officials of Yunzhong County. Indeed, Lu Lingsha added, even without the Red Lotus Immortal, the Qinghua Pavilion would likely find it challenging to operate without the backing of the authorities. She licked her lips, still tasting the remnants of the ice spirit dew, and queried, then why not directly inform Sister Wen's father? When Ruyan affectionately regarded her younger sister, the distance between Jingzhou City and Yunzhong County is considerable. Given our current means, it would take a significant amount of time for a message to reach him. Furthermore, we are merely speculating on the connection between the Red Lotus Immortal and the demonic sect. If the local government of Hongshang County is indeed linked to the Red Lotus Immortal, we must conduct our investigations discreetly, without revealing our identities. In the past, Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen often undertook their tasks while leveraging the influence of the Taoist sect, which rendered their endeavors remarkably smooth. However, the impending covert investigation in Hongshang County may not prove as effortless. When Ruyan nodded in agreement with Su Qing's words. Do you still recall what Li Ji mentioned about the manager of the Luoyuan Chamber of Commerce? Feng Hao. Perhaps we could initiate our inquiries through him. That makes sense, Lu Lingsha interjected, raising her hand. But how far is Hongshang County from here? Can we perhaps travel by spirit vessel? You might as well abandon the notion of using the chamber's spirit vessel. However, my brother's vessel should suffice. Oh, you mean that vessel which was swallowed by a fish? When Ruyan and Lu Lingsha exchanged looks of disdain directed at Su Qing, Su Qing, in a state of urgency, hastily sought to defend his spirit vessel. He insisted. When I was swallowed, I immediately stowed the Lingfeng boat away, yet there was not a trace of any scent. However, when Ruyan and Lu Lingsha, filled with skepticism, seized the opportunity to claim they needed rest and unceremoniously ushered Su Qing out of the room. Please, do not doubt me. I shall present it to you now. I assure you, it bears no odor whatsoever. Alas, the door was mercilessly shut by two figures, leaving Su Qing standing desolately at the threshold. Humph. I will retrieve it now. I shall sleep upon the spirit vessel tonight. With that, a petite spirit boat was summoned by Su Qing, gradually expanding in the courtyard. A gentle breath stirred the air, and a faint, fishy aroma wafted forth. Su Qing. This is illogical. How could I not have noticed it before? Nevertheless, Su Qing, a man of his word, asserts that if he says there is no odor, then there is indeed no odor. Su Qingfei ascended the Lingfeng boat, determined to cleanse it with an array of dazzling purification spells. Chapter 64, Hongshang County, Wendazong, Main Peak. With Su Qing and Lu Lingsha absent from the sect, Jiang Yunqi chose to remain in the Main Peak, residing in the palace of Hongshang rather than practicing her usual cultivation on Qingzhou Peak. In a garden pavilion, Jiang Yunqi sat opposite Hongshang, one holding white pieces while the other clutched black, engaging in a spirited match. Yunqi, it has barely been a while since they left. And besides, Su Qing followed as well. That clever lad should not be a cause for concern, Hongshang remarked. Jiang Yunqi placed a white piece on the board, producing a crisp sound. I wonder if Su Qing has indeed found Lingsha. I hadn't anticipated her departure from the sect so swiftly. I only provided some magical artifacts but withheld the crucial life-saving talisman. This time, however, I did give it to Su Qing, though I am uncertain if he will be able to locate Lingsha smoothly. Upon hearing this, Hongshang paused, her expressive peach blossom eyes widening in disbelief. You actually gave it to Su Qing? Why do you ask? Hongshang chuckled softly. I had given Lingsha a jade token for protection, but as for Su Qing, I did not. That boy scurries away like a mouse when he sees me. Jiang Yunqi raised her hand, poised to throw the white piece at her. Is it not your fault for scaring him with that blade back then, and creating an illusion? You are the sect master now. Hongshang shot her a glance. Had I not been restrained by you back then, the position of sect master would have been yours. You, however, have taken on the title of the law enforcement hall master, leaving the elders to manage everything under you. Did the grand elder not take care of your affairs? Have you no shame? Was it not said by our master that as long as the sect master can fight, that suffices? Who could defeat me? They would not even take on the role of sect master themselves. At this, Jiang Yunqi nodded in agreement, shaking off her earlier gloom as she continued to engage in the game with Hongshang. Philia City, the family. After a night of scrubbing, Master Su finally had the Lingfeng boat spotless, even putting thought into its soft furnishings. After all, it was his first spiritual vessel, though modest. It deserved to be well presented. Senior brother, what is this? Lu Lingsha, unwilling to let her senior brother toil alone, had come to assist Su Qing shortly after he began. This should be the manual for the boat. If you have time, you might as well take a look. Master Su, now that the boat is ready, when shall we head to Hongshang County? When Ruyan, who had been helping Su Qing stock the cabin, noted a significant rise in their travel comfort. Well, after we bid farewell to the Li family, we shall depart directly. Meanwhile, Lu Lingsha, clutching the manual, muttered to herself as she flipped through its pages. Open this here? It's opened, and then? Place the spirit stones? The junior disciple retrieved a considerable number of spirit stones, clanking them into place until the container was filled to the brim, and then she carefully secured it. Once everything was in order, what followed? Ah, yes, she merely needed to perform the incantation. Lu Lingsha placed the instruction manual neatly and, following the depicted gestures, began to expertly execute the spell. Suddenly, the spirit wind vessel trembled slightly before transforming into a radiant beam of light, vanishing from the Li family's courtyard. Standing on the deck, Su Qing and Wen Rian were caught off guard and collided forcefully with the wall of the cabin, then slid down. How peculiar. It didn't hurt at all. As Wen Rian pondered why she felt no pain from the impact, Su Qing, who had served as an unintentional human buffer, managed to speak with great difficulty. Junior Sister One, if you're unscathed, please rise. I find myself feeling rather unwell, cough cough. Oh, Wen Rian, her cheeks flushed, quickly stood up, casting an embarrassed glance at Su Qing. Senior Brother Su, are you all right? Su Qing waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Senior Brother Su, why did the spirit vessel move on its own? Alarmed, Su Qing hurried into the cabin, where he found Lu Lingsha holding the manual with an expression of sheer exhilaration. Fortunately, she was aware of how to activate the protective array. Otherwise, he and Wen Rian would have been flung to who knows where. Lu Lingsha, why did you not inform me when you activated the spirit vessel? Startled by Su Qing's sudden voice, the younger sister, lost in her excitement, jumped. Did you not tell me to simply observe if I had nothing to do? Su Qing. Wen Rian quickly grasped Su Qing's arm and advised, enough. Senior Brother Su, we are about to depart. Since we must leave, as for bidding farewell to the Li family, well, perhaps another time. After Su Qing directed the spirit vessel towards Hongshang County, he relinquished control and settled into a recliner, indulging in a massage from Lu Lingsha. Brother, did I err? Please, do not harbor any anger. Oh dear, you are the best, brother. If it pleases you, I shall gladly offer all my contribution points to you. Su Qing did not even lift his eyelids. With your mere few hundred or 1,000 contribution points, I find them utterly insignificant. Go pour me a cup of icy spiritual dew. The journey to Hongshang County is worlds apart from Su Qing's recent solitary travels. There are no bizarre beast attacks, nor any encounters with robbers. The best part is that I need not even keep watch over the spiritual vessel, thanks to the attentive service of Lu Lingsha. This is hardly different from being a wealthy landlord. However, such good fortune is fleeting. The speed of the spiritual wind vessel far surpasses that of my sword flight. And before long, we arrived at the city of Hongshang County. Although Su Qing and his companions did not explicitly identify themselves as disciples of the Taoist sect, they smoothly entered the city gates and found a quaint inn to settle in. They chose a secluded corner, casually ordered a pot of tea and a plate of snacks, and contemplated where to begin their inquiries. Su Shixiang, it seems we haven't heard anyone mention the Qinghua Tower or the Qi Lian Immortal along the way, one remarked. Hongshang County cannot be considered a major center of cultivation. Throughout their journey, Su Qing had scarcely encountered cultivators above the foundation establishment stage, with most being Qi refinement practitioners or ordinary folk. However, it would be somewhat challenging to assert that everyone was familiar with the Qinghua Tower and the Qi Lian Immortal, given that this was a county city with a population of several million. Moreover, as these matters were inherently nefarious, knowing less may indeed be a blessing. With such a vast Hongshang County, encountering the Qinghua Pavilion or the Qi Lian Immortal would likely not be an easy task. Should we seek assistance from the locals? Lu Lingsha sighed softly. If only we could enlist the help of the authorities, but we fear they may be in collusion with the Qi Lian Immortal. While it cannot be definitively concluded that the authorities are connected with them, we must prepare for the worst. It seems we need to devise a plan to approach Feng Hao. The challenge lies in convincing him to lead us to the Qinghua Pavilion. Wen Rian furrowed her brow, asserting that in the meantime, we must avoid revealing our identities and find a way to connect with Feng Hao. Su Qing suddenly smiled knowingly. As for how to connect, it is imperative we cater to his interests. When Rian's eyes sparkled with realization, Su Shixiang, are you suggesting we pose as merchants and negotiate business with Feng Hao? However, Li Ji has collaborated with him for quite some time before Feng Hao took him to the Qinghua Pavilion. Chapter 65, The Hunter and the Prey He. Have you ever heard an ancient saying, when shimmy? What ancient saying? Please enlighten me, Su Shixiao. When Ruyan inquired, her curiosity piqued, as she straightened her posture, embodying the demeanor of a diligent student. Su Qing, with an air of inscrutability, appeared as though he had indulged excessively in seaweed rice rolls. Practitioners of the craft, or rather, exceptional hunters, often present themselves in the guise of their prey. When Ruyan remarked, her eyes, like pools of water, brimming with confusion. Senior brother, you are speaking in riddles again. So senior brother, what do you mean? Hee, at least when junior sister understands me. Indeed. My intention is to open a shop. Lu Lingsha turned to Wen Ruyan, as if seeking her insight on how she discerned that senior brother was referring to opening a shop. Wen Ruyan shook her head, perplexed as to which of her words led Su Qing to this misunderstanding. But senior brother, did you not say you wished to conduct a covert investigation? Wouldn't opening a shop be too conspicuous? The younger sister occasionally employed her intellect. Otherwise, Su Qing might have assumed her mind was solely occupied by food. Junior sister, this notion is misguided. As the saying goes, great secrets lie within the ordinary. The most perilous places can often be the safest. It is all about operating in the shadows. Lu Lingsha displayed a countenance of utter exasperation. Senior brother, could you refrain from uttering such nonsensical phrases? Please, speak plainly. Thank you. Su Qing. When Ruyan pondered for a moment before speaking, perhaps what senior brother Su suggests is indeed a viable approach. We also require an identity to conduct our covert investigation, and masquerading as merchants is quite an ingenious idea. However, what type of establishment shall we open, and what goods shall we sell? Su Qing swiftly assumed the role of a cunning merchant, chuckling sinisterly as he contemplated the acquisition of 3 elders from the Soul Palace. Shall we sell this? Su Qing placed a small vial of azure elixir on the table. An elixir? Indeed. But didn't you, senior brother, mention that this substance should be reserved for personal use? Su Qing curled his lips in disdain. Do you have any idea how many bottles of this spiritual liquid we possess? Even after utilizing it for our fragmented Dan to become an infant, we still have not exhausted our supply. If it weren't for the fact that it fetches nearly 10,000 spirit stones within the confines of the Asking Dao sect, I would have sold it long ago. Brother Su, at a price of 10,000 spirit stones per bottle, I doubt it would sell here in Yunzhong County. Wen Ruyan has also experienced the effects of your spiritual liquid, having received several bottles from Lu Lingsha back in the day. She is well aware of its efficacy. However, most cultivators in Yunzhong County are primarily at the Qi refinement stage, raising the question of whether they can even afford such a luxury. Su Qing waved his hand, exuding an air of confidence, revealing the true face of a cunning merchant. Sister Wen, you have misinterpreted my words. I never suggested selling it directly. Heh. I shall dilute this bottle into 500, no, 1,000 bottles, and selling each for 30 spiritual stones is hardly unreasonable, is it? Brother Su, are you certain that with such a dilution, anyone would still be inclined to purchase it? Su Qing let out a cold laugh, seemingly underestimating the value of my spirit liquid. What a joke. When I previously sold dog food for the Enlightenment sect in Jinyang County, it fetched several thousand spirit stones. Surely, my spirit liquid cannot be inferior to mere dog food. Moreover, I do not solely sell this diluted version at 1,000 times. I can create a 100-fold dilution, package it in a more aesthetically pleasing bottle, and market it as a premium version to affluent individuals for 500 spirit stones without a doubt. When Ruyan and Lu Lingsha were left in a state of confusion after hearing Su Qing's words, Lu Lingsha was somewhat accustomed to Su Qing's peculiar ideas. But for Wen Ruyan, these words were utterly unfamiliar. Senior brother Su, are we not here to investigate the Red Lotus Immortal? Are we drifting off topic? Wen Ruyan did not oppose the idea of opening a shop. However, Su Qing's demeanor seemed less like that of a shopkeeper and more akin to a charlatan alchemist. Junior sister one, consider this. If we are to open a shop, we must have products to offer. What could be both convenient and effective, while also attracting Fang Hao? Undoubtedly, it is my spirit liquid. I'm not boasting. Even the Dan Ding Peak initially quoted a price of 10,000 spirit stones for it, which I refused. It is rich in spiritual energy and much easier for cultivators to absorb, placing less burden on them. When Ruyan felt overwhelmed, and before Su Qing could continue, she swiftly interrupted him. Senior brother Su, wait. All right, fine, let us proceed as you suggested. We will sell this spirit liquid. Lu Lingsha suddenly felt a sense of camaraderie with Wen Ruyan. Senior brother, while our shop may be considered a pharmacy, I have noticed that the alchemy shops in the immortal city of enlightenment offer a wide variety of elixirs. As Lu Lingsha spoke, her voice grew quieter. Senior brother, you are not thinking of refining elixirs, are you? However, wouldn't tea selling poison be somewhat problematic? Lingsha, where is your mind wandering? Even if I were to refine elixirs, it would require a significant investment of time. Even if I operated like a seamless 007, I could not sustain the operation of a shop alone. By the way, did you bring the provisions for the breakthrough? Upon hearing Su Qing's declaration that he wouldn't be refining elixirs, junior sister's eyes lit up, and she eagerly nodded, relieved that Su Qing would not be engaging in alchemy. Yes, I have brought everything with me. Su Qing was suddenly taken aback, confirming that he had not misheard. His eyes wide with incredulity as he gazed at his junior apprentice. Ling Sha, what did you say? It's all gone. Not a single morsel left? Then what shall we eat to break through? The senior and junior apprentices fell into a momentary silence, unsure of how to proceed. However, it was comforting to know that Qing Zhu Peak still had their master. Surely their master would not be absent forever, and they would not starve. Seeing that the two were silent, when Ru Yan spoke up, Senior Brother Su, since we intend to open a shop, where shall we establish it? Upon hearing Wen Ruyan's words, Su Qing promptly set aside the issue of the little white dog going hungry and contemplated for a moment before responding. We should not open our shop too far from Fonghouse Trading Company, yet not too close either. Being too near might arouse suspicion, while being too distant could result in him not noticing us. In essence, distance creates allure. Wen Ruyan chose not to dwell on the meaning behind Su Qing's words. After all, Fonghao was a merchant, and it would be most prudent to approach him in a similar capacity. Su Qing's reasoning held merit. Being overly proactive could indeed provoke doubt. The optimal strategy would be to present him with a glimpse of their offerings, allowing him to fill in the gaps on his own, thus leading him to them. As Brother Han from Chi Peak had remarked, one does not catch many fish without bait. Su Qing was currently preparing the bait, waiting for Fonghao to take the hook. Noticing that when Ru Yin and Lu Ling Sha had no objections, Su Qing couldn't help but rub his hands together. Hee. Our first task in Yunzhong County is to find a shop, secure it, and then hasten to open for business. Su Qing could hardly contain his excitement as he envisioned the wealth of spirit stones he could amass in Yunzhong County, resolutely deciding against any trial runs this time. After exiting the inn, Su Qing, accompanied by Wen Ruyan, set out to inquire about the Luoyuan Chamber of Commerce. To their surprise, they discovered that this chamber had emerged 10 years ago, swiftly ascending to become the largest commercial entity in Yunzhong County. It was evident that the influence of the Luoyuan Chamber permeated various industries within the county. Even the inn they had just visited was under its auspices. Following a day of market research, when Ruyan, eager to explore, took the veiled Lu Lingsha out to examine potential storefronts. Recalling Su Qing's advice to maintain a moderate distance, she chose a location somewhat removed from the Luoyuan Chamber, yet diagonally opposite one of its establishments. The shop they approached was originally dedicated to selling low-tier talismans, and during this time of day, it appeared rather desolate, suggesting a lack of business. As the manager of the market expansion department, Wen Ruyan, with her assistant Lu Lingsha, confidently initiated their first business discussion. The proprietor of the talisman shop was an elderly man, his hair flecked with gray, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s. He did not strike one as a shrewd businessman, but rather as a dedicated artisan who had devoted many years to crafting talismans. He was engrossed in drawing a low-tier talisman with a talisman brush, and the scant few finished products on the shelf were likely his handiwork. When Ruyan and Lu Lingsha refrained from interrupting his work, although the creation of a low-tier talisman might seem trivial to them, when Ruyan, raised with impeccable manners, held a deep respect for the craft. Soon, the elder paused, offering a slight bow to Wen Ruyan and Lu Lingsha. Thank you, esteemed ladies, for your patience. May I inquire if you are interested in purchasing any talismans? The two women returned the gesture. Forgive me, sir, but we are here to discuss the possibility of leasing your shop. However, this is contingent upon your willingness, and rest assured, our offer will not disappoint. The shopkeeper did not react with anger to Wen Ruyan's words. He was acutely aware of the shop's predicament, and her approach was quite graceful. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed deeply. It seems you ladies are perceptive regarding the state of this establishment. I am indeed inclined to consider transferring it. However, leasing may not be necessary. Would you be interested in purchasing it outright? Well, to be candid, most of the talismans in this shop were crafted by my son, who is unfortunately bedridden now and unable to sustain the business. Upon hearing the proprietor's words, Wen Ruyan and Lu Lingsha engaged in a hushed discussion, swiftly reaching a consensus to purchase the shop. The amount required was not a significant burden for Wen Ruyan, thus marking the market expansion department's inaugural venture into business with a full purchase of an enterprise. Upon returning to the inn, they relayed the news to Su Qing. Wait, Were we not intending to lease it? Why did we end up buying? Su Qing suspected that the proprietor believed he had encountered two unsuspecting fools and hastily decided to sell the shop in hopes of recovering some losses. Su Qing was at a loss for words regarding their situation. Could the investigation truly take such an extensive period? Do you genuinely intend to run this establishment for eternity without returning to the Tao of inquiry? Lu Lingsha, maintaining an air of composure, replied, Senior brother, remain calm. Remain calm. If it comes to that, we can simply sell it once the investigation concludes. Moreover, as you mentioned, acquiring this modest sum of spirit stones can be swiftly achieved, can't it? Su Qing secretly admired his junior sister's discernment. Indeed, with this amount of spirit stones, I am confident that we can earn it back within a day. When Rian noticed that the conversation between the senior siblings had strayed somewhat. Senior Su, our primary objective remains to investigate the Qihua Tower and the Qilian sect, rather than accumulating spirit stones. No worries, it's a trivial matter. The three arrived at the establishment they had taken over. The shopkeeper of the talisman store had removed all his talismans, leaving behind everything else. However, this fortuitously facilitated Su Qing and the others, allowing them to move in seamlessly without the need for renovations. Oh, there's even a second floor. It seems we won't need to stay at that inn after all, which is quite advantageous. Su Qing was indeed quite satisfied with the shop. However, a pressing matter loomed before the trio. What name should they bestow upon it? How about calling it Su Qing's elixir chamber? Suggested Su Qing. Lu Lingsha cast a disdainful glance at him. Brother, you are rather shameless. This shop was purchased with Sister Wen's spirit stones. If anything, it should be named Rian Elixir Chamber. When Rian shook her head with a smile, saying, What kind of alchemy shop has such a name? It sounds more like a bookstore run by those senior brothers in the literary realm. This name is far too refined. Instead, let us focus on functionality. How about we call it the Immortal Elixir Chamber? Both Wen Rian and Lu Lingsha shook their heads in unison. Brother, that name is excessively long. Moreover, we are merely selling some cultivation elixirs and, dog food and diluted spirit liquid. There's no immortality involved. When Rian recalled stories she had heard of disciples from the alchemy peak of the sect of enlightenment who opened an elixir shop in the immortal city, naming it all sorts of absurdities like the Chamber of Lifeless Elixirs, the Chamber of Resurrection Elixirs, the Chamber of Rebirth Elixirs, and even the Chamber of One Pill Swallowed. My fate is mine to control, not heaven's. In the end, a multitude of cultivators flocked to the sect of enlightenment to lodge complaints about their counterfeit drugs, prompting the alchemy peak to prohibit disciples from adopting such nonsensical shop names. What about the Yunshi Elixir Chamber? You must not have faced Master S. wrath before. Then let us call it the Breakthrough Elixir Chamber? Good idea, as we are indeed selling dog food. Historical records mention that the three founders of the Enlightenment commercial empire once clashed over the group's name, fighting for 3 consecutive days and nights, shrouded in darkness. Ultimately, Su Qing settled on the name Qingya Elixir Chamber, as the primary product was a blue spirit liquid, simple and memorable. By the way, should we consider disguising ourselves? Perhaps through transformation? Good suggestion, but who here recognizes them? The three of us are relatively new to the scene. Even in Hongshang County, not many know us, let alone within the sect of enlightenment. However, it wouldn't hurt to be cautious. Junior Sister One, do you possess any transformation artifacts? Su Qing pondered briefly, realizing he had not learned any transformation spells. When Ruyan smiled gently and produced 3 masks, distributing them to Su Qing and Lu Lingsha. The masks were thin, with a cool sensation upon touch, presumably comfortable to wear. Brother Su, do not worry. These masks are not easily discernible by ordinary individuals. Only cultivators with sufficiently strong spiritual awareness can see through them. As for the specific cultivation level required, I have yet to test it. But evading those at the nascent soul stage should not pose a problem. By the way, you all know how to conceal your presence, right? When Ruyan glanced at Lu Lingsha, who nodded in affirmation. Yes, I have studied that. I can do it as well. Master has taught me. Su Qing cast a reassuring glance at his junior sister. Transform your cultivation aura into that of the Qi refining stage. After all, there are many foundation establishment cultivators in Hongshang County. Having 3 foundation establishment cultivators in a small shop would certainly attract undue attention. Do you wish to do the same, senior brother? Su Qing shook his head and remarked, No, I am here to hold the fort. From this moment forth, I shall be the proprietor of this apothecary. Let us call it Su Xian, Master Su. And you two shall be my aides, or rather, my attendants. Chapter 67. A booming business Lu Lingsha was taken aback. The name sounded so familiar. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her eyes. Senior brother. Isn't that the protagonist from the Legend of the White Snake? At that time, when Su Qing was transcribing the tale, his junior sister was present, and she had inquired why he did not simply use the name Su Qing. He had decisively replied that he did not wish to be regarded as a mere rogue hero. Su Qing's expression darkened, and he felt an urge to slap himself. By the way, Sister Wen, should we consider adopting pseudonyms? When Ru Yin appeared to share a hint of enthusiasm as she quietly whispered to her junior sister. Su Qing paid little heed to what they wished to call it, as long as they refrained from naming it Little Qing or Little Bai. In a flash, he ascended to the second floor, embarking on his grand endeavor of concocting a diluted mixture. He procured a sizable bathtub, meticulously introducing a copious amount of pure water in a precise ratio of 1:1,000, followed by the infusion of the ethereal essence, the azure liquid. With the aid of the azure frost sword, he stirred the mixture before decanting it into bottles. Next, he retrieved a substantial bag of kibble for the small white dog. Disregarding its appearance, and hastily filled a pill bottle with 10 pellets each, a haphazard method that would cause even the most clandestine of workshops to bow in submission. The following day, Su Qing boldly prepared a genuine vial of spiritual liquid as bait, subtly placing it within the shop to emit a gentle aura of spiritual energy. He set up a table outside the shop, accompanied by a small brass gong of unknown origin. Dong dong dong. Passers-by, do not miss this opportunity. The Qing Liquid Apothecary is having a grand opening with extraordinary discounts. Today only, do not let it slip away. Donning a disguise. Su Qing transformed into the crafty merchant version of Su Xian. Wasn't this place previously selling talismans? Now it has morphed into a purveyor of elixirs. Mused two loyal patrons of the talisman shop, drawn in by Su Qing's enticing cry. Qing Liquid Apothecary? Grand opening discounts? Passers-by caught a whiff of the enticing spiritual energy emanating from the genuine liquid, rendering them unable to resist. Each inhalation felt like a gain, and gradually, the crowd swelled around him. Boss, what do you have in those bottles? The spiritual energy is so abundant. Indeed, boss, reveal it to us. Su Qing picked up the spiritual liquid from the table. My esteemed guests, do you understand why my establishment is named the Qingye Danfeng? Who cares what it's called? Just get to the point. Indeed, it is precisely because of the spiritual liquid contained within this bottle in my hand. Su Qing unscrewed the bottle cap and randomly selected a fortunate audience member to take a whiff. He chuckled. Well, what do you think? The fortunate spectator. A simple and honest man, bore a pleasantly flushed face brimming with excitement, suggesting that his surname might also be Xiao. In a word, it was intense. A smile graced Su Qing's face. Esteemed guests, the spiritual elixir from our family is infused with abundant spiritual energy. A single sip is equivalent to several spirit stones. Furthermore, it is effortlessly absorbable, devoid of any burden, and most importantly, it does not lead to any wastage of spiritual energy. Su Qing deliberately paused for a moment, prompting a rustling discussion among the crowd below. Esteemed guests, today marks the grand opening of our apothecary, and this elixir is priced at 30 spirit stones. Do you consider this expensive? As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of voices surged forth like a tsunami. Not expensive. Not expensive. Not expensive. No. Given the brevity of time, I have not employed any actors. However, upon witnessing the fervent shouts of so many, Su Qing comprehended that the cultivators of Yunzhong County had indeed not experienced the finer things in life. Bang! Su Qing struck the small gong with a hammer, his expression one of utter disdain as he shouted at the top of his lungs, expensive. In fact, it's outrageously overpriced. The crowd fell into a sudden silence, taken aback by Su Qing's outburst. However, this was not the crux of the issue. Su Qing presented a bottle of dog food pills. This is our latest product. The Nourishing Essence Pill, exceptionally suited for the cultivation of Qi refinement practitioners. This bottle contains merely 10 pills, yet it is priced at 30 spirit stones. Will everyone assume that our new establishment lacks quality assurance? However, this is not a concern. Su Qing pointed at a man amidst the crowd. Yes, you. The one who appears the most careless. The man, seemingly oblivious to the attention, stepped forward with a bewildered expression. Su Qing handed him a piece of dog food, placing it firmly in his hand. Today, you shall conduct an experiment right here. The man, confident that Su Qing would not dare to administer any harmful substance on the spot, consumed the dog food in one bite. Moments later, His previously dazed expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. This medicine is genuine, surpassing even the elixirs I have previously ingested. Su Qing suppressed his exhilaration and urged him to return. Ladies and gentlemen, today here, with the purchase of a bottle of elixir, you shall receive a nourishing essence pill. What say you, dear friends? Is that sufficient? Indeed, it is ample. What? Not enough? Then allow me to add another. Friends, is this satisfactory now? Su Qing placed a piece of dog food beside the elixir. Is that enough now? Yes, indeed it is. What? Still not sufficient? Su Qing staggered slightly, one hand covering his face, utterly heartbroken, and even a tear escaped his eye, his voice trembling with emotion. As a scion of a humble family, the extraordinary cultivation he attained in the foundation establishment stage today was solely due to the unwavering support of his family. If they deemed it insufficient, then he would bestow another. Bang! Today, purchase a bottle of spiritual liquid and receive 3 nourishing essence pills. The previously silent onlookers erupted into a cacophony, surging towards the store entrance. Bang! Family members, please queue up. Do not trample. Oh no, that is my hammer. Do not snatch it. Transformed into a pharmaceutical salesgirl. When Ruyan, alongside Lu Lingsha, were smiles emblematic of the service industry, clearly a testament to Su Qing's training. Greetings, may I inquire what you wish to purchase? Duong. An individual excitedly tossed a storage bag onto the counter, brimming with enthusiasm. I want the spiritual liquid, all of it. I shall buy all the spiritual liquid. Could you hurry up? The person in front? What else with the storage bag, carrying a big tail? In an instant, the store was teeming with patrons in the trio. Su Qing and his companions were bustling with fervor. Soon, when Ruyan felt her face nearly stiffen from smiling as she tirelessly retrieved spiritual liquids and pills, frantically sending Su Qing a message. Senior Brother Su, could you please let fewer people in? I'm nearly overwhelmed. When Ruyan had not anticipated Su Qing possessed such a skill, witnessing his flurry of activity filled her with excitement. Were it not for her understanding of the nature of these items, she feared she might succumb to the urge to purchase as well. Conversely, Lu Lingsha's eyes sparkled with the allure of spirit stones. She held no doubts about Su Qing's ability to generate wealth, yet the magnitude of his success astounded her. Su Qing was practically beaming with joy. If this continued, a commercial empire would no longer be a mere fantasy, and an initial public offering within 5 years would not pose a challenge. At that point, the wealthiest individual in the Great Xia dynasty would certainly change hands. As for the spirit stones, I am not entirely sure what they are. The happiest moments of my life were when I was a direct disciple at the sect of inquiry, receiving 500 spirit stones each month. Of course, there is no issue with those spirit liquids or the dog food, not to mention the spirit liquids. Even the dog food is of commendable quality. The sect of inquiry, being one of the 5 great sects of the Great Xia dynasty, indeed, the foremost among them, can be regarded as the pinnacle of sects in this world. Even a small quantity of their offerings would incite a frenzy among outsiders. Which explains why the head of the Shao family in Jinyang County was determined to procure the dog food despite recognizing it as such. Chapter 68. Unexpected gains after a relentless 3-day hustle. What was initially promised as a 1-day grand opening promotion turned into a 3-day extravaganza. With only 3 individuals managing the shop, exhaustion set in, and when Ruyan, whose smile had become rigid from fatigue, insisted that Su Qing close up early. Only someone like Su Qing could manage to utilize the 2 enchanting fairies as if they were purebred beasts of burden. On the 2nd floor of the pharmacy, the trio lay sprawled across the table in disarray. When Ruyan rubbed her stiff, exquisite face, filled with a tinge of skepticism about Su Qing's notion of a professional facade. Well, Senior Brother Su, have there been any gains these past few days? Upon hearing the term gains, the tired eyes of junior sister Lu Lingsha seemed to flicker with a faint glimmer, as if yearning to regain her usual vibrancy. Slumped in his chair, Su Qing, upon hearing when Ruyan's inquiry, struggled to rise unsteadily. Su Qing rose from his chair and, with some difficulty, lifted a large wooden barrel from behind. He shuffled over to the table. Everyone, step aside. Su Qing exerted himself to lift the large wooden barrel, causing it to tip precariously. In an instant, an innumerable array of storage bags cascaded from its opening, landing on the table with a series of muted thuds. Each bag bore a significant weight. And the reason for the abundance of storage bags was that some individuals felt their purchases with spirit stones were insufficient, insisting on offering their belongings as barter. Were it not for Su Qing's intervention, they might have stripped down to their undergarments in desperation. as she beheld the table heaped with storage bags. Lu Lingsha could not help but exclaim in astonishment, her earlier fatigue momentarily forgotten. Brother, in just 3 days, you've amassed so much. Surely, your spirit liquid cannot be running low? Su Qing waved his hand dismissively, a look of disdain on his face. Not much, just a tiny bit. Wonderful. I still have plenty of dog food here. Wen Ruyan was taken aback by the scene before her, but fortunately, she remained resolute and shook her head, casting aside any unwarranted thoughts. Her gaze sharpened like a blade, piercing fiercely into Su Qing and Lu Lingsha. Am I speaking of a harvest? It has been 3 days, and we have yet to even encounter a single member of the flowing cloud chamber of commerce. Have we forgotten the purpose of our mission? Su Qing and Lu Lingsha exchanged glances. Was it not their ambition to grow stronger and ultimately become the wealthiest in the Great Xia? However, such thoughts were only dared to be whispered in their hearts, never to be uttered in front of Wen Ruyan. Ahem, it had only been 3 days. Even fishing required time to set the bait. Were it not for Wen Ruyan's evident fatigue, she would not have so readily let them off the hook. In a certain reception room of the Luyun Chamber of Commerce, a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged man, with an oversized head and a pair of mustaches that added a touch of shrewdness to his otherwise simple visage, held a cup in his hand. He spat a mouthful of tea dregs onto the small servant kneeling before him. 3 days. 3 entire days, and you have not procured even a single bottle. What on earth are you doing? The servant, too terrified to dodge, allowed the dregs to fall upon him. Manager Fong, it is not that I wish to fail in my duty, but I simply cannot get in there. Those people are beasts. Hearing the servant's feeble excuses only fueled Fong Hao's anger. He seized a teacup from the table and hurled it across the room. It made a soft thud, thankfully missing the servant. You fool. If you cannot get in, why not seek out someone who has already purchased? Offer a higher price. Surely someone would be willing to sell. Manager Fong, you do not understand. I raised the price to twice what it was, yet they still refuse to sell. Fong Hao, now beside himself with rage, confronted the servant. Tomorrow, you shall wait at the entrance of the Qingye Danfang before dawn. If you fail to procure anything again, gather your belongings and leave. The terrified servant wiped the spittle from his face, sprang to his feet, and fled, fearing further humiliation. At the Qingye Danfang, a figure appeared at the entrance, hesitating as they raised their hand to knock on the tightly shut door. The sound of several dull knocks echoed within the chamber, clear enough even for Su Qing and the others on the second floor to hear. The trio, initially engaged in counting spirit stones, instantly raised their heads. When Ruyan exchanged a glance with Su Qing, her crystalline eyes sparkling with a hint of joy. Su Shixiao, could it be that the people from the Luyun Chamber of Commerce have arrived? Let us go and see. The 3 of them rose, leaving behind a scattering of spirit stones, and made their way downstairs. As they approached the door, Wen Ruyan suddenly grasped Su Qing's hand, her expression betraying a trace of unease. Su Qing gently patted her hand. Do not panic. I shall take care of everything. Su Qing took a deep breath, opened the door, and prepared to deliver a textbook-level business negotiation. With a creak, the door slowly swung open, revealing a stooped figure before her. Su Qing furrowed his brow. Was this the individual sent by the Luyun Chamber of Commerce to negotiate with him? Just as doubts clouded his mind, when Ruyan, standing behind him, caught sight of the familiar figure and exclaimed, Old master, is that you? The visitor was none other than the former owner of the talisman shop, not someone affiliated with the Luyun Chamber of Commerce. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, yet he ushered the elder into the shop. When Ruyan poured a cup of tea for him, and then spoke slowly, Elder, I wonder what brings you here at such a late hour? The owner of the talisman shop accepted the teacup but did not drink from it. Instead, he let out a deep sigh. Young lady, this old man comes with a request. Please do not hesitate to speak. Elder, she encouraged. The expression on the shop owner's face revealed profound sorrow. I have heard of your renowned elixirs and surmise that you must possess a master alchemist among you. I implore you to save my son. I am willing to spend any amount necessary. When Ruyan had indeed heard of his son's illness, which had compelled him to sell the shop, but they did not have an alchemist. However, if it was merely a matter of healing, Su Qing could certainly assist. Elder, may I inquire about your son's ailment? The shop owner's eyes were clouded with reminiscence. What illness? I cannot fully comprehend. It all began a few months ago when my son ventured out with individuals from the Luyun Chamber of Commerce. Luyun Chamber of Commerce? Upon hearing these words, Su Qing perked up, akin to a cat spotting a fish or a dog encountering a treat. It turned out that over a month ago, the owner's son aimed to expand their talisman shop and chose to collaborate with the Luyun Chamber of Commerce. With their backing, the the business flourished. However, one fateful night, he left to discuss business with them and did not return home. When he finally came back the following day, he was exceedingly weak. Initially, the elder presumed it was merely fatigue, but with the passage of time, his son's condition deteriorated further. Ultimately, one day he collapsed and fell into an unresponsive slumber. Had it not been for the faintest breath, the elder would have thought his son had perished. Over the past month, the elder had exhausted his savings, awaiting a miracle for his son to awaken, merely sustaining a flicker of life. Upon witnessing Su Qing and her companion's elixirs selling remarkably well, he dared to seek fortune, hoping a master alchemist could revive his son. Chapter 69. Healing. The owner of the talisman shop drained the cup in one gulp, his tone filled with grief and indignation. At that time, I felt certain that the individuals from the Luoyang Chamber of Commerce were responsible for my son's plight, so I sought them out. Yet they claimed he had only accompanied one of their members for a single night and had not been seen since. This sounded eerily reminiscent of the tales of the Qinghua Pavilion, where individuals were said to be drained of their essence. Su Qing was uncertain. She had never experienced such a thing. Elder, did your son share anything with you? Su Qing hesitated, contemplating whether to inquire if he frequented brothels, but deemed it inappropriate to voice. The shop owner furrowed his brow in contemplation. Well, he did. Ever since he began associating with those from the Luoyang Chamber of Commerce, he was particularly elated for several days, often uttering phrases such as, "May the red lotus immortal bless us with prosperity for our talisman shop and grant me an early promotion to foundation establishment." Yet, I did not pay much heed to it, as I too had entertained dreams of striking it rich and breaking through to foundation establishment in my youth. The red lotus immortal? Su Qing and Wen Ruyan exchanged glances and silently communicated through a spell of sound transmission. Senior brother Su, what is the situation? It appears that the Luoyang Chamber of Commerce is not as simple as it seems. Su Qing and Wen Ruyan initially believed that the Luoyang Chamber of Commerce was merely a local organization, a mere stepping stone to connect with the King Witch. However, how did it become entangled with the revered Qilian immortal? What role does the Luoyang Chamber of Commerce truly play in this scenario? Could it simply be a basic intermediary? When Shimi, it appears that we have not heard any accounts from Li Ji or the Elder regarding what transpired with the Luoyang Chamber of Commerce once they entered Qingwich. This suggests that the Luoyang Chamber of Commerce is far from being just a simple, intermediary. Su Shixiang, perhaps it would be prudent to investigate further. There may be new revelations awaiting us. The owner of the talisman shop, noticing the silence between Su Qing and Wen Ruyan, grew somewhat anxious. Miss, could you beseech that esteemed alchemist to assist my son? As for the price, I am willing to bear any cost. Alchemist? Am I not an alchemist myself? Are there truly others among us? With a grand gesture, Su Qing declared, Elder, I am indeed the renowned alchemist you seek. The medical fees are negotiable. I shall accompany you to examine your son. Although the elder harbored a hint of skepticism, Su Qing's willingness to tend to his ailing offspring filled him with profound excitement. Thank you, young sir, he exclaimed. Su, may I accompany you? Wen Ruyan's eyes brimmed with concern, clearly uneasy about Su Qing venturing alone. Su Qing shook his head and said, There is no need. I can manage on my own. After all, it is a consultation for a male patient, and your presence may not be appropriate. You should stay behind to tend to the shop. But what about me, senior brother? Su Qing contemplated for a moment and said, Just focus on preparing the items you will sell tomorrow. Lu Lingsha, with an expression of reluctance, responded, Then will the grand opening sale still take place tomorrow? Su Qing was taken aback. Was there even a need to articulate this? Of course, it was imperative to act. First, a span of 360 days would be dedicated to the endeavor, and next year, a new establishment would be inaugurated to continue the pursuit. Lu Lingsha remained speechless. After briefing Wen Ruyan and Lu Lingsha, Su Qing followed the shopkeeper of the talisman store to a particular residence that seemed ill-suited for a cultivator, given its diminutive size, lacking even a space for cultivation. I apologize for the inconvenience, esteemed guest. This old man has even sold the ancestral home in the city to fund the treatment for the child's ailment. Su Qing was rather indifferent. After all, it was merely a village within the city, and he had lived in such places before. This was relatively better, as it offered individual households. Nevertheless, he requested the elder to lead him to his son. The old man, not daring to delay, promptly guided Su Qing into the room. Upon opening the door, a strong scent of medicine assailed his senses, causing Su Qing's expression to change as he hastily sealed his sense of smell with a spell. Inside, A young man clad in a thin garment lay beneath a thick quilt, his complexion devoid of color. Were it not for Su Qing's ability to detect his faint breathing, he might have presumed him to be lifeless and would have dug a grave on the spot. "Young master, this is my son." Su Qing approached the bedside, gently lifting a corner of the quilt, and placed his fingers upon the man's wrist. A flow of mystical energy coursed through his fingertips, gradually penetrating the man's body. After a brief moment, Su Qing's expression shifted subtly. The state of this man's body was even worse than his father had described. Not only was his essence depleting, but his vital energy had also been drained. And his meridians were shattered by a brutal force, rendering his cultivation utterly dissipated. Had he not been trained and sustained by his father's medicinal potions, he might have perished long ago. The elder, noticing the change in Su Qing's demeanor, felt a surge of anxiety, yet refrained from interrupting. As Su Qing slowly opened his eyes, the elder, filled with concern, inquired, "Young master, what is the verdict? Is there hope for my son?" This phrase seemed somewhat amiss. Su Qing regained his composure. "Do not worry, my dear elder. There is still hope for salvation. Rest assured, there are no buts involved." Given such an injury, others might hastily suggest preparing a coffin, selecting a burial site, marrying a spouse, and hastening to conceive another child. However, fortune smiled upon us with my encounter. Su Qing presented a vial of a 100 elixir to the elderly man. The old man promptly took the vial and carefully administered the elixir to his ailing son. Upon witnessing the elder complete the administration of the medicine, Su Qing instructed him to stand back. In the elder's eyes, filled with terror, Su Qing decisively unveiled the man's cotton quilt. Igniting a fierce azure spirit fire in his hand, he pressed it against the man's head, and in an instant, the flames spread throughout his entire body. Burning with an intense ferocity, Su Qing unleashed his consciousness, enveloping the man entirely, meticulously controlling each flicker of spiritual flame. The azure flames, resembling delicate needles, painstakingly mended his shattered meridians, thread by thread. Fortunately, the elixir that Su Qing had previously compelled the elder to consume fortified him. Otherwise, he would likely have succumbed to the brutality of Su Qing's methods. After a long while, Su Qing, his complexion somewhat pale, withdrew all the spiritual flames from the man. He gazed at the scene, feeling a touch of exhaustion. Even though Su Qing's spiritual consciousness far surpassed that of a foundation establishment cultivator, such consumption was still overwhelming. "Are you all right, my lord? How is the child?" The elder, witnessing Su Qing conclude his incantation, found the spectacle profoundly astonishing, albeit different from his understanding of healing. However, he could not help but wonder why his son had yet to awaken. Su Qing managed to summon a faint smile. "Do not worry, esteemed elder. The process has proceeded smoothly. The patient's condition is not merely a case of diminished vitality. I have already treated his most critical injury. As for the other ailments, the patient remains too frail and will require time for proper recuperation. He shall awaken in due course." The elder approached his son's side, feeling the gradual strengthening of his breath, and his eyes welled with tears. Bowing deeply in gratitude to Su Qing, he said, "Thank you for saving my son's life. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude." Su Qing shook his head and assisted him to his feet. There is no need for the elder to be so courteous. Su Qing's gaze was suddenly drawn to a piece of paper on the bedside table. Its surface dusted with a fine layer of neglect, suggesting it had been there for quite some time. The writing upon it was a series of twisted and convoluted characters. Elder, what is this? Why does it seem to be a list of names?" The elder cast a fleeting glance at it. This was discovered among the child's garments, written in a moment of extreme weakness when he was struggling to express himself. "I did not dispose of it." Su Qing furrowed his brow. Why would a man, in such a feeble state, be inquiring about the names of others? Could it be a woman? No, that cannot be. Which woman would be named Wang Gang? Upon the elderly man's consent, Su Qing took the note, yet could not evade the obligation and accepted the elder's fee for his services, departing amidst the man's heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 70. Listening to Melodies at the Brothel. As Su Qing departed, he inquired about the individuals mentioned by the elder. The elder recognized one or two names, yet the majority were unfamiliar to him, not even having been spoken of by his son. On the second floor of the Qingye pharmacy, Lu Lingsha gazed at the rudimentary production apparatus before her, a large wooden barrel, a long sword serving as a stirring rod, and a plethora of bottles that could barely be deemed aesthetically pleasing. It was hardly a production line, resembling more a quaint family workshop. Just a few days prior, she had assisted Su Qing in this endeavor and was well acquainted with the process and proportions. However, this time, She harbored her own ideas. Having tasted the original spirit liquid herself, she found its flavor rather lackluster, and those diluted with water were even more insipid. Thus, the young girl had a sudden spark of inspiration. She retrieved the fruits and honey she had purchased during her recent shopping excursion, juiced the fruits, and combined the honey with the mixture in the wooden barrel. This resulted in several delightful flavors, peach, grape, and more, each tasting far superior to the bland concoction of the spirit liquid. Upon returning to the Dan house, Su Qing noted that the evening had grown quite late. Not only did attending to the elderly man's son consume a considerable amount of time, but the distance from his residence also contributed to the delay. It is no wonder that the elderly gentleman decided to sell the establishment. The person who opened the door for Su Qing was Wen Ruyan, who, while preparing spiritual elixirs with her junior sister, would occasionally descend to check if Su Qing had returned. "Have you made any discoveries, senior brother?" Wen Ruyan inquired with a hint of urgency. "Indeed, I have made some progress. Let us discuss it upstairs," Su Qing replied, nodding as he firmly closed the door behind him and ascended to the second floor with Wen Ruyan. Upon seeing Su Qing and Wen Ruyan arrive, Lu Lingsha, who was busy bottling the elixirs, raised her hand triumphantly, showcasing the concoction. "Senior brother, look, I've added fruit juice and honey." Su Qing was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, food enthusiasts are an indispensable part of humanity's culinary evolution. Has the product already undergone an update? Moreover, it utilizes ordinary fruits and honey. Surely, the price must rise once again. Su Qing generously lavished praise upon his junior apprentice. Su Qing recounted the discovery made by the elder, causing Wen Ruyan to frown deeply. For such actions were utterly devoid of righteousness. To siphon the vital essence, blood, and even the cultivation of a practitioner was akin to devouring the delectable parts of a cow while discarding the worthless entrails. Su Qing does not share the same opinion. He believes that beef offal is quite delightful, and in his hometown, it is even used to stir-fry sauerkraut. "Sister One, take a look at this." The handwriting is somewhat unappealing. Superficial. Why are you judging its aesthetics? Focus on the content. "Oh, Brother Su, if we consider what that elder said, it appears these individuals may not have a close bond with his son, perhaps lacking any connection at all. Yet, why would they still be involved during his illness?" Su Qing relayed the elder's words to them, and Wen Ruyan could not help but feel a twinge of confusion. Perhaps these individuals might serve as a breakthrough. One never knows. Su Qing paused for a moment. If the Luoyang Chamber of Commerce truly harbored complexities, there was no time to wait for the fish to bite. Otherwise, more lives could be lost. It seemed imperative to take the initiative. A direct confrontation might not be prudent, so perhaps a serendipitous encounter would suffice. "Ugh, senior sister One, tomorrow I plan to entice. No, to tempt? In any case, I must approach Fong Hao proactively. Otherwise, I might remain in the dark about when he would come forth." When Ruyan also felt a sense of urgency, she had been preoccupied with accumulating spirit stones these past few days, neglecting more pressing matters. Thus, she shared the intelligence she had gathered regarding Fong Hao with Su Qing. "By the way, please inquire about these individuals tomorrow. It may prove challenging, but do your utmost." Su Qing also conveyed the information regarding these individuals to her. Although the details were scant, they were certainly better than nothing. "As for Ling Sha, you shall take charge of the shop tomorrow." Su Qing, with a serious expression, patted her shoulder, placing great expectations upon her. The junior sister wore a troubled expression, experiencing regret for the first time in her culinary endeavors. The following day, under the meticulous grooming of Wen Ruyan and Lu Lingsha, Su Qing adorned himself with various accessories that Lu Lingsha had purchased for him in the immortal city of inquiry, including jade pendants, rings, and a jeweled crown, all elegantly displayed. In his hand, he held a fan identical to that of Zhu Xiuan. When his junior sister first presented this ensemble to him, Su Qing aptly dubbed it the young master's attire. Cloaked in garments of gold and jade, enhanced by the attributes of his ensemble, Su Qing, with 3 bulging storage pouches hanging at his waist, approached the entrance of a music house. This establishment, named Yul Fong, is renowned for its harmonious blend of refined and popular entertainments, catering to both the sophisticated and the common, often merging the two. According to the intelligence gathered by Wen Ruyan, Fong Hao frequented this place almost daily, indulging in a melody, engaging in a game, and ultimately immersing himself in the aura of sage-like wisdom. As the 3 storage pouches at his waist emitted a muted clink, Su Qing strode in with an air of nonchalance, his steps bold and confident. Upon entering, he was greeted by an older matron, still possessing an alluring charm, employing all her wiles to attract patrons. With a mere glance, Su Qing instantly struck the heart of the madam, as if conveying, "Dear madam, I am affluent. Come, indulge me." The madam, recognizing Su Qing's extraordinary demeanor, approached him with a serpentine grace, her smile radiating brighter than a blooming chrysanthemum. "Sir, come and enjoy." Although Su Qing had often appreciated the works of various esteemed artists from the islands and possessed considerable knowledge of this industry, it was, after all, his inaugural visit. Taking a deep breath, Su Qing silently vowed not to bring shame to the esteemed artists. His gaze gradually transformed into one of abandon as he slowly uttered a single word: play. Consequently, the matron led Su Qing to an opulent private room on the second floor, directly facing the stage, allowing him to observe the performances without any obstructions. "Sir," she remarked, noticing his unfamiliarity, "you may call me Mother Su." Su Qing nodded and retrieved a storage pouch, eagerly pouring out spirit stones onto the table. "Come on. Hurry up and bring some fine wine and exquisite dishes. Most importantly, summon a few more beautiful ladies," he urged, his tone laced with impatience. The brothel keeper, though seasoned in her trade, had rarely encountered such audacious and extravagant patrons. Her smile broadened to the point of almost being comical, nearly causing her to drool. She hastily gathered the spirit stones to her bosom, repeatedly assuring, "I will ensure your utmost satisfaction." Moments later, the brothel keeper entered with a dozen enchanting maidens of various shapes and sizes, their beauty captivating. Maintaining her cheerful demeanor, she instructed, "Ladies, do not delay in attending to our esteemed guest." The dozen lightly clad maidens surged towards Su Qing like ravenous hounds, determined to embrace him in any manner they could. "Esteemed sir, allow me, Huaner, to serve you," one chimed. "Sir, you are truly handsome," another exclaimed. "Sir, let me show you my little heart," yet another added. The cacophony of their chatter was more bothersome than the alarm clock that had once roused Su Qing at dawn. Overwhelmed, he struggled to cope with the situation. Was this how his inaugural visit to a brothel was destined to unravel? Su Qing struggled to lift one hand. "Wait a moment, everyone, step aside and line up properly." After a brief pause, more than a dozen women formed a line, swaying and twisting, exhibiting no semblance of professionalism in their stance. Su Qing raised her hand and pointed at a few individuals. Those who were selected remained, while the others were ushered out. "Ah, sir, why? Is it because of Huaner?" Upon sensing the impending uproar, Su Qing's expression changed dramatically. "Enough with the noise. And how dare you inquire about the reason? Have you reflected upon yourself? You cannot even distinguish between your front, back, and sides, lacking any sense of direction. Moreover, you are being obstinate. Hurry and exit." Faced with Su Qing's resolute demeanor, the madam had no choice but to escort them out. Chapter 71. A decadent day. As the madam led a few young women away, the private room finally grew quieter. "Stop. Miss, could you please speak normally and refrain from being so affected? Is it too much to ask?" Beside her, a girl who insisted on speaking in a pretentious manner was gratingly shrill, reminiscent of nails scraping against a blackboard, sending shivers down Su Qing's spine. "How annoying. It's just my natural disposition." Su Qing felt a surge of determination, his fists clenched tightly. He could only hope that Fong Hao was present in the Yule Pavilion today, as Su Qing truly wished to avoid a second visit. In the first floor of Yule Pavilion, a familiar voice called out, "Ah, Master Fong, you have finally arrived. I have missed you dearly." The brothel madam, with her standard smile, approached Fong Hao, her demeanor inviting. "Ha ha ha, Madam Su, your words are as delightful as ever." Fong Hao replied, embracing her waist and boldly grasping her ample form. "Oh dear, Master Fong, you are incorrigible." Madam Su blushed, her cheeks aflame, appearing more like a bashful maiden than an experienced courtesan. The young attendants nearby swallowed hard, captivated by the masterful display of flirtation. Fong Hao led Madam Su directly to his reserved private room, a testament to his status as a valued patron. For Yule Pavilion had long set aside a chamber just for him. Shortly after settling into the room, a petite figure darted in, leaping into Fong Hao's embrace like a fledgling swan. "Master, I have missed you terribly. You haven't sought me out in ages." Fong Hao inhaled the intoxicating scent of her perfume, his expression one of sheer delight. This level of indulgence was far beyond what Su Qing could fathom. Just moments ago, he had nearly choked on the ambience. "Ha ha ha, was I not here to find you, Huaner? Surely you have not been wronged," he teased. Huaner, blushing, buried her face in Fong Hao's chest, appearing quite the picture of innocence, though she insisted otherwise. "How could I feel wronged? It was merely someone saying I lacked a sense of direction, unable to distinguish front from back. Fong Hao's shrewd mustache twitched in amusement, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Ha ha, dear master, I absolutely adore those little soup dumplings. Come, let us enjoy some music together. Su Qing mechanically opened his mouth as a woman clad in sheer gauze placed a peeled grape into his mouth, gently closing it with her hand. She then delicately wiped away the imaginary moisture at the corners of his lips with her gauzy handkerchief, a process that was utterly debasing. This cannot be allowed. How can the diligent, unpretentious, and courageous working class fall into the clutches of capitalists? No, I must resolutely rise up. Su Qing's gaze gradually ignited with brilliance. Becoming increasingly resolute, he pushed aside the puppets of capitalists and spat out the malicious fruit that had been forced upon him. He stood up. That man rose again. I can no longer continue in this manner. I must create a significant upheaval, for even if Fong Hao were here, I would be unable to locate him. Just as Su Qing pondered how to break the deadlock, a melodious female voice resonated from the stage. Music? An idea sparked within Su Qing, and he retrieved a storage device, extracting a handful of spirit stones. What a splendid performance. With a resounding declaration, Su Qing hurled the spirit stones fervently onto the stage. Thud, thud, thud. The stones struck the performer, eliciting a mix of ecstasy and confusion, yet she felt no pain. Wait, I have only just sung the first line. How do you know I sing well? Nevertheless, Su Qing felt that this was far from sufficient. The effect had yet to meet his expectations. Su Qing poured the spirit stones from another storage bag onto the table, pointing emphatically at the stage, and spoke to the bewildered young women with an undeniable authority. Throw all the spirit stones up here. The young women, too intimidated to question him, hurriedly grabbed the spirit stones and cast them onto the stage. In an instant, the stones fell like hail, threatening to strike the woman on stage, yet she sang with even greater fervor. Su Qing's audacious display naturally caught the attention of others, among whom was Fong Hao, originally intending to engage in a playful game of flirtation with the young Miss Wanner. Fong Hao found his enthusiasm dampened by Su Qing's sudden and extravagant demeanor. With a furrowed brow, he silently mused that such a remarkable figure could exist in Yunzhong County. Turning to a nearby attendant, he inquired, "Do you know the origins of this lavish individual?" The attendant stepped forward for a closer look and then respectfully bowed to Fong Hao. "Esteemed sir, this man is likely the proprietor of the Qing Fang, known as Su Xian." "Ah, I had intended to send someone to seek him out, yet I find him here instead," Fong Hao remarked, intrigued. As the attendant struggled to procure the spiritual liquid, Fong Hao had contemplated inviting Su Qing directly, only to discover that they shared similar interests, a true kindred spirit. Wanner, noticing Fong Hao's interest in Su Qing, felt a twinge of jealousy. "Young Master Fong, why do you gaze upon that man? He is the one who spoke so carelessly of me. I dare say he pales in comparison to your handsomeness." Fong Hao, hearing Wanner's words, was momentarily taken aback, responding, "I concede that your bosom is modest, but as for your claim that he is less handsome than I, forgive me, but my ancestors combined could not match his allure." Disregarding Wanner's comments, Fong Hao quickly urged the attendant, hastened to summon him. "No, lead me to him at once." Under the attendant's guidance, Fong Hao swiftly departed the private room, leaving behind a somewhat melancholic Wanner, whose expression soon transformed into envy towards the women on stage. Fong Hao soon arrived at the room where Su Qing resided and signaled for the attendant to knock. "Please, enter." As they stepped inside, they beheld Su Qing in a state of bliss, flanked by companions. Of course, this was merely for show, after all. What purpose would it serve to visit such a place without indulging in the company of lovely ladies? "May I inquire what brings you both here?" Su Qing asked. His curiosity piqued. Su Qing stared at the two with a look of astonishment, as if questioning their purpose for seeking him. "Haha, I am Fong Hao, the steward of the Lu Yun Chamber of Commerce. I have come uninvited, and I hope you will not take offense, my friend Su." The ends of Fong Hao's handlebar mustache twitched with his laughter, almost transforming into a straight line, which made it difficult for Su Qing to suppress a smile. Resisting the urge, Su Qing maintained an expression of confusion. "Oh, you are familiar with me?" Fong Hao stroked his handlebar mustache with his thumb and index finger, wearing a beaming smile. "No, I have merely heard tales of your exploits." Su Qing's pupils constricted. She realized she absolutely could not utter that phrase. Su Qing also slightly bowed to Fong Hao. "It turns out he is the manager of the Lu Yun Chamber of Commerce. I have long admired you." To my surprise, Su Qing had indeed heard of his name, which evidently pleased Fong Hao. "Could it be that you, my esteemed friend, have heard of my tale?" "Aye. Why must you press me so? Su Qing took a deep breath, wishing to chastise himself, yet he still endeavored to maintain a smile. No. Yet your visage is replete with untold tales. Chapter 72, A Surge of Acting Skills. Feng Hao was momentarily taken aback by Su Qing's words, perplexedly touching his own ample face, wondering if it truly bore inscriptions. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, he might have wished to produce a mirror for a closer inspection. Regaining his composure, Feng Hao adjusted his distinctive mustache and erupted into hearty laughter, the flesh of his face quivering with mirth. Ha ha, Boss Su is indeed a remarkable person, truly humorous. Oh, not at all. The pleasure is mutual. Come, come. Please take a seat swiftly. Su Qing gestured for Feng Hao to take a seat and instructed a maid to pour wine for him, while he himself cradled a figure in his lap, seemingly indulging in unrestrained exploration, oblivious to the presence of others. Surprisingly, Feng Hao felt no discontent. Rather, he experienced a twinge of delight. After all, what would entice a merchant if not a lust for beauty or wealth? Uncertain of the purpose behind the arrival of Manager Feng, he smiled, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Ha ha ha, Boss Su. I have recently heard that the spiritual elixirs from your alchemical chamber are being fervently sought after by those practitioners. Even my own people waited in vain for 3 days. Yet they returned empty-handed. Su Qing, you are not a young maiden, so why feign modesty? Come over here. I shall generously offer you 2 bottles to rinse your mouth. Su Qing revealed a perfectly measured smile of apology. It seems that the fault lies with me. If Manager Feng desired a direct request, he would certainly have sent over a few bottles. However, today fate has smiled upon us. So allow me to present a bottle for Manager Feng to rinse his mouth. With that, Su Qing produced 2 vials of the diluted elixir, offering one to Feng Hao. Feng Hao eagerly reached out to accept it, examining the bottle closely with admiration, occasionally exclaiming in delight, and upon uncapping it, he inhaled the aroma with an expression of sheer ecstasy. Su Qing could no longer bear it. How could this rotund face contort into such a repulsive expression? Manager Feng, please. Oh, Su Boss, please. Su Qing opened the lid and drank alongside Feng Hao, his cheeks puffing rhythmically. Cuckoo, the young lady beside them, particularly perceptive, brought a basin of water and placed it before Su Qing. Su Qing cast an appreciative glance at her, releasing the spiritual liquid from his mouth. Feng Hao, holding the empty bottle, stared in astonishment at the scene before him, instantly overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of revulsion. Is it still possible for me to expel it now? Under the attentive service of the young maiden, Su Qing wiped his mouth clean and turned to face Feng Hao. Manager Feng, how was it? Did you find the taste to your liking? Upon hearing this, Feng Hao could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Ahem, the flavor is indeed delightful. And the effects are even more remarkable. He paused, a knowing smile gracing his lips. However, Boss Su, my appetite extends beyond just this 1 vial. Oh, does Manager Feng desire another vial? Alas, I only brought 2 with me today. If you wouldn't mind, a flicker of anger crossed Feng Hao's round face. Though he often wore a cheerful demeanor, it did not imply that he was benevolent. After all, the entire Luoyuan Commerce Association was not comprised of amiable individuals. Su Xian, I advise you to surrender the formula for the spiritual liquid, and of course, the price must be rather favorable. With that, Feng Hao exuded the imposing pressure characteristic of a foundation establishment cultivator bearing down upon Su Qing. Su Qing, with an expression of calm indifference, spat out 2 grape seeds and cast a disdainful smile at Feng Hao. Could it be that Manager Feng believes a mere cultivator at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, such as myself, is worthy of such a precious spiritual liquid? Su Qing unmistakably revealed his mid-foundation cultivation, forcefully dispelling Feng Hao's oppressive aura. His consciousness surged forth like a torrent breaching a dam, transforming within Feng Hao's mental realm into a divine hammer radiating resplendent brilliance. It seemed that a mere gentle strike could utterly shatter Feng Hao's consciousness space. Feng Hao, shedding his earlier arrogance, now sat slumped in his chair, his complexion pallid, as beads of cold sweat betrayed his composure. Who are you, exactly? He stammered. Manager Feng, as a businessman, it is quite unfortunate to inform you that failing to comprehend your opponent before hastily making an offer results in a dismal score. Su Qing smiled, a smile laced with disdain, her gaze imbued with 3 parts mockery, 4 parts detachment, and 5 parts nonchalance, as if her eyes had transformed into a standard pie chart. Such performance, such mastery of dialogue. and the drama reflected in her eyes would compel even the most seasoned actor in the entertainment industry to exclaim in admiration. Which commercial guild within the great Xia dynasty possesses such prowess? Feng Hao's complexion paled increasingly, his handlebar mustache rhythmically quivering as he stammered. Could it be? Could it be that guild? Ha ha, indeed. Feng Hao struggled to swallow. What proof do you have? Su Qing scoffed with disdain. Producing the prestigious V-Class room key card he had acquired with Zhu Xiuwen at the Business Association's spirit vessel, waving it before Feng Hao. After all, such an item was not something just anyone could possess, and someone of Feng Hao's caliber was even less likely to encounter it. Do you see it clearly? Su Qing inquired. Feng Hao nodded dully. What did you see? Zhu. The sound of applause followed. Manager Feng, you have quite the discerning eye. Su Qing genuinely admired this, for he had indeed waved the card with considerable speed. My apologies, Boss Su. I was blind to the obvious just now. Please forgive me this once. And I shall make amends. With that, he seized the drink from the table and downed it fervently. Seeing that Feng Hao was convinced, Su Qing felt a sense of relief wash over him. Initially, he had intended to gradually build a rapport with Feng Hao. But after encountering the son of the talisman shop owner and that paper filled with names in a haphazard script, Su Qing felt an inexplicable urgency. He found himself compelled to adopt a more aggressive approach, which, it seemed, was proving effective. Those who establish business associations are invariably motivated by profit, and Su Qing aimed to shape himself into the image of a high-ranking executive from a major enterprise rather than a mere equal collaborator. He sought to instill in them the notion that aligning with him would lead to substantial financial gain, thus providing him with an opportunity to delve deeper into the Cloud Flow Business Association. Su Qing observed that Feng Hao had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. His plump face now flushed crimson. Noticing that he had not utilized any magical means to dissipate the effects of the liquor, Su Qing subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Manager Feng, we are all merchants here. The pursuit of profit is merely our duty. Please, take a seat. Feng Hao set down the bottle with a trembling hand, finally managing to sit down unsteadily. Boss Su, you are absolutely right. I was indeed reckless. Su Qing waved his hand, signaling for everyone to relax. There was no need for Manager Feng to be overly formal, since I have chosen to retain you. It is only natural that I will provide certain benefits for your consideration. Feng Hao found this hard to believe. After all, even a mere glimpse of a merchant association of such caliber could lead to substantial gains for them, especially considering their current financial predicament. Boss Su, we are eager to know how we can assist you. Rest assured, we will spare no effort. Chapter 73. Collaboration. It was akin to a small company unexpectedly receiving an order from a Fortune Global 500 enterprise. Feng Hao felt similarly astonished. Su Qing gestured for him to remain calm and slowly spoke. I wish to transfer the sales rights of the spiritual liquid to your guild, which means you will procure it directly from us. Feng Hao was not merely intrigued, he was utterly exhilarated. Initially, his superiors had expressed a desire to acquire the sales rights of this spiritual liquid. However, as a shrewd businessman, he refrained from revealing his full hand. After all, securing the formula for the spiritual liquid would undoubtedly be immensely profitable. In his excitement, Feng Hao eagerly lifted the wine bottle again. Boss Su, I shall drink to this. You may indulge as you please. He downed a substantial bottle of wine in one go, letting out a long belch. His physique resembled that of a plump pig, surely. It could not be solely attributed to his drinking habits. Rest assured, Boss Su, I will ensure the spiritual liquid fetches a handsome price. To speak candidly, I believe our pricing is far too low. It deserves to be valued much higher. Trust me, I possess the knack for turning straw into gold. Suddenly, Feng Hao noticed a slight change in Su Qing's expression. A hint of unease flickered across his face. Boss Su, have I perhaps said something amiss again? Su Qing wore an expression of disappointment, shaking his head with a sigh. Manager Feng, are you aware of how many spirit stones I sold while peddling spirit liquid in the previous county city? Feng Hao swallowed nervously, hesitating before asking, how many? Su Qing raised a finger. 1 million? Su Qing shook his head. 10 million? Let's be a bit bolder. 100 million? Precisely. A glimmer of reminiscence flickered in Su Qing's eyes. At that moment, I eagerly conveyed this news to our chief steward. Do you know what he did? Feng Hao, somewhat bewildered, shook his head in confusion. There was a hint of sorrow in Su Qing's tone, yet it was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of admiration. He scolded me fiercely, with a vitriolic tirade that was nothing short of dramatic. Feng Hao stood there, dumbfounded, his mouth agape. How could one earn spirit stones and still indulge in such reproach? Indeed, Su Qing's tone was somewhat fervent, and his hands moved animatedly, clearly accelerating in his performance. Do you know what he said? He declared that he did not desire a mere 100 million spirit stones, a trifling profit. Rather, he sought the entirety of the market share, the whole market share of the great Xia. At that moment, he delivered a resounding slap to me. Su Qing covered his face, an expression of anguish etched upon his features, as if the sting of that slap lingered vividly in his memory, piercing his heart. Fang Hao cautiously inquired, "Boss Su, are you all right?" Su Qing covered his face with his hands, his gaze incredibly fierce, reminiscent of a fervent enthusiast for letters. "No." He roused me from my slumber. Su Qing straightened his slightly wrinkled collar, his expression regaining its tranquility as he spoke softly, "Manager Fang, are you aware of the vastness of the elixir market in the Great Xia, the scale of the elixir market on the central continent, and even the enormity of the elixir market throughout the entire Qianqing realm?" Fang Hao, bewildered, shook his head. He was utterly clueless. Not even aware of the size of the elixir market in Jingzhou. Consider this. If every cultivator recognizes the value of our spiritual liquid and comes to procure it, what would be our profit? Fang Hao felt on the verge of breaking down. "Please, no more questions. I know nothing, absolutely nothing," Su Qing continued. "What we must do now is swiftly seize market share, ensuring that every cultivator in need of spiritual liquid first thinks of us, even instilling a sense of shame in those who cultivate without our elixirs." Although still perplexed, Fang Hao began to grasp the essence of the plan. However, he hesitated. "But would this require a significant investment of manpower and resources?" "Precisely," Su Qing affirmed, "which is why I am here. Collaborating with local merchant associations is one of our strategies." Yet, Fang Hao interjected, "As far as I know, there are numerous sects and families in the Great Xia dynasty selling spiritual liquids. Won't this lead to conflicts with them?" Su Qing cast a disdainful glance at him. The renowned merchant of the Great Xia dynasty, the esteemed cultivator Lei, once proclaimed that life and death should be viewed with indifference. If one is unwilling to comply, then let them take action. If you possess the ability, bring forth goods to sell. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from Fang Hao's squinted eyes. Clearly astonished by these words, Su Qing also noticed the change in Fang Hao. Ahem. It seems he may have gone a bit overboard. Nevertheless, you must remember that our journey leads to the Great Xia, to the central continent, to the Qianqing realm, and to the vast seas of stars. Fang Hao nodded vigorously, his gaze growing ever more resolute. Su Qing. Very well, Manager Fang. Let's arrange a time to discuss the details at the shop and proceed with the procurement. Certainly, Boss Su. I shall return to the guild to prepare immediately. As Fang Hao's words faded, he departed with his attendant, leaving Huaner, who was still in the private room, behind. After Fang Hao departed, Su Qing felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, acknowledging that he had finally established a connection with the Luoyuan Chamber of Commerce. As for the alchemy chamber, it would require some time to settle down, and he could only wonder how Luoyuan was faring. Just as Su Qing was lost in contemplative ease, several young ladies, deeply affected by the earlier spectacle, pressed against him, their hands persistently attempting to tear away his garments. Sensing something amiss, Su Qing quickly regained his composure, hastily adjusting his attire, a flicker of alarm evident in his gaze. "What are you doing? Do you have a health report?" Meanwhile, having devoured a large portion of cake and energized by a surge of enthusiasm, Fang Hao swiftly returned to the chamber, heading directly to meet his superior. The corpulent Fang Hao stood humbly before the elderly man seated comfortably, sipping tea, and bowed respectfully. "Chief Manager, the matter you spoke of has been handled." "Oh, the issue regarding the Qingya alchemy chamber? Has he agreed?" "Indeed." Fang Hao proceeded to inform the elder about Su Qing's identity, sharing the grand vision Su Qing had painted, feeding it to the elder as if it were a delicacy. Upon hearing this, the elder appeared visibly excited, his breaths growing rapid. "You are certain of his identity? He is truly associated with the chamber?" Fang Hao, not daring to hesitate, quickly replied, "He provided identification, and everything was in order, bearing a red seal." With a loud thud, the elder slammed the teacup onto the table. "Excellent. I never anticipated our efforts to connect with them would yield such effortless results. Fang Hao, you are indeed a genius. Well done." Upon receiving the elder's unabashed praise, Fang Hao felt a surge of confidence, vowing to secure his association with Su Qing. "By the way, how many bottles of spirit liquid did he agree to sell us?" Boss Su mentioned 10,000 bottles. Noticing the elder's furrowed brow as he stroked his beard, Fong Hao continued, Chief Manager, this spirit liquid is highly effective, with significant profit margins, and it sells remarkably well. No, that is not what I meant. You must tell him that 10,000 bottles are insufficient. We require 100,000 bottles, at the very least 50,000. This left Fong Hao visibly troubled. But that's quite a challenge. Enough. I know you can manage this. Just convey my message. Chapter 74. The big order. Fong Hao wore a troubled expression but dared not voice any further objections, as he was merely a manager in the Luoyuan Chamber of Commerce. He could not afford to defy the chief manager's wishes. Fong Hao, you are aware of the predicament we face. This spirit liquid presents an opportunity we cannot afford to miss. Should you execute this matter successfully, your position may very well advance. Hearing the chief manager's words stirred something within Fong Hao, prompting him to clasp his fist before the elder, declaring, Chief Manager, rest assured, I will see this matter through. For the sake of the chamber, Fong Hao received a token from the chief steward to procure spirit stones. As he gazed at Fong Hao's departing silhouette, a lingering anxiety shadowed the old man's face. President, he murmured, when will you finally emerge from your seclusion? This mess is beyond my capacity to resolve. Su Qing did not leave Yulfang immediately. Instead, he summoned Su's mother. Upon hearing her name called, Su's mother wished she could instantly teleport to his side. Oh dear. My lord, you truly are generous, leaving me feeling all weak and somewhat damp. Xiao Qing suppressed the urge to vomit and interrupted Su's mother. Humph. I have spent so many spirit stones, and this is the best you could find for me? Do you think I can be easily deceived? Su's mother was taken aback, exclaiming, Oh dear, sir, these are indeed the finest young ladies we have here. There is no intention to mislead you. Su Qing wore a skeptical expression. For I have heard tales of the unique characteristics of the maidens in Yunzhong County. Do not tell me that such is not the case here. Mother Su was taken aback, exclaiming, Oh dear sir, please refrain from such reckless talk. Our establishment is a respectable brothel, lacking any maidens with peculiar appearances. Su Qing, without wasting any words, promptly produced a substantial handful of spirit stones. Pray tell, is there a place in Yunzhong County where I might find some amusement? Su Mama's eyes were instantly captivated by the gleaming stones, and she grinned. Indeed, there is a place called Qinghua Pavilion. The ladies there will surely satisfy your desires. However, it is rather discreet. Humph. Do you know where it is located? I cannot say for certain. It is said that one must be accompanied by a recognized individual to gain entry. Generally, those who visit would not admit to having done so, as it is indeed illegal in our great Xia. Oh, by the way, do you not know Manager Fong? He has taken people there before. You are aware of this? Why, it is no secret. A man will utter all manner of words in the bedroom, and such establishments are not exclusive to our Yunzhong County. A determined soul can always find them with a bit of effort, though Qinghua Pavilion is quite stringent. Very well, I must seek Fong Hao's guidance to go there. Initially, Su Qing contemplated that since he had ventured into a brothel, perhaps he could glean a method to bypass Fong Hao and gain entry to Qinghua Pavilion. After a brief moment, he shook his head, exhaling a heavy sigh, and mused that it might be best to avoid such places altogether. Bright moon, what shall we do now that you have reformed? Su Qing was drawn by the sudden cacophony and turned to see a group of men surrounding a modestly dressed woman, weeping and wailing. Understanding the situation, Su Qing felt a deep empathy for them, recalling the several nights of sorrow he endured when she had elegantly departed. Burdened by an inescapable melancholy, Su Qing returned to the Qingye Dan room. As usual, guests flocked in. Yet it was his junior sister who bore the brunt of the toil. Master, you have returned, she exclaimed, adhering to her elder brother Su Qing's advice to maintain her title in public. Her exuberance upon seeing him was palpable. Oh, how wonderful. Finally, someone has come to assist me. Su Qing nodded at Lu Lingsha and communicated with her telepathically. Lingsha, how much blended spirit liquid do we have left? The junior sister maintained a professional smile as she attended to the guests, simultaneously replying to Su Qing through their mental connection, Senior brother. All the blended spirit liquid is contained within this stock. Once it is sold out, there will be none remaining. Su Qing glanced at the collection of spiritual liquids, noting that there were merely over 100 bottles, far from the requisite 10,000. I have established contact with the Luoyuan Chamber of Commerce and discussed a collaboration to supply them with 10,000 bottles of spiritual liquid. I shall share the details once junior sister one returns. For now, I must ascend to the second floor to concoct the spiritual liquid. Wishing you the best of luck. With that, Su Qing hurried off to the second floor. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, junior sister nearly failed to maintain her professional smile. Meanwhile, when Ru Yin had been searching for a considerable time, yet the information regarding Dao sought was scant. Fortunately, since she had crossed paths with Li Ji, it was highly probable that the individual she sought would be within Li Ji's usual haunts. Thus, she centered her search around the Qing Yidan Fong, the former talisman shop. This led her to uncover information about two individuals. Next, she ventured down a narrow street, discreetly intercepting a passerby to subtly employ her spell. Pray tell, do you recognize anyone from this vicinity? The passerby, somewhat dazed, glanced up before responding, I know Li Fong. She is a Qi refining stage practitioner and my fellow cultivator. Where might she be? I do not know. She disappeared about a month ago. When Ru Yin furrowed her brow, this was not the first time she had encountered the term disappeared. Did you have any dealings with her before her disappearance? The passerby hesitated before replying. About a month ago, I shared a drink with her and Ma Xian. From their conversation, I gathered that they intended to seek out some opportunities together. Ma Xian? Wait, is that not the name of the talisman shop owner's son? What opportunities? I am uncertain, but it seemed to pertain to matters of cultivation. Once again, it was a matter of cultivation. When Ru Yin dismissed the spell on the individual, turned, and departed with purpose. On the second floor, Su Qing completed yet another invigorating concoction of spirit liquid, meticulously blending a staggering 10,000 bottles in one breath. Descending the stairs with a sense of fulfillment. However, upon entering the shop, he was met with an empty space. Lu Lingsha had already hung the sold-out sign on the door, her weary form resting against the counter. Lingsha, has it sold out so soon? Lu Lingsha rubbed her stiff face. Yes, well, I shall never prepare fruit-flavored spirit liquids again. It has utterly exhausted me. Indeed, the sales had surpassed yesterday's figures by a considerable margin, which served as a testament to the culinary skills of the junior sister. Has Sister Wen not returned yet? The young girl shook her head, seemingly too fatigued to engage in conversation. Manager Su. The voice conveyed a hint of urgency. Is that you, Fong? So soon? Su Qing had initially assumed that Fong Hao would not visit until at least tomorrow, considering the magnitude of the order that surely warranted some deliberation. Boss Su, I noticed your sign indicating that you were sold out. Surely, you haven't run out of stock? Upon making such a bold assurance to the chief manager, Su Qing was taken aback to find those two words upon entering his store, which had a profound impact on Fong Hao. Rest assured, Manager Fong, if I say I can provide you with 10,000 bottles, then 10,000 bottles it shall be. Hearing this, Fong Hao erupted with frustration. What he sought was not merely 10,000 bottles, but rather 100,000. Oh dear, Boss Su, I consulted with the chief manager, and he specified a requirement of 100,000 bottles. Coughing in disbelief, Su Qing nearly choked on his words, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at Fong Hao. Ah, that indeed sounds excessive. 50,000 bottles would suffice. Would suffice? 50,000 is acceptable. Fong Hao retorted, revealing that 100 million was merely a small ambition. Chapter 75. The beginning of the Little White Dog's Revenge. Manager Fong, your appetite seems rather insatiable. How many cultivators are there in Yunzhong County? 100,000 bottles? Surely you jest. Fong Hao responded enigmatically, Fear not, Boss Su. Our Luoyuan Chamber of Commerce conducts business beyond Yunzhong County. As long as you have the stock, we can certainly absorb it. Allow me to divulge a little secret. Our Luoyuan Chamber of Commerce's aspirations extend far beyond the Great Xia. Su Qing cast a skeptical glance at Fong Hao, secretly contemplating that the Luoyuan Chamber of Commerce was indeed extraordinary, far beyond merely engaging in unsavory dealings. Shaking his head, Su Qing spoke with a troubled expression, Manager Fong, providing you with 10,000 bottles is already my utmost limit. Do not even mention 100,000. I cannot spare you 50. However, Fong Hao precisely seized upon one particular term. If I were to allow Boss Su some time, would there be a possibility of acquiring 100,000 bottles? Su Qing feigned contemplation for a moment. If you grant me some time, I shall promptly fulfill your request, though it was evident he would never voice such a concession. Alas, let us reconvene tomorrow afternoon. A shipment is expected from the Chamber of Commerce then. While 100,000 may be a challenge, I shall endeavor to procure them. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Fong Hao's face lit up with excitement. Very well, I shall return tomorrow afternoon, however. Could you possibly provide me with an initial quantity of 10,000 bottles? Certainly, that is no issue. Since this is a collaboration, the price should be somewhat favorable. Let us set it at 25 spirit stones per bottle. What say you, Manager Fong? Excellent. It shall be as Boss Su suggests. Fong Hao had anticipated Su Qing would demand 30 spirit stones, but he was pleasantly surprised by such a generous offer. Indeed, Su Qing was a valuable ally. Having concluded their discussion, Su Qing produced a magical gourd containing the promised quantity of spiritual liquid. One moment, Boss Su, Fong Hao interjected, causing Su Qing's heart to skip a beat. Could it be that he intended to renege? My spirit stones. With a hint of embarrassment, Fong Hao inquired, Boss Su, I have heard that your establishment possesses a new type of elixir. It seems the effects are rather remarkable, according to reports from my subordinates. Su Qing nodded. Given the substantial order, it was only natural for the major client to request some complimentary gifts. No problem. I shall certainly provide a few for Manager Fong. No, Mr. Su, what I mean is to purchase them from you. I shall take as many as you have. Manager Fong, having already gifted you this elixir, how could I possibly keep my shop open? Please, Mr. Su, do not be anxious. As a member of the Grand Merchant Association, it is only expected that you would not linger here for too long. The Floating Cloud Chamber of Commerce in Hongshang County will assist you. You are free to explore markets in other regions. Let us not forget, our journey leads us to the central continent. Su Qing. Su Qing wore a bewildered expression. Wasn't he that something I said to you? Ahem. Well, be that as it may, what Fong Guanshi said holds some merit. Thus, I shall offer you the price of 20 spirit stones per bottle. In total, there are 200,000 bottles. They are all yours. Su Qing produced another storage bag, within which lay all the dog food that his junior sister had on her person. Calculating at 10 pieces per bottle, there amounted to 200,000 bottles. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Fong Hao was exhilarated and hurriedly took out a storage bag to count the spirit stones. Here you go, Boss Su. This totals 4,250,000 spirit stones. Please verify. Su Qing restrained his excitement, making a concerted effort to keep his hands steady as he accepted the storage bag, diligently counting the spirit stones with his spiritual sense. Indeed, the quantity was precisely adequate. Fong Hao took the gourd artifact from Su Qing, and upon opening it, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him. After meticulously inspecting the storage bag filled with dog food, he joyfully bid farewell to Su Qing. After a while, the junior sister finally spoke up. Elder brother, with 100,000 bottles, do we have enough spirit liquid? Rest assured, it is sufficient. However, we are short on dog food. That evening, when Rian hurriedly returned from outside, having overexerted herself with her spells today, appearing somewhat fatigued, on the second floor, the three sat facing each other, intending to share the information gathered from the day. Su Qing succinctly conveyed the essence of his interactions with Fong Hao today, omitting superfluous details. Brother Su, he remarked, the Luoyuan Chamber of Commerce was established merely a decade ago in Hongshang County. Initially, it did not stand out among the local trade associations. However, 5 years ago, it surged to prominence, becoming the largest chamber of commerce in the region. Now, it is claimed to possess interests beyond the borders of the Great Xia, which seems rather extraordinary for a mere local enterprise. Su Qing found himself at a loss for words. The deeper he delved, the more intricate the origins of the flowing cloud chamber of commerce appeared to be. Sister Wen, what discoveries have you made on your end? He inquired. In response, Wen Ruyan shook her head and replied, thus far, I have only uncovered 3 individuals, and regrettably, they are either missing or deceased. Notably, one of them had dealings with the son of the talisman shop owner, Ma Xian, and spoke of matters akin to breaking through one's cultivation level. I surmise this must be connected to the esteemed immortal Qi Lian. Su Qing pondered for a moment, clarifying his thoughts. Tomorrow, the two of you will investigate these individuals separately. As for Fong Hao, I shall meet him again tomorrow and see if I can concoct a reason to infiltrate that Qinghua pavilion. Upon hearing about the search, the junior sister appeared somewhat delighted. Aren't we opening the shop tomorrow? We have just secured a large order. Let the employees have a day off. No, we shall remain closed tomorrow, as the master has reason to celebrate and will take a day of rest. After speaking, Su Qing returned to his room on the second floor to meditate. Although he had been quite busy of late, he still dedicated time each night to his cultivation, and his progress was nearing a breakthrough into the late foundation establishment stage. In the Dao sect, at Qingzhou Peak. Old Su, are you there? Before he could be seen, his voice echoed, leading one to think he was none other than Wang Shifeng. A flamboyant figure, adorned in finery and wielding a folding fan, appeared before the bamboo cottage. Old Su, junior sister Lu? Zhu Xiaowen expressed his confusion, pondering whether she too had entered seclusion. Since their parting at the drunken, immortal pavilion, he had been in closed-door cultivation at the body peak, nearing the late foundation establishment stage. Woof woof. An excited bark rang out. Xiaobai, are you the only one barking here? During this time, Su Qing and Lu Lingsha were absent, as was Jiang Yunxi, and most critically, there was no dog food. Left with no choice, it had to go to its little subordinates' homes to scrounge for meals, a rather humiliating situation. After all, it once held a position of great renown. Woof woof woof. Xiaobai, if you could speak human, I would truly appreciate it. Woof woof. Xiaobai the dog barked a retort and began scratching the ground to write. Although somewhat clumsy, Zhu Xiaowen was still able to decipher the message. Su Qing and junior sister Lu have gone on a mission outside the sect, and they brought Wenruyan along? Well, Su Qing, how could you, whom I considered a brother, take a girl on a quest by yourself? Woof woof woof. The important thing is, did they leave? They took all my food with them, not leaving a morsel behind. Zhu Xiaowen offered an apologetic smile to Xiaobai. Ha ha ha, don't be angry, Xiaobai. Do you know where they went? I shall seek retribution for you. Woof woof woof. Seeing that Zhu Xiaowen did not react, Xiaobai wrote on the ground again. I know, but I want to go too. If Xiaobai knew that all its food had been sold by Su Qing, one could only wonder what the outcome would be. Chapter 76. The business philosophy of the Flowing Cloud Chamber of Commerce. At the Flowing Cloud Chamber of Commerce, in a grand hall, there stood a large, oval conference table. Feng Hao had placed a bottle of spiritual liquid and dog food at each seat, creating a visually symmetrical arrangement that revealed his seasoned expertise. He was no novice in the workplace. Before long, the table was filled with individuals. At the head sat the chief steward, with others being various leaders of the Flowing Cloud Chamber of Commerce. The elder surveyed the assembly and slowly began to speak. Esteemed guests, this is the spiritual liquid and elixirs that have recently stirred great excitement throughout the city. Below, people have heard of this spiritual liquid to varying degrees, and they began to murmur among themselves while holding the liquid. Noticing the commotion, the chief steward expressed his displeasure. All right, let us all have a taste. Upon hearing the chief stewardess' words, everyone eagerly consumed the elixir and drank the spiritual liquid. Moments later, one remarked, Chief Steward, this liquid is indeed remarkable. It is perfectly suited for cultivators in the Qi refining stage. Another added, yes, once we trade this liquid, we shall undoubtedly reap substantial profits. Those low-level cultivators from the Great Qing will surely go wild over it. Indeed, this elixir is also quite exceptional. Its flavor is uniquely delightful. Observing their reactions, the chief steward nodded and said, I comprehend your sentiments. I intend to procure another 1,000,000 bottles to sell to the Great Qing. But we are somewhat short on spirit stones. How many can you provide? Well, one replied hesitantly, the last time. Vice Principal Zhang sent someone to take a significant amount of spirit stones, and we truly have nothing left to offer. The chief steward's expression darkened. Didn't Vice Principal Li just come to collect spirit stones? This time it was Vice Principal Zhang. Nonsense. A bunch of barbaric, bloodthirsty vagabonds, parasites of the cultivation world. The heads of those present bowed like quails at the mention of contributing spirit stones. That establishment is merely a small shop. Why not employ some more forceful tactics or seek assistance from the Red Lotus Immortal? The chief steward shot him a fierce glare. Have you become so arrogant due to recent good fortune? This is the territory of the Great Xia, not the Great Qing. Furthermore, the background of that shop is not trivial. Even with Red Lotus's status, it cannot be easily resolved. Just as everyone was at a loss, a figure suddenly appeared in the hall. Allow me to handle the matter of spirit stones. Upon seeing this person, everyone rose to bow, including the chief steward. Greetings, President. President Lu Yun took the chief stewardess' original seat and produced an exquisite small box. This treasure is worth a considerable amount of spirit stones. It will more than suffice for 1,000,000 bottles of spiritual liquid. The chief steward was taken aback, evidently aware of the contents. Feng Hao, take this item. If that person truly belongs to the Merchants Association, he should understand its value. Seeing the president's resolute demeanor, Feng Hao quickly acquiesced. Soon after, the crowd dispersed, leaving only the chief steward and President Lu Yun. President, wasn't he that item entrusted to Vice Principal Lu? President Lu Yun let out a cold snort. Those scoundrels are currently preoccupied with vying for power. Who has the inclination to study this trinket? After all, even the leader failed to comprehend it. But it was brought back by the leader. The leader is dead. Who still cares for this matter? Everyone is busy currying favor, all aspiring to become the new leader. The Luoyuan Chamber of Commerce was originally a branch of the blood demon sect of the Great Qing within the Great Xia, primarily tasked with generating revenue for the sect, functioning essentially as its financial department. Typically, they engaged in various trading activities within the Great Xia, such as the recent dealings involving spiritual liquid. However, fate took a grim turn when the sect leader foolishly ventured into his secret realm in the Eastern Sea to seek excitement, only to meet his demise, with the sole survivor being the president of the Luoyuan Chamber. The news of this calamity reached the Great Qing headquarters and caused an uproar. Much to the delight of some individuals who saw an opportunity, the leadership is up for grabs. Next year, it could be my turn. Thus, a fervent election campaign commenced. Rather than settle matters with a direct confrontation, where the victor would assume command, the various factions within the Great Qing, not to mention the imperial court eagerly anticipating their internal strife, led several deputy leaders to subtly vie for the support of their peers. Attracting loyalty necessitates substantial incentives, which cannot merely be grandiose promises. Thus, spiritual stones became the currency of persuasion. For instance, Deputy Leader Li pledged to construct a monumental blood pool, filled with the blood of various spiritual beasts and cultivators, ensuring ample sustenance for his supporters. As a result, they turned their sights on the Luoyuan Chamber of Commerce, relentlessly extracting resources, with several deputy leaders taking turns to seize what they could, even exchanging treasured items left by the deceased sect leader for spiritual stones to distribute among themselves. The chief steward, wearing a grim expression, suggested, "President, what if we defect?" He had been enduring this treatment for far too long, having to laboriously earn spiritual stones only to see them claimed on a whim. The Luoyuan sect leader nearly lost his composure, tempted to strike the steward for such a suggestion. What would happen if we defected? We are practitioners of demonic arts. Without support from the Great Qing, how can we rely solely on the meager resources from Qinghua Pavilion and Qilian to achieve any breakthroughs? After the death of the former leader, the Luoyuan sect leader had contemplated establishing an independent faction. Still, given the Great Xia's overt hostility towards demonic sects, such a move would be tantamount to courting death. He preferred not to return to the Great Qing and continue living on the edge of peril, as he enjoyed a relatively comfortable life in the Great Xia, supported by Qinghua Pavilion and the occasional infusion of vital essence from the Great Qing for his cultivation. The chief steward merely voiced his grievances, recognizing that the Luoyuan Chamber's business in the Great Qing required the protection of the blood demon sect. Otherwise, they would be at risk of having their establishment overturned overnight, as it was not uncommon for sects within the Great Qing to engage in plundering. By the way, during my period of seclusion and recuperation, has anything significant occurred? The chief steward dared not conceal the truth, while no major events had transpired. There had been an unusual increase in deaths on the side of Qilian. What? Did I not instruct you all previously? After practitioners draw upon their vital essence, they should be given blood essence pills to recuperate for a few days, and for mortals, provide more pork and beef. Why, then, are so many still perishing? He had consistently emphasized that treating demonic cultivation and commerce was fundamentally the same. Sustainable development was essential. If one caused the death of their resources, who would then provide sustenance? The steward felt somewhat aggrieved. "President, I did instruct them accordingly. Qinghua Pavilion has been manageable, but Qilian has been striving for a breakthrough lately, drawing heavily on resources every few days. Furthermore, I had conveyed this to him, yet he insisted. President, you too have a share in the consumption." Luoyuan, the president, sighed. "Well, is everything handled?" The chief steward nodded eagerly, assuring the president that there would be no inquiries. However, caution was still warranted, despite Qi Lian's esteemed position in Yunzhong County. It was not solely his domain. Seeing that Luoyuan was no longer pressing the matter, the chief steward breathed a sigh of relief, quickly agreeing, as he too had benefited considerably. Chapter 77. Hongshang. Today, the usually bustling Qingyadan house was unexpectedly closed, with a conspicuous red paper affixed to the door, boldly proclaiming in 8 large characters, "The owner has joyous news, resting for a day." A group of Qi-refining cultivators who had arrived early outside the shop felt as though they had been struck by lightning, some even cursing aloud. How outrageous. The shopkeeper is hiding inside during daylight to give birth, refusing to open the door. A nearby cultivator looked at him in confusion. Where does it say the shopkeeper is giving birth? The disgruntled cultivator cast a disdainful glance at him, gesturing to the words on the paper. Are you blind? It clearly states there is happiness. A stout, honest-looking man retorted loudly. Just because there is joy Does that necessarily mean childbirth? You fail to read the entire message. It merely states for one day. Is the shopkeeper so formidable that they could conceive a child in a single day? The other cultivators were left speechless. Early that morning, when Ruyan had taken Lu Lingsha outside to gather information, noticing Su Qing's door was firmly shut, clearly indicating he was still in seclusion, they refrained from disturbing him and instead affixed the characters Su Qing had written the previous night to the door. When Ruyan and Lu Lingsha spent nearly half the day uncovering various leads, discovering that the individuals involved were likely cultivators connected to the great Qi Lian, either missing or having perished shortly thereafter. In a tea house, when Ruyan and Lu Lingsha agreed to meet, ordering some tea to take a moment to rest. Sister 1. It seems we have gathered quite a bit of information. I learned about a Wang Gang, who appears to reside not far from here. We should go investigate. When Ruyan nodded in agreement, hoping for fruitful discoveries, as Su Qing had mentioned that Ma Xian would likely not awaken anytime soon, otherwise they could have inquired with him. Before long, when Ruyan and Lu Lingsha departed, arriving at a narrow street. This should be the place. I will knock now. Seeing when Ruyan nod, the younger sister approached and rapped on the door. Moments later, a voice emerged from within, gruff and distinctly male. Who is it? Stop knocking, I'm coming. The door creaked open, revealing a figure that matched the doorframe, momentarily leaving when Ruyan and Lu Lingsha uncertain whether it was truly ajar. The burly figure glanced at them, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. When Ruyan and her companion, despite donning disguises, were undeniably striking. It was perplexing that a man would feel repulsed upon encountering such exquisite beauty, instilling a sense of dread. Whom do you seek? Came the curt response. When Ruyan snapped back to reality and said, this esteemed brother. The burly figure's face darkened with anger. Esteemed brother? Are you blind? I am a woman. With that, she attempted to shut the door. However, Lu Lingsha, swift of hand, interjected and discreetly employed a truth charm. Having expended considerable energy on spells the previous day, when Ruyan had benefited from the charms that Su Qing had exchanged at the task hall, unexpectedly finding them useful here. Although the woman was robust, being merely immortal, she could not escape. Lu Lingsha, ever polite, inquired, dear sister, do you know Wang Gang? I am Wang Gang. At this revelation, both when Ruyan and Lu Lingsha widened their eyes in astonishment, not only at her name but also at the joy of finally making a breakthrough. Yet, Lu Lingsha reminded herself to remain composed. What if it were merely a coincidence? Moreover, why had all those they sought previously been cultivators, albeit in the Qi refining stage? The younger disciple fixed her gaze intently upon Wang Gang. Very well. Do you know Ma Xian? Wang Gang's expression twisted into a scowl as she unleashed a torrent of curses. Of course I know that bastard Ma Xian, a Qi refining cultivator. With his nose in the air, thinking himself a celestial being, always belittling mortals. If he is so capable, why not break through to Foundation establishment? Otherwise, he is just like us, living a mere 100 years. Truly shameless. Wang Gang was visibly agitated. Had it not been for when Ruyan and her companion's restraint, she might have launched into a diatribe that would have included Ma Xian's entire ancestry. Wang Gang, please calm down. Where did you encounter Ma Xian? It turned out Wang Gang had attended Master Qilian's assembly, but as a mortal, she was redirected elsewhere upon being recognized by the Celestial's followers. After all, they sought cultivators, and having mortals present would likely be detrimental. Ma Xian, being a Qi refining practitioner, looked down upon her and mocked her. Wang Gang, however, did not relent, retorting fiercely. Fortunately, they were in the Daxia, where mortals were protected by law, especially within the city, and Ma Xian dared not act against her. Had it been elsewhere, Wang Gang might have found herself in peril. You had previously attended Master Qilian's assembly? What purpose does it serve? Wang Gang's excitement was palpable. She held a fervent admiration for Master Qilian. Of course, I have attended. Master Qilian is incomparable to those Qi refining cultivators, and the best part is, you don't need to offer tributes to believe in Master Qilian. How economical. Just last month, I went twice, and each time I awakened having lost 20 pounds. Moreover, at each assembly, Master Qilian distributes pork, beef, and even silver. Only a fool would miss such an opportunity. When Ruyan and Lu Lingsha widened their eyes, losing 20 pounds each time, that must be a matter of life and death. Wang Gang, being of such stature, likely fears nothing. But for those of ordinary physique, would they not be reduced to mere jerky? However, what exactly is Wang Gang going to be subjected to, blood extraction or oil siphoning? After a moment of silence, when Rian inquired, "What does it mean to wake up each time?" "You may not understand," he replied. "Every time the esteemed Master Qi Lian concludes a ritual, we all fall into slumber. For it is said that this is the only way to completely avert calamities. Ever since Master Qi Lian made his appearance, our Yunzhong County has been free from the disasters that plagued us 5 years ago." "What calamity occurred in Yunzhong County 5 years ago?" Wang Gang's face reflected a hint of terror as he trembled, recounting, "Back then, deaths occurred every few days, in batches, and the authorities could not ascertain the cause. Ultimately, it was deemed that heaven was punishing the people of Yunzhong County. However, soon after, Master Qi Lian arrived, and such tragedies ceased to occur. Has no one died since then?" "Oh, dear girl, how can you jest? People inevitably pass away. Of course, there are still deaths. Yet, Master Qi Lian is truly a divine being, safeguarding us and even assisting with weight loss." "Wang Gang, do you know how one can attend the Qi Lian ritual?" With an air of pride, Wang Gang responded, causing Wen Ruyan and Lu Lingsha to feel somewhat disconcerted. "It's quite simple. As long as you are immortal of Yunzhong County, you may seek out a disciple of Master Qi Lian to obtain his talisman. Return home and worship it sincerely. And when a ritual is held, you shall be permitted entry with the talisman." Upon hearing this, when Rian and Lu Lingsha exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with joy. After 2 arduous days, they finally gleaned some valuable information. Chapter 78. The Beast-Eared Maiden. Meanwhile, as when Rian and Lu Lingsha uncovered this information, the afternoon had arrived. The cheer-refining cultivators who had gathered outside the shop began to disperse. Su Qing awakened from his cultivation, successfully advancing his mastery to the late foundation establishment stage. Just as he completed the concoction of the spiritual liquid, a sudden knock echoed at the shop door. After tidying up, Su Qing hurried downstairs and opened the door, only to be greeted by the shrewd figure of the man with a prominent mustache. "Ah, is that not Manager Fong? I thought you wouldn't come since it's nearly evening." Fong Hao squeezed through the not-so-large gap of the door with some difficulty. "Ha ha ha, Boss Su, do not jest. I could hardly wait to be outside your shop from early morning. To be frank, I have brought a marvelous treasure this time." Su Qing was filled with doubt. "Are you certain it is not a treasure?" With a light chuckle, he continued, "Let us proceed with the transaction, Manager Fong." Before long, Fong Hao produced an exquisitely crafted little box and, upon opening it, revealed a bead no larger than a longan seed nestled within. It appeared rather unremarkable. "Manager Fong, what does this signify?" Fong Hao replied with a hint of embarrassment. "To be candid, Mr. Su, our guild has recently encountered a shortage of spiritual stones. Might this serve as a worthy exchange for those spiritual liquids?" Su Qing looked at him in utter disbelief. "What? Do I resemble a fool or an idiot? With such a worthless bead?" "Manager Fong, the door is right there. I shall not accompany you any further." Having said that, Su Qing attempted to push Fong Hao outside. "Wait, Boss Su, please take a moment to look at this. It was personally brought to me by our president. It is undoubtedly a valuable item. You would do well to examine it." However, Fong Hao, being rather large in stature, stubbornly blocked the doorway and refused to budge. With no other option, Su Qing picked up the bead. The moment he grasped it, the wretched bead in his spiritual consciousness trembled unexpectedly, and Su Qing was taken aback, nearly startled into submission. The last time, this accursed bead had summoned a ball of spiritual fire without his consent, transforming him into a diminutive dolphin, incinerating anyone who dared to approach. Su Qing hastily set down the bead, his expression one of evident discontent. "Master Fong, it would be best for you to take this bead back and store it properly." The shattered bead in the realm of consciousness, perceiving Su Qing's unappreciative demeanor, emitted a brilliant flash of golden light, transforming into several bold characters within the mind's eye. "Stay here. Su Qing, this peculiar orb can actually sing? Could it be that this little one is your son? Very well, then let it stay. Manager Fong, never mind, considering your sincerity, I shall keep this orb. But I can only offer you 100,000 spirit liquid for now. I still need to consult with our guild members regarding the orb's true value." Initially, Fong Hao was quite exhilarated to acquire this item, especially since it was bestowed by the president, suggesting it held significant worth. However, upon seeing the orb, his first impression was one of mediocrity, so he had prepared himself for a potential failure in this transaction. If Manager Fong were to find it difficult, so be it. He would simply escort them out. Noticing that no one emerged, Su Qing felt somewhat awkward, realizing he was alone today. "Wait a moment, Boss Su. If it's 100,000, then 100,000 it shall be. Rest assured, Manager Fong, if this sum proves insufficient, I will certainly make up the difference. After concluding the transaction, Fong Hao's demeanor towards Su Qing became notably more cordial. Initially, he had feared he might leave empty-handed today. With a broad grin spreading across his round face, Fong Hao exclaimed, "Ha ha, Boss Su, as the day is drawing to a close. Allow me to host you at a delightful venue. What do you say?" A sudden realization struck Su Qing. Could this be the opportunity he had been waiting for? However, Fong Hao's lewd grin left Su Qing feeling profoundly uncomfortable. "Oh, what wondrous spell do you weave?" "Hee. Rest assured, it will be utterly enchanting." As the golden crow sank in the west, the jade rabbit soared across the sky. Under Fong Hao's guidance, Su Qing navigated through winding paths to arrive at a secluded location, not yet having exited the city, yet undoubtedly a place seldom frequented by others within its confines. Su Qing gazed at the dilapidated courtyard before him, a sense of incredulity filling his heart. Could this truly be the Qinghua Pavilion? Surely, even if there were a female ghost, the conditions need not be so dismal. Decaying rooms and a specter? Was it truly necessary to immerse oneself in such an atmosphere? "Fong, is this the marvelous place you spoke of?" Fong Hao smirked slyly. "Indeed, this is the very location, but do remain patient, Boss Su." With that, he produced a token that emitted a radiant golden light, which shot forth, causing the space to ripple. Soon, a young servant appeared. An illusion array or a barrier formation. Quite cleverly concealed. The young servant disregarded Su Qing, greeting Fong Hao before leading them inside. As they stepped into the barrier, the surrounding crumbling courtyard vanished entirely, replaced by a grand and exquisitely crafted building, bustling with numerous women of varying forms, clad in light attire. Beast-eared maidens. They were all beast-eared maidens. Su Qing was somewhat taken aback. He had only encountered such things at comic conventions before, and those were mere fakes. Fong Hao, observing Su Qing's astonished expression, silently affirmed that he had indeed brought him to the right place, truly a kindred spirit. "Haha, Boss Su, feel free to indulge. All expenses today will be on my tab." Indeed, only someone who could genuinely have their company reimburse them could speak with such confidence, especially considering it was their establishment, which, when rounded up, amounted to nearly a freebie. The young attendant, with his head bowed, quietly asked Fong Hao, "Manager Fong, is this person a patron?" After all, he had never seen Fong Hao treat a visitor with such courtesy before. Upon hearing this, Fong Hao's expression darkened, and he kicked the attendant lightly, exclaiming, "What nonsense! This gentleman is our benefactor. Ensure he is well attended to. Bring forth both the cat girl and that rabbit spirit, so that Boss Su can learn a few more techniques." The attendant, no fool, swiftly dashed off to summon the individuals for Su Qing. In no time, a cat girl and a rabbit girl arrived at their private room, where, at Fong Hao's behest, they lavished attention upon Su Qing throughout the meal. "Haha, Boss Su, how delightful is it?" "Delightful, indeed," Su Qing replied, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Fong Hao had a unique taste. He embraced a shape-shifting hen spirit, rumored to hail from Hongshang, noted not only for her graceful figure, but also for her melodious voice. As the night deepened, Su Qing, alongside the cat girl and rabbit girl, was guided by the attendant into a whimsically decorated chamber. Upon entering, the two women eagerly attempted to remove Su Qing's armor, but he was not there for a biology lesson. Instead, he raised his hand, conjuring a strand of azure spiritual fire for each of them, allowing them to entertain themselves. Su Qing cast several spells to conceal his figure and affixed a few talismans to himself, which he had acquired from Zhu Xiuan in the past, proving to be quite effective. Chapter 79. Discovery. Su Qing concealed his figure and donned a mask to alter his appearance. Cautiously, he slipped out of the room. Noticing that there were no attendants lurking outside the door, it seemed that Fong Hao must have placed his trust in him. However, it was also possible that the attendant had not yet taken his position. Su Qing dared not unleash his consciousness recklessly, opting instead for a more discreet approach. Although his awareness surpassed that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator and even instilled fear in those at the golden core stage, the possibility of encountering a nascent soul elder left him lacking in confidence regarding his ability to remain undetected. After witnessing numerous live broadcasts, Su Qing found himself pondering whether such an eye injury could be classified as a work-related injury. Most instances featured female demons extracting the essence or even the lifeblood of cultivators during moments of intimacy, yet the practitioners appeared to revel in the experience. Aside from these observations, he found nothing of significance. Relying on the might of his spells and talismans, Su Qing followed one individual to the rear of the Qinghua pavilion, entering a space teeming with various demonic beasts. The area was expansive, filled with numerous cages, and the creatures appeared to be in a deep slumber, enveloped in an unpleasant odor. Were these beasts truly demons? Or perhaps they were females? Could this be a staff dormitory? This was indeed part of the Qinghua pavilion's operations. There weren't countless transformed demon cultivators at their disposal. They must cultivate their own, requiring no exceptionally high cultivation level, merely feeding them transformation pills, resulting in incomplete transformations at worst. Suddenly, Su Qing heard commotion at the door and quickly concealed himself, suppressing his presence to the utmost degree. 2 attendants entered, inspecting the cages. Alas, where has that fox gone? It couldn't have perished, could it? One lamented. Bah, you jinx. That fox was captured by a prominent figure of the Merchant Association, awaiting transformation for personal enjoyment. We cannot afford to lose it. Humph. I would prefer it to be dead. If it escapes and reports us, we would be in dire straits. The other attendant scoffed. You clearly must be new here, unaware that our Qinghua pavilion has connections within the governor's office. What is there to fear? Coward. The rebuked attendant, clearly incensed, retorted, Enough. If we cannot find it here, let us search elsewhere. Otherwise, we both may face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, the other attendant hastily exited, closing the door behind him. Su Qing concealed his presence, listening intently to their conversation. The prefectural office? Surely it cannot be the prefect himself? Squeak, squeak, squeak. A mouse? The sanitation in this wretched place is truly appalling. Su Qing turned around to behold a pristine white little fox, its large, glistening eyes gazing at him with an enchanting innocence, utterly adorable. Su Qing's lips twitched slightly, inwardly lamenting his unfortunate luck, and he turned to feign ignorance. Oddly enough, he realized he had seen nothing at all. Having uttered this thought, he prepared to depart. However, the little fox clamped its teeth onto Su Qing's garment, exhibiting a determined refusal to let him leave. Su Qing let out a soft sigh, grasped the nape of its neck, and lifted the little fox. Little fox, have your ears gone deaf? Did I not say that I cannot see? The little fox incessantly waved its forepaws, chirping a continuous stream of zzz. Su Qing held his head in silence, though he could not comprehend the words. He was nonetheless aware that the protagonist typically encountered divine beasts during their trials, capturing them in the process. Yet, this little creature, having been caught itself, bore no resemblance to a divine beast whatsoever. Little one, are you hoping I will take you outside? The small fox seemed to grasp Su Qing's words and nodded fervently in agreement. Su Qing, this is not right. The narrative is flawed. The protagonist should be rescuing a beautiful woman sold into a brothel, who would then offer herself in gratitude. Yet, here I am with nothing but a little fox, one that has yet to grow its fur, gazing at the adorable little creature before me. If it weren't for Su Qing holding it in his hand, it might very well be rolling around on the ground, displaying its cuteness. However, Su Qing remains oblivious to the fact that this little fox has a penchant for cleanliness. The ground is so filthy that it is unlikely to witness such antics. Su Qing's eyes brightened as a sudden thought struck him. Since this little fox had managed to escape, it clearly possessed some knowledge of this area. Even a modicum of information would be preferable to his aimless searching. Hee. Little fox, I can help you out, but you must reveal to me any special places here, those that are not widely known. As expected of a mystical beast, its intelligence was commendable. It understood Su Qing's words well. The little fox struggled free from Su Qing's grasp and safely landed on the ground, pointing towards a particular direction. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Su Qing squatted down, his expression filled with confusion. Is there something peculiar about this place? The little fox began to scratch the ground, as if attempting to unearth something. Observing this, Su Qing drew forth his Qin Shuang sword, ready to dig. At that moment, the little fox emitted a series of sounds, and Su Qing could discern a hint of exasperation in her eyes, coupled with a trace of mockery. After a flurry of animated gestures from the little fox, Su Qing finally grasped her intention. She was urging him to burrow underground. Is there something down there? He inquired. The little fox nodded eagerly, letting out a few cheerful cries. Upon witnessing the little fox's unwavering confidence, Su Qing sheathed the Qing Frost sword, allowing his entire essence of magic to envelop the small creature as they delved into the earth. Following the little fox's guidance, after a considerable descent, They arrived at an expansive subterranean chamber beneath the Qinghua Pavilion, resembling a grand plaza. The space was indeed vast, yet shrouded in dimness. Could it truly be that they were so destitute as to forgo lighting? Su Qing's nostrils flared, as if he had caught a faint whiff of blood. Little fox, how did you discover this place? Do you also possess the earth escape technique? The little fox lifted its head and shot Su Qing a glance, pointing to its own nose. Is this fox's sense of smell so keen as well? Su Qing tucked the little fox into his embrace and stealthily advanced forward. As he ventured deeper, he began to discern faint traces of blood upon the ground. However, the dim lighting rendered it difficult to perceive clearly. Cautiously, he continued to feel his way forward when, suddenly, the little fox tugged at Su Qing's clothing with its mouth, prompting him to pause and regard it with curiosity. After a brief exchange of gestures, Su Qing realized that there were individuals ahead. To ensure his safety, he affixed several concealment talismans onto his own body, even placing some upon the little fox, disregarding its protests entirely. Su Qing cautiously reached out and finally discerned two individuals standing ahead, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. Judging by their aura, they appeared to be cultivators at the later stage of foundation establishment. Su Qing cautiously extended his consciousness outward. Our esteemed overseer has instructed that the Crimson Lotus Immortal should consume less, so that fewer lives are lost. A middle-aged man chuckled dismissively, remarking, "These souls shall serve as nourishment for our Master's ascension. It is indeed their honor." Moreover, the blood fusion and essence refinement array has been completed, and in a few days, our Master shall ascend to the divine transformation stage. At that time, many more shall be graced by this honor. A glimmer of bloodlust flickered in his eyes, revealing his deep admiration for the master he spoke of. Chapter 80. The taste of dog food. Another man with fiery red hair sneered, What a joke. They resemble demonic cultivators even more than we do." The middle-aged man paid no heed to his mockery, his gaze suffused with fervor. "You know nothing, with our master's capabilities. It is impossible for him to be trapped in a mere cloud county." With that, he turned and strode away in another direction. The red-haired man watched him retreat, then spat vehemently onto the ground. Nonsense, this bureaucrat." Once the two had departed, Su Qing reappeared with the little fox at their previous location, his expression darkening. Could it be that the Crimson Lotus Immortal is not a member of the demonic sect, but rather an official of the government? Su Qing's eyes shimmered with a flowing magical essence, radiating a gentle luminescence. This was a technique he had mastered, a spiritual eye spell that allowed him to perceive certain truths. Regrettably, his proficiency was not yet refined, and this was not an intricate spell. Thus, he failed to discern the formation they had spoken of. Nevertheless, he resolved to seek out Sister Wen and her companions, for they might possess knowledge of this array. When Ru Yin, having perused numerous tomes, appeared to Su Qing as a veritable scholar. To err on the side of caution, Su Qing recorded the location with a capturing stone before departing with the little fox, wary of lingering too long, for he had already spent a considerable amount of time outside. Upon returning to the original site where the demonic beasts were contained, the little fox eagerly chattered at Su Qing, expressing its dismay at being brought back to this place. Su Qing smiled apologetically, pondering how to take you out. A thought struck him. Su Qing rummaged through his storage artifact and retrieved a spirit beast pouch, which had previously housed a small white dog. The little creature had soon grown discontented, refusing to enter due to the stifling atmosphere. In the brief time he had interacted with the small fox, he discerned its slight obsession with cleanliness, yet he remained uncertain if it would mind this pouch's history. Perhaps it was best to withhold that information. "Hey there, little fox. If you choose not to enter this pouch, I promise to set you free once we are outside," he coaxed. The small fox hesitated, fully aware of the discomfort that awaited within the pouch. However, it seemed there was no alternative. With a resigned sigh, the fox nodded reluctantly. Upon witnessing the little fox's acquiescence, Su Qing promptly ensconced her within the spirit beast pouch. He then discreetly made his way back to his chamber, but upon entering, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The cat girl and the rabbit girl were in disarray, their garments tattered, glistening with perspiration, and gasping for breath. Their ambitions evidently insatiable. Remarkably, Su Qing had merely employed a touch of spiritual fire, far from the extent required for healing, yet the effects were undeniably potent. Su Qing averted her gaze, extinguishing the azure spiritual flames within them, and rendered them unconscious with her magical prowess. subsequently draping a quilt over them to obscure the room's burgeoning spring radiance. After a while, a knock resounded at the door. "Boss Sue, it is getting late. We must take our leave." In truth, the hour was still quite early, but since Qinghua Pavilion engaged in clandestine transactions, it could not afford the luxury of hosting guests overnight like other brothels. Su Qing feigned a demeanor of lethargy, his spirit seemingly drained and his attire disheveled as he opened the door. To his surprise, it was merely the steward Fong. "Let us depart at once," he remarked. Fong Hao cast a fleeting glance into the room, his gaze lingering on the exposed arms of the two women, his expression decidedly lewd. "Boss Su," he exclaimed, "I have heard whispers that your abode resounded throughout the night. Truly impressive." Su Qing's lips twitched momentarily, yet he soon displayed unabashed confidence, wholly unreserved in flaunting his prowess of having engaged in intimate encounters 49 times in a single night. Under the guidance of Fong Hao, Su Qing departed from the Qinghua Pavilion without any hindrance. After parting ways with Fong Hao, Su Qing made his way toward the city gate, seeking a secluded spot to release the little fox. As soon as the little fox emerged, it clung to Su Qing's clothing in a fit of anger, seemingly irate. Su Qing presumed it had detected the scent of other spirit beasts within the bag. Well, this spirit beast pouch had only contained a small dog, and it was quite pristine. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, the little fox paused momentarily before chirping at him in protest. All right, I sincerely thank you this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found that place. I shall release you here. You can return home now and avoid being captured again." Upon hearing Su Qing's words, the little fox's demeanor brightened, and it chirped a few more times, as if expressing gratitude, before departing with a lingering glance back. After bidding farewell to the little fox, Su Qing returned to the Qingye Dan room, just as dawn began to break. The one who opened the door for him was Lu Lingsha, who evidently had not rested either. "Senior brother, why have you been gone for so long? Did you stay the night?" The little junior sister's nose twitched slightly, and she remarked, What is that peculiar smell? Such matters are beyond your concern, little girl. Why ask so many questions?" Su Qing rolled her eyes and pinched her cheek, then ascended to the second floor together. Unsurprisingly, when Ruyan was still awake, with a gentle smile, she greeted, "Senior Su, you have returned. We have made some discoveries today." When Ruyan proceeded to recount the events of their day to Su Qing's expression was one of astonishment. "Is Wang Gang truly a woman?" "Hee, senior brother, we even procured spirit tablets to attend the Qi Lian de Xian Dharma assembly. I heard there is one happening in a few days." Originally, when Ruyan and Lu Lingsha intended to inquire about the followers of that Qi Lian de Xian, but to their surprise, that person turned out to be an ordinary mortal, and the spirit tablets were merely ordinary wooden plaques given by the followers of Qi Lian de Xian. "Is that so?" "Indeed, Sister Wen mentioned that if we gather more, fewer people would attend. It seems that this Qi Lian de Xian is truly unperturbed by scrutiny. However, if he is indeed a government official, perhaps even the county magistrate, then he certainly has nothing to fear." While when Ruyan, Lu Lingsha, and Su Qing were engrossed in their discussion, a large spiritual vessel gradually descended from the sky. A flamboyant figure emerged, fanning himself with a folding fan, striding with a swagger that suggested he recognized no kin, accompanied by a small white dog. This person and his canine companion were none other than Zhu Xiaowen and Xiaobai, who had traveled for 3 days and nights from the Windazong. Upon learning that Su Qing was in Yunzhong County, he had utilized his privileges to board the fastest spiritual vessel at the Windaoxian City docking station. "Ha ha ha, Xiaobai. Soon we shall have to make our own way. There is still quite a distance to Filiu City. However, I have arranged for the Merchant Guild to send us a small spiritual vessel, and we shall arrive shortly." At that moment, the small white dog seemed disinterested in his chatter, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. Suddenly, the little dog barked and dashed off toward Yunzhong County City. Zhu Xiaowen was taken aback. If he lost Xiaobai, Su Qing would surely hold him accountable. "Wait, Xiaobai, not that way. Come back." Zhu Xiaowen hurriedly pursued the direction the small dog had taken, finally intercepting it at the city gate. "Xiaobai, what are you doing?" "We are headed to Filiu City, not Yunzhong County City." "Wong, wong, wong." The excited little dog quickly scribbled on the ground, "Dog food. I smell the aroma of dog food right here in the city." Chapter 81. The visit of the little white dog. Su Qing also shared his discoveries from the Qinghua Pavilion with the two of them, naturally omitting any inappropriate details. Although Lu Lingsha could be somewhat naive at times, it did not hinder her occasional flashes of brilliance. At this moment, The little junior sister rested her hand on her chin, her lovely brows knitting slightly, her gaze appearing remarkably insightful. Senior brother, given what you've said, it is evident that this Qilian Destin must be the county magistrate of Yunzhou. Su Qing stared wide-eyed at her, disbelief etched across her face. Why did she suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to weep? Woo-woo. Classmate Ling Sha, please support your viewpoint with evidence. No less than 3. Lu Lingsha shot Su Qing a disdainful glance, conveniently disregarding Su Qing's chaotic demands. So many lives have already been lost, yet the authorities show no inclination to investigate. Moreover, Wang Gang mentioned that 5 years ago, numerous lives were also claimed, and the officials ultimately swept it under the rug. If it weren't for the pressure from the county magistrate above, such negligence would have been nearly impossible. Su Qing turned his gaze towards Wen Ruyan, who nodded gently before speaking. If what Wang Gang said is true, then the governor's office indeed needs to report to the respective provincial government. However, I have not heard of such a matter. Wen Ruyan's father is the head of Jingzhou, and having grown up in that environment, she possesses some understanding of the situation. Lu Lingsha continued. Moreover, that man stated that Qilian is the magistrate of Yuncheng County, which clearly indicates that he is the governor. Upon hearing Lu Lingsha's words, Su Qing also believed that Qilian was most likely the governor. Otherwise, it would be improbable for such a large place as Qinghua Pavilion to remain unnoticed by the authorities. Furthermore, the site of Master Qilian's Dharma assembly should indeed be the very location Su Qing had discovered. Junior Sister 1, are you familiar with the governor of Yuncheng County? Wen Ruyan pondered for a moment and replied, The governor of Yuncheng County seems to be named Yu Pingji. I have never met him, but I have heard my father speak of him. He possesses some talent, though not much, and while Yuncheng County is governed quite well, it appears to be limited to that. The Luoyuan Mercantile Association began to emerge as the largest commercial entity in Yuncheng County 5 years ago, possibly related to the large-scale deaths that occurred at that time, and Master Qilian also appeared 5 years ago. It seems that all of this is rather coincidental. Wen Ruyan too sensed that this timeline indeed poses significant questions. However, why would the governor of Yuncheng County conspire with the demonic sect? When Yu Pingji is well regarded by the common people, I understand now. He seeks to elevate his cultivation and attain a higher position, aspiring to become a prime minister. Su Qing. Wen Ruyan. Is it not so? I see the storybooks all write it this way. In the city of Yuncheng County, Zhu Xiuwen helplessly followed behind a small white dog. Xiaobai, what on earth are you doing? It's just dog food. I have some spirit beast rations too, which I am willing to share with you. We still need to head to Filiu City. Zhu Xiuwen's incessant chatter had no effect on the small white dog, which remained serious, stopping every 3 steps to sniff the air. Ever since it entered Yuncheng County, it had detected the familiar scent of its favorite dog food wafting through the city, and just moments ago, it caught a whiff of Lu Lingsha and Su Qing's scents. Wong, wong, wong. The small white dog suddenly barked a few times at Zhu Xiuwen, then turned and dashed off in a particular direction. Zhu Xiuwen sighed deeply. Oh, not again. Can you please wait for me? Before long, the pair arrived in front of a shop adorned with a sign proclaiming it to be a spirit liquid pharmacy. The doors were tightly shut, with a red notice affixed stating that the owner was celebrating and taking a day off. Seriously, Xiaobai, this pharmacy doesn't even sell dog food, and besides, it's closed. The small white dog ignored Zhu Xiuwen, approached the door, and began to furiously paw at it. Wong, wong, wong. Meanwhile, Su Qing and the others on the second floor were startled by the sudden knocking and hastily rushed downstairs. Senior brother, who could that be? Could it be someone here to purchase spirit liquid? Su Qing shook his head, disbelief etched across his features. The paper on the door should still be affixed, and logically, no one ought to be knocking unless it were Feng Hao or a member of the Luoyuan Chamber of Commerce. Before long, the 3 individuals arrived at the entrance. Su Qing opened the door, and a visage both exceedingly familiar and flamboyantly striking entered his line of sight. Bang! Su Qing closed the door once more, shaking his head in confusion. Something was amiss. How could Zhu Xiuwen be here? It must be that the method of opening was incorrect. Suddenly, Lu Lingsha exclaimed, Oh! Senior brother, I heard the voice of Xiaobai. Su Qing inquired uncertainly, Did you all also see Zhu Xiuwen just now? Wen Ruyan and Lu Lingsha nodded in affirmation. Su Qing's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly opened the door. Zhu Xiuwen gazed at the 3 unfamiliar faces before him, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. What the hell, Lao Zhu, what are you doing here? Upon hearing this familiar voice address him, Zhu Xiuwen instantly understood. Ah, you are Lao Su. The Qingya Dan room, Second floor. Su Qing and the others removed their disguises, revealing their true appearances, leaving Zhu Xiaowen utterly astonished. Old Zhu, what is the meaning of this? How did you come to be here? Zhu Xiaowen took a hearty sip of tea and exclaimed, Pa, old Su, how could you embark on an expedition with your junior sister without inviting me? This is truly disappointing. Subsequently, Zhu Xiaowen recounted the circumstances that led him and the little white dog to this place. Su Qing and Lu Lingsha were left speechless, as they had not anticipated that their master was also absent from Qingzhou Peak. The little junior sister, filled with remorse, addressed the little white dog, saying, I am truly sorry, dear pup, it was not my intention. The dog barked in response. The little junior sister glanced at Su Qing, gritted her teeth, and confessed to the little white dog, I sold all the dog food to senior brother. Upon hearing this, the little white dog let out a mournful whine and bit Su Qing fiercely. Oh no, I have lost my composure. Just wait until I return. I shall buy you the latest dog food. Moments later, both man and dog came to a halt. The little dog barked again. Su Qing rubbed his calf. A look of anguish etched upon his face. Fear not, fear not. I shall certainly procure the largest bone for you upon our return. Zhu Xiaowen remarked with a gleeful expression, relishing in Su Qing's discomfort. But wait, old Su, are you not in Filiu City? What brings you to Yinchuan County? And why have you opened a shop here? Is this not a medicinal store? Why are you selling dog food? Beside them. When Ruyin recounted the events they had encountered in Filiu City, explaining the reasons behind their establishment of a shop there to Zhu Xiaowen. Woof, woof, woof. At the sound of the little white dog's bark, the expression on the junior sister's face suddenly shifted. Senior brother. The little white dog says that dog food should not be consumed by cultivators, as those of the same realm cannot refine certain substances contained within it. Is there a problem with that? Woof, woof, woof. The junior sister paused momentarily before continuing. The little white dog indicates that substances which cannot be refined through magical power will accumulate within the body, posing harm to the cultivator and potentially leading to constipation. Su Qing. It is of no concern. As a cultivator, the enhancement of one's abilities is paramount. As for constipation, well, one could always resort to a laxative. Chapter 82. Discussion. Returning to the main topic, Su Qing relayed the issues they had encountered to Zhu Xiaowen. To his surprise, this fellow seemed utterly unconcerned, dismissing it with a wave. What is there to worry about? He is merely a nascent soul cultivator. Last time, both Lao Su and I dispatched an ancient remnant soul with ease. Su Qing cast a glance at him, exclaiming, for heaven's sake. You claim it is merely a remnant soul, yet this is a nascent soul stage practitioner, on the verge of breaking through to the god transformation stage. And he might even have his minions with him. Sister Wen, would it be feasible to send a message and summon aid at this juncture? Su Qing was known for his caution, seldom engaging in challenges beyond his level due to the considerable risks involved. Without much contemplation, Wen Ruyin promptly dismissed the idea, stating, that is likely unfeasible. Even if we were to contact the nearest neighboring prefecture, the round trip would probably take too long. Moreover, in a couple of days, Master Chilian is set to convene a grand ceremony, and he is aiming for a breakthrough to the god transformation stage. It is likely that many lives will be lost this time. Zhu Xiaowen then interjected, I have a solution. We can simply go to the Merchant Guild's spirit vessel to summon assistance. After all, it is merely a nascent soul stage practitioner. It should not be an insurmountable task. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastily addressed Zhu Xiaowen. Why not make haste? However, the Merchant Guild's spiritual vessel had only just departed, and it was likely that the next one would not arrive for another 4 or 5 days. Su Qing restrained the impulse to kick Zhu Xiaowen to death. As Su Qing conversed with Zhu Xiaowen, Wen Ruyin unexpectedly produced a thick tome from somewhere and began to peruse its pages. After a brief moment, her excitement erupted as she exclaimed, I found it. Su Shixiang, I've discovered something. What have you found, Wen Shimi? Su Qing inquired. Look here, Wen Ruyin said, pointing to the densely written page filled with an array of chaotic illustrations. The illiterate Su Qing from the cultivation world exclaimed, Wen Shimi, what is this? With a radiant smile, Wen Ruyin replied, do you still remember the blood fusion refining formation you mentioned? Su Qing also showed them the recorded shadow stone he had. Yet he was utterly ignorant of formations and had never studied them. In contrast, Wen Ruyin was different. Although she did not possess a particular expertise in formations, her background afforded her a certain level of understanding. It turned out that the blood fusion refinement formation originated from the great Gene Demon sect. primarily designed to refine the essence and blood of living beings to facilitate breakthroughs in cultivation. However, such a cruel and defiant formation harbored a fatal flaw. Once the formation was breached, the user would undoubtedly suffer severe backlash, thereby granting Su Qing and his companions a greater chance of confronting the Red Lotus Grandmaster. When Junior Sister, do you suggest that we disrupt his formation during the Red Lotus Grandmaster ceremony? But given the pressing time, how can we locate the formation's focal point and dismantle it? When Ruyan shook her head and articulated her thoughts. Once the blood fusion refinement formation was established, it would gradually absorb the surrounding blood energy, and its focal point would inevitably be where the blood energy was most concentrated and the stench of blood the strongest. At this moment, Zhu Xiaowen interjected. When Junior Sister, indeed, you are astute. As long as we discreetly place talismans or dismantling artifacts at the focal point, we can trigger them directly when he activates the formation. Su Qing and Lu Lingsha had also grasped the situation. Yet the question of how to locate the core of the formation lingered. Su Qing suddenly felt a pang of regret for having released the little fox, for its keen sense of smell would undoubtedly have aided in pinpointing the formation's heart. Senior brother, Xiaobai is quite capable as well. His nose is exceptionally sharp, remarked the junior sister. Upon hearing her words, Su Qing's eyes brightened, and he promptly seized the little white dog, ruffling its fur in a frenzy. We must not be outdone by a mere little fox, he exclaimed. Woof, woof, woof. I am the true expert here. Thus, after a brief discussion, they swiftly reached a consensus. Su Qing and Zhu Xiaowen would take Xiao Bai and venture once more into the underground space of Qinghua Pavilion, the very venue of the Master Chilean S assembly. As for the rationale behind bringing Zhu Xiaowen along, he had asserted, as a promising young talent of the Windasong, it is only natural for me to have a fair understanding of even the simplest formations. Dismantling a minor one is a trivial matter. Of course, Su Qing would never believe such a claim, though Zhu Xiaowen harbored a secret. During his childhood, he had inadvertently disrupted numerous school formations in his attempts to skip class. Su Qing disregarded Zhu Xiaowen's boastfulness. Sister, when shall we set off? When Rian pondered for a moment before responding, how about tomorrow evening? If he claims that the formation is genuine, allowing it to absorb more residual blood energy may facilitate our discovery of the focal point. Su Qing nodded, for he had not observed the individuals responsible for setting up the formation at that time. The entire space was occupied solely by the two of them, clearly indicating that the Red Lotus Immortal had an unwavering trust in his stronghold. Very well, it is settled then. Let us all return to our chambers. Those who wish to cultivate may do so, and those in need of rest should take their leave. Just as Su Qing, Lu Lingsha, and the others intended to rise and depart, Zhu Xiaowen suddenly raised his hand. Wait, I have something to discuss. Noticing that when Rian and Lu Lingsha were also looking in his direction, Zhu Xiaowen grinned broadly and said, Junior Sister Wen, Junior Sister Lu, I only need to talk to old Su about a matter. You may go and rest. However, when Ruyan and Lu Lingsha seemed equally curious about the matter at hand, realizing he could not evade their interest, Zhu Xiaowen turned to Su Qing and asked, Old Su, do tell me, how many spirit stones have you sold for this spirit liquid? Upon witnessing this, Su Qing raised his hand to indicate a number. Zhu Xiaowen widened his eyes in astonishment. So many? Hurry, Lao Su, take me there too. I wish to sell to them as well. Su Qing pried open Zhu Xiaowen's tightly clenched hand. What are you doing? Did you not sell 200,000 spirit stones already? Are you still selling? Zhu Xiaowen replied with a hint of urgency. You have no idea. Those madmen from Danding Peak have managed to uncover the formula. Upon hearing Zhu Xiaowen's words, Su Qing began to grasp the situation. Danding Peak had assembled a cadre of alchemical masters who toiled day and night, consuming the 200 vials of spirit liquid Zhu Xiaowen had sold. Ultimately, they succeeded in developing a formula that, despite differing slightly from the original spirit liquid, would likely not stray too far. The crucial aspect was its affordability. If Zhu Xiaowen did not sell off the spirit liquid in his possession soon, he would indeed find himself in a predicament within the confines of the Dao Inquiry sect. It was unlikely he could sell it at all, and even if he did, it would hardly fetch a price exceeding 10,000 spirit stones. Su Qing felt a twinge of concern. He still possessed a considerable amount of diluted spiritual liquid and needed to find an opportunity to sell it. However, the merchant association was devoid of spiritual stones, rendering them incapable of purchasing the spiritual liquid in their possession. Zhu Xiaowen, displaying an expression of exasperation, remarked, "How foolish. In the absence of spiritual stones, one can always barter with treasures. Any magical artifact or spiritual instrument will suffice, as long as it holds value." Su Qing's lips twitched as he cast an admiring glance at Zhu Xiuwen, remarking on the wealth of his family. Under Su Qing's guidance, Zhu Xiuwen proceeded to dilute some of the spiritual liquid in his possession with technical precision. "What are you doing with the beast's feed? Isn't it said that breakthroughs shouldn't be utilized by cultivators?" Su Qing questioned incredulously. "Old Su, are you foolish? That merchant association is undoubtedly affiliated with the demonic sect. If we don't acquire more from them, are we simply to leave it for their taking?" Su Qing fell into silence for a moment, then shamelessly inquired, "How about you sell me half of this dog food at the original price?" Chapter 83. The Young Master and I, Old Su. Do I resemble the person I once was, standing before you? Not long after departing from the Qingyadan room, Su Qing arrived at the Luyun Chamber of Commerce accompanied by Zhu Xiuwen, who was adorned in resplendent attire, embodying the appearance of a wealthy young gentleman. In a bid to deceive them, Zhu Xiuwen donned a disguise and showcased his most extravagant ensemble. Su Qing secretly scoffed, akin to a disdainful exclamation. Zhu Xiuwen elegantly waved his exquisite folding fan and remarked, "Old Su, our roles today are that of the wealthy heir of the merchant guild and his devoted attendant. We must not allow our true identities to be revealed." With a decisive snap of the fan, he gestured forward, commanding, "Proceed, young Su." Su Qing's expression darkened. "Your entourage consists of eunuchs, and your entire family is comprised of them as well." The more he contemplated, the more irate he became. A moment of restraint only deepened his fury, and he resolved to forego this insipid farce. Just as Su Qing was contemplating delivering a kick to Zhu Xiuwen, causing him to fall unceremoniously, he was interrupted by a hearty laugh. "Ah, Su boss, what a rare visitor you are. It feels as though our last encounter was but yesterday." There appeared the corpulent steward, adorned in splendid attire, hastily emerging from within, his ample flesh quivering with each hurried step. Su Qing's face immediately lit up with joy as he extended his hand in greeting, resembling an old friend reunited after many years apart. "Ah, Manager Fong, you have finally arrived. Come, let me introduce you to a distinguished individual." With that, Su Qing began to introduce Zhu Xiuwen to Fong Hao, emphasizing that he was the prominent scion of their business association and a person of considerable influence within it. Leaning closer to Fong Hao, Su Qing whispered, "This gentleman has a profound connection with the president of our association. Be cautious in your dealings with him, and you shall surely reap great rewards." Upon hearing this, Fong Hao felt a twinge of trepidation and dared not harbor any doubts. "Young Master Zhu, I beg your pardon for my lack of discernment in recognizing your esteemed presence. Your arrival truly brings honor to our humble association." After all, their association had made a modest profit from selling spiritual liquids and pet food, and they were contemplating a deeper collaboration with Su Qing. Zhu Xiuwen merely nodded with indifference and cast a glance at Su Qing, saying, "Xiao Su, enough with the pleasantries. Let us get straight to the point." Su Qing secretly spat and said to Fong Hao, "All right, Manager Fong, why not invite young Master Zhu inside? We are here to negotiate a significant business deal, and it depends on whether your guild can handle it." Fong Hao's expression transformed from one of dullness to shock, and then to sheer elation. Wealth. His gaze towards Zhu Xiuwen was almost more fervent than that directed at his own wife. "Quickly, young Master Zhu, please come in." Zhu Xiuwen nodded slightly, casting an appreciative glance at Fong Hao, and stepped into the Luyun Guild. Fong Hao's eyes flickered. He sensed that this was a substantial deal, far beyond his own capacity to manage. He hastily called over a nearby servant, his voice trembling with urgency. "Quickly, go to the inner courtyard and summon the chief steward." Watching the retreating figures of Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen, his eyes gleamed with excitement, and suddenly, Fong Hao slapped his forehead. "Oh, my foolish brain. Young Master Zhu, wait for me. I shall escort you inside." A moment later, in the esteemed reception room of the Luyun Guild, Fong Hao, with a beaming face, respectfully served tea to Zhu Xiuwen. Zhu Xiuwen's acting was superb, embodying the demeanor of a distinguished nobleman, which caused Su Qing to internally critique him incessantly. "Thank you for your efforts, Manager Fong." Fong Hao, flattered, smiled broadly, exclaiming, "Oh, young Master Zhu, you flatter me. Just call me Xiao Hao." Su Qing nearly spat out his tea, thinking to himself how obsequious Fong Hao truly was. Just as Zhu Xiuwen and Fong Hao were exchanging pleasantries, A white-haired elder accompanied by a red-haired man hurried into the reception room. The chief steward of the Luyuan Guild approached Su Qing directly, bowing deeply. Your appearance is remarkably handsome, and your bearing is exceptional. You must be young Master Zhu. I am the chief steward of the Luyuan Guild. Zhu Xiuwen. Manager Fong. Cough, cough, esteemed chief steward, you've misunderstood. I am Su Xian, merely a humble attendant. This gentleman is my master. Su Qing said with a smile, pointing at Zhu Xiuwen. Ha ha ha, forgive this old man for his poor eyesight. I can only say that esteemed guests from such a grand guild are indeed remarkable. Su Qing was indifferent to the shameless flattery of the chief steward directed at Zhu Xiuwen, instead discreetly fixating on the crimson-haired man beside him. This red-haired individual was none other than the person I had encountered at the Red Lotus Immortals trial site. The connection to the Cloud Low Chamber of Commerce being affiliated with demonic cultivators is now confirmed. It appears that this elder should indeed be the chief steward referred to by the crimson-haired man at that time. Su Qing scrutinized the chief steward, who appeared to be merely an ordinary merchant, lacking the aura of a demonic cultivator. In contrast, the individual who had engaged in conversation with the red-haired man, presumably a henchman of the county magistrate of Yinchong, bore a more fitting resemblance to a practitioner of dark arts. While Su Qing silently observed, Zhu Xiuwen was engaged in a lively discussion with the chief steward. Zhu Xiuwen casually remarked, Chief Steward, I have come to ascertain whether the Luyuan Chamber of Commerce is capable of acquiring the batch of goods I possess. Should this be feasible, it would indicate that the Luyuan Chamber has the strength to pursue further collaboration with us. Otherwise, it would be quite regrettable. Upon hearing this, the chief steward could not suppress a tremor in his beard. The prospect of partnering with a major merchant association would undoubtedly allow the Luyuan Chamber to rise again, expanding its influence, and ultimately freeing them from having to appease the mountain-dwelling ruffians of the Great Qing. However, the chief steward was momentarily put in a quandary. Young Master Zhu, to be candid, although our chamber has sold a considerable amount of spiritual liquids and elixirs recently, generating substantial spirit stones, we fear that it may still fall short of acquiring the goods in your possession. Zhu Xiuwen closed his folding fan and waved his hand dismissively. If spirit stones are insufficient, let magical artifacts suffice. As long as the Luyuan Chamber can provide equivalent magical items or other treasures, the goods shall be sold to you. The chief steward was elated and prepared to agree, only to be interrupted by the red-haired man, who spoke in a somewhat gruff voice. Chief steward, this individual appears respectable, yet he has yet to present any identification. Be cautious in your agreement. At that moment, Su Qing sprang forth, exhibiting a servile demeanor as he berated the red-haired man. Who do you think you are? With your stature, how dare you speak so arrogantly towards my young master? Since my entry into the chamber, I have vowed to protect my young master with my life. Are you attempting to test my resolve? Zhu Xiuwen interjected. Old Su, you truly are a genius. The chief steward, flustered, quickly intervened. Master Su, please do not misunderstand. It is merely the ignorance of a servant. Wait, Zhu Xiuwen interjected calmly, producing the genuine merchant association token. Chief steward, can you see this clearly? The chief steward turned and delivered a sharp retort to the red-haired man. Why are you still here? Get lost before you embarrass yourself further. Meanwhile, Fong Hao observed the red-haired man fleeing in disgrace and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and fetch our chamber's finest tea instead of serving that rubbish to young Master Zhu. Having received a slap from the chief steward, Fong Hao hurriedly dashed out to procure the tea. Chapter 84. The action after a considerable time. Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen sold all the diluted spiritual liquid and dog food they possessed to the Luyuan Chamber of Commerce, exchanging them for a substantial amount of spirit stones and various miscellaneous treasures. The two strode confidently out of the Luyuan Chamber, not once glancing back, and hastily returned to the Qingye Dan house. When Ruyan and Lu Lingsha stared in disbelief at the chaotic array of magical artifacts and an uncountable pile of spirit stones before them, unable to fathom what these two had been up to. Surely, they hadn't completely emptied the treasure vault of the Luyuan Chamber, had they? While it might not have been entirely accurate to say so, the truth was not far off. Su Qing was taken aback when Zhu Xiuwen produced a large quantity of dog food. Yet it seemed to make perfect sense when Zhu Xiuwen claimed to be a protector of stray animals, occasionally feeding wandering cats and dogs. Nonsense. Su Qing certainly did not believe it. After concluding their distribution of spoils, they finally set off once again towards the site of the Qi Lian Daxian Dharma Assembly. On the second floor of the Qingye Dan house, Su Qing observed as Zhu Xiuwen retrieved 2 sets of black stealth attire from an unknown source, a look of incredulity crossing his face. Where on earth did you acquire these? A disciple of a Taoist clan, son of the wealthiest man in the Great Xia. Surely you do not require such garments? Zhu Xiuwen tenderly caressed the 2 sets of black attire, as though they were precious treasures. What do you know? Am I not entitled to have a few interests? Zhu Xiuwen tossed one of the stealth outfits to Su Qing. Su Qing took it and felt that the texture was quite satisfactory. However, it was not the night cloak that raised questions, but rather the perplexity of why even the dogs had one. Su Qing pointed at the well-dressed little white dog, adorned with a black face mask by Lu Lingsha and Wen Ruyan. Zhu Xiuwen donned the black mask over his own face, and immediately felt an overwhelming sense of being a rogue. This is what one might call professionalism. This attire is far from ordinary. Capable of concealing one's presence and disguising one's form, truly a divine instrument for thievery and plunder. Su Qing. All right, let us hasten to change as well. Upon finishing his words, Zhu Xiuwen dashed towards a room. Lu Lingsha, observing Su Qing's bewildered expression, gently patted his shoulder and cheerfully commented, "Go on, senior brother. Look how splendid Xiaobai appears." Woof woof. Subsequently, under the collaborative efforts of Lu Lingsha and Wen Ruyan, Su Qing found himself pushed into the room. After a brief moment, as they beheld the trio clad in sleek black night attire, a pair of humans and a dog, Wen Ruyan and Lu Lingsha exchanged approving nods. Zhu Xiuwen, with a flamboyant toss of his hair, remarked, "Old Su, your intellect shines. Come up with a name for our ensemble." Su Qing could no longer restrain himself and delivered a swift kick. The objective for tonight was to tamper with the formation of the old dog Qi Lian. The operation was codenamed Thunderstrike. Let us commence. Su Qing directly led Zhu Xiuwen and the little white dog to the entrance of the Qinghua Pavilion. At this moment, the night was deepening, and it was likely that the pavilion was still filled with the vibrant colors of spring. However, Su Qing had no intention of entering. "Old Su, this place is so desolate that it's hard to believe there exists an exotic brothel here. Of course, if it were above board, it would be quite another matter." Zhu Xiuwen remarked with a lewd glint in his eye, "Old Su, what do you think of these foreign women? How do they compare to those of the human race? I wouldn't even know if there's any reproductive isolation to speak of, let alone make a comparison. Besides, you're a young master. Haven't you ever visited a brothel?" Zhu Xiuwen's eyes darted nervously as he raised his head, his tone laced with a hint of disdain. "Of course. I'm not someone like Xiao Chunin who could be compared." Su Qing curled his lips, choosing to remain silent. At the moment of departure, he left behind a subtle trace, ensuring that he would not be lost. Su Qing cradled the small white dog and addressed Zhu Xiuwen, saying, "Old Zhu, stay close to me. We shall burrow into the earth. Remember to suppress your presence." With that, Su Qing's magical power surged, enveloping the small white dog as they descended into the ground, with Zhu Xiuwen closely following. Before long, under Su Qing's guidance, the trio swiftly arrived at an underground expanse. As Su Qing concealed his presence, he subtly released his consciousness to investigate. Indeed, the Red Lotus Immortal appeared to have complete confidence in his old stronghold, for there was not a single guard in sight. "Old Su, what should we do? Shall we proceed with the burial?" Noticing the absence of any sentry, Su Qing boldly extended his consciousness further. However, much to his disappointment, he failed to detect the focal point of the formation that Wen Ruyan and her companions had mentioned. Su Qing turned his gaze towards the little white dog, gently stroking its head. "It's your turn to shine. Locate the focal point of the formation." The little white dog let out a soft bark, indicating that it would handle the task with utmost confidence, undoubtedly surpassing that cunning little fox. The dog, finding the black face mask cumbersome, pawed off, directly activating its innate abilities, sniffing here and there. Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen followed closely behind the little white dog, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Suddenly, the little white dog barked at Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen, as if it had already detected the focal point. "Have we broken through? Have we found it?" The little white dog nodded in affirmation. Su Qing turned to Zhu Xiuwen, saying, "It's all up to you, old Zhu." Zhu Xiuwen, with an air of confidence, revealed a palm-sized array disc. Su Qing furrowed his brows and remarked, what is this? Is it not supposed to utilize talismans?" Zhu Xiuwen replied disdainfully, "This is the latest generation of remote-controlled explosive array disc from the Array Peak, famously known as the Invincible Explosive Miniature Titan. It is incomparable to those mere talismans." Su Qing, "No, you carry this with you?" Don't tell me this is also one of your hobbies. Zhu Xiuwen shot Su Qing an exasperated glance, stating, I am already clad in black night attire. Possessing these is quite reasonable, is it not? Ah, reasonable. Indeed, very reasonable. At that moment, Zhu Xiuwen channeled his magical energy through his fingertips, directing it into the array plate. Instantly, the plate radiated a brilliant glow. An intricate array patterns emerged, disappearing into the void at the core of the blood-refining great array, becoming undetectable. Is this sufficient? Zhu Xiuwen nodded, saying, when the grand array is activated, we will use the array plate to detonate these patterns. Just as Su Qing believed the task was complete, the little white dog scampered off to another location. Hee. Old Su, the little white one is quite capable. It has discovered another focal point. Upon returning to the Windazong, Su Qing vowed to thoroughly immerse himself in as he had initially thought there was only a single focal point. In the time that followed, the little white dog diligently uncovered several more focal points, and Zhu Xiuwen skillfully concealed the array patterns. Such adeptness convinced Su Qing that this rascal had certainly engaged in such endeavors before, and he was quite exhilarated by it. Happy New Year! Chapter 85, The Governor of Yuncheng. With the diligent efforts of the little white dog, all focal points were quickly identified, and Zhu Xiuwen treated each one with equal attention, embedding a pattern at every focal point, meticulously arranged. Su Qing glanced at the little white dog and said, You've worked hard, Breakthrough. When we return to the sect, I shall prepare a grand feast for you. Having spoken, he intended to lead the little white dog and Zhu Xiuwen back. Old Su, wait a moment. Su Qing cast a puzzled glance at Zhu Xiuwen and inquired, What are you waiting for? We should leave now. It would be disastrous if someone arrives. Zhu Xiuwen, cradling the remaining array discs, replied, Old Su, observe the surrounding cushions. They unmistakably belong to that old dog, Qi Lian's minions. Su Qing gazed at the several meditation cushions surrounding the center of the Dharma assembly, clearly marked by the imprints of those who had previously occupied them. At the very center, one could surmise, lay the position of the Red Lotus Immortal. As he began to comprehend Zhu Xiuwen's intentions, Su Qing regarded him with an expression of incredulity. Surely, you cannot be suggesting. Zhu Xiuwen nodded, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. Indeed, let us arrange for all of them to be included, and when the moment arrives, we shall send them soaring into the heavens, allowing them a moment of joy as well. So close. Are you certain we won't be detected? Zhu Xiuwen waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of complete confidence. Fear not, fear not. As long as we do not make arrangements for the old dog of Red Lotus, the others should remain oblivious. Should they? Su Qing restrained Zhu Xiuwen's eager hands, suggesting that perhaps it was best to leave things as they were, for they had already found sufficient amusement. Old Su. Now that we are here, Su Qing's lips twitched in irritation. You might as well suggest that during the festive season, we set off some firecrackers to enliven the atmosphere. He observed Zhu Xiuwen, who was brimming with excitement, thoughtfully assigning a formation to everyone present. Except for the immortal Qi Lian. He chuckled ominously. Su Qing, this is puzzling. Should not the Taoist sect embody the righteous path? After a brief moment, Su Qing meticulously eradicated every trace of their residual aura with his sorcery, leaving no remnants behind, indicative of his utmost caution. He then departed from the location, accompanied by the small white dog and the thoroughly satisfied Zhu Xiuwen. In the residence of the governor of Yunzhong County, within a highly concealed secret chamber, Governor Yu Pingji sat at the head, while a handful of officials, fewer than 10 in number, occupied the seats below. Among them were not a few of golden core stature, yet they bore little resemblance to the dignified officials of the Great Xia, instead resembling deranged demon cultivators. Governor Yu Pingji opened his eyes, revealing a flow of blood energy within his pupils. How is the blood fusion refinement array progressing? A middle-aged man stepped forward, his eyes betraying an unrestrained fervor for the governor, the very person Su Qing had observed earlier. Reporting to you, my lord. The array has been fully set up and successfully tested without any issues. However, the middle-aged man appeared somewhat at a loss for words, hesitating. A flicker of displeasure crossed the governor's countenance. Speak your mind. There is no need for circumlocution. Yes. The middle-aged man bowed his head even lower. The chief steward of the Luyun Chamber of Commerce had sent word to caution us against causing excessive casualties. The governor scoffed derisively. A group of demon cultivators from the Great Qing. Do they truly believe themselves to be part of the Great Xia? Let them not forget, 5 years prior, They caused even greater bloodshed. Were it not for this governor, they would have long since met their demise at the hands of the great Xia court, their ashes scattered. And yet they presume to be the esteemed Lu Yun Chamber of Commerce. Governor, you are indeed wise. You have proven yourself to be. However, the officials of Yunzhong County, in their demonic cultivation, were in stark contrast to those of the Lu Yun Chamber, and even more so compared to the demons of the great Qing. The flattery of the sycophant was both profound and superficial, serving to soothe the governor's disposition with remarkable finesse, exemplifying a new archetype of demon cultivators. Governor Yu Pingji had been in office long enough to be immune to flattery, yet he relished it. He raised a hand before him, and the sounds of sycophancy instantly faded away. Rest assured, everyone, that the president of the Lu Yun Chamber, still recovering from grave injuries, will be but a mere flick of my wrist once I ascend to the divine transformation stage. At that time, we shall annihilate the Lu Yun Chamber in one fell swoop, framing those individuals for their own demise, and we shall remain beloved officials of Yunzhong County. Achieving a monumental feat, how splendid that would be. As his words fell, the lackeys below erupted in a chorus of flattery. Ha ha. Meanwhile, two streaks of light were swiftly traversing the skies above Jingzhou, heading toward Yunzhong County. Senior, we have nearly scoured every county large and small in Jingzhou. It is possible that the noble young lady has safely returned to her clan. A man, attired like an official from the great Xia dynasty, addressed a captivating woman before him. Despite her breathtaking beauty, he dared not meet her gaze, as if she were a venomous poison. It was impossible. Qian's cultivation had diminished, and she could not easily return to her clan. She must still be within the borders of Jingzhou, with only a few counties in Yunzhong left to search. If Master Li did not wish to accompany her, he could simply depart. Hearing the hint of ire in her voice, Master Li refrained from uttering a word, offering only a wry smile. Should he permit her to roam freely in Jingzhou? Any misfortune that befell her might cost him his official title, or perhaps even his head. Please, do not be angered, esteemed senior. I shall accompany you throughout. Without a hint of complaint, he said, his tone resolute, reminiscent of a bygone friend who once championed justice. The woman paid him no heed, continuing her journey with determination. Having safely departed from the grand assembly of the Red Lotus Immortal, Su Qing returned to the Qingye Danfang with Zhu Xiuwen and the little white dog. Lu Lingsha and Wen Ruyan, relieved by their safe return, exhaled a sigh of relief. Before Su Qing and his companions could change out of their dark night attire, Lu Lingsha urgently grasped Su Qing's arm and inquired, "Senior brother, why were you gone for so long? Did you encounter any danger, or was the formation difficult to locate?" Su Qing pondered for a moment, realizing that if it had merely been a matter of finding the formation's focal point, they would have returned much sooner. Thus, he recounted Zhu Xiuwen's remarkable exploits to Wen Ruyan and Lu Lingsha. Indeed, old Su was not mistaken. How astute of me to consider everything thoroughly, he concluded. Su Qing and the others wholeheartedly praised him, their thumbs raised in admiration. This was not merely thoughtfulness, but an expression of deep sincerity. Well, since everything has been prepared, let us now get ready, for it may very well turn into a fierce battle. Zhu Xiuwen and Wen Ruyan nodded and returned to their respective rooms. Lingsha, please wait a moment. Su Qing called out to the departing Lu Lingsha. What is it, senior brother? As Su Qing retrieved the jade token bestowed upon him by Jiang Yunxi when he departed from the Wendazong, he earnestly addressed his junior sister. This is the life-saving jade token granted to me by our esteemed master. You must ensure it is kept close at all times. With that, Su Qing made to place the token into Lu Lingsha's hand. Chapter 86. Attending the Dharma assembly, Lu Lingsha understood Su Qing's intention, yet she did not accept it, gently pushing his hand back. Hee, brother, do not worry. I also possess a life-saving jade token given to me by the sect leader. As she spoke, she produced the jade token gifted by Yu Hongshang, which bore a striking resemblance to the one Jiang Yunxi had provided, confirming their close bond as sworn sisters. The junior sister tucked away the token, raising her small fist in a gesture of confidence. Besides, I am quite formidable now, all right? If you are afraid, just hide behind me, and Lingsha will protect you. Slap. Ouch. Su Qing unreservedly tapped his junior sister's forehead, asserting, "What are you saying? I, your senior brother, am a formidable figure in the late Foundation establishment stage, undeniably powerful. How could it possibly be your place to protect me?" Noticing that his junior sister possessed the jade token given by Yu Hongshang, Su Qing refrained from further insistence, and sent her back to her cultivation. Time swiftly advanced to the day of Master Qi Lian's grand ceremony. Zhu Xiuwen, akin to distributing red envelopes, handed out talismans to Wen Ruyan and Lu Lingsha, who stood beside him. Upon seeing Su Qing emerge from his chamber, Zhu Xiuwen raised the talismans in his hand and exclaimed, "Lao Su, would you care for a few?" Su Qing scoffed with disdain, producing a substantial stack of talismans. Exuding an air of entitlement, Zhu Xiuwen curled his lip, dismissing it, for these were merely the very talismans he had once provided. Enough of this, he thought. An excess of talismans serves little purpose. What truly matters when contending with others in the realm of magic, particularly those of superior cultivation, is paramount. Lingsha, my dear classmate, would you care to enlighten us? Ah, yes, my senior once imparted that the foremost priority in magical duels is self-preservation. Thus, safeguarding one's life is of utmost importance. Su Qing nodded with satisfaction, proud of his little junior sister, who had a solid grasp of various key concepts. After offering a brief compliment, Su Qing produced 3 bamboo-like objects. Senior brother, what is this? A good question. These are the fire sticks I have meticulously crafted, containing the essence of my spiritual flame. Should you find yourselves injured in my absence, you can utilize them for self-healing. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Wen Ruyan and Lu Lingsha's eyes sparkled with intrigue. They were well aware of the wondrous properties of this azure spiritual fire and eagerly accepted the sticks from Su Qing. However, Zhu Xiuwen refrained from accepting, resolute in his decision. He had experienced it firsthand. While the sensation was exhilarating, it was also rather embarrassing. Rest assured, I have controlled the amount of spiritual fire to prevent any awkward scenarios, Su Qing assured him. With this reassurance, Zhu Xiuwen finally accepted the fire stick with a sense of relief. As night fell, the 4 donned the guise of ordinary mortals, with Lu Lingsha cradling a small white dog as they made their way to the grand assembly hosted by the Red Lotus Immortal. They had previously discussed the possibility of being stopped. After all, mortals often carried their pets, cats, dogs, and even chickens and ducks, to such events, under the pretext of allowing their livestock to join in the prayers for blessings. As for why the Red Lotus Immortal did not intervene, it was likely due to an open-door policy for visitors. Guided by the 2 women, they soon arrived at the gathering spot. The Red Lotus Immortal's ascension to the god transformation stage would naturally require more than just a handful of attendees. Those present were merely a fraction of the assembled crowd. Furthermore, there were also several Qi refining practitioners present. While the number of foundation-building cultivators was scarce, most of whom had some degree of renown. Though Qi refining practitioners may not compare to their foundation-building counterparts in strength, their sheer numbers compensated for the lack of individual prowess. As time passed and the attendees gathered, Su Qing observed that they were all mortals, with not a single cultivator in sight. However, he did catch sight of Wang Gang, the individual Lu Lingsha, and Wen Ruyan had mentioned. Once the assembly was nearly complete, the Red Lotus Immortal's attendants conducted a symbolic inspection of each person's spirit token, confirming its validity. Everyone, please follow closely behind us and refrain from speaking loudly, they instructed. Su Qing and his companions walked silently with their heads bowed, trailing behind the crowd. Lao Su, it seems this direction does not lead to the Qinghua Pavilion. Just as doubts began to arise about whether they had gone astray, those in front started to approach a grand residence. The guide among them moved aside a rockery in the courtyard, revealing a passage illuminated by dim candlelight. Let us follow them. Regardless of whether we are mistaken, it is always prudent to stay close. Zhu Xiuwen, upon hearing this, chose to remain silent. Su Qing, accompanied by 4 companions and a dog, navigated the winding passages of the lengthy underground corridor, gradually merging with the throngs of individuals arriving from various locations. If Su Qing possessed a divine perspective at that moment, he would observe the crowd converging towards the Qinghua Pavilion, resembling ants gathering from all corners of Yunqing. When Ruyan's expression bore a weight of gravity, she could already perceive thousands of people, yet the number of those unseen remained an unfathomable mystery. Having been raised in an official household, she harbored a deeper sentiment for the common folk of the Great Xia than Su Qing or Lu Lingsha. Senior brother Su, are we heading in the right direction? Su Qing possessed the most formidable spiritual awareness among them. Thus, upon entering the underground passage, he consistently maintained an outward projection of his consciousness. As long as there were no nascent soul or particularly powerful golden core cultivators present, Su Qing remained undetected. Hearing the slightly anxious voice of Wen Ruyan, Su Qing nodded reassuringly, indicating that there was no need for concern. They were indeed heading in the right direction, likely towards the location they had investigated. With Su Qing's affirmation, Wen Ruyan relaxed her tense demeanor. Meanwhile, as Su Qing conversed with Wen Ruyan and Lu Lingsha, Zhu Xiuwen was engrossed in a lively discussion with a destitute young man who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, exuding a sense of familiarity. Zhu Xiuwen grinned and remarked, "Hey, buddy, what brings you to attend the event of the Red Lotus Immortal?" The disheveled young man, clearly a chatterbox, replied, "Well, what can I say? It's not as if one can survive without money or food. Who would voluntarily come to this desolate place otherwise?" Zhu Xiuwen scoffed. "You seem to be in decent shape. Why not find a job?" The young man retorted disdainfully, "In this day and age, where can one find work? It's either servitude or being treated like cattle, enduring indignities while barely scraping by. Instead of that, I'd rather beseech the heavens for a fortuitous windfall or a reversal of fate." Zhu Xiuwen, intrigued, remarked, "From what you say, it appears you believe in more than just the Red Lotus Immortal." The young man, displaying a hint of pride, replied, "Of course, I believe in any deity with a name, regardless of their zodiac or blood type. But the Red Lotus Immortal is truly the best, providing sustenance and occasionally showering us with silver." Zhu Xiuwen gazed at him with admiration, giving a thumbs up. "You're onto something there." The young man, quite carefree, inquired, "By the way, do you have any other deities you believe in? Preferably ones that aren't too troublesome." Zhu Xiuwen furrowed his brow at the question. What deities could he possibly believe in? The wealth god? His family was practically an incarnation of the wealth god. Suddenly, he glanced towards Su Qing, who was known for his sharp intellect. "Old Su, do you know of any lesser-known deities?" Su Qing's expression darkened, for he was not deaf. He had clearly heard the words exchanged between Zhu Xiuwen and his companion. "TSK, TSK, TSK, one must admit, this gentleman possesses a striking appearance. Unmistakably a person of considerable knowledge." With discernment, Su Qing bestowed upon him an approving glance, recognizing a kindred spirit. Su Qing's gaze deepened, and his words seemed to carry an enchanting allure. There existed a divine being known as the pure beauty goddess, who, it was said, would fulfill all your wishes if you devoted your faith to her. Not only the young man, but even Zhu Xiuwen was filled with curiosity. "Handsome friend, how might I come to believe in the pure beauty goddess?" The young man inquired, his excitement palpable. Su Qing spoke with a voice imbued with magnetism, asserting that as long as one acknowledges the unparalleled beauty of the pure goddess, she would surely bestow her blessings upon them. "Old Su, this sounds even more credible than the words of the Red Lotus Immortal," remarked a young man nearby, nodding fervently. Chapter 87. Confronting the county magistrate Lu Lingsha. Intrigued by Su Qing's declaration, tugged at Wen Ruyan's sleeve and whispered, "Sister Wen, do you comprehend what senior brother is alluding to?" At times, even the well-read Wen Ruyan found herself at a loss for words in Su Qing's presence, responding to her junior sister's inquiry with a wry smile. "I apologize, Lingsha, but I am equally perplexed by senior brother Su's statement. It seems my education is insufficient, leaving me somewhat ignorant." Disregarding Zhu Xiuwen and the young man, Su Qing, assured of the correct direction, refrained from extending his consciousness further. He followed the crowd, stepping in unison alongside them as they advanced. As time slipped away unnoticed, the four of them converged with the throng, ultimately arriving at the site of the Red Lotus Immortal's tribunal. Zhu Xiuwen, having ceased his banter with the young man, was equally astonished by the scene before him, his jovial demeanor replaced by shock. "Old Su, there are simply too many people here, aren't there? The entire Yinchuan County has a population of merely 200,000 to 300,000, the majority of whom are mortals, followed by Qi refinement cultivators. Yet, it appears that there are at least 100,000 mortals gathered here. It is unfathomable. Even the smaller cities of the Great Xia dynasty have populations of only around 100,000. In such a place, it is akin to a massacre by demonic cultivators. Senior brother Su, to break through to the transformation stage, does it truly necessitate the lives of so many?" Su Qing remained silent. For him and his companions, ascending to the realm of transformation or even higher might merely be a matter of time. However, for ordinary cultivators, the transition from Qi refinement to foundation establishment is a matter of great aspiration. Even a local governor, despite his authority, might sacrifice the lives of countless citizens in pursuit of reaching the transformation stage. Soon, all participants had gathered, In front stood the Qi refinement cultivators, while behind them were the common folk, with Su Qing and his companions mingling among the latter. Before long, several attendants of the Red Lotus Immortal descended into the center of the venue, and one of them stepped forward, his voice familiar to Su Qing. Today marks the first grand assembly convened by the Red Lotus Immortal, where both cultivators and commoners alike may obtain what they desire. Let us, with utmost enthusiasm, boundless joy, profound excitement, and unwavering reverence, welcome our esteemed Red Lotus Immortal. As his words resonated, a tempestuous roar erupted from the crowd of commoners and Qi refinement cultivators alike. Old Su, this assembly appears to be quite extraordinary. Su Qing remained silent, enveloped in an air of reticence. This atmosphere bore a striking resemblance to the fan meetings of those past idols, reminiscent of mere exploitation. What purpose does all this ostentation serve? Su Qing did not respond, but instead inquired of Zhu Xiuwen. Old Zhu, the array patterns we concealed have not been discovered, have they? Zhu reassured him, rest assured. They remain undetected. As Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen communicated via their thoughts, the formidable Chilean Daxian, clad in a crimson robe and donning a fearsome Yiksha mask, soared from the distance and landed at the center of the legal arena. Chilean Daxian, a being of boundless magical prowess. Su Qing tugged at the side of Zhu Xiuwen, inquiring, "What are you shouting about?" Zhu Xiuwen, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Old Su, let us join in. If we are to perform, let us do it in full splendor. The great immortal of Red Lotus, absolutely magnificent. The great immortal of Red Lotus, soaring like a great eagle." Su Qing observed as the Red Lotus Immortal elegantly flicked his robe and settled onto the mat. In times past, he might have engaged in more conversation with those present. Yet this occasion was markedly different. He was on the verge of transcending to the divine transformation stage, and the lives of these individuals would not be spared. Nor would his methods be as gentle as before. As the Red Lotus Immortal and his underlings took their seats upon the mat, the crowd fell into a hush. Whether out of genuine reverence or, like the young man among them, to fish in troubled waters, was of little consequence now. The underlings of the Red Lotus Immortal began to weave complex hand gestures, and soon, a vast magical array enveloped the entire venue. Su Qing also displayed a look of astonishment. No wonder such an extensive arrangement took so long to set up. The grand formation gradually commenced its operation. As both mortals and cultivators below, amidst cries of agony and curses, had their vital essence and blood forcefully siphoned by the array. Red Lotus Immortal, may you be cursed with a son who has no rectum. Su Qing's expression was fraught with urgency as he fixated intently on the Red Lotus Immortal, who had already entered the formation and commenced the absorption of blood essence. Old Zhu, act now. Upon hearing Su Qing's command, Zhu Xiuwen produced all the array discs, channeling his mana to activate the array patterns. With a series of thunderous explosions, the colossal blood-refining array was brought crashing down. Before the outer guardians could react, they were caught off guard and severely wounded by the array patterns concealed beneath the mat. Engage! Su Qing, Zhu Xiuwen, and Lu Lingsha leaped from the crowd, swiftly making their way towards the injured henchmen, dispatching them with remarkable speed. At that moment, Wen Ruyan produced a jade flute of azure hue, gently placing it to her lips and producing a haunting melody. Under the influence of her magical prowess, the enchanting notes reverberated throughout the battleground, awakening all mortals and Qi refinement practitioners alike. Suddenly, a commanding voice pierced the air. "Everyone, leave this place." In an instant, the crowd snapped back to reality, frantically surging towards the exit, desperate to escape the impending danger. Remaining would surely result in their demise amidst the tumultuous clash of powers. The once formidable Chilean Daxian, now the governor of Yinchong, bore a grim expression as he felt the backlash from the formation after having barely tasted victory. After all, it is an affront to anyone's pride to be so abruptly severed in the throes of triumph, especially when witnessing the demise of one's own subordinate before one's eyes. Igniting a fury within him, "You seek death," he bellowed. No sooner had the words left his lips than several talismans, conjured into spells by Zhu Xiuwen, descended upon him. Alas, they caused naught but smoke, no harm. "Damn, this old dog is remarkably resilient," Su Qing muttered, giving Zhu Xiuwen a nudge as he urged him and Lu Lingsha to distance themselves from Chilean Daxian. The latter, bewildered, pondered how he had occupied this place for years without interference, only to have his formation disrupted upon the arrival of these intruders. "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" Su Qing spat disdainfully. You Pingji, your deeds have been exposed. Outside, 100,000 cultivators have surrounded you. Why do you not surrender? You Pingji, the governor of Yunzhong County, coughed up a mouthful of old blood, uncertain whether it was provoked by Su Qing or the backlash from the formation. Bah, you insolent brat. Do you think I am easily intimidated? Before his words faded, a beam of sword light surged directly towards Yu Pingji's face. Indeed, it was the second shadow of the Windazong. Although severely injured, Yu Pingji's essence was still formidable. He raised his hand and caught the sword light in his palm. With a cold snort, he crushed the blade effortlessly. Humph! A mere foundational sword light, utterly feeble. In an instant, Su Qing's consciousness stirred, and the shattered sword light transformed into myriad tiny beams, all aimed at the eyes of the Scarlet Lotus Grandmaster. Ah! Cunning little wretch. The Scarlet Lotus Grandmaster, with blood streaming from his eyes, was incensed by Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen, his entire being pulsating with blood energy, morphing into two grotesque heads seemingly intent on devouring Su Qing and his companions. Su Qing and Lu Lingsha wielded their long swords, the glimmer of the blades dancing as they advanced, barely managing to sever the head, a feat undoubtedly aided by the diminished strength of the Crimson Lotus Immortal. Zhu Xiuwen, radiating with golden light, seized the moment to launch an offensive, only to be thwarted by a palm strike from the Crimson Lotus Immortal, sending him tumbling. Fortunately, Su Qing was there to catch him, and regardless of his condition, he promptly ignited him with azure spiritual flames. I'm fine, old Su, he assured. Su Qing cast a disdainful glance as he cast him aside. Not far away, when Ruyan once again blew into the green jade flute, the melodious notes transforming into delicate needles that incessantly pierced into the mind of the Scarlet Lotus Immortal. Ah, how wretched. An injured nascent soul is akin to a toothless tiger. Old Su, watch me vanquish him. Before long, Zhu Xiuwen grasped a handful of talismans, hurling them recklessly towards the Scarlet Lotus Immortal, a sight that made Su Qing wince in pain at the thought of the squandered resources. Cursing under his breath at the prodigal, Su Qing was not idle. His Qing sword trembled, unleashing dozens of sword lights that simultaneously struck towards the Scarlet Lotus Immortal. Lu Lingsha wielded her Fengwu, transforming it into a phoenix ablaze with golden red flames, aggressively advancing towards the Scarlet Lotus Immortal, her spells unfurling in relentless succession. Having suffered the backlash from the Grand Formation, the Scarlet Lotus Immortal dared not confront the onslaught head-on. Instead, he conjured a protective shield with his remaining power. However, it seemed he was gravely wounded, for it took mere moments for Su Qing and the others to shatter his defenses. In tatters, his crimson robe hanging in shreds and a fierce expression contorting his face, the Scarlet Lotus Immortal glared at Su Qing, declaring, "You, boy, are the most treacherous among them. Regardless of who you are, you shall meet your demise here today." Transforming into a streak of crimson light, he surged towards Su Qing. Though merely at the Foundation establishment stage, his strength was extraordinary. An instinct warned the Scarlet Lotus Immortal that these individuals were not to be trifled with. Among them, Su Qing posed the greatest threat. With his power diminished, he resolved to eliminate each adversary one by one. Old Su, this old dog dares to underestimate me. Su Qing. Zhu Xiuwen paid no heed to whom he charged at. He resolutely transformed into a golden figure, boldly confronting the Red Lotus Immortal. Lingsha, take care of yourself. I shall assist Zhu Xiuwen. Su Qing brandished the Qing sword, engaging in close combat with the Red Lotus Immortal. Meanwhile, as Su Qing and Zhu Xiuwen exchanged blows with the Red Lotus Immortal, when Ru Yin and Lu Lingsha were not idle either. Though their prowess in close quarters was not on par with their opponents, the young junior sister occasionally summoned beams of sword light to assail the Red Lotus Immortal. When Ru Yin withdrew her jade flute, grasped her brush, and with her spiritual energy as ink, swiftly inscribed the character for suppression, transforming it into a colossal mountain that descended upon the Red Lotus Immortal. Su Qing seized the opportunity, sheathing the Qing sword as emerald flames surged around him, flickering playfully in his hair. He withdrew his fist to his waist, and a golden silhouette flashed behind him. Thus, he unleashed the devastating force of Crush Mountain. Su Qing delivered a powerful punch that struck the body of the Red Lotus Immortal with tremendous force. This was the only boxing technique he had learned at the Taoist sect, the first move of the Shattering Heaven's 9 paths originally. His physical form was unfit for such training, yet he was fortunate to possess Azure's spiritual fire, which instantly mended his injuries at the moment his flesh was about to shatter. observing the red lotus immortal, whose body was nearly obliterated. The golden little giant Zhu Xiuwen was taken aback. What on earth, old Su? How did you master this technique? Zhu Xiuwen was bewildered, pondering whether he was the body cultivator or Su Qing was. After all, he himself could not perform such a move. Meanwhile, the captivating woman, having searched the entirety of Jingzhou for days, finally found her long-lost kin, a little fox, in Yuncheng County. Qian, I have finally found you. How wonderful. Now you won't be punished by your grandparents. The enchanting woman tightly embraced the white little fox against her ample bosom, her voice brimming with excitement. However, the little fox seemed to resist vehemently, struggling with all its might. Eek, Auntie, if you don't let me go, I might suffocate. It was only then that the beautiful woman realized her own strength and quickly released the little fox. With an apologetic smile, she said, My apologies, Qian. If my family learns that I took you out to play and lost you, they would surely scold me. Hee. Auntie is your best ally. But you mustn't speak of this when you return. The little fox glared disapprovingly at its aunt, feeling it had narrowly escaped danger, yet she asked no questions. Eek. The little fox, filled with grievances, recounted its recent misadventures as if pouring out water. What? Demonic cultivators? Upon hearing the little fox's tale, the enchanting woman's expression shifted, realizing that her precious kin had fallen into the clutches of demonic cultivators. Qian, you must be unharmed, right? The little fox, upon hearing this, furiously bristled. What do you mean must be unharmed? If I were harmed, would I still be here? The little fox gesticulated animatedly, appearing exceedingly agitated. All right. Auntie will seek vengeance for you now. Please guide me. The little fox had been captured by the Luyun Chamber of Commerce, which it knew to be affiliated with demonic cultivators. Thus, its greatest ire was directed not at the Qinghua Pavilion, but at the Luyun Chamber of Commerce. The little fox chattered incessantly, revealing the location of the Luyun Chamber of Commerce to the captivating woman. Very well, Auntie will go and avenge your grievances. Lordly, noticing that the woman was once again heading towards Yuncheng County City, hurriedly intervened. Senior, since the young lady has already found her kin, might it not be prudent to return to the clan and report safe passage? Lordly appeared exceedingly obsequious. The enchanting woman, her gaze sharp as a sword, retorted. Did you not hear my precious kin mention that demonic cultivators are present in Yuncheng County? Do not hinder me. Lordly stood frozen, bewildered. Your precious kin was chattering. How was I to know there were demonic cultivators? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait, demonic cultivators? His expression changed dramatically. This was a matter of great import. Senior, wait for